Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 2083 to Chapter 2143. Everyone, return to your posts. 20 hours later, the battle may start any time. Everyone must be prepared and rest in advance. Perhaps, it will be hard for us to have a good rest in the following period of time, the elder said slowly with his eyes closed. Isn't it just a mere Xianxia? At most, there's still Mo Yuntian and the remaining people from the three sects who went to explore this time. What's the point? We actually need to be prepared for a long battle? Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Someone said disdainfully. The elder looked over coldly. Bastard. That's the Eastern Royal Heaven. Don't you know what kind of person the Eastern Royal Heaven is? If the Eastern Royal Heaven interferes in this matter, he doesn't even need to do it personally. He just needs to give the order and we'll be lucky if we can escape unscathed. That person shuddered. Yes. At this point, no one dared to be impudent anymore. Speed up. The elder ordered with his eyes closed. The flying boat continued to speed up in the night sky, heading towards a certain place in the dark night. Chu Clan Courtyard. It was still peaceful at this moment. Xianxia lay on the bed, hugging Tai Budian on his left and Wu Qianqian on his right. The room was filled with light, and the two bodies were filled with seductive amorous feelings. Xianxia lay on the bed with his eyes closed. However, even at this moment, Xianxia could faintly feel that there was a huge danger gradually approaching. Would he be able to make it through this time? Xianxia really didn't dare to say that he could definitely do it. What was the thing that humans feared the most? The only universal answer was the unknown. Although the Heavenly Demon and the Dharma Supreme were very powerful and Xianxia had joined forces with them and there was a huge disparity in their actual strength, Xianxia didn't have a single fear in his heart. Because no matter if it was the Heavenly Demon or the Dharma Supreme, no matter how strong they had already exposed their strength to everyone. No matter how sharp and strong they were, there were ways to counter them. Only the unknown was unfathomable and unpredictable. Underestimating the enemy would only increase the time limit of one's defeat. Overestimating the enemy would only increase unnecessary pressure on one's side, therefore, only an accurate assessment was the right way for a qualified leader to do things. Right now, Xianxia was making such an assessment. He didn't exaggerate the enemy's strength, but he also didn't underestimate the danger that the enemy might bring. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a burst of turbulence in his consciousness. Xianxia suddenly felt a splitting headache. He was afraid of waking up the beauty, so he endured it and didn't make a sound. Lord Sword Master, something has happened. Something good has happened, the Sword Spirit said. Xianxia's consciousness moved, and his mind entered the tribulation space. This time, they entered a vast expanse of whiteness. The change in the environment wasn't the most important thing. Instead, he felt an extremely pure spiritual energy in the air, and it almost suffocated him. For example, oxygen is a good thing, but if you are suddenly given 10 times or 100 times compressed oxygen, you will be suffocated to death. Using oxygen to suffocate to death sounds inconceivable, but it is absolutely possible. Xianxia was currently facing such a situation. Pure spiritual energy was definitely a good thing under normal circumstances. But, if it was too pure and there was too much of it, it would also make people feel unbearably weak. Haha, the fusion of the two spaces has been completed. Now, the tribulation space is upgrading with the help of the Medicine King space. The Sword Spirit said excitedly, after this upgrade, it will be a small universe like Spirit Space. Lord Sword Master, this is a joyous occasion. Really? Xianxia felt that he had finally heard good news. It's not true, the Sword Spirit said. It turns out that the origin of this planet has another meaning. The Medicine King's palace didn't absorb all the spiritual energy here. There is still spiritual energy that is tens of thousands of times purer hidden inside. This time, it was completely decomposed by the tribulation space because its grade is lower than the tribulation spaces. The spiritual energy has finally erupted. The fusion has just been completed. In such a short time, the great herbs and the holy crystals have all upgraded by one level. In the elixir garden, the 3 elixir spirits have also upgraded by one level. The other elixirs are also growing rapidly. The Sword Spirit said, Lord Sword Master, this is just the beginning. If there are experts practicing here, they can completely improve their strength during the upgrade of the tribulation space. It can be improved by several times. Improved by several times? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Is there a limit to the number? How many people can it accommodate? The sword spirit said excitedly, in fact, the spiritual energy here is more or less too much. Even if there are thousands of people, it can still bear it. However, because we need to give them another independent space, the number of people can't be too high. It's best not to have more than 50 people at a time. Not more than 50 people. Chu Yang pondered. Yes, Lord Sword Master, it's better to give the benefits to our own people. Even if you want to give it to outsiders, you should give it to those who can be completely trusted. Although in terms of effectiveness, those people in Yuntian may have the best effect, they are still not your real team after all, the sword spirit reminded him. Chu Yang pondered. Among his own people, who was there that he could trust, at present? Tai Budian, Wu Qianxian, Madame Mei, Xie Danfeng, Huyan Aobua and the other brothers-in-law were definitely trustworthy. They were the standard people on his side. As for the others, Wang Dao and Shifu Hua were also not a problem. In addition, Duan Songkong, Lightning Snake and the other two sabers could also be counted in the list of people he could absolutely trust. As for the others, for example, the people from the three big sects who had just come over, he was a little worried. In this way, it seemed that there were less than 20 people who he could really trust. Brother Tiger was also included. Chu Yang frowned. The supply was exceeding the demand. Lord Sword Master, you'd better let them in quickly. If it's too late, I'm afraid that the spiritual energy will be absorbed by the tribulation space in reverse. At that time it'll really be useless and we can only hide it. It's better to create a few experts now. The sword spirit urged him. All right. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and made up his mind. That night, Chu Yang called for an emergency assembly. First, he ordered Lightning Snake and the other two to choose the most reliable and loyal subordinates of his 20 people. Although the three of them did not know what the Matter Lord's intention was, they knew that there must be a reason, so they immediately went to choose. In this space, the sword spirit used his unique landlord power to quickly establish various independent spaces that were not connected to each other. Chu Yang notified Wang Dao in advance, and asked him to hurry back. Then, he sent Xian Taibutian and Wu Qianxian inside. Then, it was Brother Tiger, Huyan Aobua, and the others. Shifu Hua, Lazy Cat and the others. After confirming that everyone had entered, the sword spirit specifically assigned them inside. The sword spirit was the one who understood Chu Yang the best. So, he naturally gave the best seats to Tai Budian, Wu Qianxian, Brother Tiger, then Huyan Aobua and the others. After that, he gave the best seats to Shifty Thing and Lazy Cat. The next position was given to Duan Songkong, Wang Dao and the others. As for Lightning Snake and the other two, the sword spirit arranged for them to be in a relatively lower position. As for his subordinates, they could only be placed in the outermost position. However, even in the outermost area, the spiritual energy was so abundant that it was unbelievable. Furthermore, it was growing at a rapid rate at every moment. Lightning Snake, Thunder Wild Blade and the others were ecstatic. Even now, the spiritual energy density was at least 100 times higher than the core area of any big sect or super sect in the world. And it was still increasing rapidly. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here was almost equivalent to 1 year of cultivation outside. And this range was still increasing. 1 day of cultivation here might be equivalent to 10 years of cultivation outside. Of course, the outside world here was equivalent to the core cultivation area of a super sect. The sword spirit was smiling disdainfully. 10 years? 10 years was nothing. When the spiritual energy was completely released, it could increase one's cultivation by several times. They've all gone in. What about me? Where did you arrange for me? Chu Yang asked excitedly. You don't have to come in. I didn't prepare a place for you at all. The sword spirit said strangely, this space is in your body. If you don't come in, it's completely inclusive. You can enjoy everything in the space. You don't have to come in at all. Also, can you have some common sense? You're the one who benefits the most from your own things. I don't even want to talk nonsense with you. You're too ignorant and have no common sense. Chu Yang was relieved. He smiled from ear to ear. Like that? That's great, that's great. So what if I'm ignorant and have no common sense? I'm happy, I'm excited, I'm proud. Everyone went in and focused on cultivation. Because the spiritual energy was so rich, they were in an environment where they would suffocate at any time if they didn't cultivate with all their might. The spiritual energy was now so rich that it had turned into water droplets, dripping down continuously. From the looks of it, it might not be long before it forms a solid state. In such an environment, it was impossible not to cultivate with all their might. To put it bluntly, not cultivating with all their might was an act of seeking death. If they were suffocated to death by the rich spiritual energy, this kind of death would be too unpleasant to hear. Chu Yang's situation was the same. It was even more exaggerated. He could clearly feel that his dantian was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy. It was filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked like it was about to be filled. This was no longer the time when he was at the earth or heaven level. Chu Yang was now at the saint level. The amount of spiritual energy needed to fill his dantian was no longer the same as before. But even with such a premise, it was about to be filled up. Chu Yang understood his own situation through inner vision. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then, he suddenly heard the sword spirit cry out in alarm, what's going on? Why? Then, Chu Yang only felt his mind shake with a loud bang, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, Chu Yang shockingly discovered that he had lost contact with the tribulation space. Although the dense spiritual energy was still pouring into his body, he couldn't feel the existence of the tribulation space at all. I have to ask everyone a question, now. All of Chu Yang's escape routes have been cut off by me. Xue Leihan went back. Those who stayed behind didn't understand Xue Leihan's intentions and wouldn't help Chu Yang. I've cut off the tribulation space, I've restricted the tribulation sword. Its powerful sword spirit can't come out. Chu Yang has to face an opponent from the whole world. To be honest, I've already forced Chu Yang into a dead end. To be more realistic, I can't think of how Chu Yang can deal with it myself, when I send out. This chapter, I was at my wit's end. Above, if I lie, may the heavens punish me, and I have to break through tomorrow. This stalemate. Do you have any good ideas? Chu Yang's current situation is just like mine. I can't break through. I admit defeat in the monthly votes list. But if I break through, I still have a chance. The reason why he came in was indeed because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. He was very familiar with the terrain below, at least much more familiar than the others. He could disappear without a trace with just a turn. He could play hide and seek with the enemy. This was also the most advantageous environment for him that Chu Yang could think of. And it was a chaotic mind, but now, he had fallen into a terrible situation where he couldn't even see his own fingers. This meant that both the enemy and himself were in such a situation. This was an absolutely fair environment. How could the great manor master chew fish in troubled waters? His cultivation was far inferior to any of the people who were chasing after him. To Chu Yang, fighting in an absolutely fair environment was definitely the fastest way to die. Chu Yang, who had lost a lot of his plans because of the sudden change, could only fall down like a weight in the darkness. Leaving this place quickly was the most important thing. Staying here would only lead to a faster death. However, his cursing alarmed another person. Well, to be more precise, it was actually not a person, but a soul, the divine soul of the calamity. Originally, when the aura of the sword disappeared, the divine soul of the calamity was very happy. Well, I can finally go out for a walk? In the future, I can go out and come in whenever I want. This place was like my own backyard. Just as he was thinking about this wonderful place, a large group of people suddenly came in. Seeing this, the divine soul of the calamity was instantly stunned. F*CK, can't you let me have some peace and quiet? Why did such a large group of trash suddenly come in? Pooh, trash like you dare to set foot in my god source realm? Are you looking for death? But before the divine soul of the calamity could make a move, another group came in, and then another group, and another group, and another group and another group and another group. After these people came in, their actions were very similar. They were all shouting and yelling. Of course, there were all kinds of strange lines. quick, quick. See where there are good things. Take them and leave quickly. Otherwise, when those super sects come in, we will have to hand over the treasures in our hands. We won't even be able to drink soup. Yes, yes. Quick, quick. F***ck, this is mine. What is this? Why is it yours? Do you think you will agree? Bastard. Take this. Bastard. Take this. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Some people were running all over the mountains, some had broken bones from the fall, some were fighting, some were sneaking around. The tribulation divine soul was enraged. Mother ***cur, do you really think this place is ownerless? Can I let you do whatever you want? In his fury, the aura of his spirit instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the entire realm of the divine source. Not a single person was spared, and even the tunnel they had entered was spared. Immediately after, the divine soul of calamity led his zombies to start a massacre. It's one thing for those powerful existences to bully me, but even you bunch of ants dare to rob me. F***ck, do you really think I don't have a temper? The divine soul of calamity had a high level of cultivation, almost at the level of De and Ho. Moreover, this was his absolute home ground. The cultivation of these people who came down first was at least 10 levels lower than the divine soul of calamity. This was simply a one-sided massacre. No, saying that it was a massacre was an understatement. A large number of them fell down. Another large number of them fell down. He had just killed the last few and was searching everywhere for those who had escaped. In fact, it was very difficult to find any more. Because the aura of the spirit had spread out, it was equivalent to the entire realm of the divine source being filled with the puristine death aura. This was the most deadly killing weapon. Even if the divine soul of calamity did not do it personally, as long as they were not at the heavenly human realm, they would all die. However, at this moment, a loud curse was suddenly heard. F***ck. What's going on? The divine soul of calamity shuddered and almost burst into tears. This voice was too familiar. Little ancestor came down again. Oh, I was worried that this little ancestor would be angry because I rejected him last time. How rare, he is really magnanimous. He hurriedly flew over. To living people, the Yin death aura was not only a visual obstruction, it was also an extremely sharp killing weapon. However, to the divine soul of calamity, it was his most basic thing. Because he was annoyed by the sudden change, he did not care about anything else and unleashed his full power. This was actually a very wasteful action. However, now that so many people had been killed by him here, the Yin death aura in this place became even thicker. As long as he could retrieve all of them, the divine soul of calamity would still benefit from it. In this realm of the divine source, there was no place that the divine soul of calamity was not familiar with. In an instant, he had already accurately located Chu Yang's position and floated over. He just happened to catch the great philanthropist Chu who was about to land. The divine soul of calamity was almost a little agitated as he said, "You came down again. Why are you still using the 10,000-pound hammer to fall down from above? I'm being chased now. I don't have to be afraid that I can't escape." Chu Yang said with difficulty. Then, he realized. Why are you so attentive today? The divine soul of calamity had a fawning look on his face. Didn't you ask me to go out with you last time? I've been thinking left and right these few days. After thinking about it, I really feel that following you is a glorious and great way out. Chu Yang was almost choked by his words. F***ck. What's going on? I'm already in such a miserable state now. I'm being surrounded by the heavenly emperor Mo Yun's royal army. My life is also in the line of a breath. At such a time, there's actually someone who can take the initiative to come and seek refuge with me. It's a miracle, no, it's a miracle. And the one he's seeking refuge with is actually boasting of a glorious and great way out. To think that he could still be so flattering, so sincere, and so sincere. This really makes this great village lord's little head unable to understand. Is this guy mocking me because he sees that I'm down and out? It really doesn't look like it. I'm conflicted, too conflicted. It's just that at such a critical moment, Chu Yang simply didn't have the leisure to consider more. His brain was operating at high speed. His eyes turned, and he said, "Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept you. First, let one of the zombies below you run and move. Let them think that I'm running." "Okay. A piece of cake." The divine soul of calamity was instantly extremely excited. "This little ancestor has accepted me, wahahaha. My future is so bright, so brilliant and glorious. The first task must be completed well." The pitiful divine soul of calamity didn't know at all how bright the future would be. Whether it would be brilliant was absolutely unknown. But right now, it was a huge trouble. The divine soul of calamity was in high spirits. With a thought, a zombie below instantly started running at high speed. Pitter-patter, this series of sounds was extremely similar to a person running in the darkness. In fact, it also seemed to be so. Right at this moment, whooshing sounds rang out in the sky. The divine soul of calamity was shocked. What's going on today? Why are they jumping down one by one? And why are they all using 10,000-pound hammers? Xianxia grinned. Now, I'll have to trouble you to move me to a safe place. Yes, yes, yes. The divine soul of calamity respectfully moved this little ancestor to a corner. It's just a small matter. How is it troublesome? You're too polite, too polite. Mo Yuntian's people descended rapidly. As soon as they came out of the tunnel, they felt endless darkness in front of them. They couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. That was an extremely cold death energy. How could there be such a place? If it was an ordinary darkness, everyone could get used to it. But in the face of such cold death energy, there was nothing they could do. The strength of this group of people was not bad. They were at least at the peak of the saint level. Even if they were corroded by the cold death energy for a short period of time, there wouldn't be any big problem. But how big was the area covered by the cold death energy? Even with their cultivation, they would still be corroded if they stayed in an environment full of cold death energy for a long time. As long as they weren't at the heavenly human level, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist the corrosion for a long time. But to stop moving forward and even retreat? But to retreat was tantamount to disobeying a military order. There was only death for them. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, he suddenly heard the sound of running footsteps coming from below. There's only one person. The ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers came to this conclusion at the same time. Then, who was this person? In such a situation, there was only one person, and he looked very flustered. That could only be Xianxia. Xianxia was running away. From the sound of it, he could still run and wander around, looking for a way out. His cultivation is not as high as ours, but he can still run after falling. Then what are we afraid of? As long as we caught Xianxia, it would be a great achievement. In peacetime, it was very difficult to make military achievements. But as long as we caught Xianxia this time, we would be helping Lord Heavenly Emperor take revenge. It was undoubtedly reaching the heavens in a single step. Everyone didn't slow down and descended with a rumble. Everyone fought to be the first, fearing that Xianxia would fall into the hands of others. As they fell, they kept thanking Great General Meng and Commander Meng. He actually gave such a great opportunity to me. If I didn't grab it, I could totally die in despair. One after another, figures fell like meteors and entered the land of cold death at full speed. They entered the land of darkness where one couldn't even see their own fingers. All of them were in high spirits, gnashing their teeth, and smug with success. It seemed that this passage wasn't very deep, everyone thought in their hearts. Then, after a very short time, everyone started to panic a little. Oh, my goodness! We used all our cultivation and used the 10,000-pound hammer to descend. This speed of descent was at least 10,000 times faster than usual. In other words, if a certain abyss was 10,000 feet deep, it would take almost 30 minutes to reach the bottom under normal circumstances. But if we used the 10,000-pound hammer, it would be in the blink of an eye. It would be the same time as jumping down 10 feet. How could it be the same? But now, even if it was a distance of 20,000 feet, it seemed that they should have landed. Why hadn't they touched the ground yet? If they fell to the ground at such a speed, oh, so annoying. I uploaded the third update, forgot to click the publish button. I was only focused on writing the fourth update. Now that I've finished writing, I've discovered that it's very troublesome, very troublesome, very troublesome, troublesome. The meaning behind the Divine Spirit's words was very clear. I'm definitely not afraid, but I'm afraid that you'll be implicated. If two Saint-level powerhouses were to fight, wouldn't a mere Saint-level powerhouse like you die if you were to bump into them? Wouldn't you be severely injured if you even brushed against them? Chu Yang obviously thought of this too. He couldn't help but think of a countermeasure, but he couldn't think of a good way. The next moment, he saw a wisp of black gas hovering over a certain place. Meng Wuya shouted. His body disappeared from his original spot and reappeared at the place where the black smoke was hovering. There was another burst of fighting sounds. Then, he pulled out another zombie. This time, he didn't ask again. Instead, he directly crushed the zombie. Then, another wisp of black gas came out. The two wisps of black gas merged into one. It moved faster and floated to the third place. In the blink of an eye, Meng Wuya had destroyed 5 of the zombies. The divine spirit's face was a little ugly. Once Meng Wuya killed the first one, the life origin Qi would automatically come to find its master, Meng Wuya. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but what about Chu Yang? Go out quickly and take all the life origin energy. Then, fight with him. He can't do anything to you anyway. Then, find a chance to hide. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, it's not necessarily a bad thing to destroy all the zombies. As long as you take the life origin energy, then it'll be really troublesome for him to find you. The divine spirit nodded slowly. Although this was a last resort, it was the best solution at the moment. No, after Meng Wuya had defeated those 5 zombies, he didn't continue to look for the last one. Instead, he faced Chu Yang's hiding place and said indifferently, Chu Yang, I know you are there. Come out, this old man wants to talk with you. Chu Yang's face tightened. Did he really find out? It didn't seem like he was playing tricks. But he didn't find out before. How did he find out now? There are only a few directions in this place. But this divine spirit's life origin energy deliberately avoided the direction you are in twice. So, you must be here. Meng Wuya said lightly, come out. This old man promises that as long as you come out, I won't take advantage of this opportunity to deal with you. Even if we are enemies, there are some things that must be made clear before we settle our grudges. Meng Wuya's words were very sincere. But Chu Yang didn't dare to believe it. He didn't even believe a single word. At this moment, Yan Rushan suddenly said, Chu Yang. Come out. Don't worry, I'll be your witness. Since Great General Meng said so, then with Great General Meng's reputation, he would never lie to you. Meng Wuya frowned, then suddenly looked up and asked, the Oaths Division? So, you're Yan Rushan? Yan Rushan smiled and nodded. That's me. Meng Wuya's brother Yan Rushan's. To no wonder Yan Rushan made things difficult for him and even defended Chu Yang in front of everyone. Meng G asterisk 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 Meng asterisk Meng asterisk SS Meng otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the entire Eastern Royal Heaven's heaven and earth oath. Yan Rushan's action was obviously a trick. Regarding this point, Mo Yuntian's generals all felt great hatred in their hearts. Just now, many of them were already prepared to kill Chu Yang the moment he appeared. At most, they would be punished by military law. At most, they would die. They wanted this person who had killed too many people to be one step ahead of them, but now, if they acted rashly, they would kill the great general and even everyone in Mo Yuntian. Chu Yang's mind turned at lightning speed. He had already made up his mind. So, he slowly walked out. Since Yan Rushan said so, Chu Yang could only come out now. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of person Meng Wuya was. From this, he could deduce his character and devise the best escape route. Although he seemed to have the upper hand and was safe, now that his and the divine spirit's whereabouts had been exposed, even if the divine spirit could escape unscathed, he didn't have the confidence to escape. So, he might as well step down now. Now that he had Yan Rushan as his backing, he had the capital to deal with Meng Wuya. The ink cloud guards immediately surrounded him. Meng Wuya looked at Chu Yang with his sharp eyes and said lightly, blow the horn. Everyone in Mo Yuntian, gather. Once the horn is blown, those who don't come will be executed immediately. Then, the bleak sound of a bugle horn was heard. All the silver-armored soldiers of the Ink Cloud Guard gathered together in an extremely short time. Regardless of whether they were in the middle of a search or in the middle of a battle, they all returned to their teams regardless of whether they were willing or not. Many of them had already sustained injuries and wounds. In such a short time, many people had already lost their lives here. It could be seen that the major sects had tolerated this bunch of people to the extreme. Once they attacked, they directly greeted them with death, without any intention of holding back. At this moment, when these people retreated, the people of the major sects also heaved a sigh of relief. They were still resentful. Glancing at them, they immediately suppressed their desire for revenge and rushed into the mountains to search for treasures. 10 years was not too late to take revenge. Now, it was more important to quickly search for treasures here, but this time, it was definitely not over. You people of Moyuntian are so tyrannical, we will remember you. Meng Wuyao looked at Chu Yang with his sharp eyes and said lightly, "You are Chu Yang?" Chu Yang smiled amiably. "Of course. How dare you?" A general at the side shouted. It was really like thunder piercing the ear. "Don't be impatient." Meng Wuyao stopped this subordinate and took a deep breath. He said, "Then what about the divine spirit of the tribulation?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "What is the divine spirit of the tribulation?" Meng Wuyao stared at him for a long time and said, "Chu Yang, although I am not going to beat around the bush, since there are some things that you don't want to say, I won't force you. But since you don't want to admit it, then I believe that you have nothing to do with the divine spirit of the tribulation." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. There was a huge trap in this sentence. If Chu Yang denied it, then in a while, Meng Wuyao would take action to deal with the divine spirit of the tribulation, and even use all of Mo Yuntian's forces to deal with the divine spirit of the tribulation. Chu Yang absolutely had no reason to intervene, and it was even more impossible to use the battle power of Donghuang Heaven to intervene. But if Chu Yang admitted that the divine spirit of the tribulation was his, then this realm of divine source would change from an ownerless land to Chu Yang's private territory. Then, where did the treasures go? In other words, Chu Yang was equivalent to offending all the super sects in the world at the same time. No matter which of these two consequences, Chu Yang didn't want to bear the responsibility, especially the latter reason, which he couldn't bear. Chu Yang thought about it in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He said, "General Meng, if you have something to say, please say it." Great General Meng's method was undoubtedly shrewd and ruthless, but he misjudged one thing, a very important thing, and that was the strength of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Even if he gathered all of Mo Yuntian's battle power, he still wouldn't be able to annihilate the divine spirit of the tribulation. To put it bluntly, as long as it wasn't a peerless expert at the level of Junyi Ho, it was impossible to cause any effective damage to the divine spirit of the tribulation. Even if Great General Meng's true strength was roughly on par with the divine spirit of the tribulation, even if he had the support of Mo Yuntian's army, his overall strength was still far superior to the divine spirit of the tribulation. Once they fought, the divine spirit of the tribulation would definitely not be his opponent, but the ones who would suffer in the end would still be the soldiers of Mo Yuntian. It was precisely because Chu Yang had communicated with the divine spirit of the tribulation earlier that he confirmed this point, that he could be so calm and confident. As long as Chu Yang could ensure his own safety, there was no need for Chu Yang to worry about the safety of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Meng Wuyao said slowly, "First, I want to make it clear to you. This time, it was our Mo Yuntian's Taiyuan path that was wrong first. Whether it was the kidnapping of your wife, or you being forced to defend yourself, whether it was life or death, victory or defeat, it was all my fault. It was also natural for you to kill him. This point, I have to make it clear in advance." He said heavily, "I have been in charge of the military for hundreds of thousands of years. Although I have killed people like flies, at the very least, I can still distinguish between right and wrong." Chu Yang's face revealed a heavy expression. "I understand what you mean." "No, you don't understand." Meng Wuyao said, "Taiyuan was killed, Lord Heavenly Emperor is extremely furious. So, even if this batch of people doesn't catch you, there will continue to be the next batch of people coming. If you don't die, this matter will definitely not be let go." Chu Yang nodded slowly. "I can also foresee this point." In a distant place, there was a sudden explosion of smoke. Meng Wuyao saw it but did not take any action. These words, on one hand, were said for Chu Yang to hear, on the other hand, it was also said for the divine spirit of the tribulation. Don't think that just because you are helping Chu Yang, we can't do anything. Don't think that Chu Yang's enemies are only people like me. Chu Yang's enemies were definitely not limited to these people in front of him. His real enemy was a heavenly emperor, or a world. What kind of huge power was that? As long as you, the divine spirit of the tribulation, are not stupid, you should consider it carefully. The consequences of interfering in this matter, are you sure you can afford it? The effect of these words was undoubtedly very big. The divine spirit of the tribulation was indeed shocked. In fact, he was even frightened. When he heard it just now, he was so shocked that he could not perfectly conceal his aura, to the extent that smoke burst out. Oh my God, so the little ancestor's enemy was actually Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun. Heavenly Limit Yuan, that was a big shot on par with Heavenly Emperor Shui Leihan of the East Royal Clan, and this little ancestor was at odds with Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, and even wanted to kill him. This was an irreconcilable enmity. I've just pledged my allegiance to this little ancestor, and he's already causing me such a huge problem. When he thought of this, the divine spirit of the tribulation almost wanted to cry. With the power of a divine spirit of the tribulation, to go against the entire world of Mo Yun? The people behind Xu Yang all kept their mouths tightly shut. Everyone knew that this was an extremely dangerous situation. If they were discovered by the enemy, it would mean that there was no more luck. At this time, everyone followed their previous agreement and spontaneously distanced themselves from each other. The team was instantly divided into 4 groups. Time passed little by little. Night had already fallen, but the fire that had spread for thousands of miles had lit up this originally dark space as if it was daytime, the time it took for a stick of incense to burn past in the blink of an eye. At the back, on the fire field, someone shouted in surprise, "General Meng, here, there are 3 corpses." Meng Wuya was startled and immediately went over. They are the disciples of those 2 sections. All of them were beheaded by a sword. Meng Wuya observed the corpses. He raised his head and pondered carefully. Then, he said decisively, this should be the process of their escape. Because of something, they were beheaded by Chu Yang in public as a warning to others. If that's the case, they should have already escaped before the fire started. Otherwise, these 3 people would not have been beheaded because of some kind of resistance. So, they are most likely not in the grassland area now. Everyone, cross the fire field at full speed. The whole army is in pursuit. But, why did they resist? It is because the previous series of movements were too tiring. And, this grassland gives people a rare sense of security. Although this sense of security is just a false package, it is real. Since they have already killed people because of this fleeing team should be on the verge of falling apart. After all, they are just a team that was forcefully put together for the same purpose. They lack the basic run-in and will not be able to achieve anything big. Meng Wuya was carried over the raging fire in a soft bag. He said indifferently, since that's the case, our men are coming from the opposite direction. We have to cut off their escape route. We can capture them all in one fell swoop and finish the job in one fell swoop. Hearing this, the 5,000 people's spirits were lifted. Their speed increased sharply. The opportunity to complete the mission was in front of them. Naturally, they chased with all their might. Chu Yang's original black clothes were now filled with other colors. While he was moving forward, he was suddenly startled. He suddenly stopped moving forward. Not only him, but among the 117 people, there were 100 people who showed the same expression. There were people in front. In fact, it wasn't just the front that was approaching. People were approaching from all directions. By the time they discovered the enemy, the inky cloud guards had also discovered them. Suddenly, someone shouted, "There's someone in front. It should be the target murderer. Charge!" Enemies from all directions were quickly gathering towards them. For a time, the atmosphere was incomparably heavy. There were enemies ahead and pursuers behind. The situation was so bad that it had reached the extreme. The 4th team. Chu Yang shouted coldly. The 48 members of the 4th team took a step forward. Originally, there were 50 people. But, 2 of them had been killed by Chu Yang. So, there were only 48 people left now. Chu Yang looked deeply at these people and said in a low voice, "There's no way forward. Please open the way. Please." The remaining 140 people bowed at the same time. "Please." These 48 people all revealed a smile of relief on their faces, and said, "Everyone, have a safe journey. Let's fight side by side in our next life." Suddenly, with a long howl, the 48 people brazenly rushed out. Everyone had a resolute expression on their faces as they stood amidst the lingering smoke. No matter what, he had to fight for the people he protected, even if he had to sacrifice himself. He had to sacrifice himself to the greatest extent. At this time, 1 to 200 black cloud guards had already gathered here and were rushing over. The others were also rushing over at full speed. A long howl shook the night sky. "We found Xianxia." In the distance, there were also countless cries echoing in response. At this moment, the 48 people team was already like a giant bomb, howling as they rushed into the ink cloud guards formation. Both sides had only just come into contact, and in the blink of an eye, huge roars rang out one after another. Blood suddenly became the main color of this night, screams became the main theme of this night that was destined to not be peaceful. "Those who don't die, leave your lives behind." Both sides had just come into contact, and a desperate situation of fighting for their lives was formed. Especially the people on Chu Yang's side, they were even more determined to die. Their words of wanting to break through the path ahead even if they had to die instantly intimidated their opponents. These people were all elites of super sections. In terms of strength, they were not weaker than the ink cloud guards, and even surpassed them. Although their numbers were relatively small, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Their sharpness was unparalleled. Sabers and swords formed a forest. One of the iron sword sex experts rushed forward to meet the incoming swords. With a hoarse laugh, he said, "Brother, don't forget, this old man still has a great-grandson at home." "Ha ha ha, I'll leave everything to you." One of the enemy's swords chopped off his left hand, but he was still smiling. The sword in his right hand had already pierced into the throat of an ink cloud guard. However, the moment the enemy was killed, his right hand holding the sword was also chopped off by the enemy. But he seemed not to have noticed it, and continued to rush forward. The next moment, 7 or 8 swords were almost all aimed at the vital parts of Zhang Yi's body. Countless destructive vital energy raged in his body. However, he laughed and said, "Let's go." Suddenly, his body exploded with a boom. This explosion was abrupt, and the momentum was even more earth-shattering. Behind Chu Yang, someone sighed deeply. "Don't sigh. We don't have time for that now. Leave quickly." Chu Yang rushed out. This was the best time to escape. It wasn't that Chu Yang wasn't sad, but now was definitely not the time to be sad. A series of explosions rang out. Those 48 people all chose to burn their spiritual energy and vitality to the extreme, and then rushed into the dense group of enemies to explode to death. They used their own lives to open up a path forward, and used their blood to water a bloody path to escape. In the place where flesh and blood were scattered, the people they wanted to protect passed through just like that. In a situation where everyone's strength was about the same, these people burned all their remaining vitality and spiritual energy to the extreme. The power of their self-explosion was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than normal. How could Mo Yuntian and the others withstand it? No matter how fearless the ink cloud guards were, they weren't truly fearless of death. But in the face of such enemies, they were also at their wits' end. As many as 70 to 80 ink cloud guards were buried in the self-explosion of these experts. In addition, there were also many who were seriously injured. Chu Yang showed no mercy to these people. He swept past like the wind, and with one sword, he killed all of them. "You must survive." The last expert of the 4th squad roared. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. There were only 20 or so ink cloud guards left in front of him. The situation seemed to have reversed in an instant. No, in the distance, there was the sound of clothes fluttering in the air. Several voices roared together, at all costs. "Stop Chu Yang!" Large groups of ink cloud guards were rushing over one after another. The opportunity was fleeting. There was no room for hesitation. Chu Yang let out an extremely sorrowful roar. The calamity sword flashed, and he rushed over with his sword. Behind him, a total of 140 people were like a cone, and Chu Yang was the tip of the cone. Calamity sword technique, what? Harm is there in slaughtering the world. The calamity sword brought out an extremely dazzling sword aura, and shot straight through the air. It went straight for the defensive line of the ink cloud guards. Ding ding dang dang. In front of the unparalleled sharpness of the calamity sword, countless weapons had no room to fight back. They broke one after another, and blood splashed out from the chests of the ink cloud guards. In just an instant, 7 or 8 human bodies were sent flying to the left and right, and there was a whooshing sound. Those were pieces of flesh that were cut off by Xianxia. Xianxia only felt a chill on his shoulder, and a large piece of his flesh flew out just like that. A sword suddenly shot over with great momentum and power. Xianxia didn't stop. He maintained the momentum of flying, and with a shake of his hand, he used the move one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms, 10,000 rays of cold light flashed out. That ink cloud guard had no room to resist at all. He fell down without a sound, and blood spurted out from his body. Due to the urgency of time, Xianxia didn't use the latest calamity sword technique that the sword spirit had practiced recently. Although the power of that sword technique was even more powerful, he hadn't really comprehended it yet after all. If he used it rashly, there would definitely be some delay. And now, there was no room for any delay, therefore, Xianxia used the move that he was already familiar with. But the moment he used it, he immediately realized that the power of this sword technique was far from what it had been in the past. Its power had increased to an extent that Xianxia had never imagined before. It must be known that although Xianxia hadn't completely comprehended the new fused sword technique, his understanding of the original sword technique had unknowingly improved by another level. Although there was only a difference of one level, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Puff, 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 puff. Xianxia's body didn't stop at all. He rushed forward like a hurricane. At this moment, he didn't know what injuries and fatigue were. There was only one thought in his mind: rush out. I must rush out. The battle had only been going on for a short while, but he didn't know how many enemies he had encountered, how many he had killed, and how many weapons he had broken. The people behind him followed closely. On both sides, there were shadows constantly slashing longswords and broadswords at lightning speed. This team that was rushing out was also constantly losing members. As long as someone's leg was injured, he would immediately leave the team and rush towards the opponent who had injured him, and die by self-explosion. With 2 clangs, 2 broken swords suddenly flew up to the sky. 2 burly figures staggered back on both sides. Xianxia roared and rushed forward in a straight line. There was only one ink cloud guard left in front of him, and he was the last one. Xianxia realized that for at least half a day, Meng Wuye's Moyun was very big. The army was quiet. This rare silence made him feel a little surprised. Could it be that those guys were so tired that they couldn't chase anymore? Calculating the distance, Xianxia also felt a little scared. Although the actual distance was not very far, and they had been going back and forth in the forest for 4,000 to 5,000 miles, the distance traveled during this time was already very scary. They had run no less than 70,000 to 80,000 miles on foot, and in the rain, in the mountains, in the battle. Everyone was constantly in a state of high concentration. Such a hard day was not something that an ordinary person could bear, even if it was a saint or a heavenly being expert, under the pressure of dying at any time and in such bad weather. Continuously running for 70,000 to 80,000 miles, that was undoubtedly a test of one's mental and physical toughness. Not to mention that they had to participate in fierce battles at any time. Everyone should have rested enough, right? Xianxia straightened his back and looked at everyone. This was also the longest time he had rested during this escape. Not only did he have a full meal, but he also had time to use his cultivation to boil hot water, wash his wounds, and reapply medicine and bandage them. They even had time to take a light nap. This was simply a miracle. Everyone had not slept for more than half a month. This nap was really needed. Even though everyone had already reached the level where they could replace sleep with fasting and meditation, but to be able to sleep comfortably was still very necessary for the recovery of the human body. Especially in such a sleepy situation. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone stood up. 33 people. In the past continuous fierce battles, they had only lost 3 people. Let's go. Xianxia sighed softly. Looking at everyone's mental state, it seemed that they were not bad. Manor Lord, there is movement over there. Che Shichu called out. In fact, without waiting for him to shout, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky with a dignified expression. There was a buzzing sound, as well as an overwhelming sense of oppression. All these signs indicated one thing: Mo Yantian's flying boat was coming. Chu Yang, Bai Yu Chen, Che Su Chu, and the other quick-witted people all frowned. At this time, the role of the airship wasn't very big. Why would someone as experienced as Meng Wuyi use the airship at this time? Chu Yang frowned and said, "Go in the direction where the flying boat landed." The 33 people didn't raise any objections. The group of people had already transformed into sharp arrows the moment Chu Yang's words left his mouth, and shot into the rain. If it was in the past, there would definitely be people who would object. If you go where the flying boat came from, wouldn't you be walking right into a trap? But now, everyone didn't even have this question. They didn't even think about it. Whatever Chu Yang said, they would do. In any case, Chu Yang was absolutely right. Even if they were really wrong, they would accept it. What should he do? Ambush on the other side? Meng Wuyi was also thinking hard about this problem. Which side would Chu Yang choose after seeing the flying boat? Should I choose the opposite side? Or choose another direction? Or should they simply advance towards the defensive line where the flying boats came from? Meng Wuyi thought over and over again, but still couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Set up an ambush in the direction of the flying boat." The continuous drizzle in the sky finally became heavier, as if it was pouring down. These days, it had been rainy and foggy, with occasional light drizzles. But now, it suddenly became a downpour, pouring down. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds. It was already late autumn, and the wind was blowing. But there wasn't much lightning or thunder accompanying it. Chu Yang led people and carefully advanced towards the flying boat hovering in the sky. This operation could be said to be a huge risk. If the other party was ambushing on the other side, then Chu Yang would attack the flying boat cleanly. Rob a flying boat and escape directly. Although he had never seen such a thing before, there were a lot of people around him who knew how to operate it. These people were all from super sects, so they would have some foundation, and there was no lack of high-tech things like flying boats. But if the other party happened to be ambushing here, then he would be walking right into the trap. Chu Yang's face was calm, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Because his compression of spiritual energy had already reached a limit. Now, his meridians and dantian were already close to burning. A breakthrough would come at any time, and he couldn't control it at all. Once it broke out at a certain time, everything would be over. If he forcibly suppressed it and didn't break through, the result would be that he would explode. He would also be finished, and die even faster. In the blink of an eye, 100 miles of peace had quietly passed under their feet. The flying boat in the sky had already begun to descend slowly. Chu Yang's actions were even more cautious. In different directions, all of the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers were also extremely careful as they circled around in this direction. The heavy rain poured down from the sky as if it didn't cost anything. Chu Yang and the others were also a little excited. As long as they snatched this flying boat, everyone would be able to escape easily, until they completely bid farewell to this damned life of escape. But if the robbery didn't succeed, and the enemy was lying in ambush here, then everyone could only laugh bitterly. And the people on Mo Yuntian's side were mostly puzzled. Chu Yang wouldn't happen to be coming this way, right? According to common sense, the place where the flying boat landed was the most heavily guarded place. Chu Yang should have chosen another direction to escape. Under such inexplicable thoughts, the two sides were rapidly approaching each other. More than 1,000 ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers were also slowly completing the encirclement. And Chu Yang's team was oblivious to the fact that they were drilling into the enemy's encirclement. If there were others who clearly saw the movement of the two sides, they would definitely be so nervous that they would suffocate. Once they came into contact, it would be a life-and-death struggle. It would either be a fish dying or a net breaking. But from the looks of it, it was already impossible to avoid contact with it. The two sides were already within 20 miles of each other. At this speed, it would take at most 3 to 5 breaths of time for the two sides to come into contact. Close combat. Suddenly, Chu Yang seemed to see a little light in the pouring rain. His heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, the team neatly crouched behind him. Then, everyone's faces revealed an indescribable wry smile. They had finally encountered it, the other side also sensed it at the same time. A long roar shook the rain. The target is here. Then, countless people shouted at the same time. Here. Here. In the rain, densely packed figures rose into the air at the same time. There were people in all directions. Chu Yang and the others were completely surrounded by Mo Yuntian's army in an instant. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, the area where Chu Yang and the others were hiding was completely surrounded. This was an unprecedentedly bad situation. In the previous encounters and ambushes, no matter how bad it was, there was still a chance of survival that could be exploited. But this time, there was completely no blind spot, no gap. "Manor Lord, looks like we have to fight for the world in the underworld." Bai Yuchen laughed bitterly. To be able to fight alongside Manor Lord for such a period of time in this life, I have no regrets in this life. No regrets in this life. 33 people bowed at the same time. "Manor Lord, it has always been Manor Lord who has been the vanguard, leading us to escape. But this time, please allow us to risk our lives and protect Manor Lord for once." Chu Yang's heart heated up. Looking at the enemy swarming in from all directions, an unprecedented feeling of oppression rose in his heart. Then, it turned into anger. My judgment this time was actually wrong. Are we really going to be forced into a dead end? I am not willing. I am not willing. Since we are already in a dead end, I will break out of this dead end and seek life in death. Chu Yang laughed. He, who was originally in a sorry state and covered in mud, suddenly straightened his back. Although he was still filthy, he looked even more dignified. "If we must die, I will bring all of you along with me. But now, it is not the time to die yet. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? No matter what, do not say the word death so easily." Chu Yang smiled lightly. "We still have a chance. Now, let us magnify this chance infinitely and turn passive into active." Everyone was stunned. The situation in front of them was already so bad. How could Chu Yang still say that there was a chance? Where was there a chance? How were they going to turn passive into active? At this moment, everyone simultaneously felt an unprecedented surge of dense spiritual energy. An infinitely violent aura surged out from Chu Yang's body. In this desperate and hopeless moment, Chu Yang finally stopped suppressing himself. He completely let go of his suppression of spiritual energy. The turbulent flow of spiritual energy, which had long been suppressed to the extreme, instantly surged out. In a flash, it passed through all the meridians in Chu Yang's body. Everyone was surprised to find that the wounds on Chu Yang's body were completely healed in an instant. The extremely rich and pure spiritual energy formed a special whirlpool above Chu Yang's head and around his body. It actually made a humming sound. A surge of breakthrough aura surged out from Chu Yang's body. Breakthrough, everyone, including Bai Yuchen, was dumbfounded. Breakthrough, this word, or this scene, was not unfamiliar to everyone present. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a common occurrence. However, after being hunted down for a long time, Chu Yang unexpectedly made a breakthrough. And he made a breakthrough at this critical juncture. This could not be said to be a rare miracle. But then, everyone's heart sank. Even if you break through, you are at most a beginner heavenly being level. And a heavenly being level could not change the situation in front of them at all. The whirlpool around Chu Yang grew bigger and bigger, gradually forming a spiritual energy storm. The range of the breakthrough aura seemed to be bigger and bigger, wider and wider. "Oh? What do you mean?" Li Xiongtu looked at him in confusion. "In this Heaven Imperial Court, both you and I are outsiders. This is not the Heaven Imperial Court. Our cultivation is more than enough to dominate the Chongtian continent, but in this place, we are basically nothing." Chu Yang said softly, "So here, I am no longer the Calamity Sword Master. I am not even a top expert. There are too many experts in this world. We must know our place. Otherwise, we will suffer a great loss." Chu Yang said softly but seriously. Li Xiongtu was silent for a while and said, "Thank you. Thank you for your advice." Li Xiongtu's words were sincere and sincere. Because he himself knew that his words just now had exposed his somewhat arrogant mentality. That sentence, "Who is it that can make you so embarrassed?" At first, it didn't sound like a big deal. but in fact, it already regarded Chu Yang as a top expert. If Chu Yang was already a top expert, what position did Li Xiongtu place himself in? This top expert's strength might even be measured by Chu Yang's level in the Heaven Imperial Court. If Li Xiongtu kept this attitude, as Chu Yang said, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Even suffering a great loss was an understatement. There was a risk of death at every turn. You'd better not get involved in the enemy I'm facing this time. You don't even need to know. Chu Yang smiled. When I'm a little better, I'll leave immediately. Brother Li, I'm already very grateful for your help this time. Li Xiongtu's face darkened. Chu Yang, are you looking down on me? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said seriously, Brother Li, we've known each other for a long time. When have I ever looked down on you? But this time, the enemy is really too strong. And the enemy's forces are really too big. If you get involved rashly, I will have more scruples. Chu Yang's words were very straightforward. He even told Li Xiongtu directly that if he got involved, not only would he not be of help to him, but he would also be a burden. If he didn't cause trouble, he would be helping. They had never been close friends, but Chu Yang understood Li Xiongtu's temperament very well. If he didn't get rid of Li Xiongtu's idea, Li Xiongtu would definitely not give up and would definitely get involved. That would truly be harming him. However, Li Xiongtu was so worried that he frowned. He said in a low voice, Chu Yang, did you provoke some of the top-ranked super sects in the Heaven Imperial Court this time? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. If it was only a super sect, I would have been more relaxed. At least, I would have had the strength to deal with them. But, the enemy I provoked this time is 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than a super sect. Even this comparison is the most conservative estimate. Li Xiongtu sucked in a breath of cold air. Meng Huanhuan covered her mouth, her face full of shock. After a long while, Li Xiongtu said cautiously, could it be that you are? What I provoked this time is the entire Ink Cloud Heaven, and even the master of Ink Cloud Heaven, Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud himself. Chu Yang said straightforwardly. Li Xiongtu rubbed his eyebrows with 2 fingers and smiled bitterly. I say, Chu Yang, no matter how audacious you are, aren't you playing too big this time? What did you do to make the entire Ink Cloud Heaven hunt you down? Chu Yang grinned. Actually, I didn't do anything. I just killed the son of Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, that's all. Li Xiongtu staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stabilized his body with great difficulty, but he was already speechless. I have to admit, this enemy, Old Li, really can't handle it now. If I don't do this, I can't. Li Xiongtu looked conflicted. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Isn't that so? I admit that I can't handle it either. Damn it, after listening to Chu Yang's explanation of the cause and effect, Li Xiongtu punched his own thigh and said angrily, good. Good kill. A bastard like this deserves to be killed. Mother of asterisk Kerr, that Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianjia, really doesn't know any better. Brother Chu's actions were clearly to help him clean up his family. He should be grateful to you, but he actually sent troops to kill him. This is simply repaying kindness with enmity. It's unreasonable. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He stared at Li Xiongtu in a flabbergasted manner. He had been stunned by the words of this guy. What kind of person is this? I seem to have said it very clearly just now. It's me who killed his son. How can he be grateful to me, and even if I know that you're speaking on my side, it doesn't make sense. The hatred of killing is irreconcilable. If he really wants to thank me for helping him clean up his family, would I dare to believe it? Of course not. Even if he doesn't find trouble with me, I'll have to be on tenterhooks for the rest of my life. That feeling is probably even more terrifying than him directly finding trouble with me. Being on tenterhooks for the rest of my life, just thinking about it is scary. Oh, am I crazy, or is Li Xiongtu crazy? How did he come up with such words? As he spoke, Chu Yang acutely felt an endless numbness all over his body. This was a good sign. The appearance of this feeling meant that his wounds were about to heal. After waking up, Chu Yang didn't take any heavy pills to recover his body. Every time he survived the heavenly punishment, as long as he was still alive, he would be blessed by the heavens. At such a time, the energy of the heavens and earth would be infused into his body, and he would be reborn. If he rashly used heavy pills, it would be a waste. Any waste now would be shameful, and the consequences would be severe. Just as Li Xiongtu was dumbfounded, he saw the many terrifying wounds on Chu Yang's chest healing bit by bit. Then, the wounds formed scabs, and the scabs fell off. Chu Yang's skin recovered as if he was never injured, and was as smooth as jade. At the same time, the whistling spiritual energy in Chu Yang's body was also stimulated. It gradually pushed forward, and then reconnected all the broken meridians. It surged through his meridians like a tsunami. Chu Yang could feel that his injuries were gradually recovering with each cycle. Moreover, his cultivation had also advanced by a step. With a thought, he opened up his inner vision. To his surprise, he found that his meridians were now as wide as the Yangtze River. The flow of the vital energy in his meridians was no longer in the form of mist like before. Instead, it had added a lot of pale golden colors. It came and went with a whistling sound, like the endless waves on the sea, going back and forth in an endless cycle. Also, his dantian had obviously expanded as well. Another change was the primordial real silk in his dantian. There was now a big bundle in each of his dantians. Originally, Chu Yang could still count clearly, there was one more. Yes, there were 3 more, but now, he couldn't even count them. It was really a pleasant surprise. Even though the tribulation space was still quiet, the rich and pure spiritual energy was still flowing into his dantian. However, his dantian was now empty. Even though there was a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian, it did not seem to be able to change anything. He no longer felt the sense of crisis of being filled to the brim and was about to burst. Heavenly Man level, although it was only a beginner level. But he had still entered the Heavenly Man level. He could be considered to have officially stepped into the level of first-class experts. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally crossed the threshold of the Heavenly Man level. On the path of cultivation, he had taken another big step forward. Chu Yang, what level have you reached in your current cultivation? Is it Earth level? Or even higher? You should be reaching Heaven level soon, right? Li Xiongtu asked Chu Yang as he roasted meat. Chu Yang had already changed out of his black clothes. He sat beside Li Xiongtu and watched him roast meat. Meng Huanhuan had gone to pick wild vegetables. It's okay. Slightly higher than Heaven level, say. Chu Yang replied. Higher than Heaven level? Don't tell me you already have Saint level cultivation? How is that possible? You've only been here for a few days. Li Xiongtu really couldn't believe Chu Yang's words. No, I'm not a saint level anymore. Oh, I know. Are you at Heaven level now? Or higher level? Haha, my current cultivation is just 1 word higher than Heaven level. What is your cultivation level? Can you tell me directly? Well, okay. I should have just reached Heavenly Man level, just 1 word higher than Heaven level. Chu Yang said casually, hurry up and roast it. I'm starving. Pa, half a rabbit fell from Li Xiongtu's hand and fell into the fire with a bang. Such good rabbit meat. How can I waste it like this? Chu Yang hurriedly scooped it out and said with heartache. But he didn't hear Li Xiongtu's response. Chu Yang turned around and saw Li Xiongtu staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. Heavenly Man level? Cough cough. Chu Yang realized that he had unintentionally acted a little pretentious. It was the kind that deserved a beating. You. Are you still human? Li Xiongtu was so aggrieved that he wanted to die. I've been cultivating so hard, and even had such great opportunities, but I'm still only at the Heaven stage. But you've already surpassed the Heaven stage, Saint stage, and reached the Heaven stage? Is there such a thing as slightly higher and 1 word lower? Cough cough. I'm actually fine. It's just that my opportunities are a little better. Chu Yang was speechless and didn't dare to say anything more. If he had known that Li Xiongtu would be beaten black and blue by him, he would have hidden a little more. Li Xiongtu was shocked for a while. Then, he came back to his senses. He laughed and said, that's great. I have a new goal. He laughed heartily. I've been chasing all of you, chasing Mo Tianji, Gudu Xing, Dongwu Shang. But I never caught up. It's good that I didn't catch up. If I did, I'm afraid I'll slack off. I'll let all of you run in front. It's also a kind of fun for me to keep chasing." His voice was full of heroism. There was no hint of disappointment at all. "Reorganize the team and be on guard." When the hook-nosed old man said those words, he realized that his voice was actually trembling. Rather than saying that he was warning others, it was more like he was warning himself that the terrifying enemy could appear again at any time. If he didn't want to die, he had to be careful at all times. Following this shout, the large group of people came back to their senses. After calming down from the shock, everyone's faces were filled with fear. They gathered together and whispered to each other with pale faces. Looking at the messy corpses on the ground, they were all old friends who were talking and laughing with them just a moment ago. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of sadness. But now, strangely, the sadness was not strong. Instead, it was fear, and worry for their future that took over their hearts. Or it could also be said that when these people crossed oceans and mountains to come here to kill their old elders and old brothers, that kind of friendship that they once cherished, had long disappeared from their hearts, right? Once there was no love, no one's life was more important than their own in their eyes. When the team set off again, the atmosphere was much gloomier than before. Looking at the gate of Lone Bamboo City not far away, it was like looking at a demon with its mouth wide open, waiting for a chance to devour. Once they entered the city, they would have to face the assassination of their enemies at any time. Facing such a gloomy atmosphere, the leader of the team, the hook-nosed elder, could not do anything. He even had such thoughts. But as the leader of the team, he had to do it. He said loudly, "Everyone, let's hurry up. As long as we meet up with the other two sects, everything will be fine." Everyone was shocked. As long as they met up, their manpower would multiply, and their chances of survival would increase as well. They immediately quickened their pace, but at this moment, another change occurred. From the back of the team, a black shadow with a magnificent sword light rushed over. This time, there was no greeting at all. If the last time was a surprise attack, this time was a real sneak attack. The terrifying executioner who had just chiseled through the entire team and left successfully did not really leave. In fact, after he succeeded in his first attack, he didn't even pause for long before he launched a second round of attacks, chiseling through. It was still chiseling through. The sneak attack this time was even more abrupt than the first time. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. Only when this sword light of death was only 1 or 2 feet away from the crowd did someone notice it. Enemy attack. Ah! The person who screamed was at the front of the group, but he only had time to shout out before he was instantly crushed by the dazzling sword light. A black shadow, with a sharp sword light, pierced into the crowd from the back of the group with an unstoppable force. Blood rained down from the sky without stopping. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the front of the group. The piercing motion from behind was completed once again. "How dare you? You've gone too far." The hook-nosed old man was infuriated by this second sneak attack. He disregarded everything and used his sword to block the attack head-on. At this moment, he was actually stimulated to the point of risking his life. Dang dang dang. A savage laughter rang out. The hook-nosed old man was shocked and quickly retreated. There was already a cut on his chest from the sword chi. His clothes were torn apart. If he had not retreated in such a hurry, this sword would have sliced open his stomach. As for the sword in his hand, only the hilt was left. The black-robed man snorted and said coldly, "Good sword. Good reaction. Good cultivation." After being obstructed by the hook-nosed old man, the unstoppable momentum of the black-robed man finally slowed down a little. In the instant that his body seemed to fall, he swung his sword in a circle and cut the 2 saint-level experts beside him into 8 pieces. Then, a magnificent sword light flickered again, and like a hurricane, he disappeared from the city gate. He only left behind a cold sentence, "Everyone, let's meet in the city." Before he finished his sentence, he had already disappeared without a trace. The hook-nosed old man looked at the sword hilt in his hand dumbfoundedly. Looking at the 3 pieces of the sword on the ground, his hands and feet turned cold. This was the divine weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life. It was known as one of the 10 great swords of Mo Yuntian and ranked 4th among the 10 great swords of Mo Yuntian. But facing the opponent's sword, it had only clashed 3 times and it had already been cut into 4 pieces. Even with such a sword, the opponent actually praised it. Good sword, good sword. Then what kind of sword was the opponent's sword? Heavenly sword? Divine sword? Or some other sword? Great Elder. Among the group, there was a wave of wailing. Another 150 or so people lost their lives under this sword strike. The Great Elder's body trembled. He only felt as if a cold poisonous snake was crawling on his back. For a moment, his hair stood on end. This time, looking at the corpses and broken limbs all over the ground, he could not even feel angry. At this rate, it would not take much. At most, 3 to 5 more times and these people would all be finished. The Great Elder's right hand loosened and the hilt of the broken sword fell to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a burst of weakness all over his body. Xianxia, bathed in blood, disappeared from Lone Bamboo City. After a few turns, even the divine senses that had been following him could not keep up with his speed. He actually got rid of them easily. With a creak, the door of a house suddenly opened. A waxen-faced, hunchbacked young man walked out. It could be seen that this young man was seriously ill. After taking 2 steps, he would start coughing violently. Opposite was a pharmacy. The young man walked in, trembling. He put on 3 bags and took out a few shui yin coins to buy a bag of medicine. Then, he walked out gratefully. The shop assistant in the pharmacy could not help but sigh sympathetically. This young man was seriously ill with tuberculosis. These days, he had been barely holding on. But now, he had reached the point where he could no longer hold on. It looked like he was about to die. These few days, he had come to get medicine every day to suppress his illness. The shop assistant had told him that there was no hope, but he still persisted and refused to give up. Perhaps, he really could not hold on tomorrow, but there were many pitiful people like him in the world. This was only a pharmacy, not a charity hall. Most importantly, he was not the boss. Even if he had the heart, he would not be able to do it. The young man walked back to the shabby house. He carefully closed the door and began to boil the medicine. Not long after, the smell of medicine wafted. Then, he staggered into the room with the medicine. The sound of drinking medicine could be heard, mixed with constant coughing. A few telepathic thoughts circled around the room and the pharmacy. They seemed to be listening to the discussion of the shop assistants. Then, they disappeared. The telepathic thoughts in the air were communicating, "It shouldn't be here. Isn't it here? That's strange. Why would it suddenly disappear after reaching here? This matter is very strange. Let's search other places. Anyway, this person must be in Lone Bamboo City. That person had clearly shown himself before. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? He is clearly not a saint. How could he easily get rid of our divine senses? Let's search again. I'll go south and you go north. Then I'll go east and you go west. Okay." In the shabby house, the young man with tuberculosis was still coughing. Then, he put down the bowl. His eyes faintly flashed a cold light. This young man was one of Chu Yang's many identities in Lone Bamboo City. As soon as he entered, Chu Yang began to manage these identities. Now, he had achieved initial results. At least, when he disguised himself as such, he was absolutely safe. That hook-nosed man is really impressive. He injured my internal organs with one sword attack. His strength is indeed far above mine. Chu Yang thought, if it wasn't for the fact that the Calamity Sword is unparalleled in the world, I'm afraid I would have really failed miserably this time. Feeling the unbearable pain in his chest, Chu Yang took a deep breath and silently used the heaven-splitting divine technique to relieve the injury. Normally, whether it was the chi of medicine or the spring of life, they could easily heal this kind of injury. If he was more extravagant, he could just take a heavy pill and everything would be fine. But now, time was not on his side. He had temporarily lost his greatest trump card, and could only use the most basic healing methods. Fortunately, the layered heaven divine art was extraordinarily effective, and with the support of endless dense spiritual energy, this serious injury would be healed in a few hours at most. In this Lone Bamboo City, why did 2 saint-level experts suddenly appear? Chu Yang frowned. Which side do these 2 belong to? If they belong to Demon Emperor Sky, then it's better. If they belong to the Black Cloud Sky Army, or the hidden experts of the 3 big sects, then it's really bad. In the future, I must be more careful. I can't afford to be injured now. However, what harm is there in using the sword aura to massacre the entire world? It is truly too sharp. I feel that the power of this sword has not been fully unleashed. If its full power can be unleashed, how powerful will it be? I'm really looking forward to it. Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he thought carefully. What he didn't know was that the entire Lone Bamboo City was currently in a state of unprecedented shock. In the morning, after the people of the three big sects received the news, they all rushed over. They had already gathered nearby, so it was not difficult for them to rush over. However, when they truly saw the corpses and remains that were neatly arranged on the ground, all of the spectators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Many of them had tears welling up in their eyes. Among these corpses, how many were acquaintances? Relatives? Brothers? They traveled tens of thousands of miles to come here, but they never had the chance to go back. Facing the ground full of corpses, thousands of people fell into an unimaginable silence. Just who was so crazy and cruel? Then I wrote a sentence. I uploaded Ling Tian. Everyone, see if it looks like him. Then I sent it. Then I realized that the words and the picture didn't match. It could only be the words, or it could only be the picture. Now, the words have been uploaded, but the picture hasn't. A crazy executioner had slaughtered so many people in one night, and there had been no news of it at all. The city lord of Lone Bamboo City in Yao Emperor's heaven was livid. In one night, such a shocking case had happened under his rule. Reporting to the city lord, the count is clear. There are a total of 187 corpses here. A young man said softly, including the 324 people outside the city, there are 1,311 corpses. Among these corpses, 210 belong to the Ghost Hunter, 550 belong to the Iron Sword sect, and the rest belong to the Ice sect. There are 412 corpses. All of them are from the sects. Then, this is clearly a vendetta in Jianghu. The city lord's words determined the nature of this case. As long as it wasn't a murderous maniac, it was fine. The other party clearly had a target. This way, the responsibility of the government would be reduced to the minimum. The city lord's words almost drove the three sects crazy. What does the city lord of Lone Bamboo City mean by this? Bleach yourself? In other words, this is a vendetta in Jianghu. You have nothing to do with it, you want us three sects to deal with it ourselves? Of course, Jianghu's grudges are Jianghu's grudges, but we can't handle it right now. Even if the dead are Jianghu people, they are still people from the sections. There are still many lives, aren't there? You're just going to ignore it? Under normal circumstances, Jianghu's matters are Jianghu's matters. Both sides don't welcome the intervention of the government. However, the current situation was very strange. The other party was too ferocious. It had already exceeded the scope of what the three great sects could handle. Originally, he wanted to use this matter to find more help, but now, it seemed that the city lord was going to slip away. The city lord seemed to have received an important piece of news. Then, he said a few words sanctimoniously, excused himself, and turned around to leave. He left as if he was floating in the air. We are all friends. It is natural for us to help each other. Since you are here, I will naturally give you the green light. As long as you don't provoke any criticism from the people, I will do my best to help you. But I just received a secret order from my superiors. I need to deal with it immediately. Goodbye, if there's anything you want to do, feel free to do so. Just like that, after a bunch of nonsense that seemed pretty on the surface but was actually completely useless, he instantly slipped away and disappeared without a trace. The three sects were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. What should we do? What should we do now? The leaders gathered together with a worried look on their faces. These people had been fighting for positions in their respective sects in the Black Cloud Sky continent. They had been fighting each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Between them, there was a blood debt, and they could not live under the same sky. Everyone's heart felt very strange. However, for the survival of his own sect, he had no choice but to do so. The current situation was not complicated at all. It could even be said that it was very clear. There was only one person on the other side. As long as they could deal with this person, everything would be settled, but this person's strength was ridiculously high. According to the hawk-nosed elder's description, this person's strength was at least at the peak of the heaven being level. His moves were superb, and he even had an indestructible sword as support. His killing power was so strong that it was almost impossible to estimate. If it was a one-on-one fight, most of the people here would just be sending themselves to death. At least, he was also at the peak of the heaven being level. Doesn't that mean that he could be a saint-level expert? Of course, this was to a certain extent an overestimation by the hawk-nosed elder. Qi Yang's strength did not seem to be that exaggerated. The current situation is that each sect has dispatched at least 2,500 elites. Such a huge force, and all of them belong to the Jianghu organizations. If they really gather together, it is simply unrealistic. We can only split up and act separately. The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan sighed. The Iron Sword sect elder also sighed. But the problem now is that if we gather together, the enemy will not come. But if we scatter, the enemy will take advantage of the situation and attack. He will use all kinds of methods to kill all of us. And on our side, there is no one who can resist him directly. It was this seemingly unsolvable problem that made everyone frown. Currently, there were only a dozen or so people present who could withstand half a strike from the mysterious murderer. However, they couldn't possibly take care of every single one of them. Moreover, if the enemy used a sneak attack, even if everyone was present and resisted with all their strength, they might not be able to prevent people from being killed. Should we inform the Moyuntian officials? Get support from there? The Ice Sect elder's face darkened. Please don't. The first elder of the ghost territory could not help but turn pale. Now, our three families have become the key targets of observation, and even have been noticed by the Heaven Emperor. Maybe we will be sentenced to death at any time. If that's the case, then our three families will really be annihilated. If we inform them now, and they come to arrest or capture those people, then we will really have nothing to do with it. In the eyes of the Heaven Emperor, our three families have only brought people out once, and we did not put in any effort. I'm afraid we will feel even worse. Not only will our people die in vain, but we will also get no benefits. The others nodded. What the Great Elder said makes sense. But with our current manpower, can we catch the enemy? The Iron Sword sect elder was obviously a little uneasy after the two assassinations. He knew that he did not have the strength to do so. Let's cut off all means of retreat. The current situation is that we can't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. The ghost sect elder's eyes showed a gloomy look. We have 8,000 people here, and we will be stationed in 20 places. Basically, we can have a peak-level celestial being expert not far away. As for the early celestial being stage, we must ensure that there are at least 3 experts in each place. In this way, if any place is attacked, we can hold on for a period of time. During this period of time, we only need to shout and we will be able to arrive in the shortest time possible. In other words, this operation may sacrifice 300 to 400 people. However, the price of these 300 to 400 people in exchange for the capture of that bloody executioner. I think it is still worth it. Great Elder's brilliant plan. The others praised loudly, expressing their agreement. After all, it may not be so unlucky that it will be the team from my sect, right? It is only a 1 in 3 chance. As for the other sects sacrificing 300 to 400 people, what does it have to do with me? Of course, on the surface, I still have to express regret. It must be pretentious. As for the people from Moyuntian's military, I believe that they will get the news sooner or later and come here. Even now, they are already on their way here. The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan said with a malicious look in his eyes, we must finish this before they arrive. We must do everything possible to not give them a chance to speak. Yes. Then let's split up and act separately. Divide the experts of our sect into different teams. Especially remember, we must raise our vigilance. Okay. Speaking of which, although this mysterious expert killed so many of our people, I don't really blame him in my heart. The ghost sect elder looked at the corpses on the field, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. But the words he said shocked everyone. Why is that? It is very simple. Since this mysterious expert has the ability to kill so many people silently, then he must have the ability to destroy all these people without leaving any trace. And this person's goal is clear. He is obviously from Chu Yang's side. He can be said to be our mortal enemy. Such a mortal enemy, no matter what he does, it is reasonable. But he still chose to keep the corpses. This in itself is a kind of understanding. Previously, when he killed people outside the city gate in broad daylight, it provided a kind of backing. Because, with just these corpses, the families of these dead people will not be troubled in Emoyun. This is the evidence of sacrifice. If both body and soul are destroyed, there will be no evidence at all. That would really be harming the whole family. Although this mysterious assassin was ruthless in his actions and killed countless people, in the end, he did not really kill to the last one and left some leeway. The ghost sect elder's malicious face also faintly had a trace of admiration. If I were him, facing such a situation, I might not be able to do it so thoroughly too. Although everyone felt that these words were not so pleasing to the ears, they could only nod their heads in agreement. Because what the ghost sect elder said was not wrong at all. Too many deaths actually did not have anything to do with the three great sections. Getting into such a state, it was entirely the three great sects who had only themselves to blame. But Lord Heavenly Emperor wanted to take his anger out on the three great sections. This was also something that could not be helped. As for failing to complete the mission, beheading the whole family was even more common. But the person already died while carrying out the mission. There was even a corpse as evidence. For your mission, you even paid with your life. Already like this, you still want to take your anger out on his family? That would not be justifiable. Still insisting on doing things your way, that would be the standard behavior of a bastard. No matter how Heavenly Emperor Emoyun covered the sky with one hand, he also did not dare to take the risk in this vast world. Although this mysterious assassin killed many people, to be able to achieve keeping all the corpses, it was equivalent to protecting the families of these victims. Could it be that they should still be grateful to this executioner? Everyone felt that it was strange to the extreme. The people belonging to the three great sects all entered Lone Bamboo City. After Chu Yang recovered from the internal injuries, he found an opportunity to meet up with everyone. Three great sects, close to 1,000 people. Presumably, they should have turned out in full force and came to this Lone Bamboo City. Looking at their posture, if you all don't die, I'm afraid they won't withdraw. Chu Yang said solemnly, the situation now is obvious. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Everyone was silent, and their faces were especially ugly. Those who could live until now were all calm and determined people. Even if the situation was so bad, they would not have the intention to waver. Bai Yuchen let out a long sigh and said, almost 1,000 people came. This is basically the foundation of the three big sections. Bai Yuchen was the number 3 person in the sect previously. His judgment was undoubtedly very accurate. Since they came to capture us, those who are below the standard of martial saints can't be brought out at all. If this standard is used as the criterion, then the three big sects only have 10,000 people at most. This is still the result of hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance. Looks like they are really determined to capture us this time. Bai Yuchen's voice was filled with a kind of vicissitude and sadness. His words made everyone's faces even uglier. Don't tell me that there is no righteous person in our sect? Is there no one who can distinguish right from wrong? Although Che Xiuchu was a young expert of the new generation, he was after all a young man and lacked basic experience. At this moment, he was so agitated that his face was flushed red. Usually, everyone is so sanctimonious, and their words are powerful. It seems that each and every one of them takes the righteousness of saving the martial world and saving the people of the world as their own responsibility. Why is it that at this time, they can only succumb to their mistakes and come to kill us? That's right. The beginning of this matter was clearly due to him forcefully snatching women. Could it be that in the eyes of Lord Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud Heaven, forcefully snatching women is something that should be done? Someone was filled with anger. Bai Yuchen let out a long sigh. It's just reality. In the eyes of Heavenly Emperor, snatching women is undoubtedly a big crime. If the one who did such a thing was not Tai Yuchen but any one of us, I'm afraid that we would have long been ordered to be executed by Heavenly Emperor and announced to the world. But the problem is that the one who snatched women is Tai Yuchen. And Tai Yuchen was actually killed. Bai Yuchen chuckled, full of ridicule. Haha, other people's children are not children, but his own children are his treasures. Someone said, full of ridicule, how can such a narrow-minded person be qualified to oversee a world? How can such a despicable act convince people? How disappointing. Heh. Bai Yuchen sneered and said, I've already said it. It's just reality. You guys don't have to comment on what you're angry about. In the end, you're just unwilling to accept it. Let me ask all of you, if all of you didn't come to the Eastern Royal Sky and weren't forced to the point of no return, if all of you were still in the sect, would you have been part of the group that came to annihilate us? This question made everyone lower their heads. Only Che Shichu said loudly, I won't, I definitely won't. Bai Yuchen sneered, maybe you won't, because you're still young and haven't recognized reality. However, the reality was that most people would do the same. Since this was the reality, what was there to complain about? Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir, that was all. At worst, he would just die. What was there to be indignant about? This was Jianghu. This is the essence of the martial world. The Heavenly Emperor loves his son dearly and doesn't treat other people's children as his own. This is a matter of course. Although it was not in accordance with the law, it was pitiful. You guys are so impressive, why don't you go and be a Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Emperor Blackcloud has the ability to become a Heavenly Emperor of a region. He has the qualifications to stand above laws and regulations. Since things already reached this point, is there any use in talking? What's competing now is whose fist is harder. The so-called reason is nothing more than dog fart. The so-called fairness is nothing more than a joke. The so-called legal system is just empty talk to those in power. The so-called popular will, what's the use at this moment? At least, it's meaningless to us right now. If you can't see through this point, don't talk about roaming Jianghu. Although Bai Yuchen's voice was soft, his tone and countenance were stern. If not for Villa Lord Chu, our corpses would have long rotted away. Being able to live until now is already all thanks to Villa Lord Chu risking his life and doing his best. You guys still want to make a ruckus here endlessly. This old man is losing face for you all. Sect elites? Pooh. The words made everyone's faces flush red. Hanging their heads, no one opened their mouths to speak anymore. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh and said, now that things have come to this, saying this is also useless. Talking about it, everyone is just somewhat unconvinced in their hearts and grumbling, that's all. What should be done is still done. This point, I still believe. Seeing that Chu Yang spoke, Bai Yuchen also took advantage of the situation and no longer scolded the crowd. He said respectfully, yes, what Villa Lord said is right. Actually, how could he not know that these people's anger was just because they were unreconciled and unconvinced? It did not affect their actions at all. But if this kind of anger could not be quelled immediately, they would probably be impulsive sooner or later one day too. One person being impulsive might very well implicate everyone here. This was something that must be guarded against. Now that things have come to this, everyone, fight it out with him. Several people's faces flushed red, roaring in a low voice. Right. Fight it out with him. If he doesn't, don't blame us for being unjust. Fight it out. Fight it out. Chu Yang gave a low cry, silence. Everyone's seething emotions immediately quietened down. Each and every one of them looked at Chu Yang while panting heavily. Here, I have something to announce. Chu Yang's face was serious. The situation in front of us is very serious. Any disguises you put on now will be useless and meaningless to them. So, during this period, no one is allowed to go out. No reason, no exception. Chu Yang threw down 2 space rings and said, inside these are the food and water you need, as well as some elixirs for cultivation. It's better than nothing. After a moment of silence, Bai Yuchen suddenly sighed. Villa Lord, let us go out. We might as well fight it out with them directly. It can also be considered as ending this feud and saying goodbye to the past. Everyone raised their heads at the same time. Obviously, this was not Bai Yuchen's idea. They were all people of the pugilistic world, and all of them had good skills. Which one of them was not proud and arrogant? If the enemy came, yet he could only hole up in the ground like a coward and hide like a mouse, that feeling was simply worse than death. Chu Yang was silent for a moment before he said, "No. You guys can't make a move, let alone show up. Because as long as you guys make a move, regardless of whether it causes casualties or not, your relatives and clans over there are destined to be finished." Che Shuchu's face flushed red. "But we've already fought with Meng Wuya and their army for 80,000 miles. Those who should be offended have already been offended. What's there to be afraid of? It's not the same. The previous battle and the enemy this time are fundamentally different." Chu Yang said solemnly, "Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, as a heavenly emperor, if he takes his anger out on his family because of this, it will undoubtedly appear narrow-minded. Furthermore, the negative effects will only be greater. Regarding this, even Yuan Tianji also has to be wary. But if you guys make a move to deal with people from our sect, their trusted aides or relatives in the sect will come to make things difficult, or destroy and persecute. It's impossible to guard against. So this time, you guys definitely can't make a move." Chu Yang smiled slightly and said, "I think your family is already suffering enough right now. Don't make things worse for them. Since you guys are following me, then I have to take this aspect into consideration." Bai Yuchen and the others stood up at the same time. Their faces were full of gratitude as they said from the bottom of their hearts, "Manor Lord, we are infinitely grateful for your kind intentions. Thank you very much." Chu Yang smiled faintly. When a real man does things, there are things to do and things not to do. It's convenient for others and convenient for oneself. But I have to say the ugly words first. We've already done the best we can. Furthermore, even if the people over there were killed by me, most of their corpses were still intact. I've also thought about them. But even if that's the case, if the family over there still suffers from the hands of evil, then I really have no other choice. This is all I can do." Yes. Everyone was sincerely convinced. As a leader, Chu Yang could put himself in their shoes and think so carefully for his subordinates. Everyone was already indescribably grateful. "Our current strength isn't strong enough to fight head-on with the other party. But I believe that one day, we will kill our way to Ink Cloud Heaven and find Yuan Tianming to take back this blood debt. We will also be able to take back our family over there." Chu Yang let out a deep breath. "So everyone, please work hard." Everyone watched silently as Chu Yang waved his hand and left. Chu Yang's words echoed in everyone's hearts. In this chaotic world, strength is the most fundamental thing. Everyone felt warm in their hearts. Ever since the incident, they had been worried that their family members would be harmed. They had been on tenterhooks, unable to sleep or eat well. But when Chu Yang's words came out, everyone suddenly felt their hearts calm down. Only with hope would there be a vision for the future. Only with this vision would there be the motivation to continue. Manor Lord has already thought of everything that we can take care of and do. He's even done it to the extreme. If something still happens over there after doing all this, then there's really no other way. Worry is still worry, but it's ultimately beyond our reach. When Chu Yang came out again, he had regained that sickly young man's demeanor from before. The entire courtyard was filled with the smell of medicine. Such a strong smell of medicine had attracted no less than hundreds of people to use their divine senses to explore or come to check. But when they saw that it was a young man with tuberculosis who would die in a few days, they all lost their interest. At this moment, it was already close to noon. Chu Yang was still coughing nonstop. He closed the door with difficulty and walked out with his back hunched. The direction he was heading was the direction of the local food market. The bleak cold wind blew on his body. His tattered clothes that had already turned white from washing fluttered in the wind. It was a desolate sight. Everyone who saw his figure couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The young man turned a few corners and quietly disappeared into the crowd. From the bustling market, he turned into a dark and damp alley. Chu Yang clearly felt that there was no longer any divine sense paying attention to this place. Suddenly, he straightened his body and his divine sense instantly spread out, covering a radius of 30 feet. Within the range of this divine sense, no one would be able to see or hear anything for a certain period of time. Chu Yang quickly grabbed at the ground and the entire ground was instantly covered with a layer of soil that was 30 feet deep. The topmost layer of soil was still attached to rocks and there was even some vegetable and horse dung on the rocks. Chu Yang's body flashed and he disappeared. The ground that was more than 10 feet in radius once again sank back into the ground without a sound. Once again, it was seamlessly connected to the houses on both sides. No one would know or think that there was actually a tunnel here. A living person had once disappeared here. It was not only because this method of hiding the entrance was too unreasonable and unconventional. This place was really too dilapidated and too poor. So much so that after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a vagrant just happened to walk past. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, he took off his pants and snorted, sprinkling a perverted substance on the ground. Of course, this vagrant did not notice that his urine had actually penetrated the ground very quickly. He only shivered in pleasure, raised his head and sighed deeply. He seemed to be enjoying himself. After he was done, he left. Xianxia, dressed in black, was shuttling through the ground at lightning speed. However, such speed did not make the slightest sound of breaking through the air. Sensing the movement above, he finally reached the end of the tunnel. He popped his head out from a similarly desolate house and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he flew up. Then, with a whoosh, he flew high into the sky. His divine sense spread out without any concealment and enveloped the area below. Under a series of coincidences, Xianxia's cultivation had improved greatly. When he reached the celestial being level, he directly reached the peak of the initial stage of the celestial being level. His overall combat strength was no less than that of a peak celestial being level expert. However, compared to his divine sense cultivation, it was still far inferior. His divine sense was already extremely powerful due to his many fortuitous encounters. Now, it had improved even more. With the help of the heaven-multiplying divine technique and the different attributes of his divine sense, it could be said to be extremely powerful. It was not below the level of a sage. With such a powerful divine sense, in the current lone bamboo city, it could kill any god that stood in its way, or Buddha that stood in its way. No one dared to block its sharpness. Such a powerful divine sense was like a huge net that covered the entire lone bamboo city from all directions. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a sneer. He carefully and quickly identified everything that he wanted to confirm. The moment this divine sense rushed out, in the inn where a certain empress was staying, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were both saint-level experts, were shocked. Who was this person? How could such a super expert come to Lone Bamboo City? The two of them simultaneously spread out their divine senses, wanting to make contact with it. However, they were shocked to find that their divine senses could not get close to the other party's core. What did this mean? The two of them looked at each other in shock. How could there be such a thing? The two of them retracted their divine senses at the same time. The other party obviously did not want to be probed. This was certain. If the two of them rashly probed and angered the other party, such a powerful enemy would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, they still had to take care of Master Ma. That would be a big problem. But in the next moment, the two of them had a new discovery. After that powerful divine sense searched around, it seemed to spread out aimlessly. Then, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. It came and went in such a hurry. It came and went without a trace. It was really strange. The two of them wiped the cold sweat off their heads at the same time. Uncle Hu still had a lingering fear. Who was this person? It must be known that the experts above the saint level were all famous. Even if they were both saint level experts, there was a considerable gap between the beginner saint level and the saint level. Unless they were like the divine soul of calamity and had the trait of being immortal, a beginner saint level expert would definitely not be a match for a saint level expert. Even if Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, the two beginner saint level experts, joined hands, they might not be able to withstand one move from a saint level expert. Uncle Ma's expression was solemn. Could this person be Mo Yuntian's subordinate? Would Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian send out such a heavyweight expert? It can't be. Uncle Hu was a little suspicious. It's hard to say. Uncle Ma sighed deeply. If such an expert really came out, that Xianxia would not be able to escape this time. Even the two of them together could not defeat him. What could a mere Xianxia do, in the room? Tantan's two eyes, one big and one small, shone fiercely. Although this divine sense was extremely strong and seemed to be boundless, Tantan still felt a trace of a very familiar and real feeling from it. Is it senior brother? When did senior brother become so strong? Isn't this a little too ridiculously strong? Yes, itchy, he is indeed here, Tan suddenly. He felt his heart boiling. Senior brother, I'm here to help you. Xie Danfeng, you blessed little girl, I'm always looking for you. Are you touched? Chu Yang's body was like a meteorite falling to the ground. He fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. His target was clear, mixed with surging and biting cold killing intent, it also carried infinite elegance and calmness. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was like stone, must kill. Chu Yang had never been a bloodthirsty person. But this time, he must take the initiative to wield the butcher's knife and personally kill all the opponents here. There was no basis for this. There was even no gratitude or grudges. There was only a clear reality: if the enemy does not die, then I die. It was so simple, so pure. This was the iron-blooded law of the martial world. Chu Yang's target this time was a big courtyard in a city. This place used to be the residence of a wealthy family. When Chu Yang went out for a stroll to observe the situation, he passed by this place several times. However, in just a short period of 2 hours, the people living here had already been replaced. Moreover, the people living here had already been settled down. As for the family of the rich family, they did not leave the house. They just disappeared into thin air. Why did they disappear? Where did they disappear to? Chu Yang knew in his heart. He believed that the lone bamboo city lord's heart was as clear as snow. But, the demon empress had ordered him to do his best to make things convenient for Imo Yuntian's people. For this kind of thing, he could only open one eye and close the other. Moreover, the people who were killed were ultimately from the human race, not the demon race. At this time, it was really not suitable to pursue the matter. Chu Yang and this rich family naturally did not know each other. In his heart, he did not have much thoughts of revenge. But now, the people living in his house must be killed. It could also be considered as revenge for him. Or, it could be said that the goal was different, but the result was the same. Chu Yang was 1,000 feet high in the air. Looking down, he could clearly see that these people were busy in the courtyard. From time to time, some people were paying attention to the movements outside. They seemed to be on high alert. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Like a goshawk searching for food, he swept down. Before he landed, the sword intent transformed into what harm slaughtering the entire world, had already swept out wildly. The cold sword energy had already enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. It was an indiscriminate attack in a large area. Puff puff puff, countless piercingly cold sword cheese suddenly descended and danced in all directions. There was nothing they could not destroy, nothing they could not break. Even the hard stone walls were pierced through with a single blow. As for the empty courtyard, the sword energy was even more rampant. Those who blocked it were swept away. Enemy attack! Someone shouted. Without a doubt, this was a message. Chu Yang was already mentally prepared for this. He completely ignored it. With a sword strike, his body swept down like a hurricane. A calamity sword bloomed with an earth-shattering light. He started a massacre. It was not an evenly matched battle, but a one-sided extremely bloody massacre. For Chu Yang, who had the strength close to the peak of heavenly human stage and had the assistance of the calamity sword, there was no opponent on the spot. From start to finish, it was only a moment. The courtyard was already full of corpses. Blood and broken limbs were scattered everywhere. It wasn't even noon yet, but Chu Yang had already launched 3 ambushes. This was far from what the people of Moyunshan and the other 2 sects had expected. Who would have thought that the cruel and bloody executioner would not stop temporarily after 2 fatal attacks? He even chose to launch an attack at noon, when the sun was at its brightest in the sky. What kind of guts, what kind of boldness, and what kind of arrogance! The autumn wind was still bleak, but the noon sun was warm and pleasant. But in this warm and pleasant atmosphere, Chu Yang's sudden arrival with a cold and dense killing intent made these people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, there were many corpses strewn all over the room. They were killed by the sword energy that pierced through the stone walls. They were caught off guard and died. It could be said that these people were the most innocent ones to have died so far. There were also some people who came from all directions. Some of them shouted loudly and pounced forward. They did not care about their own lives to stop Chu Yang. A heavenly human stage expert rode his sword and came from the sky. He was full of vigor. Around him, there were 7 or 8 peak martial saint stage experts. They attacked ferociously without any regard for their own safety. At this moment, they were all fighting with their lives on the line. Chu Yang laughed hoarsely. Playing with your lives? Excuse me. Instantly, the sword energy shot up into the sky. It only clashed with the heavenly human stage expert for a short while. Then, it took advantage of the momentum and retreated. With a magnificent sword light, it went straight into the sky. In a flash, it had already disappeared. Poof, that celestial being expert fell to the ground, covered in blood. His sword had already been turned into iron shavings, and he was unable to resist at all. Then, Chu Yang neatly pierced 17 or 18 bloody holes in his body. From the west, the great elder of Iron Sword clan was hurrying over with his men. They were less than 1,000 feet away from the courtyard. However, at this moment, he heard the sounds of battle coming to a sudden stop. Had the enemy escaped? So many people couldn't even hold on for such a short period of time? That person's strength was so strong, and he was so sharp. He didn't give the enemy any chance to take advantage of him? Just as the great elder was feeling unhappy, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, a sword mountain came crashing down from the sky. It came out of the blue, and it came out of the blue. It came out of the blue, and it came to kill. Now that the Tribulation Sword Master had broken through to the celestial being level, the power he could unleash was unimaginable. At least, it had already surpassed the limits of martial artists of the same level. Chu Yang performed the 30 moves of Tribulation Sword technique one by one. Every single one of his moves was enhanced by the energy of the sword. Just the sword intent alone was already invincible. Coupled with the powerful activation of the Tribulation Sword, the exquisite use of the heaven-splitting divine technique, the limitless supply of energy from his dantian, and the endless murderous intent of the Tribulation Sword Master, with such an extreme boost, the power that could be unleashed was simply enough to shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The great elder turned around and instinctively drew his sword to meet the attack. Just as the sword was in his hand, he suddenly remembered that this was no longer the divine weapon he had used for hundreds of thousands of years. Just because of this carelessness, the sword mountain had already smashed into the crowd. The great elder howled and flew up on his sword. He chased after the black shadow in the sky, hoping to hold this butcher back. However, he could only see the enemy's back getting further and further away. It was another strike that sent him flying 1,000 miles away. He couldn't help but stare at Chu Yang with hatred. Chu Yang's method of action was simple and pure. He only used one move. Just one move. No matter if the move succeeded or not, he didn't want to fight. He even used the remaining power of the move to retreat. He didn't stop. If it was an ordinary enemy, it wouldn't be a big deal. Even if there were losses, it would be limited. However, if the Tribulation Sword Master at the celestial being level used his Tribulation Sword and Tribulation Sword intent to retreat, it would be very, very fatal. It could even be infinitely fatal. With just a single touch, 70 to 80 people had already died here forever. The survivors of the Iron Sword sect were all dumbstruck. Previously, he hadn't made any preparations, hadn't been on guard, and hadn't been too vigilant. Even if he couldn't withstand it, he still had something to say, but this time, they were almost fully prepared. The strongest great elder was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, but even so, he was unable to block the attack. Instead, he was slaughtered by the other party and left calmly. In the blink of an eye, the orderly formation of the army was reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. If this continued, wouldn't they all be killed by the enemy sooner or later? This is the 4th attack today. Chu Yang silently muttered in his heart. Then, his entire body flew away at lightning speed. In the north, the great elder of the ghost territory had brought the most people with him. Naturally, his momentum was the greatest. However, was it really easy to do things with so many people? Not necessarily. Just as they were about to enter the area where the commotion came from, a bright sword light suddenly appeared in front of them. The moment they saw the sword light had turned into a blazing sun in the sky, and they could no longer look at it directly. A steady and cold voice said, "Who in the world can stop the sword master?" Then, the dazzling sword light turned into a mighty Yangtze River. The Yangtze River's 3 layers wolf, one wave higher than the other. The great elder of the ghost territory was shocked. He shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Move to the sides immediately. As he spoke, he drew his sword and went forward. In this trip, the Great Elder had the highest cultivation. At this moment, the soldiers were in danger. Naturally, he didn't pass on his responsibility to others. The sword light didn't change its direction at all. It collided with the Great Elder of the ghost territory without any tricks. The Great Elder shouted, "Bastard! We were fooled, this sword light only had the momentum to intimidate people. It wasn't the main force at all," he guessed right. This sword light was just a sword intent. Although it wasn't completely intimidating, its lethality was very limited. Especially for experts, it didn't pose any threat at all. As for Xianxia himself, he had already driven the Calamity Sword and rushed into the crowd. The massacre started again. The Calamity Sword was waved again. This time, Xianxia didn't hold back at all. From one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms, he kept waving his sword until "Don't hold back my blade" after killing the world. 30 moves, he went all out again. Xianxia's dantian was emptied again in a very short time. There wasn't a single drop left. Finally, a huge bright ball of light suddenly exploded in the crowd. It turned into a monster sword energy that shot up to the sky. Then, it turned into an invincible dragon. It started from the front of the crowd and rushed forward with unparalleled momentum. Wherever it passed, heads would fly up, and severed limbs would fly into the air. Before the severed limbs at the front could fly to the highest point, the colorful and resplendent sword light had already pierced through the back of the team like a long dragon. It didn't even look back all the way. Swoosh! It turned into the last little bright light of the end of the scorching sun, then, it disappeared without a sound. The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan trembled all over. He almost vomited blood. Although the opponent's sword energy wasn't powerful enough, it still succeeded in stopping him for a moment. He had the cultivation of a beginner saint, but he couldn't save the people on his side. When he had completely destroyed the opponent's sword energy and was about to turn around to attack, he only saw the back of the opponent. He couldn't catch up, only a hoarse voice could be heard. "There are too few people from the Ghost Clan who died these 2 days. Today, I'm here to make up for it." A long, hoarse laugh seemed to come from countless places in all directions. Then, it returned to silence. "Scoundrel! Stay here. Fight me to the death." The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan roared to the sky. His voice was as shrill as a ghost's. However, the opponent didn't make any sound. Obviously, he had gone far away. When he saw the loss of the scene, the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan was really angry. He coughed with a red face. He resisted the urge to vomit blood. Just this one wave of attacks from the enemy had reduced the total of 1,200 people of the 3 teams by more than 800 people. The ground was covered in a thick layer of flesh and blood. Puff 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 puff, until now, the broken limbs and heads that flew in the air fell down one after another. They fell on the flowing blood on the ground, making dull sounds. Everyone was dumbfounded. The enemy was so fierce and ruthless. How could they be like this? This is the 5th time. The moment Xianxia returned to the tunnel, he relaxed. His body staggered and almost fell down. His whole body was almost drained of all strength. He was really out of strength. Just now, he had used the sword energy to entangle the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan, who had the highest cultivation. Then, he used the Tribulation Sword technique to slaughter the 3 teams together. It seemed like a glorious achievement, but in fact, he had exhausted all his cultivation. If it weren't for the heaven-splitting divine technique, which allowed him to recover faster than ordinary techniques, and the huge spiritual energy from the tribulation space, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to hold on with his own strength. In one day, he faced a cloud of experts and attacked 5 times consecutively. If he counted the dozens of attacks he launched last night, it was equivalent to launching close to 20 attacks in one day, with the strength of one person. In one day and one night, he had buried close to 4,000 top experts. Close to 4,000 Heaven Imperial Court experts who had at least reached the level of saint. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, among all the Heavenly Man experts, even those at the peak of Heavenly Man level, there was absolutely no one who could achieve such a glorious achievement. Just as Xianxia said, "Below the saints, I am the best." There was absolutely no exaggeration in this sentence. Moreover, even if the beginner saints were included, they might not be able to achieve such a terrifying and shocking achievement as Chu Yang. After staying in the tunnel for a while and catching his breath, Chu Yang finally recovered some of his energy. Then, he slowly walked to the other side of the tunnel. When he reached the other side, he still carefully used his divine senses to check the movements above. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, Chu Yang took a deep breath and slowly lifted the entire ground. Just as he was about to fly up, he unexpectedly saw water droplets dripping down from the cracks. Could it be that it suddenly rained outside? Chu Yang frowned and sniffed subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt a fishy smell. As a man, Chu Yang was really too familiar with this smell. Damn it! Who peed here? Chu Yang cursed his bad luck. In a moment of carelessness, he almost let the urine into his mouth. He couldn't help but feel angry. Who was so uncivilized? Could it be that his bad luck wasn't over yet? In his annoyance, he flashed out. A skinny youth with a sallow face and a hunched back walked out weakly with his head lowered. He used what seemed to be his last remaining water cloud coins to buy some vegetables, and also bought some discounted sesame seed cakes and steamed buns that had already turned cold. He walked back with his back against the wall, trembling all the way. After taking 2 steps, he coughed for a while. It was a heart-wrenching cough. That thin and weak figure, under the whistling autumn wind, was so pitiful. Who would have thought that such a thin and weak, cowering, pitiful and weak young man was the bloody executioner who had just slaughtered thousands of experts by himself with only one sword? Was this the return of the king? After walking out of the market in the slums and returning to the street, he saw flashing figures everywhere. Countless people were scurrying around with red eyes, looking for something. As they searched, they cursed incessantly. Damn it! Bastard, bastard! Cruel and merciless beast! This goddamn executioner! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, nothing happened to the person who bumped into him, but the weak and pitiful youth screamed and flew out like a kite with its string cut. He fell to the ground far away in a sorry state. The food in his hands and some cold and even hard buns were scattered on the ground. The person who suddenly walked out from the corner was a man in black. There was a skull embroidered on his chest. He was the demon ghost expert. He had been moving quickly to search for traces of the enemy. Suddenly, he felt that he bumped into someone. Subconsciously, he covered his chest with his hands to be safe. When he looked carefully, he saw that the person he bumped into was a weak and malnourished youth. He could not help but shout, "Bad luck!" If he had known it was such a guy, he would not have been so afraid. He couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. He threw out a purple cloud coin and shouted, "Scram!" This time, it seemed like he was giving alms, but in fact, he was killing. This purple cloud coin was flying straight towards the youth's neck. Right at this moment, it should have been before he made his move, but the youth seemed to have been knocked into and groaned in pain. He tilted his head, and the purple cloud coin stuck to his neck and stabbed into the ground. The hidden chi on the purple cloud coin still cut a bloody wound on his neck. The youth could not help but cry out in pain, his entire body trembling. Eh? The demon ghost expert frowned and muttered, "Bastard, your luck is not bad. You got lucky." He turned and left. But he did not realize that a faint divine sense had already attached itself to his body. Some kind people saw that this person had already left and hurried over to help the weak and thin youth up. Chu Yang trembled and thanked them. These people saw that although Chu Yang was injured, his spirit was still good. They shook their heads and sighed, walking away quickly. But they did not forget to pick up the purple cloud coin and put it in Chu Yang's hand. Such a weak and sick youth, there were actually people who bullied him. Did the heavens really have no eyes? However, as commoners, this was the most they dared to do. They didn't even dare to curse out loud. This was not cowardice, but the sorrow of being a person at the bottom. Cursing out loud might be satisfying, but cursing out loud might lead to death. The lives of these people were nothing compared to the lives of those powerful people. They could only swallow their anger. Or, if they saw someone who was in the same situation as them, they would help if they could. Other than that, they really couldn't do anything. They didn't dare to do anything. Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he held the purple cloud coin tightly in his hand. He could clearly feel a warm current flowing from the purple cloud coin in his palm. Leaning against the wall, he picked up the vegetables and cold steamed buns one by one and staggered back home, closing the door tightly. Outside, the workers of the medicine hall who were watching all of this couldn't help but sigh sympathetically. However, after being bullied like this, the two of them did not dare to curse back. That's right, if it were him, wouldn't he also not dare to scold him? However, the expert of the demon clan who had bumped into Chu Yang was only a few thousand feet away from the place where the incident had occurred. But, he suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. It was as if a pair of cold big hands were strangling his neck, constantly increasing the strength and tightening. "Who is it?" he shouted in horror. As far as the eye could see, there was clearly nothing around, but where did the feeling of being strangled come from? Although it was illusory, it felt more and more real, more and more real. The next moment, a black smoke rose in front of him, and a skull appeared out of nowhere. It sneered eerily, "Bastard! How dare you? Do you know who you have offended?" This expert of the demon clan trembled. He suddenly remembered a legendary item, and couldn't help but cry out in horror, "The god of calamity." Before he could finish, his neck was twisted by some inexplicable force. Only a gloomy voice was left, "Great tonic, not bad." Then, a black smoke quietly drifted away. That night, everyone on this street inexplicably found that there was an extra bag of money in their homes. Inside, there were Shuiyun coins, Ziyun coins, and even Xianxia coins. Some found it in the place where they were cooking, some found it when they opened their blankets at night, and some found it directly on the table where they were eating. Without exception, there was a small note inside, "Good people will be rewarded." Everyone who had obtained this money tightly guarded this secret. Not because of anything else, but because this money was really too big. Once it was spread out, their families would be the first to suffer, causing unnecessary disasters. Sometimes, having too much money was not luck, but disaster. It was just that in everyone's home, a nameless longevity tablet was quietly set up. It said, "Good people will be rewarded. May our benefactor live a long life." Every one of these people worked cautiously as usual, but the quality of their lives improved a lot. Some even began to plan whether it was time to send their children to school. Not only these people, but for a long time in the future, almost every poor family in Lone Bamboo City, as long as they knew their place and didn't do evil, received this kind of money. For generations, everyone had already accepted their fates, and that was how they would live their lives. In fact, their parents and ancestors lived like this. They also thought that they would live like this, and their children and grandchildren would live like this. However, after this incident, everything that followed changed suddenly and subtly. Good people will be rewarded. Even the heavens had eyes. Even if heaven didn't have eyes, people still had eyes. As long as you worked hard, you would be rewarded. No one knew that a piece of paper and a bag of money without any sound had changed the lives of many people, or as the note said, "Good people will naturally be rewarded." That night, Chu Yang didn't go back to meet up with Bai Yuchen and the others. He simply slept in this thatched hut as a consumptive young man. Everything was so appropriate, as if this young man had always existed. That night, the noises were unceasingly heard throughout the night. The sound of the wind and the cries of the crane could be heard everywhere. It seemed as if every bush and tree was an enemy. Even though Chu Yang had disguised himself as a sickly youth in the slums, he could still clearly feel the prelude of the coming storm. That kind of silent oppression enveloped the entire Lone Bamboo City. That night, another 100 people died mysteriously. These people who had lost their lives had all unknowingly died in their sleep. They had silently lost their lives. Even after death, the expression on their faces was still very peaceful, as if they were still sleeping soundly, but it was impossible for so many people to die in their sleep at the same time. It was impossible for so many martial saints to die in their sleep at the same time. There must be something fishy about this. The leaders of the three sects gathered again in the wee hours of the morning. This time, there is definitely something fishy about it. This time, it was clearly not the work of that goddamn executioner. This time, it was another kind of surprise attack. But no matter what, it can't be explained. Even the people who were close to him couldn't discover it. Why is this? What kind of strange method could cause such an effect? Among the doubts, the great elder of the ghost clan's face was gloomy. He didn't speak from the beginning. At the end of the discussion, he lowered his voice and said, "This time, I'm afraid we have encountered a real problem." "What do you mean?" The others were even more confused and asked. Although the previous mysterious killer's cultivation was extremely high, he may not be one of Chu Yang's men. As far as I know, among those people, there is no one who has such cultivation and swordsmanship. That's right. Among them, Bai Yuchen's cultivation is the highest, but she definitely can't reach such a level. As for Chu Yang, who killed Tai that day, he used some kind of method to exchange his life for tyrannical strength. He can't use it frequently, and he can't use it again. He is still a small shrimp in his bones, and he doesn't have such strength. So, I didn't connect the incident during the day to Chu Yang. Although there must be some kind of connection, it was definitely not them who did it. This is already certain. The great elder of the ghost clan said slowly, but the strange deaths of 118 people last night reminded me of one thing, a very important thing. What important thing? The others asked in unison. I remember General Meng Wuya once said that Chu Yang had a divine soul in his hands. And General Meng Wuya, because of the divine soul in the final battle, was seriously injured and couldn't fight anymore. So, this group of survivors fled 88,000 miles and finally escaped. With this, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Yes, I see. Then everything makes sense. So, the one who did it last night must be the divine soul in tribulation. Only a divine soul in tribulation can have such a mysterious method. This, General Meng didn't complete the task that day. I see. I'm ignorant, I haven't heard of it. Humph, we are now the key people under surveillance. Who will tell us this? If I didn't have a friend in Wei Jun, I would never know this. The great elder of the ghost clan sighed. That's right. Since the other party is a divine soul in tribulation, how should we deal with it? Generally speaking, the spirit of calamity is an existence that cannot be killed or destroyed. However, this does not mean that it is invincible. The great elder of the ghost clan said gloomily, otherwise, wouldn't this world become the world of the spirit of calamity? He turned his head to look at the great elder of the Iron Sword clan and said, I heard that General Meng used the destruction of wind and thunder to severely injure the spirit of calamity. The great elder of the Iron Sword clan was startled. To deal with the divine soul of the calamity, our ghost's domain alone is definitely not enough. The great elder of the ghost's domain sighed. Our ghost's domain's cultivation method focuses on the cold death chi. For the divine soul of the calamity, this thing is a great supplement. In other words, the divine soul of the calamity is the existence that restrains our sect the most. Therefore, if you want to deal with this spirit of calamity, I'm afraid you too will need to put in a lot of effort. He looked at the great elder of the Iron Sword clan and said indifferently, I heard that the Iron Sword clan has kept a treasure called the bright brilliant jade for generations. It is an item that can restrain the cold death energy of the world. This time, this old man does not believe that we will leave it in the treasury to collect dust at such a time of life and death. At this juncture, it is time for us to work together. If your clan has the ability to deal with it, I hope you will spare no effort to overcome this difficulty together. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, but the great elder of the Iron Sword clan's face had already turned bitter. He sighed deeply. In these 2 nights and 1 day, the 3 big sects in the lone bamboo city seemed to have entered hell. The shadow of death shrouded them at all times. Tan Tan and Yao Ningning, who were also in the lone bamboo city, were playing in full swing at this moment. They were having so much fun that they did not miss anything. Yao Ningning resolutely refused to follow Elder Hu and Elder Ma. She was having so much fun with Tan Tan in the lone bamboo city. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma had seen that Tan Tan's manner of speech and behavior were quite unconventional. However, it wasn't particularly mischievous. At the very least, Tan Tan wouldn't set foot in those filthy places. With this as the main premise, the 2 elders finally felt a little more at ease. They only used their divine sense to envelop the area. After confirming the direction, they no longer followed closely behind, not leaving a single step behind. In any case, Lone Bamboo City was only about the size of a woman's butt. Even if there was danger, with their cultivation, they should be able to hold out for a while. If they had that much time, the 2 elders would have rushed over. The Demon Empress had already given an order to give the Grand Elder a certain amount of training space. It was rare to meet. Someone like Tan Tan who was favored by the Grand Empress. Once he missed this opportunity, he was really afraid that there wouldn't be another chance like this again, at a certain casino. Did you see that? In such a situation, you should bet big. Tan Tan patiently guided him while casually grabbing a handful of purple cloud coins and slamming it on the gambling table. That makes sense. Yao Ningning rubbed his hands and nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement and admiration. How is it? Are you excited? Tan Tan asked. Okay. Yao Ningning's face flushed red. She didn't understand. Brother Tan, you're right. Money is just a number to me. Even if the entire casino was given to me for free, I wouldn't necessarily care about it. Why would I be excited about such a small win or loss? I'm really excited, the kind that isn't fake at all. The Grand Elder pondered over it and was still puzzled. He didn't know that gambling was human nature. Even if one didn't want to gamble and didn't lack money, once there was an opportunity to reap without sowing, even if the final reward was very little, they would still feel excited. This had nothing to do with the value of wealth. It was just human nature. If one indulged, they would be gamblers and could be addicted for a long time. If one restrained themselves, they would be heroes and forge an immortal legend. Of course, Yao Ningning was still a different kind of super aristocrat. Or it could be said that his vision was too low and his expectations were too high. To put it bluntly, if Yao Ningning said that he wanted money, all the money in the Demon Emperor heaven could be said to be his. After all, he was the only one under the Demon Empress. It wasn't like other worlds where His Majesty the Celestial Emperor had so many children. If he didn't pass the throne to him, who would he pass it to? So this brother was just following Tan Tan. Looking for the feeling of Jianghu, that's all. Regarding Tan Tan's actions, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were speechless. What you said about repaying gratitude and enmity with a sword under the heavens, traveling alone with a sword across thousands of people. Is it going to the casino to gamble? And it's going to be so small? I really want to spit on your face. After placing his bet, the dice on the table clattered. When it was opened, it was indeed big. Wahahaha. Yao Ningning jumped 3 feet high and almost hit the roof beam. He was really excited to the extreme. He exclaimed happily, I won. I won. Ha ha ha. The group of people at the side all looked over with eyes full of disdain. This bastard, he had already lost hundreds of thousands of purple cloud coins, and now he had only won a few dozen purple cloud coins back, and he was already so happy, and even excited. He was already dancing with joy, this kind of prodigal. Luckily it wasn't my son. If I had given birth to him, I might as well have thrown him on the wall. I wouldn't be so dizzy now. If it was my son, he would have gone crazy from anger today. After that, it seemed that the gambling luck wasn't there. Tan Tan and Yao Ningning lost big and special. The two of them were looking forward to it, sighing, and dejected at the same time. Do you see? This is Jianghu. This is experience. Tan Tan said, do you see? We basically haven't won yet, right? This is Jianghu experience. Yao Ningning nodded blankly. He suddenly felt dizzy. What does losing money have to do with Jianghu and experience? Looks like you really haven't run Jianghu. You're a flower in a greenhouse. Don't you think about it? Gambling isn't big or small. The probability of winning or losing is only half. Even if you lose, there's a limit. But we actually lost all the way. Can our luck be so bad? What do you think? Tan Tan's eyebrows were crooked. He was very exasperated. Yao Ningning didn't care about how much money he lost, but Tan Tan was really distressed. Because all the money he was using now was his money, Motherf *Ker, the money that he had worked so hard for and even robbed by force went into other people's pockets just like that. How could this be? Yao Ningning still hadn't reacted. Although he also felt that Tan Tan's words were very reasonable. How could the two brothers' luck be bad? Then there must be a problem. What was the problem? He subconsciously asked, Brother Tan, what do you think the problem is? Tan Tan rolled his eyes and said, the problem is very simple. This casino is cheating. They treat the two of us, especially you, as sheep. And I didn't point this out before because I wanted to use facts to remind you. Gambling money is no problem, but playing with cheaters and losing no matter how you play, that's boring. Well, it's like this. I understand. Then what should we do next? Leave? Yao Ningning nodded repeatedly. You're really a sheep. If we really leave, won't they succeed in cheating us? To deal with the current situation, the first thing to do is to break this bad luck. We have to do this. Tan Tan said mysteriously. Yao Ningning blinked and said in confusion, what do we do? However, Tan Tan kicked a mahjong table with a thunderous force. The mahjong table flew high up in the air, and fell apart with a crashing sound. Tan Tan roared loudly, and jumped to another table. Then, he swept his foot, and all the gambling tools and chips fell to the ground with a crashing sound. Then, he cursed loudly, Motherfu asterisk cur. This casino is cheating. Suddenly, thunder sounded all over the world. Everyone was stunned. Tan Tan raised his arms and shouted, this casino is cheating. They treat my old brothers as sheep. They've already caused me to lose millions. I won't forgive you. Yao Ningning immediately understood. He kicked another table over with a clang and shouted excitedly, yes. The casino is cheating. Otherwise, how could we keep losing? Many people showed sympathy, but not for the casino, but for the two idiots. It seemed that these two idiots had lost their heads and were anxious. They didn't think that this casino had a great background. Besides, gambling is gambling. What's so strange about losing? It would be strange if they kept winning. This guy was simply an idiot, and a super too. Take these two brats down for me. A cold voice said. The casino's hired thugs swarmed forward. Their eyes were filled with cruelty. No one had come to cause trouble for a long time. Today, they could finally loosen their muscles and bones and have a good time. Cheating and you dare to hit people. Tan Tan shouted and jumped off the table. Without another word, he immediately attacked. Yao Ningning was filled with righteous indignation. He felt that this casino's way of handling things was too wrong. You're the owner of a casino. Isn't it just for us to win money? Now that you've cheated and caused us to lose money, you still want to hit people? This is simply too unreasonable. Is there still law? He rushed in front of Tan Tan and said angrily, it's fine if you cheat, but you still want to hit people. How can there be such logic in this world? I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens today. With two slaps, the two men from before were the first to fly out. Then, like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he pointed to the east and hit the west, south and north. He was really a hero with a murderous aura. What kind of expert guards could a casino in a remote area and a small lone bamboo city have? Could it withstand the ravaging of a saint-level expert? And this master actually felt extremely wronged as he hit people. Spittle flew everywhere as he shouted, we found out that you cheated, and you still dare to hit people. Can you still be reasonable? Is there still law? Do you really think that Demon Emperor Heaven is your territory? Everyone who heard these words felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell, your sister, you two are the only ones here who are unreasonable and don't follow the law. You actually dare to complain first. We didn't even discover that the casino was cheating. How can you cheat just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Do you think your father is Shui Leihan and your mother is the Demon Empress? In an instant, the casino's thugs were lying on the ground. Some had broken arms, some had broken legs. The whole place was filled with grief. Although a certain great master's attack was not heavy, he was still a peak saint-level expert. How could these small fries be able to withstand his attack? It was already very fortunate that they did not lose their lives. Hey, quickly call your boss out. Tan Tan sat down and slammed the table. There must be an explanation for today's matter. The consequences of treating us brothers like sheep are very serious. Yao Ningning sat down angrily and slammed the table as well. Yes, quickly call your boss out. The consequences are very serious. Everyone was no longer looking down on him. Instead, they were admiring him. Look at how he's being ripped off. How righteous. If I could fight as well. Who would still want to bet with me? The casino's boss was also discerning. He had already seen through these two idiots. Not only were they super sheep, but they were also super experts. Such guys were not to be trifled with. Besides, these were troubled times. They might really lose their lives. He hurriedly walked out, scared out of his wits. His expression was extremely ugly. "May I ask where the two of you heroes are from?" Tan Tan slammed the table and shouted, "You don't care who we are. But it's wrong for you to cheat and win our money." He did not use much strength, but a table suddenly sank into the ground. A big black hole appeared on the ground. It seemed bottomless. Yao Ningning followed suit and slammed the table. "Yes. It's wrong to win our money. Spit it out how we ate it." "No, it's obvious that you cheated. You have to spit out what we won." A table also sank to the ground without being touched. Tan Tan's eyebrows twitched. He thought that this guy really had the talent to be a robber. He was obviously twisting words and forcing logic, but he said it as a matter of course. "We can't fall behind." Then, he slammed the other table and shouted, "I also feel hurt. You were beating people just now. I was scared out of my wits." Yao Ningning also slammed the table. "Yes, I was also hurt. You scared me just now. I was so scared that I had cramps." Everyone fainted. "You beat people to death, but you were still scared out of your wits. You are really timid. So, you have to compensate us brothers for our losses." "Our losses are too big." Tan Tan continued to clamor. "That's right, compensate for the losses." Yao Ningning echoed loudly. "You still have to heal our wounded hearts." "My heart is still pounding." Tan Tan shouted like a thunderclap. "Yes." Yao Ningning slammed the table and glared. "Our wounded spirit." Tan Tan was seething with anger. "Yes, spirit." Yao Ningning was infuriated. "And you've wasted our time." "Compensation." Tan Tan continued to roar. "Yes, time. Our time is too precious." The Grand Elder continued to agree. "There are many others." He also had to compensate. "Anyway, it's a lot." Tan Tan roared. He felt that he had run out of words. "In any case, we have to pay for everything. We just have to pay for it." Yao Ningning said arrogantly. "F***ck, this feeling is just too good. No wonder there were so many people in this world who liked to be unreasonable. It turned out to be such a great feeling." Yao Ningning sighed inwardly. It's a pity that an honest descendant of the royal family, the dignified demon emperor Tian Tai, was led astray by Tan Tan. The gambling den's boss was about to cry. "Damn, the opening was not successful. We just opened early in the morning, and these two plague gods came in. They were obviously here to extort. We opened a gambling den, and we actually won your money? Then, whose money should I win? We didn't cheat. Our gambling den's reputation is quite good. We really didn't cheat. Could it be that we can only lose money to our customers when we open a gambling den? What kind of logic is that? Then why do we still open a gambling den?" But the current situation was that his fists were inferior, and the situation was stronger. He could only put on a smiling face and say good words. "Why are you so unhappy? If you don't compensate, I'll kill you." Tan Tan threatened fiercely. It was really just a threat. "If you don't compensate, I'll kill your entire clan." Yao Ningning shouted. It really wasn't a threat. It really came. After a while, the two bullies swaggered out of the gambling den. They happily walked while counting their money. "How do you feel?" Tan Tan was in high spirits. "We're rich, we've earned money." Yao Ningning happily counted the money. "We've lost less than 10,000 purple cloud coins before, but now we've earned so much purple cloud coins. This is really a good deal with small capital and huge profits." "I said small." Tan Tan patted Yao Ningning's shoulder and said earnestly, "This is the martial world. Strength is everything. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. You've worked so hard to cultivate your good skills. Wouldn't it be a pity if you don't use them? Don't let your strength down." Elder Hu and Elder Ma, who had been monitoring with their divine senses, had the urge to vomit blood. Don't tell me that only by extorting and robbing will I not let down my good skills. Yao Ningning nodded repeatedly. He was convinced and deeply agreed. Yes. Yes. Brother Tan, let's go find another gambling den. This time, I'll take the lead. You watch. I think I've understood it all. Yes, you can be taught. Let's go. The two bullies held their heads high and continued to roam the martial world. After a long time, the two of them returned with a full load. Their sleeves were filled with purple clouds. This still doesn't seem to be satisfying enough. Tan Tan said. Then let's do something more satisfying. I'll listen to you, Brother Tan. Yao Ningning was now in a state of great joy of reaping without sowing. He counted the money happily and said, damn it. After living for so long, this is the first time I've earned money with my own hands. It doesn't matter how much money is, but the feeling of earning money is really good. Comfortable. As soon as he said this, even Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who had been watching with their divine senses, fainted on the ground. Earning money. Is this money that you've earned? Even Tan Tan was a little speechless at this time. This idiot had a realm. After finishing his apprenticeship, he could already roam the martial world. If you want to roam the martial world, just having money is not enough. It's still far from enough. Tan Tan guided patiently. For cultivation, the most important thing is heavenly treasures and divine weapons. Heavenly treasures can help you improve your cultivation, and divine weapons can help you defeat your enemies. Where can I find these things? Yao Ningning's eyes lit up. This is not a problem of where. The city lord's mansion has them. But this is Demon Emperor heaven. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. We can't lay our hands on the locals, understand? Tan Tan guided earnestly. Understood, I understand all of it. But we can't lay our hands on our own people. Yao Ningning's eyes lit up even more. He thought to himself, outsiders don't matter, right? Actually, what did he understand? He only understood that Tan Tan said that they couldn't lay their hands on the people of Demon Emperor heaven. Laying their hands on their own people and robbing them seemed to be really unreasonable. A certain lady still had a bit of conscience. Tan Tan smiled slyly. So we have to target the outsiders. Why did I hear that? There are many people from Demon Emperor heaven in this city. They are, Yao. Ningning was excited. You mean, Tan Tan laughed. That depends on whether you have the guts or not. If you're a coward. Yao Ningning flew into a rage. I'm not a coward. You're not? Tan Tan looked doubtful. No. You're really not? I'm really not. This can be, because this matter is more or less risky. Absolutely not. What's the big deal about risks? Why would I be afraid of taking risks in the martial world? I'm full of guts. That's good. Let's go and rob them? Do you really dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Would Demon Emperor heaven and his gang dare to offend me? Let's go rob them. Yao Ningning said heroically. Let's go? Let's go. In a distant place, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma sighed. They were angry that he didn't fight and sad that he wasn't wise. They wanted to step forward and stop him, but the Demon Empress had already given the order to let him suffer a little to gain experience. But, if they let him continue to gain experience like this, it would really be a little risky. The two of them sighed. When they just came out, they thought that they had picked up an easy job. Now, it seemed that this old life was going to be tormented to death. Even if they weren't scared to death, they would be angered to death, or they would be disgusted to death. However, in the end, this matter was more or less unreasonable. To these two old men, robbing something from Demon Emperor heaven and the other two big sects wasn't a big deal. It really wasn't a big deal. This was the Demon Emperor heaven. Demon Emperor heaven's people. What were they? The great master robbing them was giving them face. Although Tan Tan was a little unreasonable, his words were still very reasonable. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. Their fist was big enough, so the reason was naturally on their side. At this moment, the people from the three big sects had already gone crazy. They were running around the streets in panic. Everyone seemed to be suspicious. Tan Tan and Yao Ningning easily saw the two of them. The two of them, especially Yao Ningning, couldn't wait to rush out. "Stop right there!" Yao Ningning shouted. That person was from the demon ghost. He turned back with a face full of anger. "Little bastard, are you calling me?" The word little bastard instantly made Yao Ningning forget that his job was robbery. He went forward and slapped him, unable to restrain his anger. You bastard, you old bastard. You actually dare to scold me. I'll beat you to death." A series of slaps rang out. It was a pity that this person only had the cultivation of the early stage saint level. How could he compare to Yao Ningning, who was already half a step into the celestial being level? He was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. He could only hold his face and be slapped back and forth. In just a short while, he was beaten until blood flowed out, turning into a human head and pig brain. "Robbery," Tan Tan hurriedly reminded. "We're robbing, not beating people. Don't put the cart before the horse." That man wanted to cry but had no tears. Yao Ningning took the ring off his hand. He looked at it and said with disdain, "What kind of trash is this? You have the nerve to wear it?" He casually broke the scabbard and the sword into 3 pieces. Then, he took the storage ring off his hand. He didn't even look at it. He put it in his pocket. Then, he kicked it and scolded, "Pauper. Get lost. Next time, remember to bring more valuable things when you go out. You don't have any eyesight." That man was kicked like a ball. He flew to an unknown place with a whoosh sound. "Quickly open that ring and see what good things are inside," Tan Tan urged. Yao Ningning opened it and looked. His eyes lit up. "There's a lot of money. We've made money again. What else?" "There are also some medicines. But, they are all ordinary goods. They can barely be used. There are also some low-grade spirit beast cores. They are too low-grade. They are too trashy." Yao Ningning naturally didn't care about these things with his status. "There's no big harvest. Forget it. I only want those spirit beast cores. The rest are all yours," Tan Tan said generously. What he lacked the most now was spirit beast cores. The other things were really meaningless. Then wouldn't I be taking too much advantage? Yao Ningning was a little hesitant. "Oh, why are you talking like this? We are brothers. Why are you still fussing about this? You're taking advantage. I'm suffering losses. Is there any meaning in our friendship?" Tan Tan took the ring and took out 70 or 80 spirit beast cores. Then, he threw them back. "Why are you treating me like an outsider?" Yao Ningning was extremely moved. "Big brother, you're so nice. I will follow you." "Nonsense. If I don't treat you well, who would I treat well?" Tan Tan had already swallowed 3 cores into his stomach while he was speaking. He had been hurrying on the road during this time. So, he had already digested the cores he had brought along. Now, he had a source of replenishment. These spirit beast cores would have to be refined by an ordinary person. Then, they would have to be combined with the corresponding medicines to have a certain effect. However, Tan Tan had directly and thoroughly absorbed all of it. This was the most useful and effective thing for Tan Tan. After that, the two of them used the same method to rob more than 10 people in succession. The bountiful harvest made Yao Ningning beam with delight. She would never have dreamed that robbing would be such a blissful thing. Yao Ningning was extremely satisfied as she looked at the increasing number of spatial rings she had obtained. The money had actually piled up into a small mountain. The value of these things might not be much, at least not in the eyes of a certain Taigu. However, this sense of accomplishment was irresistible. However, he definitely couldn't just let himself be satisfied and be done with it. Trouble would soon follow. They only robbed people from the 3 great sects and didn't rob anyone else. Moreover, they didn't even bother to hide their actions. It would be strange if such actions didn't attract attention. When the people from the 3 sects heard this news, they didn't believe it at first. Who was so awesome and bold? How dare they rob Lone Bamboo City so brazenly? This was impossible. Was there a mistake somewhere? However, as more and more people who were robbed came back crying and complaining, each and every one of them was about to go crazy. Mother****, ever since they came here, everything had gone wrong. First, they were robbed. Then, they were killed by the spirit of the calamity. Now, they actually encountered robbers. This was simply bad luck, one after another. Motherf asterisk Kerr, are the three great sects of ink cloud sky soft persimmons? Does anyone have to pinch us when they see us? This matter couldn't be tolerated no matter what. Besides, it seems that this reason is on our side, right? Dozens of experts rushed over from all directions as soon as the order was given. They surrounded Tan Tan and Yao Ningning, the two idiots. In fact, not even a drop of water could trickle through. You two bastards, you actually dare to rob in broad daylight. You're really audacious. Moreover, you're robbing people from the three great sects of ink cloud sky. You're really reckless. A middle-aged man shouted. Why don't you surrender? What are you waiting for? What do we do now? Yao Ningning was a little nervous. They're here. Although a certain old man participated in the robbery, in the end, it was all for fun. At the very least, he still had some sense of right and wrong and reverence for the law. Tan Tan said casually, what's there to be afraid of? Let's just kill them. Don't tell me that we're two handsome men, and strong men, need to be afraid of them. How can we not fight and not see blood when we roam the martial world? Yao Ningning said, that's right. Suddenly, she felt complacent in her heart. I'm also a handsome and strong man. Then, she looked at Tan Tan and thought, just me. Suddenly, a heroic spirit rose in her heart. She strode out and shouted, who are you people? In a peaceful world, in a clear and bright world, in a public place, you actually dare to gather people to block the road and hold swords and sabers. Do you want to commit murder? Do you know the word law? The person who spoke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A robber actually asked the people who came to catch the robber whether they knew the law. You really have no shame. The two of you are robbing in a peaceful world, in a clear and bright world, in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of being punished by the law? That person didn't want to be caught and asked first. Ha ha ha. Yao Ningning looked up to the sky and laughed, releasing the aura of the Demon Emperor Heaven. She shouted, in this Demon Emperor Heaven, I am the law. These words were really overbearing and arrogant to the extreme. How could the other party know that to others, these words were nonsense? But to Yao Ningning, these words were the truth. His mother was the Demon Empress. In the Demon Emperor Heaven, he was the law. These words were really true. But they didn't know. Instantly, they were filled with anger. A robber actually dared to say such words. Clearly, he didn't take them seriously. Go. Take them down. I want to see what the law looks like. 40 to 50 people shouted at the same time and rushed forward. The cold murderous intent in Tan Tan's eyes suddenly exploded. He shouted, yes, you dare to hurt my brother. He took the lead and rushed forward, blocking Yao Ningning behind him. He shouted, life and death brothers, together in life and death. A sword suddenly shot out, sword light flashing. Only a series of cracking sounds could be heard. The 5 swords opposite Tan Tan were cut in half by his sword at the same time. Then, blood light burst out. This sword of Tan Tan's was a top-grade divine weapon that Chu Yang spent all his effort to forge. Although it couldn't be compared to the Calamity Sword, it wasn't something that ordinary weapons could compare to. In this battle, no matter what the cultivation was, in a battle of weapons, there was no doubt that it would be easy to destroy. The opponent's sword was cut in half at the first moment. Everyone was stunned, and Tan Tan used this opportunity to kill. The sword light shone like autumn water. Under his sword, 3 people died and 2 were crippled in the blink of an eye. He injured a few. Then, Tan Tan was surrounded by the sea of people. Among these people, there were some who were weaker than Tan Tan, but not by much. Not to mention, there were many who were stronger than him. Tan Tan's situation suddenly became precarious. Big brother. I'll help you. Yao Ningning flew over. His blood was boiling, life and death brothers, together in life and death. This was a friend. This was a brother. This was Jianghu. I came to roam Jianghu. Yao Ningning's attack was truly like the fart of a deity. It was extraordinary. He raised his hand, and a golden light flashed. Countless hair-like needles shot out. The opponent showed a look of disdain. Such light flying needles could be blown away by a strong wind. You're actually using them to fight the enemy? You're really a newbie. With a wave of his sleeve, he wanted to sweep away these needles that were thinner than hair. But these golden needles weren't affected by his energy at all. When he attacked, these golden needles followed his energy and drilled in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 7 or 8 people were stabbed like this. In the next moment, screams sounded. Even if these men had their heads chopped off, they might not have screamed. But at this moment, they were screaming. After the golden needles pierced the skin, they followed the blood vessels and drilled into the heart in an instant. Soul-destroying heart-severing needle? The leader was shocked. He retreated quickly. Looking at the golden needles that seemed to have no target, he shuddered. This inconspicuous gigolo actually has such a treasure. Soul-destroying heart-severing needle was a legend in Demon Emperor Heaven. It was also a legend in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. This kind of needle wasn't afraid of being blocked by any energy. On the contrary, the more resistance you released, the faster you'd die. Moreover, once the skin was pierced, it would instantly penetrate the heart. It was almost impossible to save them. Legend had it that this item came from the hands of a demon. This demon relied on this weapon to roam the world for many years. In the end, it was said that a high-level expert of the demon race had to personally take action to kill him. However, the name of this soul-destroying heart-severing needle also shook the martial world from then on. How could such a domineering thing suddenly appear on this robber? What was going on? Not to mention anything else, just the value of that soul-destroying heart-severing needle, or even the cost of the production, was more than 3 times of all the things that were robbed. Wasn't this too disregarding the cost? Using this thing to deal with us is really thinking too highly of us. You're quite knowledgeable, old man. Yao Ningning laughed coldly. With a grab of her hand, the soul-destroying heart-severing needle was sucked into her palm. With a wave of her hand, a jet-black whip flew out from her hand. It was about 40 to 50 feet long. With a cracking sound, the 2 saint-level experts rolled on the ground. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and the whip marks were clearly visible, deep to the bone. Soul-locking whip. It's actually the soul-locking whip. The leader's eyes narrowed again. Another legendary treasure, and a super treasure that couldn't be resisted by one's cultivation base. This was something even more domineering than the soul-destroying heart-severing needle, and it wasn't even a consumable item. Where did this little boy get so many treasures from? With such wealth, was there a need to rob him? Everyone, let's kill him. In the blink of an eye, so many people had died. The eyes of the leading Ghost Realm expert were red. The other party had such a precious treasure, yet he still wanted to rob them. He even specifically robbed the people of the 3 major sections. His intention to target them was too obvious. It was already difficult for both sides to end peacefully. Since that was the case, they naturally had to kill the other party as soon as possible. Countless people rushed forward bravely, but they saw that the whip was dancing in the air. It was extremely strange. They used their hands, feet, and spiritual power to block it, but it was all useless. Using swords and sabers, it immediately eliminated the power on the swords and sabers, and then swept the swords away. People still couldn't avoid being injured. Soul-locking whip. This was the soul-locking whip. Legend had it that it was made with the soul tendons of a dragon king. It was indestructible, and there was nothing it couldn't overcome. The moment it attacked, it brought the power of a dragon. It couldn't be destroyed, and it couldn't be restrained. Attack the person together. The Ghost Realm expert almost vomited blood. Don't attack that whip. Everyone obeyed and attacked again. Unexpectedly, Yao Ningning's body suddenly released a ball of strange light. Countless small hidden weapons suddenly flew out from her body. Although the hidden weapons were small, they were not as thin as the soul-breaking heart-piercing needles from before. Sky-Heart Iron. Heavens! The Ghost Realm expert screamed in despair. Sky-Heart Iron, the Sky-Heart Iron that specialized in breaking all kinds of elemental power defenses in the world. As long as it was someone below the sage level, they would definitely not be able to resist the attack of the Sky-Heart Iron. It would ignore any protective divine power and directly penetrate the body. Of course, it could be dodged, but as long as it was close, there was no way to escape. This was the legendary Sky-Heart Iron. The size of a grain of rice was priceless, but thousands of them flew out from this small body in front of them. This was simply more extravagant and wasteful than using money to kill people. This was no longer using money to kill people, it was using Purple Cloud Mountain to kill people. There were a total of 30 or so people attacking at the same time from all directions. They concentrated their attacks, hoping to take down Yao Ningning in the shortest amount of time. This was the moment when the human heads were densely packed together. This time, no one was lucky enough to escape. They were all hit. The heaven's hard iron gently pierced a hole in their bodies. Then, it fluttered lightly and returned to Yao Ningning's body. However, everyone stiffened at the same time. Then, they fell to the ground with a plop. Not a single one of them was left alive. Heaven's hard iron, at the moment of contact with blood, all the meridians, flesh, and bones in a person's body would be completely frozen, instant death, incurable. This was precisely the tyrannical and terrifying aspect of the legendary hidden weapon Heaven's hard iron. Of all the experts who had besieged him, only the leader remained uninjured. Those who were injured were all dead. He would die if he brushed against it, and he would die if he touched it. For a moment, the only thought in this ghost hunter expert's mind was that he wanted to cry. You mother asterisk cur. You mother asterisk cur. This ghost hunter expert was extremely indignant. You mother asterisk cur are too much of a bully. You have so many treasures yourself. You don't even need one. Even if you take out a small fragment of any one of them, it would be more valuable than all of our assets. Moreover, it's the kind that has a price but no supply. Why do you have to rob us? You're too much of a bully. This question was simply so depressing that he couldn't figure it out even if he died. Although he was already destined to die, he still wanted to die with a clear understanding. If he couldn't figure out this question, he wouldn't be able to die in peace, no matter if it was the soul-breaking heart needle, the soul-locking whip, or the heaven's hard iron. Any one of these 3 items was really infamous in the Heaven Imperial Court. They were all legendary super-killing weapons, none of them needed a needle or a grain of iron. Even if it was just a little bit of powder, if it could be scraped off, then the value of the powder would really be more than all of these people's assets added together. In fact, it would be much more valuable. However, such a super-rich person, who ordinary people couldn't even afford, actually came to rob them. This was like an ordinary worker on Earth suddenly finding out that he was robbed when he got off work. And the person who robbed him was actually Bill Gates, who piloted an aircraft carrier. In fact, not only him, even Tan Tan seemed to be shocked. Just looking at these 3 treasures, Tan Tan's eyes were full of stars. What the hell? What is the background of this new little brother of mine? Not only is his cultivation higher than me, his big brother, but the treasures on him are even more earth-shattering. Yao Ningning frowned and asked somewhat puzzledly, my wealth is my own business. What does it have to do with me wanting to rob you? This sentence was really a stroke of genius. Hearing this, that ghost hunter expert was choked on the spot and couldn't say anything. That's right. His wealth is his own business. What does it have to do with him liking to rob? Even if Bill Gates really piloted planes, cannons, and submarines to rob an ordinary worker, what's the problem? As long as the other party is willing, there's no problem, it's just that this is really unreasonable. He saw Yao Ningning hurriedly collecting the rings on the ground. He opened them one by one and then began to divide the loot. The bigger ones are yours. 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 The rest are all mine. Tan Tan accepted it mechanically. He felt that his brain had short-circuited and hadn't recovered yet. Then, he found that he had received more than 1,000 spirit beast cores in this short period of time. This, Tan Tan was somewhat speechless. Yao Ningning raised his head and was surprised to find that ghost hunter expert still standing there. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Why haven't you left yet? This expert of the ghost hunter clan was stunned. 50 people came and he was the only one left. What hope did he have to survive? He was only waiting for the other party's sword to come, and he would be free. In the end, he waited for a long time and got the sentence, why haven't you left yet? Are you tired of living? You want me to help you? I can't be bothered to do it. There's no benefit to be gained. Yao Ningning tilted his head. The more he looked, the more he felt that this guy had a screw loose in his head. He said to Tan Tan, Big brother, look. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Didn't they say that a bad life is better than a good death? Yao Ningming's learning ability was very fast. When Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the others called someone together, they would usually call him this guy. Yao Ningming learned it immediately, and used it immediately. You're the one with a screw loose in your head. You have the nerve to say that someone else has a screw loose in his head? Tan Tan scolded in his heart, but his face deliberately showed a silly look. Yes. Is there something wrong with his brain? He can obviously live, but he wants to die. How can a normal person think like this? The two of them put on a handsome posture, and looked at this ghost hunter expert with surprise. This ghost hunter expert's face turned green, then red, then green. Finally, he let out a miserable howl, covered his face, and ran away madly. He really lost his last bit of self-esteem. He could run for his life, but he was actually chased away by others. Tan Tan and Yao Ningming looked at each other happily, and laughed loudly. They were extremely happy. The two of them walked around, and stuck their heads out to look at the surrounding scenery. One of them was silly, and the other was curious. They didn't feel that they had just killed so many people, and didn't think that others would come for revenge. Yao Ningming didn't care. In his view, these guys weren't from Demon Emperor Heaven. Killing them was nothing. Old master, who would dare to find trouble with me in Demon Emperor Heaven? It's fine if they don't come, but if they dare to come, let me have my fill. As for Tan Tan, he was more or less puffing himself up at his own cost. Ira Shijiang provoked so many enemies. I have to do my best to share some of the pressure for him. As for his own life, he didn't care at all. As for Yao Ningming, Tan Tan wasn't worried at all. If there really was a life-threatening situation, either of Yao Ningming's two uncles would help, and he would be fine. As for his own life and death, whether they would save him or not, Tan Tan didn't care. Saving him was a favor. Not saving him was their duty. There was nothing to complain about. Just as the two of them were strolling around, the elites of the three big sects were all mobilized, and they were rushing towards them. Murderous intent surged, and anger soared to the sky. Being killed by an assassin was fine. Both sides were enemies. Being killed by the divine soul of the calamity was fine. Who asked the other party to be so strong that they couldn't go against him? Being ambushed was fine. Being massacred repeatedly was fine. Being unable to do anything. But now, they were actually robbed. The other party was just a small fry with two saint positions. Could it be that any random cat or dog could bully the three big sects of Dark Cloud Heaven now? Everyone's hearts were about to explode at this moment. At the same time, Chu Yang still had a sickly look on his face. He walked out sickly, and his body seemed to be so weak that it was swaying with every step. Using a method that almost annoyed himself, he got rid of all possible attention and came to the street. Then, Chu Yang felt that something was wrong. Something was very, very, very wrong. Why is the murderous aura on this street today so heavy? It seems that I didn't make a move today. Why did it arouse so much resentment? But he saw that there were two guys coming from afar, talking and laughing. Both of them had their heads held high, their chests puffed out, and their waists straightened. Their faces and bodies were asking for a beating. Chu Yang shuddered fiercely, and his eyes were wide open. F***CK. Oh my god. This bastard, why would he appear at this place at this time? Chu Yang's heart was warm and anxious. There was also an indescribable feeling. Since coming up to the heavenly imperial court, this was the first time that he saw his own brother again, a long-awaited reunion. Tan Tan, this bastard junior brother. The murderous aura from all directions converged at an extremely fast speed. The momentum was so great that even Chu Yang was a little surprised. These people shouldn't be coming for him. But, if they really weren't coming for him, could it be that they were coming for Tan Tan? Today is Singles Day. Cough, cough. Actually, I don't celebrate this day. Although I celebrated it in the past, it wasn't as grand as this back then, and, here's my blessings to everyone. For those brothers who haven't found a wife, please find a beautiful one soon. For those sisters who haven't found a boyfriend, please find your ideal husband soon. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and suppressed his thumping heart. Then, he quietly hid his body. He had just hidden himself when countless people swept past him from all directions. And they crazily rushed towards Tan Tan and his companion. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Those people are from the three big sects. Chu Yang instantly recognized them. But he couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was because those guys seemed to be in a bad situation where they would collapse at any time. It seems that they are too angry. Their eyes were red, and their pupils were bloodshot. Some of them were bristling with anger. It was as if they wanted to eat someone. What did Tan Tan do to them? How did he make these people become like this? Chu Yang was somewhat flabbergasted. That was because the situation was too strange. At least, this situation was indeed strange in Chu Yang's eyes. I killed so many of their people before. But, they didn't seem to have collapsed to this extent, right? How can Tan Tan do this? Tan Tan's innate talent is extraordinary. And, his cultivation progress is only slightly below mine. But, this is already the limit. I had many fortuitous encounters since I came to the layered heavens. My speed of advancement had already reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. I was invincible under the sage realm. To be honest, at least half of this achievement came from external forces. Then, there was the layered heavens divine technique, and so on. So, Tan Tan couldn't catch up with me in any way. She had already confirmed that Tan Tan's present cultivation was at the level of sage level. This was already very rare and commendable. However, he could at most deal with experts of the same level. In fact, he might even be able to deal with experts of a higher level. In other words, Tan Tan wouldn't be a match for an expert of the heavenly level. As for his companion, he was much stronger than Tan Tan. He had already reached the peak of the sage realm. But, he was only SOSO. So, his strength was useless in the face of a celestial realm expert. After all, not everyone was as awesome as me, who had cultivated the layered heavens divine technique. However, the current situation was that these two people had angered a large group of people in front of them. Moreover, they had angered them to the point that they could collapse at any time. What's going on? Of course, Chu Yang was surprised. But, he didn't have time to investigate. That was because the current situation had reached a very bad state. He furrowed his brows tightly as he tried to think of a solution. However, no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of any way to resolve the current crisis. The current situation was that Tan Tan and the other guy had been surrounded by these people. Those people from the three major sects were obviously here to settle accounts with them, and there was no lack of experts. Just the number of experts at the celestial being realm was not small. The situation could be said to be precarious. The cultivation of Tan Tan and that guy combined isn't as high as mine. This is obvious. If he were to face them head-on, even if he were to personally make a move, he would only be dead if he were to encounter such a situation. Despite Chu Yang's awe-inspiring prowess earlier, most of his previous victories were built on the advantages of surprise attacks and sneak attacks. In addition, the Calamity Sword and Calamity Sword technique were too sharp, and there was also the great motive force of the heaven-conquering divine technique. If Chu Yang's true strength was to be compared to a saint, no one below the level of a saint could be his opponent. However, in a head-on confrontation, and one against many, he was still doomed. Then what should he do? Chu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. The only thing he was sure of was that even if he were to go out, he couldn't let them think that he was with Tan Tan. Otherwise, Tan Tan would really be implicated by him. However, how should he solve this crisis in front of him? Chu Yang took a deep breath, and his eyes turned resolute. No matter what kind of crisis or obstacle there was, he couldn't care less now. Chu Yang didn't know Yao Ningning's identity, and he didn't know what Yao Ningning and the others were relying on. He only knew that his brother was in danger and could be killed at any time. Moreover, it was very normal for Tan Tan to do such a thing in a situation where he didn't have any assurance of success, given his usual disposition. As for the guy next to him, his cultivation was obviously higher than Tan Tan's, but he still worshipped Tan Tan. One could imagine how high his IQ was. He couldn't count on him. How could you expect such a person to have any plans or powerful trump cards? Minister Chu shook his head subconsciously. Sigh, that would be too much. So Minister Chu was ready to risk his life. At this moment, he heard a sudden roar from the other side. What the hell are you doing? All of you, go and surround them. A bunch of trash. Even the earth seemed to tremble because of this voice. Chu Yang wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. It belonged to the extremely strong Great Elder of the Ghost Clan. Take him down. The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan didn't even ask. He was about to go crazy because of all the things in front of him. What was the point of asking? Now that someone was riding on his head and shitting on him, he would be a real fool if he still wanted to come up and ask for advice. Wait. Two people shouted at the same time. The experts of the three big sects who were about to press forward were all startled. It was Tan Tan and Yao Ningning who had spoken. Demon King Tan raised his nose and said to the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan, "Old man, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? You dare to offend me. Aren't you afraid that your whole clan will be exterminated?" Tan Tan wasn't completely without schemes. This old man who had just arrived was so powerful that it was beyond the limit of what he could deal with. So, he might as well attack his mind. Attacking his mind was one thing, but he didn't want to lose his prestige and status. So, he said this sentence, which was a very standard idea of Tan Tan. His domineering and arrogant words made the Great Elder of the Ghost Tribe, who was already stamping with rage, even more furious. His lips trembled. At this moment, he really wanted to swallow this ugly guy alive. Who are you? Who else can you be? Even if you have a little bit of status, you can't rob people on the road, right? The Great Elder was about to speak when he saw Yao Ningning imitate Tan Tan and say to the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan, "Presumptuous old man who just arrived, do you know who I am? You dare to offend me. Aren't you afraid that your whole clan will be exterminated?" The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan went crazy. What kind of people were they? Why were they pretending to be big shots? Weren't they just robbers? Exterminating the entire family, not sparing even chickens and dogs? His entire family was executed and his entire clan was exterminated? Do you think you are Shui Leihan? Or do you think you are Yuan Tianjia? Not the Demon Empress anymore? Take him down. Take him down. The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan roared, "No need to take him down. Everyone, go all out and chop him up. Throw him out to feed the dogs." His face had already turned purple from anger. How many years had it been since he got so angry? This time, he really couldn't bear it. Clang, clang, clang. Sabers and swords were unsheathed. At this moment, Chu Yang, who was in the shadows, finally made up his mind and suddenly rushed out. "My brother is in danger. I must get him out of this predicament, but the enemies are gathered and there are many experts. I am definitely no match for them, but my brother is in trouble. No matter what, I will do my best." In this specific situation where he bounced back from a hopeless situation, Chu Yang's fighting spirit was suddenly suppressed to the extreme. He struck with his sword, completely selfless. He was only relying on instinct to strike. There was only one thought in his mind. Subconsciously, he chose the move with the greatest power among all his moves, but it was in such a hopeless situation that he inexplicably stimulated his own unlimited potential. All the origin energy in his dantian was completely emptied in an instant. There wasn't a single drop left. In an instant, the whole sky and earth were suddenly filled with a biting cold murderous intent. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yang was extremely anxious and worried. But, he had actually successfully used his most powerful move, so far, the ultimate move of the Tribulation Sword technique. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? While the sword move was still in preparation, the energy of the whole world was suddenly emptied due to some situation. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 feet felt as if they couldn't breathe at the same time. An unprecedented silent oppression suddenly enveloped this place. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were about to move, suddenly paused. A trace of inexplicable fear flashed in their eyes as they looked in a certain direction. As people who were at the peak of the elementary level of Saint, they knew the origin of this aura better than anyone else. How could such an aura be produced? That was the ultimate slaughter, inhumane, unscrupulous slaughter. Moreover, this kind of ultimate slaughter could only appear when an expert at the level of a saint unleashed an all-out attack without holding back. Who was it? Who exactly was it? Which saint had actually gone mad at such a time? In an instant, a majestic sword light filled with madness and destruction suddenly lit up behind the people of the three big sects. At this moment, even the scorching sun in the sky seemed to have lost its Brilliance. Although it was broad daylight, everyone could feel that under the illumination of that brilliant sword light, the originally clear sky and bright sun were actually dim and no different from the night sky. The sword light cut through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was dozens of times faster than flowing light, but it also gave people a feeling that it was incomparably slow. This kind of completely opposite feeling made everyone who felt this artistic conception almost go crazy. At the same time, a mosquito-like voice suddenly transmitted to Tan Tan's ears, "You bastard! Hurry up and leave!" A sword light flew up like an angry dragon. It galloped wildly like a golden dragon. In an instant, it turned into a river of stars and majestically entered the crowd. The great elder of the ghost hunter was standing in the front. He suddenly turned around. His cultivation base was the highest among the people here, so only he knew what was going on. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run!" But the majestic sword light had already rushed into the dense crowd and exploded with a loud bang. It was as if all the crystals in the world were gathered here and shattered at this moment. That gorgeous and resplendent light, that space was shattered into countless folds. Wherever the sword light went, the densely packed crowd seemed to suddenly evaporate. Boom! The sword light was 100 feet thick when it melted, and all the people from the 3 great sects within its range were turned into ashes without exception. 4 or 5 beginner sages and 7 or 8 celestial beings from the 3 sects rushed forward like crazy. Every single one of them channeled their lifetime's worth of cultivation to resist with all their might, facing such a terrifying sword energy. Fighting back was just a joke. If they could block it, they would be happy. Even if they resisted with all their might, they might not be able to block it. However, if they didn't block it, they were afraid that after this bloody alley, 70 to 80% of the over 3,000 sect disciples present would be finished. Boom! It was as if the 2 most dazzling meteors had suddenly collided while flying high in the sky, more than a dozen experts scattered in all directions like exploding bombs. So what if it was the ultimate version of Slaughter the World? With extreme compression and extreme explosion, the power was at the peak of the skill. Such a terrifying attack was almost equivalent to a beginner sage gathering all his life force to self-destruct. Such power was unstoppable. Of the dozen or so experts who were fighting head-on, all of them were spurting out blood. 5 of them were already limp and powerless when they were flying through the air. They were completely unable to control their bodies. Blood spurted out of their bodies like rainbows as they flew far away. The few great elders with the highest cultivation were sent flying, blood spurting out from their mouths. Their internal organs were shaken violently, and they felt dizzy. As for the sword light, it was scattered for a moment because of this strong interception. Then, it condensed again and resolutely rushed towards the scattered crowd. The street where the incident happened was quite wide. As one of the main streets of Lone Bamboo City, it could accommodate a large number of people. But at this moment, the once spacious street seemed extremely narrow. Waves of blood surged up without stopping. In just a moment, the entire street was dyed in a layer of bright red. A hoarse voice laughed, "How rare. So many people lined up and waited for me to kill them. If I don't fulfill your good intentions, I would be letting you down. I would regret it for the rest of my life." Amidst the wild and arrogant laughter, the sword light that was as wide as the entire street shook inexplicably and then shot straight up into the sky. Behind him, a figure pounced forward at an indescribably terrifying speed. It was mixed with a heart-wrenching roar, "Stay." The person who came later was the great elder of the Iron Sword sect. So far, the 3 great sects had suffered heavy losses, especially the Iron Sword sect. Almost all of them had been wiped out in this battle. Faced with such an outcome, the great elder of the Iron Sword sect went mad. At this moment, he had already lost all reason. The only thought in his mind was to destroy the source of all this. Even though the great elder of the Iron Sword sect could already foresee that the sword light was about to fly far away, he still chased after it with all his might. Activating all of his elemental life force, he actually managed to catch up to Chu Yang, who was fleeing at full speed right after the first strike. "Bastard! Where do you think you're going? Hand over your life." The great elder of the Iron Sword sect shouted harshly as he charged forward without any regard for his own safety. Chu Yang's heart suddenly trembled. He did not dare to be careless. Gathering his remaining strength, he waved the calamity sword in the air. With a boom, the two collided in the air, bang, 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 puff, 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 a series of sounds completely intertwined at that moment. The entire process seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, the two separated as soon as they touched. Xianxia let out a miserable groan, and once again rose into the air. He staggered in the air, and then groaned, strong. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of scarlet blood turned into a blood mist and dissipated in the air. Then, the sword light flashed and this time, it really disappeared. No one could chase after it anymore. However, those who were observant could see that although the speed of this sword light was extremely fast, and it was impossible to catch up to it, the sword's shadow was faintly wobbling. It was obvious that the person who had attacked it was seriously injured. This point was clearly seen by the great elder of the demon ghost sect who was especially concerned about it. However, at this moment, almost everyone was seriously injured. Even if they wanted to chase after it, they were already powerless and could only sigh helplessly. Unless they were like the great elder of the Iron Sword sect and chased after it without a care for their lives. However, they were still somewhat reluctant to give up their lives. After all, the other two sects were not as bad as the Iron Sword sect. They still had strength to spare. Great Elder! The remaining 100 or so people of the Iron Sword sect cried out sorrowfully. In the air, the Great Elder's body floated and spun as he fell to the ground. His throat, forehead, heart, back, neck, head, lower abdomen, chest, dantian, everywhere that could be fatal, blood spurted out. His pair of eyes had already become hollow and numb. He spun as he fell from the air, lifeless. Like a piece of withered land in late autumn, he fell into the arms of his brothers who were crying like rain. He was already on the verge of death. He had used all of his strength, and had struck Xianxia with 10 palms in a row. He had left Xianxia with the most serious injuries since the beginning of this surprise attack. But, his body had also been stabbed 17 times by Xianxia's sword in a frenzied manner as if his life depended on it. The calamity sword swallowed every sword. It devoured the Great Elder's boundless life force. After 17 swords, the Great Elder of the Iron Sword sect had already lost all his life force. There was no way to reverse the situation. There was no chance of survival. Opening his lifeless eyes, the Great Elder of the Iron Sword sect suddenly laughed hoarsely. He muttered, "One cannot have a guilty conscience. If one has a guilty conscience, one will definitely lose." Suddenly, he struggled to get up. He struggled to raise his head and laughed bitterly. "If one has a guilty conscience, one will definitely die." He laughed hoarsely again. Suddenly, blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He muttered, "Tell the sect master. Just for the sake of the Iron Sword sect's hundreds of thousands of years of foundation. Is it possible to disregard one's conscience? Really? Is it worth it?" The Iron Sword sect disciples who were hugging him all cried bitterly. However, the Great Elder had already closed his eyes. He had closed his eyes forever. There was no possibility of him opening them again. Although blood was still flowing from his body, he no longer made any sound. He was dead. One person, one sword, came unhindered, and left unhindered. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The other party did not even stop. However, the thousands of people from the 3 great sects who had gathered here had been reduced by 2/3. Although everyone knew that the person who had come had paid a huge price, such an outcome still shocked everyone. Even Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were watching from afar, were shocked. In terms of cultivation, they were already at the pinnacle of the beginner saint level. Either one of them was confident that they could face that person head-on and not be at a disadvantage. They could even win. However, to achieve such a result, even if both of them were to attack at the same time, they might not be able to achieve it. One must know that none of the people here were mediocre. Every one of them was a true expert at the saint level or above. Sharp. Uncle Hu took a deep breath. Sharp indeed. Uncle Ma's eyes were deep in thought. This person had attacked a few times. The first attack was that night. The 3 great sects lost 1,000 people. The entire process was silent. The second attack was at the city gates in the early morning. He killed more than 300 people with one sword. There was only a moment between the third and the second attack. Several hundred people from Iron Sword sect died at the city gates. The fourth attack was in the middle of the night. He killed 400 people in a surprise attack. Then, he intercepted and killed the reinforcements. He did it 3 times. Today is the 8th time he's made a move. Uncle Ma's eyes were filled with intense shock. These 8 attacks have killed nearly 8,000 people. More than half of the elites of the 3 great sects in Mayan sky have been cleaned up by him alone. Uncle Hu's face twitched. The 3 great sects only sent a little more than 1,000 people this time. But now, almost 8,000 people have died in this person's hands. If we count the people killed by Tai He and this Tan Tan, the number of people from the 3 great sects who are still alive is probably less than 1,000. After calculating in this way, the two of them looked at each other in shock. They didn't know before calculating, but they were shocked after calculating. Only then did they realize that the people from the 3 great sects were almost all killed by that person. As for those who were killed by the combination of a certain person and Tai He, although it wasn't a hair on an ox, it was only a few dozen people. It was basically negligible. All that could be seen was a gloomy and miserable fog. The ground was full of blood and broken limbs. It was like an artificial azure hell. And it was in such a short period of time. Yao Ningning stood there and was truly shocked by this sudden turn of events. He stared at the scene of purgatory in the human world. He only felt the shock and worship in his heart coming like a tsunami. This was the act of a hero. This was the blood of the Jianghu. This was a massacre. Tai He was still sighing from the bottom of his heart. He was immersed in a daze. When things just happened, Tan Tan wanted to pull him and escape in the chaos. But Yao Ningning didn't react at all. Tan Tan, whose cultivation was inferior, couldn't pull Tai He away no matter what. Tan Tan was also helpless. What was going on with this guy? Why did he suddenly act like an idiot at this time? He couldn't pull him away. He couldn't just run away by himself, right? Therefore, Great Demon King Tan could only helplessly accompany him. His heart was infinitely tangled. Your sister. Even if you want to King go crazy, can't you change the time and place? This is a battlefield now, Great Master. Chu Yang was seriously injured, but his heart was very calm. In Chu Yang's opinion, the chaos he had created after such a big massacre was enough for Tan Tan to escape 100 times. With Tan Tan's intelligence, and more importantly, with Chu Yang's sound transmission, Tan Tan would seize the opportunity to escape no matter what. Therefore, even though he had completely emptied himself this time, and had even seriously injured himself, it was still very worth it. Especially this time, he didn't expose his relationship with Tan Tan at all. Chu Yang left without looking back. He was very calm and relieved. At this time, he had to find a hidden place to heal himself. If he delayed any longer, he might be the first to leave. But he never thought that there would be someone in this world who would be in a daze and worship him in such a situation, so much so that even the main target, Tan Tan, couldn't leave. Fortunately, Minister Chu didn't look back. If he looked back and saw that Tan Tan and that guy were still standing in their original positions, Mo Yuntian's people wouldn't need to do anything. Chu Yang would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood and die, until the sword light that Chu Yang transformed into disappeared completely. Yao Ningning suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes were still full of fervent worship. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful person in my life. He's really too domineering. The Grand Elder wasn't stingy with his praise. Too arrogant. Too cool. He's simply too cool. How can there be such an extraordinary man in this world? Under Tan Tan's speechless gaze, Yao Ningning had shockingly turned into a groupie in an instant. Wahahaha. I admire him so much. He's simply too handsome and cool. He's so awesome that there's no limit to it. He's so cool that it's inhumane. Waha. I must get to know this person. My idol. Tan Tan looked at a certain old man dumbfoundedly. He felt that his nerves, which had always been thick, suddenly spasmed at this moment. Big brother, I know that you're shocked, and I know that you worship him. I also know how you feel in your heart. To be honest, I feel the same. But, can you stop talking now? My senior brother has left, but there are still so many people here who haven't been killed. Originally, those guys were in grief and fear. Even if you dragged me down and made me miss the best chance to retreat, we still had a chance to escape. But you're actually sighing with emotion at this time, and so loudly? Are you afraid that you can't attract hatred, even if you're tired of living? I haven't lived enough yet. Save me. Sure enough, as Tan Tan expected, once Yao Ningning said this sentence, the remaining 700 to 800 people all turned their heads. No matter which sect they were from, everyone's eyes were red as they stared straight over. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. So many of our people have died, and that guy over there is actually clapping his hands and praising the murderer. In the face of so many people's gazes, Yao Ningning was calm and composed, without any fear. He could even maintain that reckless look, and even said with a little exultation, "Today's battle is really too satisfying." Think about it, when you are surrounded and someone suddenly appears out of nowhere. He stared at the sky with his eyes wide open, his imagination running wild. He's just like a powerful demon god attacking. Oh, it's really too shocking. Black clothes, black robe, black mask, and a sword flash like the scorching sun in the sky. Under his powerful attack, all the enemies melted like snow, instantly vanishing into thin air. He came suddenly and left suddenly. What kind of realm is this? With just one strike, he was able to retreat unscathed. Peerless elegance. Oh. I want to learn from him. I must learn from him. As Yao Ningning spoke, his blood seemed to be boiling. He was unable to contain his joy. Tan Tan, don't you think he's handsome? Isn't he handsome? Isn't he handsome? Isn't he handsome? Tan Tan only felt that his throat was dry. For the first time in his life, he hated the word handsome so much. Handsome my ass. No matter how handsome he was, it wasn't as important as his own life. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva dryly and said, "I think, shouldn't we think of a way to escape first before talking about other things?" Yao Ningning disagreed. He gestured with his hand and said disdainfully, "Escape? What escape? We have the upper hand now. Just these people? TSK. Even if they were given 3 more guts, they wouldn't dare to attack me. I've really burned them. They actually dared to brandish their swords at me. Have they all put the guts of the leopard clan in their chests?" The chest of the great elder of the ghost clan rose and fell rapidly. He glared at Yao Ningning, and said through his teeth, "Everyone, attack together. Kill him. Kill this little bastard at all costs." He roared, "Kill this F***king bastard." All the people of the 3 great sects roared in anger at the same time, "Kill this F***king bastard. F***king bastard?" The main party involved, Yao Ningning, and the secondary party, Tan Tan, didn't feel anything when they heard these words. Especially Tan Tan. As the saying goes, there's no good way to scold someone. When he was in the Heaven Palace, he had heard all kinds of scolding words. Not to mention that Tan Tan was a chatterbox who was very good at scolding people. He probably wouldn't take words 100 times more vicious than this to heart. But this sentence made Hu and Ma, who were watching the battle from a building far away, instantly furious. In the territory of the Demon Emperor Heaven, there was actually someone who dared to curse the great elder of the demon race like this? Especially that sentence, it was a great insult to the Demon Empress herself. If this spread out, it would really be a great humiliation to the Demon Emperor Heaven. Many people rushed up with their swords and sabers in hand. As they rushed, they kept on cursing madly. They cursed whatever was unpleasant to hear, whatever was embarrassing to hear. They really did not hold back from cursing to the extreme. For so many years, it wasn't that the 3 great sects had never suffered grievances, but when had they ever suffered such a heavy loss? The essence of the entire sect was almost completely lost in this territory. It was almost the same as the entire sect being finished. With that little bit of strength left, even if they didn't suffer any losses and returned to the Ink Cloud Heaven, the 3 great sects of the Ink Cloud Heaven would be completely wiped out. They would be reduced to second or even third-rate sects, or even worse. Even if their own inheritance was intact, wanting to make a comeback, it would take at least 1,000,000 years. Such a heavy loss, such heavy casualties, and the bleak fate in front of them and in the future. The survivors of the 3 great sects seemed to have lost their minds. In addition, there was no lack of the mentality of cooking the rabbit and eating the dog. We can't take care of that mysterious assassin, but can't we take care of you 2 small shrimps? Today, he was going to pick on the weak one and vent his anger before anything else. It was under the influence of such a mentality that their words naturally became increasingly unpleasant to hear. F***ck your ancestors, you little bastard. You're courting death. Just you wait, you old man. Wait and see if I won't play you to death. Little bastard, I'll put you in 108 different positions in a while. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. You'll wish you were dead. F***ck your mother. Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your clan. I'll kill your entire family. I'll kill your entire clan. I'll cut the weeds and dig up the roots. I won't leave even the chickens and dogs. I won't just kill your entire family. I'll dig up your ancestral grave and exterminate 18 generations of your ancestors. Countless people fiercely cursed and fiercely rushed forward. The momentum was quite frightening. The great elder of the ghost clan took the lead. His face was full of malevolence. Kill. Chop him into pieces. Dig up his roots again. A clan that can cultivate such a little bastard is certainly not a good thing. I'll exterminate his clan today. I'll exterminate his entire clan. Dig up his roots and break his clan. Seeing such a terrible situation, Tantan's heart involuntarily sighed. Brother, I had some intentions of using you before. But, I won't leave you today. I'll accompany you to die here. I'm not letting you down. I hope you won't blame me when we walk together. So, he stepped forward bravely and shouted, You're just a group of defeated generals. What are you shouting for? Come at me if you have the guts. Don't touch my brother. Someone sneered malevolently, Little bastard, do you think you can still run away? Neither of you can run away. Both of you will die. Yao Ningning's eyes became hot. She was on the verge of tears. This was the first time in her life that she personally felt the legendary warmth of friendship. She smiled and said somewhat chokingly, Brother Tan, don't worry. We won't die. Hearing this, Tan was angry and amused at the same time. UF** King dare to say that. There are 700 to 800 people on the other side. Everyone's cultivation isn't inferior to ours. They're besieging us, and you're telling me not to worry? Can I be at ease? If we can't die like this, how can we die like this? Great Demon King Tan endlessly lamented in his heart. There's always someone better than you. I always thought that I was unconventional. But, I never thought that this guy would be even more unconventional than me. You're about to be dismembered into pieces at this moment. But, you're still boasting shamelessly. You're so stubborn that you're like a dead duck. I'll write the word convinced for you, okay? Some of the people from the 3 big sects had good eyesight. They saw that some people's eyes were glistening with tears. They were choking with sobs. Then, they laughed wildly. Everyone, take a look. That little guy is crying from fright. He's crying from fright even before the fight. Do you know fear now? What's the use of knowing fear now? There'll be more frightening things later. Do you think he's afraid of death? Wait for a few days. Then, you'll use all means to beg for a quick death after you can't die even if you want to. This little guy has tender skin. His tearful appearance is quite tempting. Not bad, not bad. The people of the 3 big sects were stirred up. They were arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Their previous dejection had been washed away. They approached Tan and Yao Ningning step by step. At this critical juncture, the cold light of the swords reflected on their blades. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, Stop! 2 figures descended from the sky along with the shout, Whoosh, Wallalala. The people who had besieged them were sent flying in all directions. The 2 figures that had descended from the sky were like 2 immovable mountains. They towered in front of Tan and Yao Ningning. How dare you scoundrels! Uncle Hu's loud shout stupefied the great elder of the ghost tribe, who was about to fly into a rage. He had already judged the approximate strength of the 2 people who had come just by the contact of their auras. They weren't inferior to him. Moreover, both of them were super experts who were at least at the level of saints. Oh my god. It was undoubtedly too early for Elder Guasi to shout, because what he really needed was to shout. The time for heaven is still behind. A group of Jianghu thugs, how dare you besiege this heaven and insult this heaven's demon empress? This crime is unforgivable. This roar immediately threw the great elder of the ghost territory into disarray, making him feel dizzy. Tai Tai, Tai, where is Tai Tai? One of the two people opposite is Tai Tai. This heaven Tai? Demon Emperor Tai Tai, but there were still some people who did not hear clearly, and continued to brandish their swords and sabers as they charged forward. Hu and Ma were enraged when they saw this. They each took out their weapons and shouted, "Kill the rebels! Kill the assassins! Kill without mercy!" Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, a few people fell down. When the great elder of the ghost tribe saw the two of them fight, he felt a chill down his spine. His assessment just now was too optimistic. The cultivation of these two people was not lower than his. They were obviously higher than him. They were at least at the peak of the primary stage of the sage realm. Unknowingly, the identity of the demon emperor suddenly became more credible. "Stop. Everyone, stop!" The great elder of the ghost hunter shouted. The one who shouted was his own people. If this trip not only did not complete the mission, but also offended the demon emperor, in that case, the luck of our three great sects is truly incurable. Don't even think about making a comeback. Let's just get rid of the name of our sect. At this moment, a horn suddenly sounded in the city, and it resounded through the clouds. In an extremely short period of time, countless Demon Emperor Heaven's army surrounded the last few people of the three great sections. Swords and spears flashed, and the tips of their swords were pointed straight at them. Elder Hu and Elder Ma, the two saint-level experts, stood at the front of the army. Their brows were furrowed, and their faces were frosty. They did not hide their awe-inspiring intentions at all. Elder Guaisi saw the situation, and his last trace of fantasy vanished instantly. He was stunned on the spot. It was actually the Demon Emperor Heaven's Tai Tai Tai. The remaining 700 to 800 people of the three great sects were all dumbfounded like ducks shocked by lightning. They were stunned and could not speak. The only feeling they had was the wind blowing in their heads. Tai 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 Tai, is it real or fake? Looking at the situation in front of them, it should be real, but, who the F***ck has ever seen such a person, openly smashing a casino, extorting and blackmailing, then robbing people in broad daylight, and even killing people in broad daylight? When he scolded people, it was smooth. His unreasonable behavior had been passed down to him. This kind of Grand Master, Mother****, we thought that our Muyun Heaven's Grand Elder was already a weirdo for snatching a commoner's girl, and was already a piece of trash. Who would have thought that Demon Emperor Heaven's Grand Elder was even more awesome than our Grand Elder? No, he was simply too awesome. What the F***ck is this? Could it be that the heavens want to play with our three great sects to death? How could they create such a great master? This. The great elder of the ghost clan's mouth twitched. His lips twitched as he said, This is a misunderstanding. It wasn't that the great elder of the ghost tribe didn't want to explain, but he really didn't know how to explain. Just now, the people on his side had cursed and scolded him. How could he say it was a misunderstanding? Even if it was a misunderstanding, how could this misunderstanding be resolved? The 18 generations of the Grand Elder's ancestors, male and female relatives, were all taken care of without exception. How could this be explained by a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your head, do you think we're all blind and deaf? Uncle Hu shouted, take them all down. Finally, he found a place to vent the frustration that he had accumulated over the past few days. The Demon Emperor Heaven's army surrounded them like wolves and tigers. The people of the three great sects looked at the great elder of the ghost tribe with pleading eyes. However, everyone's heart was already in despair, and they no longer had the slightest bit of resistance. Their gazes were also somewhat panicked. How they had scolded the Grand Elder just now, everyone remembered very clearly. It was so unpleasant to hear. Especially the Grand Elder's mother, who had 8 generations of bad luck. Who was the Grand Elder's mother? She was the Demon Empress, the Heavenly Emperor of the Demon Emperor Heaven. Under such circumstances, it was truly wishful thinking to want the Demon Emperor Heaven to give them a way out. The great elder of the ghost tribe still wanted to speak, trying to make a final effort. However, Elder Ma had already said coldly, if anyone resists, kill them without mercy. Capture them all and throw them into the demon prison. Everyone on the side of the three great sects felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Their hearts were cold. Looking at the soldiers who were like wolves and tigers rushing forward, everyone was at a loss of what to do. If they resisted, then they would be charged with the crime. If they didn't resist, then they would be arrested. Most likely, they would be dead meat. While they were hesitating, they were already pressed to the ground one by one. Ropes were tied around their bodies, tigers in cages. It seemed like it should be sick cats in cages. Seeing the city guards capture all the people of the three great sects in one fell swoop and lead them away with ropes around their necks, Tan was so shocked that he was speechless. I say, you're really the Demon Emperor Heaven's great elder. Tan stared at Yao Ningning with his eyes wide open. His gaze was very surprised. Yao Ningning hurriedly smiled apologetically. In the eyes of outsiders, I indeed have such an identity. Ha ha ha. In Big Brother's eyes, of course, he was just about to say a few words of modesty and then express his sincerity. He was afraid that the friends he had made with great difficulty would be scared away by his identity. Even if they weren't scared away, the sudden change in attitude would also be very unpleasant. How could that be the friends he wanted? Just as the great elder was feeling apprehensive and worried about his gains and losses, he saw Tan suddenly kick over and scolded, "You're the great elder. Why didn't you say it earlier? Damn it. You're playing the great elder? You made the great elder so worried. Why don't you go and die?" The great elder of the Demon Emperor Heaven, who was still awe-inspiring just now, was suddenly kicked away by this sudden kick. His entire person fell solidly on the ground. A standard example of a dog eating shit. On the side, the city guards who were still guarding there looked at each other in dismay. Damn, isn't this great elder a little too bold? Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma covered their faces and sighed. I really don't know where this mischievous fellow came from. It's fine if you were a little rude when you didn't know the great elder's identity. But after knowing, you're actually still so rude and even worse. You're really a weirdo. Yao Ningning crawled up from the ground and smiled apologetically. Big brother, I didn't mean it that way. But I haven't had the time yet. Tan recalled his worry just now. It was fine if he was worried, but it seemed that he was still planning to walk together with this dishonest little brother. He even felt that he had let him down. He couldn't help but get angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He scolded and punched and kicked him as if he was hitting a punching bag. Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit your mother. Are you F*** thinking of showing off? First you F*** hide your identity, then you F** suddenly reveal it. You want to F** shock me? Then you want me to F** come and kowtow to you? Damn you. F** you. Damn you. Who told you to show off in front of me? Who told you to show off? Who told you to show off? Too much of a bird. A bird. I'll beat you to death, you pretentious fool. Puff puff puff, bang bang bang. The more Tan scolded Yao Ningning, the more righteous he became. Yao Ningning felt that he was in the wrong the more he heard. In fact, he was in the wrong. So, he didn't dare to use his cultivation to protect himself. Instead, he held his head and begged for mercy. Big brother, please don't be angry. Big brother, please don't be angry. It's this younger brother's fault. It's all this younger brother's fault. It's all this younger brother's fault. Treat? Do I F** want your treat? Tan didn't give up. I have plenty of money. Do I care about your treat? Yes. Yao Ningning's face was full of flattery. Aren't I asking Big Brother to give me some face? Give me some face. Then why don't you be more sincere? With your current behavior, I'm not in the mood to. Yes. Everyone in the surroundings fainted in unison. Oh my god? What the F*** was this? Wasn't this too weird? How could such a thing happen? Mother F***, how could there be such a weirdo in this world? A wanderer of the pugilistic world cursed and chased after His Highness for an entire day to beat him up. Also, why was this guy's scolding so unpleasant? His mouth was full of 3 words. The upper echelons of the Demon Emperor Heaven were all unlucky 17 to 18 times. Although the people from the three great sects had also scolded them, it didn't seem to be as outrageous as this person. 700 to 800 people were all locked up and thrown into prison to eat prison food. But this guy's scolding was several times worse than theirs, and he was actually fine. When the Grand Elder invited him to a meal, he actually had to beg the other party to give him face. It was really a wonder of the world, rare since ancient times. Tan Tan snorted and turned to leave. Motherf ****, after all this time, I'm hanging out with a highness. It's so embarrassing. Forget it, forget it. Let's go, let's go. Yao Ningning followed him eagerly. Big brother, boss, I'll go with you to roam the pugilistic world. I don't dare, I don't dare. You'd better be a highness. I'm hungry. I won't serve you anymore. Tan Tan walked in front with his head held high. I'll treat you. I have good wine. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Big brother, boss. Come, come, come. Yao Ningning eagerly followed and didn't leave at all. He nodded and bowed like a lackey. Big brother, how do you think we should deal with those people we captured? Yao Ningning asked eagerly. Deal with what? How would I know how to deal with them? Tan Tan rolled his eyes. Anyway, they were scolding you, and most of them were beating you. Most importantly, they disrupted your steps in roaming the pugilistic world. Is it too much to describe it as unpardonable? It's not too much. It's not too much at all. It's unpardonable. So, let's kill them all? Yao Ningning expressed his agreement and asked cautiously. It was like a subordinate asking for instructions from a leader. I didn't have any ideas for the past 2 days. I'm so stuck that I want to die, although I feel that I've tried my best to write about Tan Tan and Yao Ningning as interesting as possible, but this kind of saliva is still a bit too much. Today, I've been writing for the whole day, but there's still no status. I've written it twice and deleted it. I'm extremely vexed. I haven't thought about how to develop the next plot, so I asked for a night off to sort out my thoughts. Yesterday, I felt that my bones were rusty, so I went for a massage. I didn't expect that the masseuse I met was one of our proud readers. He chatted with me for the whole night. After giving me a massage, his whole body almost collapsed, and he was dripping with sweat. He said to me, "The wind is strong, so I'll give you a massage. It's definitely strenuous work. Ordinary people can't do it." I suddenly felt a bit of heartache. I'll tell everyone in advance that you don't have to wait for me tonight. I hope that everyone can be considerate of me. Do as you please. Tan Tan still had the appearance of being indifferent to him. Pass down my order. Those people are audacious. They insulted the Demon Empress, attempted to assassinate the Empress, disturbed the peace of the Demon Emperor's heaven, bewitched the people, and attempted to rebel. Their crimes are unpardonable. Yao Ningning ordered loudly, execute them all. How awe-inspiring. Tan Tan squinted. You flatter me. Yao Ningning followed like a lackey. Big brother, let's go for a drink. Seeing that you're so sincere. Tan Tan frowned reluctantly. I'll forgive you. Wow. Thank you, big brother. You're really a good person. You're broad-minded and tolerant. You're handsome and elegant. You're chivalrous and courageous. The two talked as they walked. They walked further and further away. Behind them, the thousands of city guards and the experts of the Demon Emperor's heaven who had just rushed over, led by Elder Hu and Elder Ma, were all in a mess. They were dumbfounded, and their mouths were crooked. That guy just now was really too cool. As the saying goes, killing one person in 10 steps and leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. No, it should be more appropriate to say that he killed 1,000 people with a single step and disappeared in an instant. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yao Ningning was still full of praise. That battle just now, although it was only a short time, it really dazzled me. It's amazing. Tan Tan rolled his eyes and said, that. Actually, that. Ha ha ha, it's just that. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Although that tone seemed to be disdainful, it faintly contained a lot of pride. Yao Ningning suddenly became smart. He sensitively felt that Tan Tan's words had something to say. He asked suspiciously. Big Brother Tan, from what you said, it seems to be very meaningful. Could it be that you actually know that person? Of course. Tan Tan looked like he had accidentally said something wrong. He hurriedly waved his hand. No, no, no. I don't know him. It's also my first time in the Heaven Imperial Court. How could I know such an outstanding person? I don't know him. I really don't know him. Yao Ning's heart itched even more. Big Brother Tan, just tell me. She actually acted like a spoiled child. Her voice also became a little coquettish, and she even twisted her body. Tan Tan suddenly felt his blood run cold. A certain private part of his body subconsciously tightened. He hastily raised his hands. Okay. Okay. I know you. Speak properly. Don't have that expression on your face. It makes me panic. Yao Ningning was shocked. Who is that person? Your friend? Tan Tan looked left and right. Then, he lowered his voice, and mysteriously said, he, why didn't that person appear earlier or later? Why did he appear the moment we encountered a crisis? What kind of logic do you think this is to resolve our crisis in an instant? Yao Ningning immediately became excited. Are you saying that he's actually here to save us? Tan Tan slapped his thigh, and raised his thumb. You've finally become smart for once. Yao Ningning scratched her ears and cheeks, unable to contain her joy. Could it be, he knows us? I just praised you for being smart, and now you're showing your true colors. Wrong. Very wrong. Tan Tan looked at her with disdain. He doesn't know us. He knows me. Do you understand the difference? Yao Ningning said, knows you? Doesn't know me? Nonsense. I've known you for such a long time. Do you think I don't know your details? Tan Tan spoke in a resolute and decisive manner. His face was full of pride. That man is my senior martial brother whom I had mentioned earlier. Do you know now? Yao Ningning suddenly jumped up. That's your asterisk. Shoo. Tan Tan covered her mouth. You idiot, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know such a big secret? Yao Ningning sat down. She was so excited that her face was red. She kept rubbing her hands. This. Big Brother, can I get to know him? Can you help me arrange something? He's my idol now. Tan Tan rolled his eyes. This matter is a bit difficult to handle. Please, you have to introduce me to this Big Brother. Yao Ningning pleaded. I'm really very excited. How can I not meet such an influential person? Brother Tan, please help me, I won't help you. You haven't met my senior brother yet, and this big brother of mine has already become Big Brother Tan. When I really meet my senior brother, will I still have a place to stand? Although my senior brother is a dragon among men, handsome and outstanding, I'm not bad either. Tan Tan seemed to be a little jealous. Damn it. It's my fault. You're still the big brother. Your brother is the big brother. This should be fine, right? I just want to look up to such an extraordinary person. I didn't show any disrespect to you. You have to understand. Yao Ningning saw that Tan Tan was picking on him, so he hurriedly tried to make up for it. His attitude was sincere, and he was incomparably obsequious. If this were to be seen by anyone in the Demon Emperor Heaven who knew a certain Tai, even if they didn't go crazy from anger, they would go crazy from anger. Wasn't this too shameful? Tan Tan snorted. Let's drink first. I'm not done being angry with you yet. After we drink and I'm completely appeased, I'll think of a way for you. But you've seen my senior brother with your own eyes. He's a so-called legendary person. He's definitely not easy to get in touch with. I understand. Capable people are usually not easy to get in touch with. I understand this principle. Yao Ningning nodded. His face was full of yearning. At this moment, there was a slight disturbance in Lone Bamboo City. Countless unfamiliar and powerful auras suddenly surged over. Tan Tan and Yao Ningning were startled at the same time. If this aura was scattered, it wouldn't be that impressive. Most of it wasn't even as powerful as a certain Tai and a certain Demon King. Only about 30% of it was stronger than the two of them, reaching the celestial being realm. But with so many auras, combined together, this power was quite impressive. It was probably more than 10 times the power of the three big sects at their peak. The source of this tyrannical power was obvious. It was obvious. Mo Yuntian's army, the main force of this siege on Chuyang, finally arrived at Lone Bamboo City in large batches. The atmosphere in Lone Bamboo City became unprecedentedly tense in an instant. And now, Tan Tan and Yao Ningning's legendary person, absolute idol, senior brother Chuyang, was coughing up blood in a small, secluded courtyard. It couldn't be helped. The injuries he suffered this time were too serious. The severity of the injuries this time was far beyond Chu Yang's expectations. At the beginning of the previous collision, Chu Yang had already expected that he would be seriously injured, even at the risk of losing his life. But he didn't expect misfortune to be a blessing in disguise. He comprehended the ultimate move: what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world at that critical moment? So the degree of his injuries wasn't very serious. It couldn't even be said to be too serious. Unfortunately, the god of fortune did not follow Chu Yang all the way. After his successful strike, Chu Yang had achieved his goal and was about to retreat at full speed. However, he did not expect that the great elder of the Iron Sword sect would suddenly go crazy. He rushed forward with the intention of perishing together with Chu Yang. Risking his life, he also crazily slapped his own body with those 10 palms. Chu Yang had used the remaining momentum of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world to kill that guy. However, he knew his own condition. Under such a crazy attack, his internal organs had almost been shaken into fine powder. Basically, none of his organs were still intact. In addition, there were at least 7 fractures on his body. At least 4 of his ribs were broken. Moreover, they were broken into several pieces. With such serious internal and external injuries, if not for the continuous recovery and nourishment of the heaven-splitting divine technique and the help of the spiritual energy overflowing from the tribulation space, Chu Yang might have followed in the footsteps of the Iron Sword sect's elder and died together with him. In the face of such a heavy injury, Chu Yang had already exhausted all his mental and physical strength to hold on until he got rid of the tracking of the divine sense and returned to that shabby small courtyard. When he had confirmed that he was safe for the time being, his mind had slightly relaxed. He immediately felt that he might not be able to hold on any longer. The most important thing at the moment was undoubtedly to save his own life. However, when Chu Yang mobilized his spiritual energy to operate the heaven-piercing divine technique to heal his injuries, he unexpectedly found that the super-spiritual energy that had been continuously pouring out of the tribulation space until now had disappeared. It should be good news that the super-spiritual energy was gone. Although the super-spiritual energy was a good thing, it was also a barrier between Chu Yang and the tribulation space. Now that this barrier was gone, perhaps it meant that he could reopen the tribulation space that he hadn't seen for a long time. But it was gone at such a critical moment. It was more or less a toothache. When one is unlucky, one can even stuff one's teeth with cold water. Although the super-spiritual energy was gone, the tribulation space was still dead silent. F***ck. Chu Yang couldn't help but curse angrily. It was fine that the abundant spiritual energy was gone. You could reopen the tribulation space, but the reality was that the tribulation space still couldn't be opened. This sudden change made Chu Yang's balls ache. Things were actually developing in a direction that was getting worse and worse. Perhaps Chu Yang's inauspicious mouth had reached a new level. Just as they confirmed that the spiritual energy had disappeared and that there was no hope of opening the tribulation space, they suddenly felt an extremely powerful and chaotic aura descending upon Lone Bamboo City. A ferocious and dangerous aura rose up along with it. The atmosphere of the entire Lone Bamboo City became very bleak because of this. Chu Yang didn't need to think to know that Mo Yuntian's main army had finally locked on to Lone Bamboo City. They were even close to Lone Bamboo City. These regular soldiers were not like the Jianghu people of the 3 big sections. His biggest crisis had finally arrived. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and swallowed one of the 2 remaining super heavy pills. This was something that he had no choice about. Once he was locked on by the enemy, especially when he hadn't recovered yet, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the most basic means to escape. Speaking of which, this was the first time Chu Yang had taken a whole super heavy pill. There was no other reason other than the fact that the resources to refine the super heavy pill were too scarce. Thinking about it, with the huge amount of resources in the entire heaven realm, including those given by Xianxia, apart from those that couldn't be used in one go, there were only 20 or so super heavy pills. Other than the small portion that Xianxia took away, the rest were used by Chu Yang during this period of time. Speaking of which, 20 or so super heavy pills seemed to be quite a lot, but those were the resources of the entire continent. Just as he swallowed it, Chu Yang felt a strong spiritual energy exploding in his body like a raging fire. For a moment, it even caused his heart to feel a little loose. Then, he felt as if his limbs and bones were completely immersed in hot water. All the injured parts of his body slowly started to hurt, itch, and then an indescribable comfortable feeling. Chu Yang finally let go of his worries and relaxed his body. Lying on the bed, he only felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. In a trance, he actually fell asleep just like that. Just like a baby sleeping in its mother's arms, sleeping peacefully. Under the nourishment of the super heavy pill's warm medicinal effects, Chu Yang even completely forgot about the dangers that he might encounter. He forgot about everything around him and just fell asleep peacefully like that. In his body, it was as if an endless amount of gentle spiritual energy was constantly nourishing his damaged meridians and repairing his battered body. All the poor bodily functions were progressing towards a better direction. Time passed by quietly just like that. And while Mo Yuntian's army was still temporarily stationed outside Lone Bamboo City, they had already started to race against time to negotiate with the officials of Lone Bamboo City, fighting for all the conditions that would be beneficial to them. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Yuan Tianjia, had already hinted that Demon Emperor Heaven would give them favorable conditions. There would definitely not be a situation where they were obstructed step by step like Eastern Royal Heaven. Mo Yuntian's people naturally had great confidence in this trip. As for the people from the three great sects, Yao Ningning had already ordered them all to be beheaded. Their deaths could be said to be extremely aggrieved. Those few elders were still filled with regret even before they died. If they had known that they would die in such an aggrieved manner, they might as well have directly fought it out with that mysterious enemy. However, in this world, any kind of medicine could be bought, found, and refined. Only the medicine of regret was an exception. Regarding this matter, Mo Yuntian's military expressed an indifferent attitude. Not only did they not ask, it was as if these people did not exist at all. If they died, then they died. Not only did you fail to capture Chu Yang, you even offended Mo Yuntian's Grand Elder. This is what is called even death cannot wipe out your crimes. I was already planning to teach you a lesson, but it's better to just stand by and watch. Perhaps the three great sects never thought that their sect would be destroyed in such a way. Their Grand Master died in a daze, and so they became scapegoats. Then, in order to avenge their Grand Master, they offended another Grand Master in a daze. In the end, he was beheaded in a daze. This kind of ending was something that no one could have imagined. Humans, even if they could deceive their own hearts, could they deceive the heavens? Who said that the heavens had no proof? It was just that the military's indifference still surprised and shocked the people of Demon Emperor Heaven. In the eyes of the officials of Demon Emperor Heaven, even if Mo Yuntian's people did not plead for mercy, they should at least show some sympathy since they were from the same hometown. Mo Yuntian's vice commander, Yu Lai, said indifferently, "These three great sects have not thought of improving themselves in recent years. Their strength has declined greatly, and they are unruly and undisciplined. This time, they even lost too many lives in this trip to the Eastern Imperial Kingdom. Their crimes cannot be pardoned. Such a way of death is already too easy for them." This sentence made Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, these two great experts, feel a bit of heartfelt fear in their hearts. Yu Lai's attitude towards the three great sects faintly revealed the extent of Mo Yuntian's anger. Actually, the moment the three great sects' journey to the Eastern Royal Heavens ended with Yuanshu's death, they had already announced their downfall. No matter if they died here or in the ink cloud sky, the final outcome would probably be the same. And this result also showed how much Yuan Tianji doted on Yuanshu Tuesday. From this, it could be imagined what kind of treatment Chu Yang, who directly killed Yuan Shetu, would receive from Yuan Tianji. The only use of the three great sects is to prove one thing. Yu Lai said indifferently, that is, Chu Yang and the others are now in Lone Bamboo City. Uncle Hu said, I'm afraid this part still needs to be verified. At least until now, there is no evidence to show that Chu Yang really showed up. Yu Lai's face revealed a smile that did not look like a smile. He said, Brother Hu, don't worry about anything. The purpose of our trip is to capture Chu Yang. We will not implicate anyone else. He paused for a moment and said, or something. Uncle Ma's long horse face could not help but twitch. He said, Vice Commander Yu is too polite. Yu Lai's face also twitched. What Uncle Ma hated the most was outsiders strutting around in Demon Emperor heaven. And Yu Lai's arrogant attitude right now was the kind that made him the most unpleasant. And Yu Lai, as the vice commander of Mo Yuntian's army, had a high position and power, but that. The word vice was his biggest sore point. Usually, his subordinates could call him Commander or Commander Yu. But once he was called Vice Commander Yu, he would immediately fly into a rage. This was not a secret, and almost everyone in the older generation of the Heaven Imperial Court knew about it. And today, Uncle Ma had openly violated his taboo and exposed his scars. There was even a hint of provocation in it. How could Yu Lai not be angry, but right now, he was still in Demon Emperor heaven. He really could not vent his anger. At least, he could not vent it here and now. He could only shift his gaze and pretended to be dignified. He said, Where is Meng Wuya? Meng Wuya sighed. He knew that Yu Lai was probably going to vent this nameless anger on him. But the situation was stronger than the person. He had to respond. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only walk out. What orders does Commander have? Meng Wuya's injuries had already recovered by half in this period of time. It did not hinder his normal movements. Although he was still not strong enough to fight at full strength, but it was indeed not a big problem. Yu Lai's face was cold. Previously, you mobilized a lot of troops to go on an expedition. In the end, you lost soldiers and generals. It is rare that you can still be so unyielding at this moment. You are indeed the general of wind and thunder under Commander Mu. Hee. When I call you, do you think I don't have orders? Introduce Chu Yang to me. You are also old rivals with him. Even if you can't control him, you should have some understanding of him. I hope you don't tell me. Not only can I not do anything to him, I don't even know anything about him. The commander in charge of Mo Yuntian's army was the Commander Mu that Yu Lai mentioned just now. And Meng Wuya was the general under Commander Mu. Yu Lai's words clearly had the intention of using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Meng Wuya knew that Yu Lai was provoking him, but the situation was obvious at this moment. He could only swallow his anger and say, Chu Yang, this young man, is really quite impressive. Yu Lai impatiently interrupted his reply. I didn't ask you whether he is impressive or not. I only asked you his habits, his temperament, his possible hiding place. You didn't even understand my question. Do you only know how to reply when I ask you one question at a time? Meng Wuya only felt that he was choking. After a long while, he replied with a red face, Chu Yang's personality is vengeful. His will is firm and unyielding. Currently, he may be hiding in Lone Bamboo City. This sentence was as good as not saying anything. However, the discord between the two factions in the military had been going on for a long time. Yu Hai wasn't someone who didn't know the importance of things, but as long as he faced the people of the Wood faction, he would pick on them. His bad habit didn't start today, and everyone was already used to it. Meng Wuya could only use the simplest way to explain. Besides, he was really annoyed. What does the fight between your higher-ups have to do with me? If you have the ability, why don't you go to Commander Mu? Why do you have to be so unreasonable to me tens of thousands of miles away in someone else's territory? Are you trying to show off your authority as a commander? As expected, Yu Lai was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Is this how you do things? Last time, you lost so many soldiers and generals. You didn't even collect any useful information. You are really useless. Meng Wuya's face was cold as he said stiffly, I am really incompetent. Lord Sky Emperor has already been shocked and has given me punishment. Now, I can only hope that Commander you can turn the tide. I am here to listen to your orders. The meaning was, you can arrange for me to work, but don't ask me about other things. Asking is useless. Yu Lai was furious. Alright, you are incompetent. You can't do things well, and you think you have done well? Come, take him down. Give him 50 poison dragon whips to wake him up. The poison dragon whip was a kind of whip with barbs. When it was used, it had to seal the cultivation of the criminal. When it was used, it would hit the criminal hard. Each whip would take a piece of flesh. After such a whip, especially when Meng Wuyao was still seriously injured, even if he did not die, he would have a hidden illness. Commander. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. If they really hit Meng Wuyao like this, how would they explain it when they returned? Marshal Mu would never let this matter rest. Yu Lai waved his hand with a steely face. Execute. Seeing Meng Wuyao being dragged out, Yu Lai said, everyone, follow the previous arrangements. Split up and search for Chu Yang's whereabouts. If there are any suspicious people, capture them and interrogate them. Yes. The subordinates all accepted the order. Our city master's mansion of Lone Bamboo City is hosting a banquet tonight to welcome Commander Yu, Uncle Hu said with slight reluctance. Yu Lai gave a smile. Many thanks for Noble Heaven's hospitality. But this commander has orders and does not dare to delay. When this matter is over, this you will drink with all my brothers for 3 days. Farewell. He actually took his men and left just like that. Uncle Ma's horseface was so long it almost reached his chest. What is this? What are you so proud of? The other people of Yao Emperor Heaven also had discontent expressions. I recommend an urban novel. The expert comes out of the mountain. The author is one of my brothers. Everyone, go take a look. We're giving face to Mo Yuntian, but that doesn't mean that we're afraid of Mo Yuntian. If it wasn't for the orders of the Demon Empress, who would care about you, now you dare to put on airs in front of us. When Chu Yang woke up, he felt relaxed all over. All the injuries from before had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, his cultivation had increased again, and the extent of the increase was not small. The effects of the super heavy pill were indeed extraordinary. It seems that I'm about to reach the peak of the initial stage of heaven being. Chu Yang felt the surging power in his body and thought to himself. Just as he was feeling it, he suddenly heard the sound of the wind. Someone was coming towards him. Through the sensing of the aura, he could basically confirm that the person had no ill intentions. Chu Yang could still make this judgment. But even so, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. It was one thing for the person to have no ill intentions, but his identity was another. It didn't mean that everything was fine just because he didn't have any ill intentions. At the moment, the battle was fierce and dangerous. Any careless accident could lead to terrible consequences. Chu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. He secretly released his divine sense to check. Only after confirming who the person was, could he plan his next step. He couldn't help but be startled. He saw that Bai Yu Chen and the others were walking towards him. Although this group of people had changed their appearances, Chu Yang could tell at a glance that it was Bai Yu Chen and the others who were walking towards him. Now, Bai Yu Chen's broken arm had been regenerated. His 2 arms moved freely like a normal person. Around him, a dozen people who seemed to be unrelated were actually all coming towards him. Chu Yang sighed. They finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Fortunately, he had already wiped out most of the people from the 3 great sections. Otherwise, such a hot-blooded impulse would only be courting death. If it was just courting death, it would be fine. This hot-blooded impulse could lead to terrible consequences. It could easily lead to the annihilation of the whole army. What Chu Yang didn't know was that while he was in a deep sleep, a small number of people from the 3 sects had already been killed by Tan Tan. Right now, in Lone Bamboo City, there was no one alive who was familiar with Bai Yu Chen and the others. The wind howled as Bai Yu Chen and the others entered the small courtyard one after another in the most careful manner. After several twists and turns, they entered the small courtyard one after another. The people outside didn't notice this slight but unusual change. However, when they stood in front of Chu Yang, none of them spoke a word. I know why you came out. Chu Yang smiled and said, to be honest, I'm very gratified. But the truth is that you shouldn't have come out. Bai Yuchen smiled warmly and said respectfully, Manor Lord, even if we have to face the worst situation, all of us are already mentally prepared. However, we've been holed up like a tortoise from the beginning to the end. Only the Manor Lord is out there fighting and protecting us. This kind of feeling is worse than death. Qu Yang sighed silently, all right. These people were all super elites of their respective sections. They were all proud and lofty people. They were naturally grateful to Qu Yang for protecting them. But the more grateful they were, the more they couldn't allow themselves to reap the fruits of others' labor and not do anything. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Che Shuchu's words were almost everyone's thoughts. Qu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. Let's go all out together. 30 people stood in front of Qu Yang with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. When they left Ink Cloud Sky and came to Eastern Royal Sky, there were more than 1,000 people. Now, only these people were left. Great waves wash away the sand to reveal the gold. Qu Yang took a deep breath and said, everyone, after so many battles, all of you are still alive. This is enough to prove that each of you has a few tricks up your sleeves. My request isn't high. Just survive. As long as you can survive, you must do your best to survive. Don't give up easily. This is my only request. Everyone's faces were solemn. Ink Cloud Sky's army has already arrived at Lone Bamboo City. There are at least 30,000 people. If we divide them evenly, each of us will have to deal with at least 1,000 people, or even more. Only then will we have a slight chance of winning. Qu Yang's face was solemn. The situation this time is still the same. But the severity of the situation is even more serious than the enemies we faced when we were escaping. So, I hope that everyone. Qu Yang's gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces. Don't give up easily. Take care of yourselves. Don't give up easily. Manor Lord, take care. 30 people bowed respectfully. If we're lucky enough to survive this time, I hope that we can accompany Manor Lord to roam the Heaven Imperial Court in the future. If we can't avoid death this time, to be able to follow Manor Lord for hundreds of thousands of miles is also a joyous matter with no regrets. 30 people walked out in a single file. Gathering together, they were undoubtedly too big of a target. They still followed the original plan. 3 in a group, each moving separately. Only at the moment when they left the door, everyone was a little reluctant to part. Once they left, it might be an eternal parting. They might never meet again, going out this time, life and death might be unknown. Or, they might be strangers. Perhaps, this was already the last time in their lives that they gathered so neatly. But this feeling only flashed by. Then, everyone walked out with their heads held high. To be able to fight against the army of one side with such a small force, we can be considered as unprecedented. To die without regrets, this life is enough. After a simple deployment and sending everyone off, Qu Yang once again fell into deep thought. Although everyone knew that the people of the 3 big sects were completely annihilated because they offended Demon Emperor Tian Tai, and the hidden danger of their disguises being seen through was eliminated from the route, the situation didn't turn around. In fact, the current situation was even worse than when they faced the 3 big sections. The real strength of Mo Yuntian's army was really too strong. With the manpower on Qu Yang's side, saying that it was a mantis trying to stop a chariot was already overestimating Qu Yang. The difference was really too great. The difference in strength between the two sides was even greater than when they faced Meng Wuya previously. Facing such a bad situation, how should they make use of the available manpower to achieve the greatest results with the lowest casualties? Qu Yang thought about this question for a long time, but he still didn't have any idea. The manpower available on his side was really too little. Although everyone's cultivation wasn't low, compared to the current situation, they were still too weak. When the strength of both sides was too great, absolute strength would override all strategies, calculations, wisdom, and so on, and the situation that Qu Yang was facing now was basically very close to this situation. If the tribulation space could be reactivated now, Qu Yang could take out a lot of incomplete heavy pills and give a few to each person. Come, eat it when you're seriously injured. Then, recover immediately. Then, you can go back to battle with your full strength. If it could be like that, even if it was just a matter of attrition, many more enemies could be exhausted to death. As long as there were enough medicines, it wasn't impossible to completely exhaust the enemy. But the problem was that his previous biggest super cheat couldn't be used at all. The tribulation space couldn't be opened. At such a crucial time, it dropped the chain. Chu Yang sighed deeply and prayed in his heart, God, please don't play with me anymore. Please let the tribulation space open quickly. I really can't stand it anymore. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, there was suddenly a movement outside. Looking at the movement, it was clearly coming towards his side. Chu Yang was really puzzled now. What's going on? They had originally chosen this place for the sake of concealment, but today, there were so many people coming in one after another. It was simply as crowded as a marketplace. It seems that it's definitely not Bai Yuchen's group this time. They wouldn't have come back in such a short time. So, who are the visitors this time? Mo Yuntian's military couldn't have come to the door so quickly. Well, it shouldn't be. The visitors this time also didn't have any murderous aura. They were very peaceful. But I don't seem to know anyone in this city. No, why don't I know anyone? Didn't I bump into someone today? Could it be that it's really, with two puffs, two people walked in openly from the main entrance? A man with a hoarse voice shouted, Itchy Itchy, I know you're here. Your handsome junior martial brother Tan Tan has come to visit you. Chu Yang immediately flew into a rage. He leaped forward like a lightning bolt, and grabbed a handful of the opposite party's hair without saying anything. Then, he started to rain punches and kicks on the opposite party's head. I'll make you feel itchy, ah. I'll make you itchy. You scoundrel. You damned bastard. Spare you? Dream on. Today, I'll clean up the sect on behalf of my master. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Chu Yang's fists were like heavy hammers and his feet were like meteors. He was merciless. The gale gradually turned into a storm and a hurricane. Motherf *Ker, from the heaven-level continent to the heaven-level imperial court, and across two worlds, this is the first brother I've met. How can I vent my excitement if I don't beat him up to my heart's content? Just now, the battle wasn't the right place or the right time. I was still regretting it. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. How can I not take it? The heavens have mercy on you. Finally, I have a comfortable partner. After beating him up for a long time, Tan Tan seemed to have finally lost his patience. You're still beating me? It's about time. You bastard, if you continue to beat me, I'll fight back. I'll really fight back. Motherf *Ker, you're still beating me. Watch my fist, bang bang bang, puff puff puff. The two of them exchanged punches and kicks without dodging at all. Punches to the face, kicks to the buttocks. In an instant, two freshly baked pig heads appeared in the world. Yao Ningning at the side was sweating profusely as he watched. His eyebrows were twitching wildly. The only thing he felt was that his eyeballs seemed to have popped out of their sockets. At this moment, they had already fallen to the ground and broken into 8 pieces. What is this situation? Oh my mother! This is the legendary reunion of fellow disciples. This greeting gift is too explosive, 2F** king shocking. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! After a long while, the two of them sat on the ground with bruised noses and swollen faces, gasping for breath. They looked at each other's brand new appearance, and couldn't help but laugh. That kind of joy that almost exploded from the bottom of their hearts after the reunion still made the two of them have an impulse to grab each other and beat them up again. This kind of emotion was really like an old wine that had been settled for a long time but had already fermented. It was very heartwarming, but it also made their hearts explode with joy. They were so happy that they felt a little sad. I don't know if you have this kind of feeling when you suddenly reunite with a close classmate and comrade in arms who haven't seen each other for many years. Come here. Tan Tan waved his hand with a swollen face. Yao Ningning had a fawning smile on his face. He eagerly came over like a lackey. Tan Tan had a condescending look on his face as if he was educating a younger brother. This is my martial brother. My martial brother is the kind of truly amazing person. Whether it's killing, fighting, or dealing with people, he's the best of the best. My martial brother can devise strategies in a tent and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. My martial brother can prosper a country with a word. His words can destroy a country. My martial brother can establish a country in peace. His martial arts can pacify the world. My martial brother is Kai Feng Lu. His martial arts are excellent. My martial brother has the talent to conquer the world. He can support the power of the universe. As he spoke, Yao Ningning kept nodding with a face full of worship. Even someone as thick-skinned as Chu Yang felt a little embarrassed. Are you talking about me? It should be. Most of it was close to the truth. It was just a little exaggerated. She was intoxicated by it when she suddenly heard Tan Tan change the topic. He had a flaunting look on his face. It can be said that my senior brother is omnipotent. Whether it's picking up girls or other things like theft, robbery, ambushing, extortion, he's also a top-notch person. Just like gambling, he's also a top-notch person. Yao Ningning's eyes lit up, and her Adam's apple trembled in excitement. Idol. What an idol, Chu Yang's face darkened. Are you praising me? Tan Tan continued to talk non-stop. Didn't you say that you crazily chased after that girl, but you didn't manage to catch her? I'm not an expert in this field, but my senior brother is an expert in this field. Remember to sincerely ask my senior brother for guidance later. Let me tell you, the wives my senior brother has found are all outstanding beauties. They're devastatingly beautiful. They're all extremely intelligent. They're all of noble status and outstanding abilities. All of them? Yao Ningning looked even more worshipful. How many wives do you have? Tan Tan turned and asked Chu Yang, senior brother, how many wives do you have now? Do you have any more? Chu Yang was speechless when he heard that. Get lost. You better get the F***ck out of my sight as far as the horizon is. I get annoyed just looking at you. Tan Tan shrunk his neck and turned to Yao Ningning. Get lost. Why are you asking so many questions? Can't you see that you've annoyed my senior brother with your questions? Yes. Yao Ningning nodded repeatedly. She looked at Chu Yang with even more worship. From head to toe, it came from the bottom of her heart. He was indeed worthy of being her idol. His temper was too much of a character, too manly, I say, who is this? Chu Yang asked doubtfully. Chu Yang combined the previous information and vaguely guessed who the stranger in front of him might be. But this guess was too illogical. In the end, he still asked this question, Tan Tan. Kicked Yao Ningning's butt. Why aren't you replying? My senior brother is asking you a question. Idol. Boss. Yao Ningning's words were incoherent. What? My name is Yao Ningning. What? I really admire you, Yao Ningning? You said you're called Yao Ningning? You're really Yao Ningning? Chu Yang was really shocked when he heard that. Although he had vaguely guessed it before, it still gave Chu Yang a big shock when it was confirmed in front of him. Demons were a race. In the land of the demon race, the word demon was undoubtedly extremely noble. Only the royal family of the demon race had the right to use the surname demon in front of their names. Chu Yang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart skipped a beat. This guy with a face full of idiocy, clothes out of place, and a lackey who was nodding his head and bowing his head desperately to curry favor, was actually a member of the royal family of the demon race. There were indeed all kinds of strange things in the world, Tan Tan said with an indifferent face. Yao Ningning, I heard that he was the only son of the demon emperor Heaven's demon empress. Chu Yang made a sound of surprise. His face was still as calm as an ancient well. But in his heart, he felt as if the whole universe had exploded in front of his eyes. This wasn't a joke, right? The demon emperor? He was actually taken in as a follower by Tan Tan. Oh, my God. Yao Ningning said with a shy face, actually, I'm still not very sensible. I've been taught by Big Brother Tan Tan. Chu Yang could no longer maintain his composure. The corner of his mouth finally couldn't help but twitch. He suddenly realized that after he rushed to the Heaven Palace, all his grievances were actually with the emperors. There were too many people he had befriended, too many people he had killed, too many people he knew now, And there was even this Tai Yuntian who had ulterior motives. He had to admit that his luck seemed to be pretty good. Even though it wasn't luck. Tan Tan said bluntly, "What's wrong with that? We brothers relied on our own abilities to make a living in the martial world. We didn't count on his mother * king power. It doesn't matter if he's a demon emperor or a demon commoner. Even if he's trash, as long as we acknowledge him, isn't it all the same? Nothing more than that. The demon emperor is also nothing more than that." Chu Yang's heart suddenly became clear. He couldn't help but laugh. He had been enlightened by Tan Tan today. His words went straight to the core of the problem. Yes, he wasn't as open-minded as Tan Tan. In fact, Yao Ningming's identity might be really shocking and explosive, but so what? As long as he didn't intend to borrow power from the other party, it really didn't matter what the other party's identity was. Friendship was valued in understanding. Did it have to be based on family background first? Ever since Chu Yang was born, he had been a very free and easy person. He had never cared too much about the identity of those around him. For example, when he had just made his debut, he hadn't been famous, but he still commanded the wind and the clouds. When facing the generals of Iron Cloud, the princes, and the monarchs, he spoke without restraint. He always did things according to his heart. Today's performance was mainly because Chu Yang had been living too bitterly during this period of time. On the surface, it looked like he was killing here and there with his sword, and no one could stop him. But almost all of his achievements were based on surprise attacks. And it was a special tactic where he would retreat unscathed if he failed to hit. If it was a real head-on confrontation, even if he had 10 lives now, he would have been finished long ago. There was no need for a head-on confrontation. If the other party had another person like the Great Elder of Iron Sword Sect, and fought with all his strength, a certain King of Hell would probably have gone to meet the real King of Hell. Now, it was a delicate juncture where Imo Yuntian's army was pressing on the border. Chu Yang was even more pressured. When he suddenly heard Yao Ningming's identity, the first thing he thought of was that. But at this moment, he was reminded by Tan Tan's words. He couldn't help but be enlightened. Once the knot in his heart was untied, the three of them chatted and talked. Instantly, they were boundlessly happy. Chu Yang's profound knowledge, the experience of 2 lifetimes, the many sceneries he had experienced along the way, and his understanding of the dangers of Jianghu. Every time he talked about it, Yao Ningming's eyes lit up. His level of worship increased by another level. Slowly, he actually had a kind of if I could roam Jianghu like this and experience such a colorful life, how good would that be? This feeling rose up. Let me tell you another big secret. My senior martial brother is the person who killed Imo Yuntian. Tan Tan sat cross-legged and said slowly. Really? Yao Ningming wasn't surprised. Instead, he was full of excitement. Wow. Too awesome. Big brother, you're really too fierce. Imo Yuntian, your status seems to be about the same as mine. Doesn't that mean that even if it's me, as long as Big Brother doesn't like me, you can kill me whenever you want? At this point, he suddenly worshipped even more. It was as if he wanted to worship Chu Yang. Chu Yang coughed twice. He was speechless in his heart. Kill as I wish? You think too highly of me? Do you really think that I'm retarded? That I would kill you Grand Cliques for fun? Motherf *Ker, if it wasn't for that King Yuan Sheta forcing me into a corner, would I have killed him? That day, my initial plan wasn't to kill him. I wanted to perish together with him. Did you really think that it was that fun? Besides, that was the Grand Clique of a world. Was it really that easy to kill him? I didn't even see the Grand Clique, but I killed a Grand Clique who was chased like a stray dog. There were actually people who worshipped this matter so much. It was really the biggest joke in the world. This demon emperor heaven seemed to be a little too weird, right? I've decided. I must follow Big Brother and Big Brother to roam Jianghu together. Yao Ningming made a solemn vow. He beamed with joy. It's really too fun. Even Imo Yuntian's Grand Clique was killed. It's really too exciting. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chu Yang was speechless. It seemed that even Tan Tan was a little shocked at this time. As they talked, they became even more familiar with each other. Yao Ningning's face was full of enthusiasm as he took out food and drinks from the space ring. Wine, meat, vegetables, everything that one could think of was there. Moreover, they were all the best delicacies in Demon Emperor heaven. Tan was extremely envious when he saw this. His heart was extremely unbalanced. Suddenly, he knocked on Yao Ningning's head. F***ck. You actually collected so many delicious things when you were young. Why didn't you take them out when you were with me? Now that you see my senior brother, it's like you see your own father. Now that you have big brother, you don't remember me, your big brother, do you? Yesterday, the second update. Yao Ningning rubbed his head and looked wronged. Big brother, listen to me. I just remembered. There are too many things in my ring. How can I remember so many? You don't know. The last time I was looking for something, it took me 3 days to find it. It was really too big and too messy. Chu Yang and Tan fainted at the same time. Could this be a reason? There were too many things in it. Fortunately, we weren't robbers. If we were robbers, we would have really met a super cooperative robber this time. Wouldn't that be too much? As for now, no, I've never heard of a big brother robbing. A little brother's things, especially such a lackey little brother's things, although Chu Yang and Tan were famous for being thick-skinned, they really couldn't do such a despicable thing. The three drank, ate, and chatted. They were really happy without limits. Yao Ningning obviously had the intention to use the wine to get some words out of him. Big brother, since you are flirting with girls, you must teach little brother a few high-level moves of Sanzhou. Chu Yang laughed and patted his chest. You can rest assured about this. Isn't it just chasing a girl? I'll give you an idea later. I believe it can be easily done. However, this kind of thing between a man and a woman, the most important thing is that both parties are willing. If the girl isn't willing no matter what, then it's meaningless, isn't it? Yao Ningning slapped her thigh and said, Big brother, what you said is so right. It makes so much sense. Although the girl I like is not bad, if I use force, she won't be able to resist. The problem is that if I use force, it will be really boring. Forcefully wrung melons won't be sweet. That's right. Chu Yang agreed and said, that's the reason. Before, I always felt that you were unreliable. Now, you're more and more pleasing to the eye. Yao Ningning got praised and became more and more exultant. He only felt that he had met a bosom friend and was happy for life. Tan said disdainfully from the side, Little Yao, do you know what the highest level of picking up girls is? Yao Ningning asked modestly, what is it? Big brother, please enlighten me. The highest level of courting a girl is very simple and clear. And that is to be courted by a girl. Tan raised his nose to the sky, my senior brother's many wives are courted by him. Do you understand? In other words, my senior martial brother is just waiting. Look, you're only chasing one person, and you're actually in such a terrible fix, so miserable. I truly feel sorry for you. Yao Ningning looked at Chu Yang with even more reverence in his eyes. Big brother, you, Chu Yang crossed his legs, haha. I'm not as exaggerated as little Tan said. I was ignorant at first, and didn't think about the feelings between men and women. Humph, therefore, one blew, one helped, and one listened attentively with shining eyes. Not a single strand of hair was out of place. They are completely unaware that they are now in the midst of an unprecedented crisis. A long while passed. Then, Tan finally asked, Senior brother, where is that happy little girl, Xia Feng? He had definitely been holding this question in his heart for a long time. When he saw Chu Yang here, but didn't see Xia Feng, Tai Butian, and the others, Tan had a bad feeling. He also knew that Chu Yang was in a bad situation and was being hunted down. So, Tan didn't dare to ask. Until now, he couldn't help but ask. Chu Yang smiled faintly, you think I lost your wife? Tan saw Chu Yang's expression and immediately felt relieved. He said happily, where is that little girl? Damn, she found such a handsome man as her husband. Is she so happy that she's embarrassed to come out? Ugh. Yao Ningning retched. Under Tan's murderous gaze, he explained dryly, no, it's not your words, it's because I drank a little too much. Chu Yang laughed. They are practicing in a safe place. You will see her soon. Xianxia said, she's absolutely unharmed. Then, he suddenly became angry, you bastards, you just left your wife here with me. Do you know what kind of life I've been living? Eastern royal sky, dreamlike veranda. When Mo Qinggu woke up, she felt that her cultivation had increased a little. She couldn't help but feel gratified. She thought to herself, the elixirs in our sex collection are really amazing. I didn't expect that after the pain yesterday, I would advance 2 levels after completely digesting them today. It's really amazing. Only by eating bitterly can one rise above others. This is really a famous saying. She felt a little happy and instinctively touched her pocket. But when she touched it, she felt empty. She couldn't help but be shocked. Where's the wind fox? The wind fox had been obediently staying at his place for a long time. Why did it disappear today? She felt that the wind fox in her pocket was gone, and there was only a note left. She took it out and saw that there was a young and crooked handwriting on it. It seemed to have been scratched out with a claw. Master, I want to go to the demon race to take a look. I've improved too quickly during this period. The follow-up technique is gone in the inheritance. I'll go back and look for it. Don't worry, once I find it, I'll come back immediately. Mo Qinggu felt lost. Did the wind fox go to the demon race? She's alone. How can she find it? How can she be so impulsive? On the main road, a young girl in white was moving. Her figure was like a willow branch swaying in the wind. She floated forward. Her face was full of longing. Actually, I really can't bear to leave. Master is like an elder sister to me. When I find the inheritance, I'll quickly go back. I've only left for a short while and I can't bear to leave. I really want to go back immediately. Sigh, I'm really useless. Her expression was particularly conflicted, but her speed didn't slow down. The Heaven Imperial Court is not like other places. With my current cultivation, I can't be of much help. It's more important to hurry up and find the inheritance. When the time comes, I'll come back and help Master. In another world far away. Tribulation's brain, Mo Tianji, sat on the throne. He looked down at the 10 leaders, 5 hall masters, and 70 branch leaders. They were all thinking about something. Behind him, 2 other people stood quietly. These were Mo Tianji's 2 personal bodyguards. Ever since Mo Tianji had rushed to the Heavenly Imperial Court, he didn't have any spare time to indulge in the luxury of sleeping. He had to survive, develop, escape, practice martial arts, enrich his manpower, and plan. All of these required a lot of time to carry out. Eating and sleeping were normal human behaviors. However, it seemed that he really couldn't take care of them. Fortunately, these efforts still paid off. Now, in Mo Tianji's opinion, his power in the Heaven Imperial Court was finally beginning to take shape. Now, Mo Tianji's Heavenly Armament Pavilion had grown to the scale of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, they were all martial artists. Although there weren't any particularly high-level experts, there weren't any mediocre people. If all of them gathered together, they could already be considered a powerful force. Especially when Mo Tianji used his master of calculation and manipulation to guide many experts. Because of this, he recruited many experts who were sincerely convinced by Mo Tianji and sincerely attached themselves to him. This force was now growing stronger and stronger. It didn't need much time. The current Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already become a force that couldn't be ignored. Even if it wasn't enough to challenge the super sects of the various heavens, it might still have the power to fight against ordinary sections. In view of this, Mo Tianji considered whether to change the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Although from the beginning, Mo Tianji established the Heavenly Armament Pavilion by robbing and relying on robbing, Mo Tianji had always consciously cultivated something. Now, it was finally close to the time of maturity. From now on, we will enter other industries. Mo Tianji said lightly, except for a few secret people who need to continue robbing for the daily needs of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, the others will start to collect relevant information according to the arrangements I made before. In the heavens and the earth, in the 3 sects, any information must be collected. Everyone looked at Mo Tianji with some surprise. They didn't understand why he suddenly changed the direction of development. The current development situation was clearly very ideal. There were no obstacles. Was there a need to suddenly change the direction of development, especially in a direction that they had never dabbled in before? The gains didn't make up for the losses. However, ever since Mo Tianji had founded the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he had been able to predict things like a god. He had never made any mistakes. In everyone's eyes, he was an omniscient and wise prophet. Was this the first time he had met with an accident? In the current situation, we use robbing to develop further. Perhaps the efficiency will be higher, but the danger will also increase. Previously, our strength was still shallow. Most of the targets of robbing were third-rate and last-rate forces. At most, we would only target second-rate forces. Now that our strength has increased greatly, if we still target second-rate forces, the gains will not make up for the losses. The benefits will be limited. But if we rashly target first-rate forces or even super first-rate forces, not only will we not have enough strength, but we may also attract a strong backlash. If we are not careful, we may be wiped out by a super force. Mo Tianji said, on the other hand, if we give up most of our robbing operations and concentrate on building our own information network, as long as we have enough and accurate information, our development will undoubtedly be faster. After all, information is what the people of Jianghu need the most. The big forces and even the government need it the most. We won't have to worry about a lack of buyers. Once our Heavenly Armament Pavilion's name is recognized by the whole Jianghu, the authenticity, reliability, and speed of our information will be confirmed. Then, our grandchildren will not be able to eat and drink. Today, I sent a screenshot of Prestige to the game company. They were immediately stunned. They were all against Jun Moxia's image. So, I said very confidently, this is not good. We will do it again. Mo Tianji could only use this method to mobilize the enthusiasm of the people. An intelligence empire was not something that could be established in a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, a qualified intelligence organization would require the efforts of several generations, countless years of tempering, and the support of a huge amount of resources and manpower. It was simply an armchair strategist. It was impractical. However, Mo Tianji wanted to work hard in this direction. He wanted to do all of this in the shortest time possible. As long as he had the most accurate and timely information, it would be equivalent to controlling the world to a large extent. Mo Tianji had always had a vision. The strength of the brothers would be unrivaled in the world. They would be able to conquer the world. They would be in charge of the intelligence network throughout Jianghu. With the cooperation of both sides, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would be successful in every endeavor. Everyone became excited when they heard Mo Tianji's words. Most of the people who could become leaders, hall leaders, and branch leaders were not stupid. Whether Mo Tianji's words were reasonable or not, they were naturally able to distinguish clearly. Mo Tianji's words were undoubtedly very reasonable. Robbery was a business without any capital. It was easy to make money. However, the danger behind it was also relatively high. Especially when facing those powerful forces. Now that the leader had a new way of development, why not try it out? Moreover, during this period of time, everyone was really impressed by Boss Mo's intelligence. As long as Boss Missouri decided on something, they would definitely not go wrong by following it. There was also another layer. If they could really wash away their previous background and use legal means to make money, it would definitely be better than everyone bearing the name of a bandit. Robbery was not a career that could last a lifetime. Boss, we all understand what you're thinking. That's a good idea, but Qianji Pavilion can be said to be the best in the field of intelligence. Their intelligence network is spread all over the world. The various rankings they compile are extremely authoritative. They have a list of all the people in Jianghu, as well as all the new information. They have been recognized by everyone for tens of thousands of years, and their prestige is unparalleled. If everyone really wants to buy information, they will definitely go there, but why would they buy from us? Someone raised an objection. This objection was very sharp. However, it was indeed a problem that needed to be considered and solved. Mo Tianji faintly smiled. The Thousand Secrets Pavilion has enjoyed a great reputation for many years. Naturally, it is very powerful. However, their operating model may not be without loopholes. As long as we have the heart to do it, we will have to snatch food from their mouths first. Our foundation is shallow, so we will not be able to compete with them in the beginning. Thus, we still need some people to rob to maintain our normal livelihood. However, Xianxia Pavilion is not invincible. The most important point is that we have a unique advantage. Xianxia Pavilion has always sold information, but they have never done a further analysis of the information they have collected. In this point, they are far inferior to us. This is a fundamental difference, and it is enough to reverse the outcome of the battle between us and Xianxia Pavilion. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with absolute confidence. In this field, there might not be anyone in this world who could compare to Mo Tianji. Everyone knew that Mo Tianji was capable of this. So, their confidence was greatly boosted. So, they agreed and split up to do their work. Perhaps at this moment, no one would have thought that in such a short period of time in the future, a colossus would suddenly rise up in this heaven imperial court. It came quietly, but in a short period of time, it rose up with great momentum. The information of Heavenly Armament Pavilion had truly swept the world. It was unique. It had truly become a legend of the Heaven Imperial Court. On the other side, the vast sword energy in the sky soared into the sky. Gu Duxing had already sheathed his sword. Without Chu Yang to lead him, Gu Duxing could only grope his way forward. However, it was this groping alone that allowed his sword of selflessness to transform into a true form. Time and time again, Gu Duxing grew up very quickly. The aura on his body became more and more cold, and he gave people the feeling that he was more and more like a sword, a divine sword. It was as if even a single strand of hair was mixed with an unstoppable and unrivaled sword aura. I have finally reached the peak of saint level. Gu Duxing muttered. Even I did not think that I would improve to this extent. I believe that there is a high chance that boss has already been left behind by me. However, I still cannot be careless. Anything can happen to boss. I need to continue to rush up. If I am too complacent and lose my energy, when we meet again in the future, I will find out that I am actually at the bottom. That would be really embarrassing. However, this heavenly sword god fruit is truly miraculous. It actually allowed my cultivation and sword chi to advance by leaps and bounds. Even my sword intent has been tempered. However, I still need to familiarize myself with it. After all, it was something that was forcefully raised by external forces. Only by repeatedly tempering it can it be completely used by me, allowing me to do as I please and be successful in every endeavor. Right now, I am afraid that I will not be able to improve my cultivation in a short period of time. From now on, I will not be able to just build a cart behind closed doors. Looks like I need to go out and explore. Temper my state of mind and stabilize my foundation. Gu Duxing muttered. It is just that it is a pity to let go of this foundation just like that. After a long time, he finally made a decision. All of you stay here and cultivate well. Continue to develop and grow. My cultivation is not stable now. I need to go out and experience the martial world for a while. I believe that I will return soon. Gu Duxing instructed. No one objected. Gu Duxing's clothes were as white as snow. Standing there, it was as if he had brought along an isolated snow mountain. It made people feel a bone-chilling coldness. No one dared to question the words of this boss. In this place, Gu Duxing's words were the heavens. His words were law, and his orders were strictly enforced. After giving his instructions, Gu Duxing, dressed in white, set off on his journey without looking back. The moment he went out, his sword energy rose with the wind and shot straight up into the sky. Perhaps no one knew about it yet, nor did they feel anything. However, a peerless swordsman had already started on a journey that shook the world from here. The moment he went out, he still did not know what he would encounter. But after he went out, he saw something that was absolutely unbearable. Just when Gu Duxing was less than 500 miles away from his heavenly armament pavilion, he suddenly saw thick smoke billowing in front of him. In a moment of curiosity, he sped up to check it out. He saw a group of people massacring a small sect. Gu Duxing looked on coldly. Before he figured out the cause and effect of the matter, he did not want to act rashly. He even wanted to leave. But a sentence from the thick smoke made Gu Duxing change his mind. He stopped his footsteps that were already prepared to leave. Thick smoke billowed, and someone cried out in grief and indignation, "If you steal the treasure, then you steal it. If you kill the people, then you kill them. But these women, I beg you, please give them a quick death. I beg you. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Don't humiliate them anymore. I beg you. This voice was heart-wrenching. One could imagine that the person who said this was already in extreme grief and despair. He actually knelt down and begged the enemy who destroyed his sect. Gu Duxing stopped in his tracks. One hand involuntarily grasped the hilt of his sword. A young voice laughed wildly, "You old bastard. You refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Now do you know how powerful I am? Young master took a fancy to your things. That is your fortune. You actually dared to not hand them over. Now you know to beg me? Unfortunately, it's too late. Damn old thing. Young master will let you watch your family and your granddaughter be played by me. Played to death. Played to death. What can you do? Ha ha ha. What can you do? Ha 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 ha." Gu Duxing's pair of sword-like eyebrows suddenly rose. There is actually such a bastard. Almost without any further thought, a brazen sword light suddenly swept across the sky like a shocking rainbow, and directly entered the billowing thick smoke. Within the thick smoke, corpses were strewn all over the place. An old man was kneeling on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging. His forehead was dripping with blood. Let them go. Kill them. I beg you. I beg you. In front of him, there were 7 or 8 young women. Other than them, a group of strong men had long been lying on the ground. And those young women were all disheveled. Their faces were filled with grief, indignation, and despair. In front, there were dozens of black-clothed men holding swords and sabers. A young man stood at the front. His face was strange and evil. He was slowly tearing open a woman's lapel, revealing her delicate skin. He laughed and said, "Old bastard, do you see it? Do you see it clearly? This is your most beloved granddaughter, right? Ha ha ha. Watch carefully, how do I play with her? Look carefully. Look carefully. She won't die. She will be very happy." That old man's whole body trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled as if he wanted to fight with his life. But his injuries were too serious. He couldn't stand up. That young man saw this situation and laughed even more happily. He became more and more complacent. Right at this moment, a sword light shot over like a bolt of lightning. Bastard. Other than these 2 words, Gu Duxing didn't want to say anything else. No matter who was right or wrong, this young man's actions had already touched Gu Duxing's bottom line. He must be killed, he must die. The magnificent sword light was like the Milky Way pouring down, mighty and mighty. That young man who was laughing wildly was almost defenseless. He suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Then, he felt as if he was flying. Then, he was horrified to find that there was a very familiar body below. But it just happened that there was no head. Blood was rushing out from the neck. That's me? But I. His thoughts stopped here, and his life returned to the netherworld. Who is it? Stop. Bastard. Do you know who we are? In an indescribable chaos, Gu Duxing had already fallen into the crowd with his sword. His sword flashed in the air, and with a loud bang, 7 or 8 people had already fallen under his sword. His face was cold, and his lips were pursed. His face was cold and full of killing intent. At this moment, those people finally realized what was going on. One by one, they pulled out their swords to defend themselves. Gu Duxing immediately felt the pressure increase rapidly. Even with his current peak saint-level cultivation, he still felt like he was facing a strong enemy. In other words, these people in front of him were not simple. At least, their strength was not simple. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a scoundrel would bring so many experts with him. But how could Gu Duxing care about so much at this moment? Raising his invincible might, he brandished his sword and unleashed the full power of the solitary unruffled sword art. With him around, he was invincible. Of the 40 to 50 people in front of him, 30 to 40 had already been killed by him. The others saw that something was wrong and fled in all directions. Gu Duxing's killing intent was blazing. How could he let them escape? He shouted, "A bunch of scum still want to escape? All of you, die." He chased after them with his sword, and one by one, the enemies died under his sword. But there was still one person who fled, rolling and crawling, and fell down the cliff in a panic. Although Gu Duxing wanted to confirm whether he was dead or alive, the cliff was bottomless. He guessed that it would be difficult for that person to survive, so he gave up. When Gu Duxing turned around, he saw that the old man had already been helped up. He was leading 7 or 8 women, and they were kneeling down in front of him. Gu Duxing sighed. "All of you, get up. Find another place and spend the rest of your lives well. There should be half of your life savings in here. I don't think it will be too difficult." He shook his head and turned around to leave. "Benefactor, please wait." The old man called out. Gu Duxing walked along the mountain path with a calm expression. When he was eating, he took out a black wooden box from his clothes. This was the reward that the old man gave him. "Benefactor, it was because of this that my entire family was exterminated. Treasures can only be obtained by the virtuous. This old man is not virtuous. Treasures can only be obtained by the virtuous. This old man has caused great trouble. I hope that benefactor will accept it. This old man and his entire family will forever be grateful." Gu Duxing looked at the black wooden box in his hand. He opened it and saw a jade slip inside. He tried to use his cultivation to touch it, but there was no reaction. In a moment of excitement, he used his own sword chi to activate it. Suddenly, the jade slip shone brightly. A wisp of sword energy shot out from the jade scroll and into Gu Duxing's forehead. Gu Duxing instantly felt that the world was spinning, and he actually tripped and fell. After a long time, he digested the huge amount of information from the jade slip, and his eyes lit up. Cloudy Heaven Sword Chi? Gu Duxing sped all the way. But when he was 800 miles away, he was intercepted again. The reason for the attack was very simple and pure. It was because he saw injustice and drew his sword to kill, and the person that Gu Duxing killed was coincidentally the only son of an amazing big shot. After a bloody battle, Gu Duxing was covered in blood. He rushed out of the encirclement and fled. Gu Duxing, the master of Heavenly Armament Pavilion, suddenly went from being surrounded by people to fleeing for thousands of miles. When he started to flee, he even thought of Chuyang. As expected of brothers. Even their encounters are similar. This time, it seems like we are brothers in the same boat. As Gu Duxing fled, he mocked himself, "Big brother killed Mo Yin Tian Tai and is being hunted down. Although the one I killed here is not as famous as the one Big Brother killed, he is not a simple character either. The opponent's strength is extremely high. I can't fight against him. I can only follow Big Brother's example and escape." The enemy behind him was like a maggot in his bones. Gu Duxing did not dare to be careless. He fought and fled like this. No one knew that a peerless swordsman was rapidly growing in this place where he had to flee for his life. Perhaps, when Gu Duxing turned around again and killed that terrifying enemy, it would be the moment when he shocked the world with his sword, in another direction, in another world. It seemed like it was not a coincidence, but a coincidence. In any case, Dong Wushang was also fleeing in a sorry state right now. Because his Heavenly Armament Pavilion had been too unbridled in their actions, they had finally provoked a big trouble. They were besieged by the combined forces of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and 2 major sections. The force of thousands of people vanished overnight, completely uprooted. Dong Wushang escaped with his life. He rushed all the way. Finally, when he could not hold on any longer, he jumped down a cliff. Below the cliff was the Mist River. Dong Wushang also got a chance to catch his breath. It seemed that cliffs and precipices were really not dangerous places to take people's lives. Very few people who fell down were really finished. In the cold river water, Dong Wushang's face was full of anger. With the black saber in his hand, Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and shouted, "Today's enmity. I, Dong Wushang, swear to the heavens that I will take revenge at all costs. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me." This kind of deep hatred, for the first time, rose in Dong Wushang's heroic heart and took root, and in the same world, there was another force of Heavenly Armament Pavilion coming towards Dong Wushang. The name of this heavenly armament pavilion was Black Devil. The person in charge was Mo. It was because of this encirclement that Mo finally found out about Dong Wushang's specific whereabouts. She rushed over as fast as a spark but was still a step too late. Until a few days later, when she finally found Dong Wushang, because Dong Wushang was seriously injured and had fought many fierce battles consecutively, his injuries were even more serious. He was almost unrecognizable. Mo led her troops to attack, snatched Dong Wushang and left. In this world, the husband and wife fought and killed along the way. Blood filled the sky along the way. Mo's subordinates were constantly sacrificed. The hearts of the two, who had always valued friendship, were bleeding. But in the face of such a strong enemy, there was nothing they could do. They could only continue to flee, but the seed of hatred was buried deeper and deeper. No one knew that the reason why the Heaven Imperial Court became the #1 assassin organization was because of this pursuit. The future Wind Cloud Saber Emperor also truly mastered his butcher's saber during this escape, with a ruthless heart for revenge. The other brothers also had their own encounters. It seemed as if there had been a chain reaction after Chu Yang's incident. Everyone's originally smooth-sailing days had come to an end at the same time. Everyone suddenly fell into a perilous situation. Everyone was in a life-or-death situation. No matter when they were fighting or fleeing, they were all thinking, if my brothers were by my side at this moment, who would dare to bully me? If everyone gathered together at this moment, I wonder how they are now. Are they well? Every time they fell into a desperate situation, every time they were heavily surrounded and seriously injured, there was only one thing that kept them going. I haven't reunited with my brothers. We haven't reunited. We haven't seen each other. I can't die. Boss once said that we must all stand at the peak. I must live on. I must live on. Together with my brothers, I must reach the peak that we agreed on. Among these people, GMO and Luo Kudi were the two who suffered the most. Besides their own personalities, it was also because of their fearless style. They would offend even if they had no enmity with them, not to mention those who had enmity with them. The two of them were almost ganged up on in their own worlds, but it was in such an iron-blooded Jianhu that these two iron-blooded men grew up. They shed their previous immaturity and recklessness, and walked through blood and fire. The encounters of the brothers were not a big deal in their own worlds. But when they acted together, they set off a storm together. If someone who was familiar with them could sort out all these things, they would realize that the storm in the Heaven Imperial Court was escalating because of these people. Furthermore, it could be seen that these people were constantly growing stronger and stronger in this place where the winds and clouds were constantly changing. Among the brothers, another one worth mentioning was Xianxia. The world where this noble was at was Ink Cloud Sky. Now that Ink Cloud Sky was in turmoil, Xianxia also added a lot of new colors to this storm. After hearing that Ink Cloud Sky Emperor's army went out to encircle and annihilate Chu Yang, after hearing that the three big sects sent people to capture Chu Yang regardless of right and wrong, Xianxia exploded. Brilliant viburnum flowers bloomed in Iron Sword sect almost at the first moment. Starting from Iron Sword sect, Xianxia started to endlessly harass and attack. The three big sects' mountain gates were burned continuously, and their disciples were robbed and killed continuously. Not only the three big sects, but also Ink Cloud Sky's officials. Or it could be said that they were the people that Xianxia hated the most. There were constantly official warehouses being robbed, official stations and places being burned. Xianxia had always been meticulous in his thinking. He had always planned before acting. He rarely acted excessively. He had almost never acted so crazily. However, at this time, Xianxia led the heavenly armament pavilion that he had founded, and launched an unscrupulous revenge in Mo Yuntian. Once a very calm person went crazy, how much energy could he explode? Just as big as Xianxia. For a moment, the area where Xianxia was at suddenly sunk into an unprecedentedly terrifying atmosphere. The military, officials, and people from the three big sects did not know at all. They did not understand what kind of craziness this newly promoted little fellow had. But at the same time, they realized another point: if this bastard doesn't die, there will never be a day of peace. Therefore, the top forces of Ink Cloud Sky started a large-scale encirclement and annihilation operation. Xianxia did not show any weakness towards this. While he was hiding and fleeing, he still did not forget to counterattack anytime and anywhere. Destruction, ambush, arson, murder. He was using all his power to do something that made some big shots think was very laughable. I'll drag the power here, so that the boss side can reduce some pressure relatively, %. How great was the power of heaven and earth? No matter how good Xianxiang was, the attention he attracted was not even 1,000th of Mo Yuntian's overall strength. In fact, it was not even 1/10,000th. However, Xianxiang stubbornly persevered. He was unyielding and fearless with his ever-blooming viburnum flower. He used all kinds of methods that he should not have used to harass and fight. He also used all kinds of methods to continuously improve himself. After a period of encirclement and suppression, many experts from the three great sects and the government were surprised to find that although the number of people in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was decreasing, their destructive power was increasing. They were like unkillable cockroaches. They were getting more and more annoying. This was especially true for the leader called Xianxiang. In the beginning, he could only attack and then retreat. At best, he was a small character like a joke. However, after a period of time, his blooming viburnum flower could actually kill a saint-level expert. It was effortless, fire, theft, and viburnum flowers. Kill Xianxiang first. Talk about other things later. With this decision, Xianxiang's situation became more and more difficult and dangerous. However, Xianxiang was not afraid. Instead, he became more and more spirited. On one of the main roads leading to Lone Bamboo City, there was a girl in white. She looked at the people in front of her with a face full of impatience and disdain. The people in front of her were a team of bear men. The bear man in front of her was full of anger. Lowly slave, my clansmen only wanted to make friends with you, and you actually used such a vicious poison on them. Hurry up and hand over the antidote. If my people die, I will bury you with them. The bear man shouted anxiously. Behind him, the two bear men were constantly emitting white mist. Clearly, they were using all their strength to maintain the life of the bearmen lying on the ground. However, those with discerning eyes could already see that the two bear men were barely keeping the bearmen alive. Moreover, as the poison spread, the effect of the two bearmen's cultivation was getting weaker and weaker. They might not be able to hold on at any time. Many bear men looked at each other in horror. What kind of poison was this? It could not even force out two saint-level experts. It was not even enough to keep him alive. What a terrifying poison, the girl in white said indifferently. Make friends. Do you have to use force to make friends? Would there be aphrodisiacs in making friends? If I can make friends like this, then I've learned something today. Or perhaps I should say that your culture here is very unique, that's all. She pondered for a moment and then sneered. If that's really the case, then I don't mind introducing a few friends to those who have sisters, wives, and concubines. I believe you won't mind. No, you should be happy to see it happen, right? The other party would never have thought that this seemingly weak, beautiful, and innocent little girl would actually be so crafty when she spoke, hitting the nail on the head and leaving no room for negotiation. Bitch, you're courting death. The leader of the bear men flew into a rage, no longer concealing his intention to intimidate her. It was obvious that he was about to make a move. The white-clothed girl smiled coldly. What? Did I hit a sore spot? Are you going to resort to violence if you can't win with words? Listen to my advice. Hurry up and open up a path. Even a good dog wouldn't block the road, let alone a bear. If you can't use your mouth, then you can't even use your hands. The surrounding bearmen roared and pounced forward. The white-clothed girl looked at them coldly, not panicking in the slightest. She only lightly said, "Do you really have to try? Then you're courting death. Don't blame me." Suddenly, her sleeves fluttered as she retreated. Her posture was as graceful as an immortal's. She didn't seem to be in a rush, but she quietly escaped from the encirclement of the bearmen. After she retreated 10 feet, she suddenly said coldly, "Why aren't you falling yet?" "Ah. Pa, pa, pa." The bearmen who had pounced forward suddenly fell from the sky. Their muscles and bones were all numb, and they couldn't move at all. Then, they felt their vision darken, and they couldn't use any strength in their bodies. The previous incident had already reminded them that this seemingly delicate little girl was an expert in using poison. Moreover, she was an expert in using poison who would not show any mercy. Thus, everyone had already held their breaths from the beginning and even covered their bodies with their own cultivation. They had to make sure that the other party's poison would not be able to take advantage of them, but even in their dreams, they would never have thought that even though they held their breaths and used their cultivation to protect their bodies, they would still be poisoned. What the hell is going on? Why was it like this? For hundreds of thousands of years, using poison as a means of attack could only be considered an unorthodox trick. Since ancient times, only the Sky Poison sect had such a strange method. But which sect used poison to arouse everyone's suspicions and was wiped out hundreds of thousands of years ago? Even the entire sect was burned to the ground. Now, why would such a method of using poison suddenly appear? For a moment, the bear man looked at the white-clothed girl in front of them with bewilderment and inexplicable fear. An old bear man stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Miss, we should not have offended you. But since you've already punished them, why don't you stop now? It's better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. Leave a line for us so that we can meet again in the future. Miss, please bestow the antidote. This old man can guarantee that we won't offend you again." The white-clothed girl said coldly, "If you know what's good for you, I won't kill you. But there's only one chance. If you still want to do something, then I won't let you off so easily." She waved her hand lightly. She didn't use any method, nor did she release any strange smell, but the bear men who were poisoned suddenly felt their senses returning to their bodies. Their strength was also slowly recovering. Obviously, the poison had been cured. He had been poisoned without a sound. The poison had been neutralized without a sound. This process was full of strangeness and incredulity, but it really happened and they experienced it personally. These people were all saint-level cultivators, but they didn't notice anything strange at all. What kind of method was this? The bear men's eyes were filled with heartfelt fear. The white-clothed girl snorted and said, "The poison is gone. I'll take my leave now. If you're not convinced and want to get back at me, feel free to come to Lone Bamboo City to find me." The white-cloaked figure floated up, and the white-cloaked girl flew away like a cloud. The bear-man leader said loudly, "May I know your name, miss?" A cold voice came from afar, "My surname is Chu, and my name is Chu Lu. If you're not convinced and want to take revenge, I'll definitely make your lives full of fun. I'll repeat this one last time. There's only one chance." In an instant, the person disappeared. "Chu Lu." The bear-man leader muttered. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air and grinned. Could it be the legendary Miss Heavenly Poison who killed more than 3,000 experts with her poison? Taking people's lives while talking and laughing, invisible and traceless. Invisible and traceless. It's actually her? If it's really her, should we be happy or not? The bear men were stunned for a moment, and a wave of lingering fear arose spontaneously, especially those who had fallen to the ground from the poison. Their faces instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. They circulated their inner breath dozens of times to check if there was any trace of poison left in their bodies. They knew that it was useless. If there was residual poison, would it be useful to circulate their inner breath? If there was no residual poison, it would be even more meaningless to circulate their inner breath. After tormenting themselves for half a day, even if they didn't find any trace of residual poison, their hearts were still uneasy. They were afraid that there was still some unknown hidden poison that could flare up at any time. The deterrence of the name Heavenly Poison was obvious. The last bear-man who spoke was stunned for a moment. He suddenly turned around and slapped the bear-man who had poisoned him. "You bastard, don't you have eyes? You bastard, can't you tease anyone? Why do you have to tease the #1 female Maleficent star? No one will stop you if you want to die, but don't drag everyone down with you." That bear-man had just been detoxified. He was the first to be poisoned, and the poison was extremely deep. He was almost done for just now, and his entire body was powerless. This sudden slap caused his entire bare head to tilt, and he spat out 3 teeth. He wanted to cry but had no tears. How would I know that this is Miss Heavenly Poison? Shouldn't a person called Miss Heavenly Poison have a face full of poisonous boils and poison all over her body? How can she be so beautiful, pure, and cute? This doesn't make sense. No matter where you go, it doesn't make sense. Everyone was speechless. But when they recalled Miss Heavenly Poison's appearance just now, everyone couldn't help but sigh. That little bastard was a bastard, but what he said wasn't without reason. That young lady was gentle and weak, and looked obedient. Her eyebrows were curved, and she should be a gentle and lovely person. Her entire body was exuding childishness and innocence. Not to mention that bastard, even they, would never have thought that this was Miss Heavenly Poison. Pass down the order, do not provoke that female fiend. We can't afford to provoke her. Also, spread another piece of news, saying that. The bear elder hesitated for a while, and finally said, saying that the successor of Heavenly Poison has reappeared in the martial world. Be careful. Yes. Lone Bamboo City was now almost the world of Mo Yuntian's military. Mo Yuntian's soldiers were stationed at every 3 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. They even sealed off the 4 city gates, and only allowed people to enter and not leave. In the sky, there were no less than 500 saint-level experts keeping a close watch. Every single person who appeared in Lone Bamboo City was subject to double checks. Double checks from the sky and the ground. As long as there was a slight suspicion, they would be directly brought in, and then a few saint-level experts would perform the bone-cleansing technique. This technique could remove any disguise, and restore one's original appearance. Originally, it was an extremely useless technique in the Heavenly Imperial Court, but now, it had become the most popular technique in Lone Bamboo City. After going through the checks, those who didn't have any abnormalities would be marked with a divine sense mark, so that they could be distinguished. In other words, with such a divine sense on them, it was equivalent to being safe and would not be investigated again. In this way, countless crooks and thieves, innumerable great bandits were arrested just like that. Although Mo Yuntian had no interest in them, the officials of the Demon Emperor Heaven were very interested in them. Therefore, these people were all transferred to other places. Countless major cases that had been accumulated for decades, centuries, or even thousands of years were mysteriously solved just like that. This could not be said to be a miracle. The joint efforts of 2 great heavens to solve cases, in the history of Heaven Imperial Court, this was also the first time since the beginning of time. And this seemed to be not only unprecedented, but also impossible to be replicated, and to Chu Yang and the rest, deploying such an inescapable search was also an absolute disaster. If this search continued, sooner or later, there would be no place for them to hide. If everyone else in the city was marked with a divine sense mark, then these 20 to 30 people without divine sense marks would be like bright lights in the dark night, attracting attention. They were really too different. Moreover, Master Yu Qi activated the saint-level divination technique, and found all the underground structures in the entire Lone Bamboo City, even some tunnels that had been silted up for decades, all of them. Wanting to hide underground again became an extravagant hope. With 50,000 experts working together, it was enough to find an ant in a mountain, but Chu Yang's current situation was still relatively free. After all, he was now with Yao Ningning. Even if he borrowed the courage of Mo Yuntian's men, they would not dare to search this master and the people around him. However, Bai Yuchen and the rest were in a precarious situation, with the possibility of being exposed at any time. Now, the circle that they could move in was shrinking every moment, and everyone already had a feeling of suffocation. Chu Yang was very anxious about this, but there was nothing he could do. In such a situation, jumping out rashly to fight head-on would be an idiotic act, but if he did not jump out, he would only be waiting for death. It was only a matter of time. Damn it, damn it, damn it, how long are you going to stay silent in this space? The space of tribulation was the only thing that Chu Yang could think of to deal with the current situation, and it seemed to be the best and last way, but Chu Yang couldn't activate the tribulation space, and he felt a sense of helplessness. He was truly helpless. At least in such an urgent situation, it was difficult for him to come up with a good way to deal with the current crisis. Faced with such a dire situation, Bai Yuchen and the others, who were also aware of the situation before them, could no longer remain calm. Instead of sitting there and waiting for death, it was better to take action. If he could create a certain amount of chaos, there might be an opportunity to take advantage of. Just on this night, Mo Yuntian's army suddenly suffered casualties. Furthermore, 20 to 30 people were injured or killed at the same time. Bai Yuchen and the others couldn't take it anymore and launched an attack. Now that the situation was not in their favor, they had no choice but to activate it. Those who had not yet been branded with the divine sense were now all confined to a very narrow area, at most, after another day of selection, they would be exposed. Moreover, they would be completely exposed. The current situation was bad. Since blindly hiding would only expose them, then they might as well go all out. It was because of this mentality that they decided to make a move. Their attacks were quite effective, causing a considerable number of casualties. None of them were injured, yet the places where the casualties occurred were immediately closely monitored by Mo Yuntian's people. Bai Yuchen and the others didn't dare to act rashly. If they acted rashly, they would automatically reveal themselves. They could only temporarily stop their ambushes. When the commander of Mo Yuntian's military, Yu Qi, heard the news, he only lowered his eyes and said, "Ignore them, continue the selection." He just had to keep going on. They can do whatever they want, don't pay attention to them. Keep going until they have nowhere to hide. Mo Yuntian's experts strictly carried out Marshal Yu's orders. Using inaction to deal with change, this move was, without a doubt, extremely vicious. If they really increased their defenses in those places, it meant that they would invisibly attract most of the attention. This way, there would be openings in other places that the enemy could exploit. However, if everything were to continue as usual and proceed in an orderly manner according to the established plan, then there would definitely be a harvest in the end. Only the final result, the process was not important. This move was really vicious. You have 1,000 plans, I have a set of rules. While Yu Qi had obvious flaws as a person, but when dealing with the enemy, his methods were always the most direct and effective. The most direct and effective method was usually the most correct and successful method. Chu Yang stood alone on the roof and frowned as he looked at the sky. A long time later, he still couldn't think of a countermeasure. He had originally approved of the ambush of Bai Yuchen and the others, and hoped that they could create chaos and turn this dangerous situation around. But the situation had not improved at all. In the present situation, there seemed to be only one path left, to fight head-on. But if they fought head-on, Chu Yang dared to guarantee that if Bai Yuchen and the others were discovered, they would all be killed in less than 15 minutes. Then, what should he do? What should he do to escape? This was a difficult problem that he urgently needed to solve. But there was nothing he could do. In reality, when the three great sects had arrived, Chu Yang had already detected that Lone Bamboo City had become one. But starting from that time, other than Chu Yang himself, no one else could leave the city. Once they left the city, the target would be even more obvious. Is there really no other way other than to fight? To fight to the death? Chu Yang murmured. Tan Tan and Yao Ningning, these two idiots, had gone out to roam the martial world again. It was also thanks to the two of them that the speed of this encirclement became slightly slower. Because they could always suddenly appear at any time and any place, and unscrupulously pester and unreasonably bite back, causing Mo Yuntian's people to be quite apprehensive. A commotion came from afar. When Chu Yang heard it, he couldn't help but frown. If the tribulation space was still open at this time, Chu Yang could just put everyone in it and leave. But now, he couldn't. Faced with such a bad situation, even if Minister Chu was unparalleled in his wisdom, he was also helpless. And at this time, Chu Lu'er was also in Lone Bamboo City, undergoing the 7th inspection after entering the city. Such an inspection had already caused Chu Lu'er's dissatisfaction to explode. She really couldn't stand it. It was just entering a city, right? Why were there so many inspections? What exactly were they inspecting? Chu Lu'er frowned and said coldly, "Why do I have to undergo another inspection? I've already undergone many inspections. Can't you finish it all at once?" The officer opposite her had a rigid expression. "This is an order from the higher-ups. We have to search for suspects." Chu Lu'er was furious. "Is there a girl among the suspects?" The officer was stunned and subconsciously replied, "No." "Then what are you inspecting me for?" Chu Lu'er was furious. If not for the fact that everyone who entered the city had to undergo inspection, Lu'er would have suspected that the soldiers here were targeting her. "Don't let go of any suspicious points," the officer said lightly. "As long as you disguise yourself, it's not difficult to disguise yourself as a girl." Chu Lu'er was so angry that she laughed. "According to what you said, don't I have to strip naked for you to inspect?" To be honest, Chu Lu'er's body already had the divine spirit imprint of Mo Yuntian's army. It could be said that she only needed to be inspected at the first stage. The subsequent inspections were completely unnecessary and were simply a waste of time. But when these officers saw such a beautiful young lady, which one of them didn't like her from the bottom of their hearts? Although they knew that there was nothing suspicious about this young lady and that there was nothing suspicious about her at all, it was still good to be able to speak more with the beauty, right? This behavior can be seen in the traffic police inspecting cars. Yes, many cars drove past like this, but the beauty's car was stopped. Beauty, please show me your driver's license. Damn it. My wife has been stopped by these fellows countless times while driving. There are 5 traffic lights in a 5-kilometer road. At most, she was stopped 3 or 4 times. What a pain in the ass. It was precisely because of this mentality that caused Chu Lu to be inspected 7 times. It also made Miss Heavenly Poison so angry that she couldn't suppress her anger anymore. Hearing that she had to strip naked, the officer couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he smiled lecherously. If you don't mind, that's fine too. Only then can we solve the inspection problem once and for all. Miss, you, Chu Lu smiled like a flower. Sure, I don't mind. I really don't mind at all. As long as you don't mind. With that, she raised her hand. That officer was even more mesmerized when he heard that. He looked at her face in a daze and smiled lecherously. It's rare for a lady to be so straightforward. Why would I mind? Just as he was speaking, he suddenly fell limply to the ground. He didn't know what had happened at all. He only looked at Chu Lu with eyes full of fear. There was no longer any hint of lust in his eyes, only a great fear that came from the bottom of his heart. However, he couldn't say a word. A thick black aura flashed across his face and spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vice Captain Wang, what's wrong with you? The other 2 soldiers were smiling with their arms crossed as they watched the vice captain tease the beautiful young lady. For some reason, the vice captain collapsed without any warning. The 2 of them couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, could it be that this beautiful young lady just smiled and the vice captain lost his virginity just like that? His body is too weak, isn't it? They hurried over to check on the situation, a wretched smile still on their faces. But just as they were 3 steps away from the vice captain, the 2 of them also collapsed. What's going on? One of them only had time to say the first half of the sentence. Even his tongue was stiff. I don't mind. Why would I mind? Chu Lu had a cold smile on her face. Why would I mind if someone insisted on dying? As long as you don't mind, it's fine. If you mind, you must tell me. The soldiers nearby also saw this horrifying scene and rushed over in shock. The alarm went off everywhere. Chu Lu frowned when she saw this, but she didn't seem to mind. The white robe on her body suddenly shook slightly, and the area around her instantly became a forbidden zone. The difference of 1 step may be the difference between life and death. These damned soldiers were originally here to capture my elder brother. My original intention was to sneak into the city and talk about other things after meeting my elder brother. I didn't expect to be interrogated endlessly after entering the city. I'd better kill them first. Since I've already killed the first, second, and third, there's no harm in going all the way. Anyway, it's already destined not to end peacefully. Since their positions were clear, there was no need to hide anymore. Once she thought of this, Chu Lu's eyes turned even colder. Poof, 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 all the Mo Yuntian soldiers who rushed over collapsed as soon as they came into contact with the air within a radius of 100 feet. As they collapsed, the forbidden area also expanded rapidly. Chu Lu was standing quietly in the middle of the crowd. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant snow-white robe. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her face still had the innocence and tenderness of a young girl. She was like the purest white lotus flower. However, the area around her had already transformed into a horrifying area of death. All the lives that came into contact with the edge of this area all collapsed. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, over 100 people were already lying on the ground in disarray. The person in the center had already stopped breathing for eternity. Those who came later also had black faces and were not far from death. They could step onto the road to the Yellow Springs at any time. Beep beep. Finally, someone blew the whistle before he collapsed. As the whistle sounded, a series of noisy footsteps gradually approached. It was obvious that a large group of people was rushing over. Chu Lu'er's pretty face had a cold smile, and she did not move. If it was before, she might still have some reservations. However, more than 100 people had already died here, and the overflowing death aura had nourished her poison to a certain extent. Chu Lu'er had obtained a large amount of capital, and she was completely confident that she could start a massacre here, or even a continuous massacre. If the death aura was a tonic to the spirit, it was the best catalyst for Lu'er's poison. The stronger the dead person was when they were alive, the better the catalyst. A large group of people quickly approached. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait! Everyone, stop in your tracks. No one is to act rashly." The person in front of him immediately stopped moving forward and appeared on the high roof. However, the people on the left and right didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. They continued to move forward without any hesitation. As a result, the group of people in the vanguard collapsed without any warning. When the people behind saw this, they cried out in alarm and retreated like lightning. There were a few unlucky ones who coincidentally bumped into their comrades who were charging forward. One was charging forward while the other was retreating. Under the collision, the retreating person was knocked back and fell into the poison's range. He fell to the ground and could not get up. Poison? What kind of poison was this? How could it be so potent? This time, Mo Yuntian had brought 50,000 plus soldiers with him. None of them were mediocre. Even if they were ordinary soldiers, they would at least be at the peak of Earth grade. Even an ordinary vice-captain would have the strength of a heaven grade. Although the soldiers that had fallen earlier might not be able to enter the eyes of experts, but the moment they fell, there was no longer any reaction. Such a poison was truly frightening. Earth Realm and Heaven Realm experts couldn't resist at all. Then what about Saint Realm experts and Celestial Realm experts? Right in front of them, an old man with a pale face stood upright. It was Meng Wuya. His gaze was serious as he said softly, "The area in front has already become a poison area. Those below Celestial Realm, be careful." Everyone's expression changed. After Meng Wuya was tortured, he used his injuries as an excuse to refuse to participate in this mission. After he had recuperated for 2 days, Yu Lai finally gave the order that they had to move out. Otherwise, they would be punished for violating military orders. Only then did Meng Wuya reluctantly accept and move out a small team. However, because their commander was treated unfairly, everyone's enthusiasm wasn't high. Basically, they didn't put in any effort and would shrink back whenever they encountered something. But today, because of this reason, they were lucky not to be attacked by the poison. Under Chu Lu'er's slightly shocked gaze, Meng Wuya floated forward and actually stopped 30 feet in front of her. He stretched out his hand and touched the face of the person on the ground slightly. Then, he retracted his hand and exclaimed, "What a sharp poison." Alarm bells rang in Chu Lu'er's heart. This old man was actually able to pass through the poison field and come here. Under the corrosion of the poison, he was completely fine. What is his cultivation level? With Chu Lu'er's current cultivation in the art of poison, even a saint-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand the poison field that she set up, let alone an earth-level or heaven-level expert. Even a beginner heavenly being would be greatly affected and have to be careful at all times. However, this old man actually entered the poison field as if nothing had happened. He even dared to touch the poison person who was already dead and was safe and sound. This cultivation level was really impressive. Meng Wuya looked at Chu Lu'er and his gaze became serious. "Young lady, whose sect are you under? Why did you attack my Celestial Realm soldiers?" Chu Lu'er snorted and said, "Why did I attack? You should ask your subordinates." Meng Wuya frowned when he heard that. The young lady in front of him didn't show any timidity or fear when she replied. She was full of vigor and was very confident. There was a reason why she wouldn't submit to the other side. Puzzled, he looked around. However, the person who caused the trouble didn't even have a soul. It seemed like there wasn't a single living person who knew the truth. However, since things had already come to this, there had to be an explanation. He couldn't help but say lightly, "Young lady, please tell me the whole story." Chu Lu'er said, "Old man, what's your cultivation level? You're actually not afraid of my poison at all? That's impressive." Meng Wuya's face twitched unexpectedly. "Old man, it seems like it's been many years since anyone called me that, right?" He smiled and said, "Young lady, your poison is undoubtedly very domineering. However, this poison is already useless against people above the celestial realm. Those of the celestial realm are free and will reject all evil spirits. There was pity in his eyes as he said, poison is ultimately not the right path. Chu Lu'er nodded and suddenly understood. I see. One must know that Chu Lu'er's innate poison had always been successful. Especially after Chu Yang gave her a heaven poison jade crystal, she became even more invincible. Only now did she know that this poison actually had a limit. It was no longer effective against experts above the celestial realm. Chu Lu'er firmly remembered this point. Her poison had yet to reach its peak, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Sooner or later, even experts above the celestial realm would fall under her poison. I've already answered your question. May I ask the reason for your massacre? Meng Wuya asked. His voice wasn't very angry, it just felt a little strange. Chu Lu'er looked abnormally obedient. Her face was pure and cute, and her eyes were clear and bright. With his tens of thousands of years of experience, Meng Wuya could tell at a glance that such a young lady would definitely not go on a killing spree for no reason. Therefore, Meng Wuya didn't immediately make things difficult for her. Instead, he gave her a reminder. For such a young lady to have such amazing poison skills, she must have an unusually strong background. There was no need to rashly make enemies that she shouldn't make. Besides, the people who died were from Yu Qi's side. Upon hearing that, Chu Lu'er said angrily, these bastards are despicable and shameless. Along the way, they actually checked my identity 7 or 8 times. Just now, these guys wanted to check again. This time, they actually shamelessly asked me to take off my clothes for them to check, saying that they wanted to see if I was a man dressed as a woman. This is really too much. I didn't want to kill them at first, but Meng Wuya's heart was in a mess. He knew that this bunch of bastards would run amok, but he didn't expect them to run amok to this extent. Checking one's identity only needed to be done once if they used their divine perception. This young lady had clearly left a divine perception imprint on her body as a mark. In other words, she had already accepted the check very cooperatively previously. And this bunch of bastards actually checked her so many times, they actually wanted her to take off her clothes to check if she was a man or a woman? Damn it, they were at least old foxes who had lived for hundreds of years. Can't you tell if she was a man or a woman? Was there a need to take off her clothes? The intention was self-evident. Chu Lu'er was still angry. Old man, are you also one of Mo Yuntian's people? Do you want to check me too? Meng Wuya instantly felt embarrassed. He couldn't help but be speechless. After a while, he said, young lady, please don't misunderstand. How can I be so bored? As he spoke, he also felt an endless headache. This time, it was obvious that his side was in the wrong again. What was going on with him this time? Why was it all such shitty and dirty things? Grand Elder Yuan Shedu had offended Chu Yang and wanted to snatch his wife. In the end, he was killed. That was why he was ordered to come out. And now, it was obvious that these bastards were killed for taking liberties with a young lady. He actually caught up with it again. Meng Wuya let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. The other party was just a young lady at the peak of the heaven stage. Although she had good poison skills, she couldn't do anything to him. He could easily take her down with one move, but so what if he really took her down? If he really handed over such a bright and beautiful young lady to those people, wouldn't he be sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Wasn't he the one who had created the sin? How could he face his conscience in the future? Previously, when he arrested Chu Yang, it could be said that he couldn't disobey the emperor's orders and had no choice. But if he arrested Chu Lu'er today, what would it mean? Those people could even make the young lady strip and check her naked when she didn't do anything. If she fell into their hands, what good things could they do? If those people were his subordinates, even if Chu Lu'er didn't kill them, he would enforce military discipline and execute them, but the reality was that those soldiers were Yu Qi's subordinates. He couldn't do anything at all. If he didn't take her down now, how would he face Yu Qi's military orders in the future? How would he face the many dead soldiers on the ground? Chu Lu'er had experienced a lot of worldly affairs since she was young and knew how to read people's minds. Now that she saw Meng Wuya, she knew what was going on. She sneered and said, General, now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. You're a senior with profound cultivation, so you can capture me. Although they were the ones who molested women first, they're still on your side. You can just capture me and hand me over to them. These words seemed to be said for the sake of Meng Wuya, but in reality, they were full of ridicule and mockery. Not only was he a senior expert, but he was also taking liberties with women, and he was also on their side. Anyone could understand the meaning behind his words. Meng Wuya stroked his long beard and frowned without saying a word. His expression was heavy, and it was obvious that he couldn't make up his mind. Chu Lu'er continued, "It's really nothing. Anyway, it's just a woman's reputation. It's really nothing in the eyes of important people like you. I've already said that I'm definitely not your match since your martial arts are so high. I can't beat you, and I can't run away either. I might as well surrender and resign myself to fate. Today, I'll just treat it as giving you a merit. As for how I'm going to be humiliated after being captured, it has nothing to do with you. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. They definitely won't do anything in front of you. This way, since you didn't do it and didn't see it with your own eyes, you won't have to feel guilty. Isn't that right?" Chu Lu'er's voice was crisp and clear, with the unique innocence of a young girl. Meng Wuya's face turned pale after hearing Lu'er's words. He finally sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it, you can leave." Chu Lu'er said, "You're the one who wants me to leave, so I'm really leaving?" "I'm really leaving." The generals beside him were shocked. "General. You can't." Meng Wuya sighed deeply and said, "There's no need to persuade me. I've already made up my mind. As a person, there must be a bottom line." "Uncle, so you're a good person." Chu Lu'er smiled. "Lu'er thanks you," Meng Wuya said in a low voice, "since you have the ability to escape, you should leave immediately. The others may not be as easy to talk to as me." "Thank you for your advice." Chu Lu'er agreed. Her white robes fluttered as she flew up and landed on a wall slightly further away. Then, she disappeared without a trace. Those Mo Yuntian's soldiers looked at each other in dismay when they saw her graceful figure disappear into the sky. There were a few people who wanted to jump up and intercept them, but they were suppressed by Meng Wuya. "General Meng, what are you doing?" An officer at the checkpoint said angrily, "You connived with the fugitive and even helped him escape. Are you trying to rebel?" Meng Wuya sighed softly. Just when everyone thought that he was going to explain himself, he reached out and grabbed the officer who had just spoken. The officer's head was crushed and the headless corpse fell to the ground. "Firstly, it was you who violated military discipline and molested women first. You deserve to die. If they were my subordinates, they would have already been executed and hung in public. Secondly, that little girl is not a fugitive at all. Everyone here knows that there are no women among the fugitives. Your so-called fugitive is nothing more than a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Why worry about the pretext? Thirdly, even if I am wrong, it is not up to you to say. Who do you think you are? You were rude to me and spoke rudely. That is an offense against your superior. You deserve to die." Meng Wuya looked at the headless corpse at his feet and said gently, "Do you understand? The person is already dead. Dead, dead. What else is there to understand? Is there any meaning?" When the other officers saw this, their faces turned pale with fright. How could they dare to say another word? They were all speechless. Chu Lu'er left the scene of the incident, but she did not escape far away from the city like Meng Wuya had expected. Instead, she went deeper into the city. Her figure was like the wind as she flew across the sky, carefully searching for Chu Yang's information. However, after more than an hour, there was still nothing. At this moment, the city was already in chaos. Shouts of "Catch the female cat burglar" could be heard everywhere. Obviously, although Meng Wuya had let her go, the others would not be willing to just let her go. Presumably, there was another powerful person who disobeyed Meng Wuya's order and started to search for her. In order to justify it, they actually gave Chu Lu'er the title of female cat burglar. Sure enough, if you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Sure enough, without a pretext, there was no need for it. Chu Lu'er heard the shouts coming from all directions. She could not help but be angry. She was really angry. Just as she was about to use her life source poison to massacre again, her eyes suddenly lit up. She found someone familiar. She could not help but be overjoyed. She flew over and shouted, "Big Brother Tan." These two idiots, Tan Tan and Yao Ningning, had been unscrupulously roaming all the way. Under the leadership of Tan Tan, Yao Ningning had begun to roam the Jianghu in the lone bamboo city. He had taken the world as his home. He had traveled 1,000 miles with his sword. He had done so in high spirits. He had looked around with awe-inspiring might. Now, Tan Tan was mainly leading Master Meng in his robbery business. And it was an army that specialized in robbing Mo Yuntian. Tan Tan's reason was very simple. You are the demon emperor Tian Tai. Can you rob your own people in your own family's land? If you rob your own people, wouldn't your people's things be your things? That's basically robbing yourself. Yourself. Master Meng deeply agreed, and in Lone Bamboo City, the most representative outsider was undoubtedly Mo Yuntian's army, so, as long as these two saw a general's insignia on their shoulders, they would go up and rob. In the beginning, it was Tan Tan who was in charge of taking the lead. Later, Master Meng's hands were itchy and he was eager to try. He simply took the lead and brazenly attacked before Tan Tan. Stop. This is a robbery. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, these two idiotic youths stopped the regular army from robbing. A certain duo faced a group of dozens or even hundreds of people with strict military discipline. They opened their hands and asked for passage money. This scene made everyone who could see by the roadside dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded and did not know what was going on. Speaking of robbers, everyone had seen it before. But to be so brazen and arrogant, robbing a regular army in the city, this was the first time they had seen it. A total of 2 people dared to block the road and rob like this. This was too outrageous. How brainless were they? However, the subsequent development made everyone's eyeballs drop to the ground. As long as they saw the 2 robbers, the first reaction of the leading officer was not to resist. Instead, they all looked up to the sky and sighed. Their shoulders drooped as if they were mourning for their parents. They obediently took out their storage rings and handed them over to the 2 robbers. F***CK, what the F***CK is this situation? Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Some people who did not know the truth stared their eyes out of their sockets. Could it be that this group of soldiers is actually fake goods? They were caught red-handed. That's why they are like this? Or that officer is just a coward? The moment he saw someone robbing him, he immediately shrugged, looking at the 2 robbers swaggering and sarcastically taking away all the valuables. Most of the soldiers did not resist at all. They were like puppets. Immediately, some of the thick-skinned Jianghu people became excited as if they had seen a huge business opportunity. Those 2 bastards only robbed the officials. They actually did not rob the soldiers. One must know that most of the soldiers in front of them also have storage rings. What a rich group, isn't this a great opportunity to make a fortune? Therefore, those brainless people also jumped out and blocked Mo Yuntian's regular army. They shouted, "Stop! This is a robbery." Then, this time, they were really unlucky. There was really no cure for brainless people. To have a storage ring, one had to at least be at the level of heaven grade. If even the soldiers here had storage rings, then how strong was this army's overall strength? Along the way, Tan Tan and Yao Ningning were really high-spirited and complacent. They destroyed whatever they wanted. They destroyed whatever they wanted. They were so unscrupulous and ran amok. Yao Ningning was very satisfied with the current situation. She felt that wandering the Jianghu was really too colorful. It was really too rich. If I knew it was so fun, I would have King wandered the Jianghu hundreds of thousands of years ago. I'm really late. This is the Jianghu. There are purple crystals everywhere in the Jianghu. There are beauties everywhere in the Jianghu. There are treasures everywhere in the Jianghu. There are fortuitous encounters everywhere in the Jianghu. There are only things you can't imagine. There is absolutely nothing you can't meet. Under the guidance of a certain heartless big brother, he pulled his little brother into the bottomless abyss of robbery. He quickly fell into depravity. A certain little brother's eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice. He moved forward without looking back. Big brother, there are purple crystals everywhere. I've already seen treasures everywhere today. But where are the beauties everywhere? Why don't I see them? A certain little brother asked eagerly. Tan's eyes narrowed. He scolded loudly, "Bastard. You have to think twice. Not having them now doesn't mean that they won't have them in the future. How many steps have you taken? How much experience do you have? Don't worry. There are plenty of beauties. Just one of them would dazzle you. I won't tell you. The Jiang is big. There are all kinds of strange things. There are only things you can't imagine. There is absolutely nothing you can't meet." Yao Ningning repeatedly agreed. He nodded repeatedly. Tan's words might be more useful than his mother's words to him now. At this moment, they heard a sweet and clear voice. It was mixed with infinite surprise as it called out, "Big Brother Tan." The two of them were stunned together. In an instant, the two of them had a little nod in their heads. Damn. We were just talking about beauties, and beauties came. A certain great master prostrated himself in admiration. The Jiang is really great. Wahahaha. Following Big Brother Tan is really promising. Sure enough, there are only things you can't imagine. There is absolutely nothing you can't meet. Wahahaha, sure enough. Big Brother Tan is really right. As long as one of them appears, it would dazzle me. But now, this one has appeared. It's more than just dazzling me. Oh. I've only seen such beauties a few times in my life. Yao Ningning was on the verge of collapse. He almost cried tears of joy. The magical Jiang. As Yao Ningning raised her head in anticipation, an elegant white cloud descended from the sky. It was a white-clothed girl who was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to the human world. Her features were picturesque, and her beauty was indescribable. She was extremely beautiful, and her figure was tall and curvaceous. She was flying over excitedly. Tan, Big Brother Tan, why are you here? Yao Ningning's eyes widened. In an instant, she changed from an elegant and dignified man to a standard pig. Beautiful, too beautiful, she was really too beautiful. Did she know what a beauty was today? Tan was also stunned. Sister Luer? Why are you here? Why did you suddenly come to this place? Chu Luer landed on the ground. She was so excited that her face was a little red. She met an old friend in a foreign land, and he was even her brother's best brother. Chu Luer felt as if a stone had been lifted from her heart. She immediately thought of her own situation. Big Brother Tan, let's go quickly. Someone is chasing after me from there. They want to catch me. Who dares to catch you? Tan was instantly enraged. He rubbed his fists as if he wanted to eat someone. Who dares to catch my sister? How bold of him. Who is it? Tan's uncoordinated face actually became somewhat coordinated due to his excessive anger. A certain man finally had a chance to show off. He puffed out his chest proudly. Sister, don't worry. You're Big Brother Tan's sister, so you're my sister. My biological sister. With me here, whoever dares to touch a strand of your hair, I'll make sure that they won't be able to bear the consequences. Their whole family won't be able to bear the consequences. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard someone shout, "Lowly servant. Where are you going? Why aren't you leaving? Give me your life." Yao Ningning's face instantly turned into the color of pig liver. Damn it, I just said that no one dares to touch her, and someone actually wants her to leave her life behind. Isn't this humiliating me in front of everyone? I'm too *king embarrassed. Which bastard dares to catch my sister? Come out. The old man was furious. He roared, and his eyes were about to crack. A voice came from afar, so we found the main character. This lowly servant actually has an older brother. That's perfect. Let's capture them together and kill them together. Another voice said, it's a pity to kill the woman. Why don't we? Another voice also said, since he's that girl's brother, his appearance is probably not bad. Why don't? Before he could finish speaking, swish swish swish, dozens of figures chased from the south and landed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. People rushed over from all directions. The three of them were trapped in the middle, then, the hundreds of people were dumbfounded. in the middle of the room, that unruly demon clan Grand Elder was looking at them as if he wanted to eat them alive. The muscles on his face were twitching. The white-clothed girl was hiding behind the Grand Elder. In an instant, all of them fainted and almost fainted. What was going on? What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Yao Ningning walked out with a majestic gait, his voice like thunder. Why are you chasing her? Everyone looked at each other. What should they say? On the other side, the one who came the latest was the one who participated in the encirclement of Chu Lu. At this moment, he said loudly, Your Highness Grand Elder Yao, this girl is a thief. This sentence made the first person who came from the south want to pour a basin of feces on his head. F***CKU. Just now, Grand Elder clearly said that she was his younger sister. Now, you're actually saying that she's a thief. If you don't want to live anymore, hurry up and find a good place to commit suicide. Why do you have to drag all of us down with you? Thief? Yao Ningning looked at Chu Lu. He actually didn't doubt the authenticity of this accusation at all. In fact, he even felt that it was natural. He couldn't help but feel excited. Wow, such a beautiful thief. The martial world, the martial world, the martial world is indeed full of wonders. Yes, this is a female thief. At this moment, the officer still didn't know that the star of misfortune had illuminated his life and that death was imminent. He continued to curse incessantly. This lowly servant girl was committing murder over there just now. We were just about to take her down, but she poisoned many of us and escaped. Now that we've finally surrounded her, please uphold justice for us, Your Highness. Uphold justice? Uphold justice for all of you? Yao Ningning's expression was a little strange. Yes. The Mo Yuntian officer's expression was extremely sorrowful. So many of his brothers had died, and a few of them were his best friends, his life and death brothers. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred, and it wasn't fake at all. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have said whatever was on his mind so recklessly. Let me confirm it again. You're saying that she's a female thief? A female thief who committed a crime in front of all of you? Yao Ningning pointed at Chu Lu. Yes. The officer still didn't understand and insisted. It seemed that the desire for revenge had already overtaken all of his rationality. Yes, there's really a lot of jokes today. There's even someone who can treat a joke like it's real. It's really realistic. If you were to perform in an opera, just based on your acting skills, I'll definitely support you. My younger sister is actually a female thief? Yao Ningning smiled faintly. You still want me to uphold justice for you? Yao Ningning cursed loudly. Mo Yuntian's people stood there dumbstruck, their hearts screaming. This is bad, this is bad. What should they do now? Resist? They couldn't resist. They didn't have any reason at all. If they resisted, the consequences would be even worse. Other than not being able to resist, they didn't dare to resist either. It seemed like there was only Yao Ningning and another idiot in front of him. There might be many super experts of Yao Emperor Sky hiding around them as guards. If they dared to make a move, it would be death. Since they didn't resist, they could only wait to be captured. The news quickly spread out and instantly, everyone was moved. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were the first to arrive. Then, the bugle horn sounded in the entire Lone Bamboo City. Yao Emperor Sky's army immediately moved out and moved towards them. The 1,350 people present, without exception, were all tied up and pressed to the ground. Everyone's face was extremely speechless. This unexpected disaster was really self-inflicted? Over 100 people had died before, and now another 1,000 people had been sent up to be tied up. It seemed like the right to speak was still in the other party's hands. Who knew what would happen in the future? They were going to die. If it was just to die, it seemed like it was still light. Yuqi was currently raging at Meng Wuya. Tell me, why did you let that witch go? You even stopped the others and purposely let that witch go. Meng Wuya, are you rebelling? Tell me clearly. Say something. Just as he was scolding, an officer suddenly scrambled in to report. Marshal Yu, it's not good. Many of our people have been detained by Yao Emperor Sky's people. What happened? Yuqi was furious. What happened? Why did Yao Emperor Sky detain our people? how did we offend them? That officer stammered. Why? Yes, that's what happened, but no one knew, and no one expected, that girl was actually the princess of the Yao race, this. You mean, the witch that Meng Wuya let go was actually the princess of the Yao race? Yuqi was shocked. Yes, that's right. The officer wiped his cold sweat. At this moment, he was looking at Meng Wuya, who was being scolded with boundless gratitude. In his heart, he thought, it's all thanks to great General Meng's kindness. Otherwise, that little princess of the monster race would really have been stripped naked and checked, and even then of the 50,000 people that had come to Yao Emperor Heaven, including Marshal Yu, probably would not be able to return. In fact, they might even find out where the Heavenly Emperor of the Moyun Heaven, Yuan Tianji, went. This time, Yu Lai turned his head and looked at Meng Wuya awkwardly. He grinned and coughed twice. Unexpectedly, he couldn't say anything. It was too awkward. Just a moment ago, he was still scolding Meng Wuya. Could it be that he was now praising him for doing the right thing? It was really hard to get off the stage. Meng Wuya felt relieved and said, Vice Marshal Yu, if there is nothing else, I will go and rest. You can go. Yu Lai's face was dark. He hesitated for a moment and then waved his hand. He originally wanted to let Meng Wuya go. No matter what, there would still be some face. After all, he was the one who had let the Yao princess go. But after thinking about it, he wasn't willing to lower his head to Meng Wuya. He could only let it go. Meng Wuya left in a relaxed manner. He was also slightly puzzled. That little girl was the Yao princess? Was it true? Marshal Yu, what should we do about this matter now? I'm afraid that they will not let this go so easily. A vice-general beside him asked nervously. What else can we do? Yu Lai's anger finally exploded. Those bastards can't move when they see a beautiful girl. They should have had this retribution long ago. A group of bastards, can't they tell the difference between a girl and a boy? You actually want the little princess to strip naked and check? Check what? A group of bastards. Why did old General bring soldiers like you? But those people, we still have to go and fish them out. The Deputy General lowered his head as if he was in the wrong. Those people were all his soldiers. Bah. Rescued what? Do you want me, this old bag of bones, to stretch out my face and let them beat me? You bastard, you have the nerve to say this, old General doesn't have such thick skin. Yu Lai said angrily, those bastards that corrupted military discipline died cleanly. Even if Yao Emperor Heaven did not kill them, old General will punish them and enforce military discipline. Everyone was silent and didn't dare to say anything else. But words were words, Yu Lai still had to go. Amidst the silent sighs along the way, Marshal Yu finally arrived. He also knew that unless he went personally, if it was someone else, not only would they not be able to get it out, there was also a high chance that they would be implicated. Even if he went personally, it might not be a good scene to watch. When he arrived, he learned that the people on the other side had been taken to the yamen of Lone Bamboo City. So Marshal Yu headed to the office of the city master. When he came to the square, he looked over and couldn't help but be shocked. He saw more than 1,300 of his subordinates were tied up and thrown into a pile. Each person had a shining steel blade next to them. In the middle of the square, there was a pile of blue flames. This seemed to be the soul-devouring flame. Behind the flames, there was an old person dressed in blue robes. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression cold and stern. Yu Lai's heart jumped. It seemed that the other was planning to kill all those people and then burn their souls. Was he trying to completely annihilate her divine body? Was it so serious? On the high platform, Yao Emperor Heaven Supreme Yao Ningning stood with his hands behind his back, his expression icy. The presence of the Yao Emperor and Sky Crown Prince was completely displayed at this moment. He clearly looked vicious and merciless, ready to kill at any moment. Yu Lai sighed and flew up. Behind him, Mo Yuntian's group of generals also followed. Your Highness, Grand Highness, this matter. Yu Lai did his best to put on a friendly smile. This matter? What matter? Yao Ningning rudely interrupted him. What are you laughing at? This matter is very funny, right? You bastards of Mo Yuntian all think this matter is very funny and can be resolved with a laugh? Yu Lai's face froze. Yu Lai was also a person of great status. He had never been so mercilessly reprimanded in public before. He was really speechless. General Yu, since you're here, please tell me, what does your Mo Yuntian military take our demon emperor heaven for? Yao Ningning flew into a rage. Don't think that because my mother allowed you to stay in demon emperor heaven, you're superior to others. Do you understand? If we don't want to give you face, you're nothing. This is demon emperor heaven, not your Mo Yuntian. I gave you some face earlier, and you actually opened a dye house. I gave you some face, and you actually dared to take advantage of it? Yao Ningning sneered. You're really naive and childish, Mo Yuntian. Yu Lai's face was a little pale. If not for Mo Yuntian, Yuan Tianji, begging my mother for help back then, do you think that you can enter my demon emperor heaven with just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Yao Ningning was clearly using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Since Yu Lai's arrival, he hadn't even finished his sentence before he was sprayed with spittle all over his face. His face had already turned purplish-black, from white to green, from green to purple. The layers of changes were distinct. He was extremely sullen in his heart, and the veins on his temples were popping, but he couldn't say a single word. Molesting the demon princess, bullying the people under demon emperor heaven's rule, disturbing the normal order of demon emperor heaven. He. Yao Ningming's gaze was like a knife as he looked at Yu Lai. Vice General Yu, regarding this matter, you must give me an explanation. Yu Lai forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said, May I ask your highness, what explanation do you want? Yao Ningning sneered. What explanation? It's very simple. Just follow your Mo Yuntian's example. Didn't your Mo Yuntian's crown prince die before? Wasn't it because of his death that you all mustered such a large force? I heard that the cause of death was that he robbed a woman to satisfy his lust and was killed by the woman's husband. Is that what happened? Our demon emperor heaven only has this one princess. She was bullied and defiled by you all. Tell me, what explanation do you want? Our only princess is much more honorable than your crown prince. Yao Ningning glanced sideways. Yu Lai, tell me, what should we do about this matter? Yu Lai gritted his teeth and said, This matter is indeed our people who are in the wrong. Please give your instructions. No matter what the conditions are, I will accept them all. Yao Ningning said, Good courage. Just because of your courage, I will give you face and not pursue your mistake of not managing the army strictly. As long as you personally take action, enforce military discipline, and kill all these people, their souls will be destroyed, and they will not be reincarnated. This will be a warning. In this case, I, Wang Han, will not pursue anything else. Yu Lai's face turned pale. Your Highness, there doesn't seem to be a need to be so harsh, right? The others, especially those who were tied up now, felt as if they were struck by lightning. Kill them all, destroy their souls, and Yu Lai had to do it personally. Wasn't this condition a little too much? After all, these people didn't really do anything. Yu Lai said with difficulty, Your little princess is unscathed. This is a little too much, isn't it? Yao Ningning laughed sinisterly. The little princess is unscathed? What a strong reason. I really wonder how you thought about it. How could you say such words? If my sister was really slightly injured, do you think that the current you can still stand in front of me so safely? Yu Lai's face darkened. These words were crude but reasonable. If the little princess had really been stripped naked and examined, and everything that should have happened had happened, even if it was him, it would definitely be difficult for him to escape death. He didn't even need to do that. Even if it was a little bump or a little injury, there was no possibility of this matter being resolved. Crown Prince, even if you don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. You should be lenient. Uncle Hu moved closer to Yao Ningning and seemed to be comforting him in a low voice. In fact, his heart was full of doubts. When did our demon race have a little princess? Crown Prince obviously doesn't have a sister. Uncle Hu was the demon empress confidant. Whether the demon empress had another daughter, he was very clear about it. The other higher-ups of the demon race were also full of doubts. However, at such a delicate moment, who would dare to ask so rashly, Besides, even if that girl wasn't the little princess, what if she was the Grand Prince's sweetheart? In other words, it was very likely that she was the future Grand Princess, another demon empress of the future demon emperor heaven. Lenient? Based on what? What bullshit, Buddha's face? Who the hell has Buddha's face? Yao Ningning glared, murderous. Could it be that my sister was bullied for nothing? No, no matter what you say. Uncle Ma also came over to mediate. These two experienced people could see that the Grand Prince didn't really want to kill. If he wanted to kill, he would have done it long ago. This wasn't enough, he just wanted to use it as a pretext to make a fuss. But this time, using it as a pretext to make a fuss seemed a little inexplicable. Who knew what the Grand Prince wanted to do? Could he get any benefits? What good things could a group of soldiers have? Not to mention in Yao Ningning's eyes, even in the eyes of these two, including Yu Qi, there was nothing worth coveting. I say, little sister, where are your guards? Tan Tan frowned and looked at Chu Lu. Why didn't you bring that guard when you came out? Isn't it because you were too careless? It has nothing to do with others. When this sentence came out, Yu Qi looked at Tan Tan with an extremely affectionate gaze. He was really her savior. That's right, that's right. The little princess didn't bring any guards with her. It will inevitably cause misunderstandings. Yu Qi really wanted to cry when she said this. Even the princess of Mayan Sky has to be respectful when facing her. But now that she was in the demon emperor heaven, she actually had to be respectful to these two little radishes. This was really the first time in her life. Yao Ningning rolled her eyes and said, Brother Tan, what you said is wrong. So what if she didn't bring any guards? Could it be that all the young girls who don't bring guards should be humiliated? Or is it that their Mayan Sky military has this practice? Is this what they do in Mayan Sky? Is that why we're doing the same here? Yu Qi's face immediately turned black. My God, why does this Grand Highness dare to say anything? Our Mayan Sky Army's reputation is completely ruined. Tan Tan laughed and said, forget it. Isn't it just a misunderstanding? What shouldn't have happened has already happened, right? Moreover, little sister didn't bring any bodyguards with her. She didn't reveal her identity when she was interrogated. Instead, she cooperated with the investigation 7 or 8 times. So, it's indeed her fault. But, it's not only for this matter, but also for the sake of her safety. This incident is a warning. The two idiots, one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop, were a perfect match. Yu Qi's face alternated between green and red, black and white. It was a perfect performance of the Sichuan opera's face-changing technique, although Chu Le, who had already received Tan Tan's advice, didn't understand what was going on, she still nodded her head cooperatively. Then, she said with an angry look on her face, my guards. Don't mention those guys. They were so annoying when they followed me. There were so many people looking at me. I didn't allow them to do this or that. How good would it be to be alone and free? Would there be any danger in my own territory? Who knew that I would encounter such an incident? Is it wrong for me to cooperate with the investigation? Am I not close to the people? Is this still my fault? When all the Mayan Sky Army officers heard this, they all clicked their tongues. Sure enough, it was another super non-mainstream person. She definitely had the temper of a big missy. She actually drove all her bodyguards away when she was outside. It's true that you are close to the people, but your degree of closeness to the people is a little too close. You didn't get angry even after 7 or 8 investigations. What a good temper. Then, when you got angry, you killed hundreds of people. As expected of a member of the imperial family, those people in the same line were really too much. If they followed her, would we have offended this great aunt? Would we dare to offend her? Oh my God, where did you drive them? Tan Tan had an anxious look on his face. I told them that I was coming to Lone Bamboo City. Why haven't they arrived yet? How bold. Chu Lu said with dissatisfaction according to the lines Tan Tan taught her. Those guys are so slow. They really deserve to be spanked. I'm so angry. Tan Tan and Yao Ningning looked at each other. Yao Ningning immediately flew into a rage. Men, find them for me. I want to punish them for their negligence. They caused Her Highness to be in danger. their crimes are unforgivable. Under everyone's persuasion, Yao Ningning was finally magnanimous and reluctantly spared those people. As for the hundreds of people who had died earlier, Xianxia's people naturally wouldn't care about them. You actually made a little princess of the world strip naked for you to check. You deserve to die. You deserve to be exterminated. Even if they didn't die now, we will beat you to death. You almost caused us to die together. At this point, Yu Qi finally felt a little relieved. He shouted, "Capture all these bastards and bring them back." He secretly made up his mind. When he returned, he definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted and protect his children. He must punish them severely. This time, he had lost a lot of face. He, who was hundreds of thousands of years old, was humiliated by a young man pointing at his nose like he was scolding his own grandson. If he didn't vent this anger, it would be intolerable. But, how could he vent this anger? There didn't seem to be any place to vent it, therefore, Yu Qi gave an order: "When we return, beat those bastards up. No matter how many of them there are, beat them until they are half dead. Leaving them with a breath is letting them off too easily. Their lives are saved, aren't they? Teach them a lesson." "Master, this is Uncle who was pinched by Uncle Ma?" he helplessly asked with a bitter face. To be honest, it wasn't a big deal to add a younger sister to the family. But if it was a biological younger sister, then it would be a big deal. If there were really any rumors in the martial world, then it would be really bad. Even just thinking about it would give one a headache. The mouths of the people of Jianghu could definitely infuriate a person to death, and then revive the person who died of anger. The demon empress is pregnant. Who did it? What? The demon empress gave birth to another daughter, don't you know? You're too ignorant. This is true? F***ck. How can this be fake? Have you heard of Xianxia's late reign? What? Late reign? I didn't hear that this fellow was so brilliant to be able to get close to the demon empress. Could he be a gigolo with outstanding looks or has some special skills? Does the demon empress like this type? Damn, this is too unexpected. I don't believe that I am not as good as him. I have my own special skills. Bullsh*T. What do you know? You only know how to think about those ridiculous things. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will make you lose your special skills. You can't joke about this. I won't talk about it, okay? I asked you to tell me what is going on. I guess a playful fool like you wouldn't know. Come, sit down and listen to me tell you in detail, like this. The two saint-level experts looked at Yao Ningning with resentment. It doesn't matter if you want to help him, but didn't you think about the consequences before you spoke? This is related to your mother's reputation. What we thought of just now wasn't too out of line. We don't know how those truly ridiculous people will interpret it. Just like that, with a flick of his lips, he suddenly came up with a younger sister, a princess of the demon race, without any warning. Moreover, he kept calling her his own little sister. This is really my younger sister. Yao Ningning's neck stiffened. This is none of your business. Go and do what you are supposed to do. Disperse. He was really arrogant and domineering. He actually drove everyone out in such a forceful and unreasonable manner. Then, he pulled Tan Tan and Chu Lu'er to a restaurant. Now, how could the owner of the restaurant not know that this was the Lord Great Master who was visiting incognito? When he saw this person come up, he almost fainted in surprise and joy. Since he didn't faint, he naturally had to serve him meticulously. The owner, who was originally a famous chef but had not cooked for many years, was inexplicably excited. He actually rushed into the kitchen and chased the head chef out. He picked up the kitchen knife again, wanting to personally cook a few dishes for the Lord Great Master. Miss, you. Ha ha ha. A certain Lord Great Master rubbed his hands and looked at Chu Lu'er. There was no longer any trace of his previous mighty and domineering aura. Chu Lu'er looked at the Lord Great Master, who seemed to be cramping a little. Her bright eyes were full of confusion. What is this guy doing? Could it be that he was thinking about something bad? May I know your name, miss? This. That. My name is Yao Ningning. The Lord Great Master had a fawning look on his face. can we be friends? Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were watching them with their divine senses, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Damn it. You're really something, he really is a genuine and honest super idiot. Even now, you still don't know her name. You actually recognized her as your biological sister and voluntarily took on her big trouble. Before Chu Lu could reply, Tan Tan had already become vigilant. He said slowly, "Little Yao do you know who my sister is?" Yao Ningning's face instantly became respectful. She asked respectfully, "Who is it?" Tan Tan said, "This is my senior martial brother's sister." "Can you afford to offend my senior martial brother?" Yao Ningning shook her head violently. "I can't afford to offend him. I definitely can't afford to offend him." Thinking of Chu Yang's peerless magnificence with only one sword, Yao Ningning shuddered again. Tan Tan said earnestly, "Even my senior brother doesn't dare to easily offend that brother big brother. That person has the sun, moon, and stars in his palm, and the secrets of the universe hidden in his heart. He has the ability to overturn everything. Can you afford to offend such a person? Even Big Brother Chu doesn't dare to offend such a great person. So, I naturally can't afford to offend him." Yao Ningning shook his head repeatedly. "So, you're still young. You should concentrate on chasing after that sweetheart of yours. Don't show off in front of my younger sister in the future. Younger sister Lu is out of your league. Let's not talk about you being young. Even I wouldn't be qualified to call her younger sister if it weren't for my relationship with my senior brother. You should be content to call her younger sister with your relationship with me. People should know how to be content." Tan Tan blocked Yao Ningning's thoughts with just a few words. The two old men were still observing the situation. But they couldn't help but become angry when they heard Tan Tan's words. So, they became bold. "What kind of people are you? Our Grand Prince has helped you solve a big problem. And he's treating you with sincerity. So, it's your fortune to have taken a fancy to that woman. But, you don't appreciate his kindness. But, you still dare to step on our Grand Prince like this? Do you still have any sense of justice?" The two old men bristled with anger for a while. Then, they heard a certain Grand Prince say, "When did I let my imagination run wild?" Yao Ningning explained with a red face, "I really didn't. I just admired her a little. Everyone has the heart to love beauty. Look, you're speaking with such a guilty conscience." Tan Tan looked at him with disdain. "You were telling me how devoted you were to your sweetheart earlier. You were unswervingly devoted to her. But, I've finally seen your true face now. Let me tell you, don't think that you're so great just because you're a Grand Prince. I'm not scaring you. I'm warning you. I'm reminding you. There are some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Once you do, the entire world will be destroyed. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you." Tan Tan said disdainfully, "Look at Mo Yuntian now. Huh? Wasn't it because they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked, which led to their current situation? Don't look at how awe-inspiring Mo Yuntian is right now. Let me tell you, if this heavens isn't destroyed by us, that would be a strange thing." Yao Ningning was a little surprised, and said, "Brother Tan, aren't your words a little too big? No matter what, it's still a world of its own. It can't be that easy, right?" Tan Tan proudly smiled. "Do you know that there are some people in this world? The greater the pressure they face, the greater the rebound they can cause. In the end, this mountain-like pressure will bring them success. For example, me and my brothers. I don't know about the others, but look at Sister Lu. What's her cultivation level now?" Yao Ningning sized Chu Lu up carefully and said, "Beginner saint level. This doesn't seem to be a big deal. Although he is already an expert, but if he wants to destroy Mo Yuntian, his cultivation is far from enough." The two elders also secretly thought that she was only at the early stage of the saint level, yet she had the nerve to show off. With this little bit of cultivation, any imperial guard could easily take her down. And, that girl's bone age seemed to be very young. Tan Tan sneered and said, "Is it not a big deal? Do you know that Sister Lu is only 10 years old this year? So what if she's 10 years old? 10 years old?" Yao Ningning didn't think much of it when he heard it, but once he reacted, his eyes bulged, and the wine that he had just drunk flowed down from his mouth unconsciously. How could she be only 10 years old? Martial Saint level, cultivation level, 10 years old. Yao Ningning suddenly felt a little dizzy. Not only him, the two elders also felt a little dizzy. Oh my god, she's only 10 years old, and this cultivation level seems to be a little ridiculous. Even in the entire heaven, it's hard to find a cultivation genius. Compared to the two of them back then, she's a million times stronger. You're surprised? Do you know that she just ascended to the heaven for a little more than half a year? Tan Tan continued, do you know that when she just ascended, she was far from Earth? Level? 10 years old? Ascended for half a year. Not Earth level. Yao Ningning felt that he was about to go crazy. Not only Yao Ningning went crazy, even Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma who had been listening to the conversation here went crazy. A 10-year-old martial saint level genius, and it's only been half a year since she ascended. Not Earth level, all the way to beginner martial saint level. She crossed Earth level, beginner Earth level, high level, peak level, beginner heaven level, intermediate level, high level, peak level, martial saint level, beginner martial saint level. It's only been half a year. What kind of monster was this? Even if she had great opportunities and many heavenly treasures to help her, but her body must be able to bear it. How did she do it? This kind of achievement was really shocking and unbelievable. Just now, they were comparing the two of them, but now that they thought about it, what could they use to compare with this little girl? The difference was too great, like the difference between heaven and earth, when they heard that Chu Lu'er was Chu Yang's sister, and Chu Yang was the person who killed Xianxia. The two martial saints were already very shocked. Now that they heard such news again, they were even more shocked. It was simply unbelievable. I ascended with Lu'er. At that time, my cultivation was about the same as hers. Now, I'm at martial saint level. And, I'm very close to the high level. I'll break through in a few days, Tan Tan said proudly. Since coming here, Tan Tan had collected more than 10,000 inner cores under various robberies with Yao Ningning. In these few days, he had absorbed less than 1/50th of this batch of inner cores. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds again. If he absorbed all of them, Tan Tan estimated that he could almost reach celestial level, or even high level. It was absolutely not a fantasy. Yao Ningning stared and opened his mouth. He was really speechless. The two old men who were hiding in the dark were not much better. They also stared and opened their mouths. They were speechless for a long time. It's hard to say for others. I don't know either. But I know my own situation. After I heard about my senior brother, I suddenly felt a sudden increase in pressure. It was so heavy that it felt like it was going to crush me to death. I can only improve without any regard for my life. In the shortest amount of time, I have to cross levels and raise my strength. Only then will I have a chance and a future. Tan Tan asked, what about you, Lu'er? Chu Lu'er smiled. I was able to reach this level because of other opportunities. However, after I heard that Big Brother was being hunted down, I suddenly had the thought of risking my life. I digested about half of the benefits I got from that encounter. During that process, I was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. I almost lost my life. When I woke up, my cultivation had increased to the current level. Chu Lu'er said it casually, but all the people who heard her were highly skilled cultivators. How could they not understand the danger of such a thing? Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma couldn't help but sigh deeply when they heard that. Risking one's life. Everyone would fight, but even if they were risking their lives, it also depended on the will of the person involved. Some people risked their lives, and some people risked their lives to gain benefits. There was also the problem of mentality, perseverance, willpower, mental strength, physical condition, and the right time and place. Not a single one could be missing. The lack of any one of these could completely change the outcome. Obviously, these two people were gambling with fate. Fortunately, they won the gamble. But speaking of the real shock and the real surprise, there's still another person. That person is my senior brother. Tan Tan's face revealed a warm expression. My senior brother's cultivation was roughly on par with mine when he ascended. Maybe it was slightly higher than mine, but at most, it was only at the peak of the human level. But it was also in this half a year that it soared rapidly. Now, he's already at the beginner level of the celestial level. Moreover, he's close to the great circle of the beginner level. He can make another breakthrough at any time. A considerable part of all of this is caused by the huge pressure given by Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuan Tianji. Tan Tan smiled faintly. If Yuan Tianji continues to suppress him like this, I believe he'll soon realize that he's finished. There were a total of 12 of us who ascended together at that time. Tan Tan's face revealed a proud expression. The same thoughts, the same cultivation, the same pressure, the same feelings. I believe that their cultivation is also advancing by leaps and bounds now. Especially after hearing about the matter of Big Brother being hunted down. They're also not inferior to the shock and surprise that Lu'er and I felt. Yao Ningning was silent when he heard this. Although he was a demon race Grand Elder, he didn't have much experience. In fact, he was just a small shrimp in the Jianghu. Now that he heard Tan Tan's words, he was shocked and amazed. However, he only felt that their cultivation was progressing too quickly. He didn't have any other special feelings. However, in the ears of Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, these words were as shocking as a sudden clap of thunder. The cultivation of Chu Yang and the others, including Chu Yang whose cultivation had reached the celestial level, was still not very high in their eyes. Among the 12 people, Chu Yang's cultivation was the highest, but he was only at the beginner level of the celestial level. It seemed that there was nothing remarkable about it. Even if the 12 of them were all at the beginner level of the celestial level, so what? Mo Tian only needed to send out a saint-level expert, and he could easily wipe them all out, but the real problem now was the cultivation speed of this group of people. In just half a year, the 3 of them had cultivated to the beginner level of the celestial level, the middle level of the saint level, and the last one was at the beginner level of the saint level. It was only half a year's time. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could achieve such a cultivation speed in the Heaven Imperial Court. And these guys were all such perverts. Birds of a feather flock together. One is marked by the company one keeps. In that case, the other individuals might also be such super geniuses? Then, this time, Yuan Tianji had poked a big hornet's nest. From the bottom of their hearts, the 2 elders really didn't want to believe it. This was already an unbelievable thing. The 3 in front of them were already rare and commendable, but there were actually so many of them. It was really unbelievable, but if that was really the case, then as Tan Tan said, the Heavenly Emperor of Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianji, would really be in trouble this time. If such geniuses really grew up, they didn't need to be too tall, and they didn't need to grow to the level of Yuan Tianji. Even if only 12 of them reached the level of a primary saint, it would be enough to make the entire Ink Cloud heaven suffer. But judging from the current speed, it didn't seem that difficult for this group of geniuses to reach the level of a primary saint, if they continued to maintain such a terrifying speed of improvement. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma subconsciously looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If that's the case, it looks like Yuan Tianji really poked a hornet's nest this time, if this group of geniuses all grew up. Oh right. There was also that mysterious assassin from before. That mysterious assassin was at least at the level of a saint. That person was obviously on Chu Yang's side. The 2 of them took a deep breath and sat opposite each other, speechless for a moment. So, in this world, some people can't be provoked, some people can't be provoked, some people can fight with their lives, and some people can destroy a part of the world. It's still the same sentence I told you before. In this world, there are only things you can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do. Tan Tan snorted and said, for example, us brothers, understand? Yao Ningning was full of admiration. Amazing. Amazing. Then I won't provoke them. It's good that you understand. Let's go, let's quickly send Sister Lu'er to see her brother. The expression on Tan Tan's face was pained for a moment. If we go late, I'm afraid I'll be unlucky again. Sigh, I just entered the sect a few days later than him. Everyone obviously entered with their butts naked. Why is he the senior brother? He's also not as handsome as me. At this point, he suddenly thought of something and turned to face Chu Lu'er. He said very solemnly, Sister Lu'er, don't you think I've become more handsome? Don't you think I've become more handsome? The same sentence came out of the 2 people's mouths at the same time. Tan Tan was dumbfounded when he heard this. Chu Lu'er giggled. She was very proud of herself. How could Chu Lu not know about Tan Tan's narcissism after being with him for such a long time? Tan Tan had suddenly looked at him with a serious expression. So, he knew that Tan Tan was going to say those words. So, he simply helped him to say them in advance. If she didn't help him say it in advance, who knew how much effort would be wasted? Yao Ningning's face darkened. Nonsense. Why are you here? How can you be here? Chu Yang was unable to restrain his anger. He waved his hand a few times, but in the end, he couldn't bear to hit her. He could only sigh, this place is so dangerous. Even a saint expert would have to worry about dying at any time here. What are you doing here, little girl? Are you trying to cause trouble? Chu Lu was on the verge of tears. Big brother, I'm just worried about you. Her eyes turned red as well. She rubbed the corner of her clothes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Her petite figure looked even more pitiful. Yao Ningning and Tan Tan felt very distressed. So, they hastily stepped forward to mediate. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Did Chu Lu go through so many hardships since she was young? How could she really cry just because of one sentence from him? This girl was clearly putting on an act to gain sympathy. Luckily, those two stubborn people believed her. If it were Gu Duxing, Mo Tianji, and the others, it would already be good if they didn't add insult to injury. So, it was still very important to understand, Ichi. I'm talking about my senior brother. Tan Tan had just opened his mouth when Chu Yang glared at him. Seeing that Chu Yang was actually about to roll up his sleeves, he hurriedly changed the way he addressed him. Actually, it's really a good thing that Luer is here. Good thing? Chu Yang said angrily, what good thing can this lawless little girl do? I think you're just trying to shirk the responsibility of bringing her here. I was so focused on talking about Luer just now that I almost forgot to mention you, you scoundrel. Tan Tan winked mysteriously. You don't know. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Now, Luer is the princess of Demon Emperor Heaven. At least, this identity won't be exposed in these 2 days. As for the princess's entourage. Haha, she needs a large number of entourages. Attendant? Chu Yang frowned. He immediately pondered over Tan Tan's words. Aren't those people of yours worried about where to go now? It just so happens that they're all new faces. As the princess's entourage, let them sneak out of the city first. Tan Tan laughed. As long as they get out of Lone Bamboo City, they'll be able to do whatever they want. Man proposes, God disposes. Little sister Luer's arrival has brought us a great opportunity. Chu Yang pondered for a while and felt somewhat bitter in his heart. He said, to be honest, I've never thought of making use of the relationship here in Demon Emperor Heaven. You and the little demon are friends and I really don't want to destroy this friendship. But now, I'm afraid that no matter what, I have to make use of it once. Tan Tan continued to argue irrationally. I say, senior brother, your way of thinking is a little narrow-minded. How can you say that you're making use of the relationship in Demon Emperor Heaven? Luer is your sister and her entourage is also your subordinate. How can you say that you're making use of? This sentence made Yao Ningning's face fill with tears. Damn it, after making use of them, he finally said that he didn't help at all. Why is this big brother Tan of mine so unreliable? Chu Luer was the one who understood Chu Yang the best. She said slowly, Big brother, would you rather let them all die here than make use of the relationship in Demon Emperor Heaven? And it's a method that you know is very promising? Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened. Chu Luer's words poked at the crux of the matter. That's right. As long as there's hope for our brothers to survive, it doesn't matter whose strength we make use of, Chu Yang muttered. Chu Luer looked at Chu Yang with her intelligent eyes. She said, Big brother, your mentality now seems a little wrong. I know Big brother's pride and I also know that Big brother wants to use your own strength to bring all of them out without any external help. But the problem now is that, our strength hasn't grown to that stage yet. You can kill a few thousand people, but in the face of countless pursuers, can you kill all of them by yourself? Chu Yang said softly, Sister, you're right. I've been blinded by the pride that I shouldn't have. I'm really too conceited and I even have to deliberately use words to cover it up. Sigh. He paused for a while and said, My mentality really needs to be adjusted. Sigh. Two consecutive sighs, but they contained two completely different meanings. Ever since the tribulation space was unexpectedly sealed off without warning, and a considerable portion of the tribulation sword's powerful auxiliary functions were also sealed, Xianxia felt very lost for a period of time. He only felt that his luck was no longer there. However, it only took a very short period of time for him to adjust his mentality. At that moment, Xianxia had a kind of realization in his heart: all the support and backup were gone, and that meant that there was only himself in the world, and only himself to move forward alone. Then, I will use my own strength to move forward and break out. What am I afraid of? I can do it with my own strength. After continuously moving forward like this, Xianxia developed a wonderful feeling that he had never felt before. Although there was no one to rely on, although there was no support and no one to rely on, this feeling was very comfortable and very free. It was a kind of carefree feeling of being able to do whatever he wanted. Therefore, Xianxia made up his mind and completely cut off all his escape routes. He broke out of the eastern royal heavens, far away from the possibility of Xue Leihan's protection. He actually didn't leave any support for himself at all. Just like that, he walked all the way until now. Xianxia was already somewhat used to this kind of life where he had to rely on his own strength to complete everything. Although the process was a little difficult, it was still enjoyable. Even if he was hunted down, it was the same. Xianxia could even feel that his tenacity, endurance and faith were all increasing rapidly, as if they were crazy. Could it be that he relied too much on those external forces in the past? The help from the Calamity Sword, the help from Xue Leihan, the help from too many opportunities. Was his own hard work a little too little? Therefore, he subconsciously developed a kind of feeling: even if I am at the end of my rope, even if I don't rely on any external forces, I can still get through it all the same. This was the typical mentality of a strong cultivator. However, Xianxia was a little conceited. But now, Chulu'er's words had enlightened him. Yes, he could indeed get through it, but it didn't mean that others could too. The situation now was obvious. Even if he could escape in the end, Bai Yuchen and the others were destined to die. Since he had accepted them, he couldn't just watch them die. There should be trade-offs and choices in everything. There was nothing wrong with upholding the mentality of the strong. However, when one's human strength reached its limit and needed external help, it was a wrong kind of obsession. At this moment, Xianxia's state of mind sublimated once again, and his temperament became even more perfect. Having made up his mind, Xianxia instantly made a decision: since that's the case, let's do it this way. I will immediately gather them and resolve this crisis as soon as possible. At the side, Xianxia suddenly felt an indescribable shock. Although it seemed like a short conversation between a brother and sister, and it couldn't even be said to be short, the whole process was only a short sentence, but it contained a lot and revealed a lot. What kind of group is this? The small one could berate the big one, but the big one had a clear view of the entire situation. He had a high position and power, but he could immediately come to his senses and admit it in front of everyone. When he realized his mistake, he immediately made up for it. This included a brand new change in his temperament. All the arrows pointed to the most perfect trend. Xianxia asked herself, if I were in Xianxia's position, would I accept other people's opinions so humbly? Moreover, he had to immediately change himself and realize his own shortcomings. Xianxia shook her head bitterly. I can't do that. In fact, Xianxia was very willful to begin with. Coupled with the habit of being high and mighty that had been imperceptibly cultivated over the years, she couldn't listen to other people's opinions at all. Therefore, she could understand how hard it was to achieve what Xianxia was doing now. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear, knowing was beneficial to carrying out. This was beyond doubt, but unpleasant to the ear was unpleasant to the ear. Unpleasant to the ear was unpleasant to the ear. No one was willing to hear unpleasant words. This was beyond doubt as well. Not long after, Xianxia summoned Bai Yuchen and the others with a secret method. They put on makeup very carefully and changed their faces into new ones. Xianxia did it personally and added some characteristics of the demon race to each of them. Then, she released her own demonic aura to enhance each of them a little. The demonic aura of the demon royal highness naturally carried the majesty of the royal family. And the followers of the demon royal highness naturally also needed the majestic aura of the royal family. Only when all of this was added together could it be truly flawless. All the possibilities of being seen through by Mo Yuntian and the others were completely nipped in the bud. Just as everyone was about to leave Lone Bamboo City, an unexpected piece of news suddenly came out of nowhere, shocking the world. At night, two streaks of sword energy, one from the east and one from the west, suddenly tore through the void and cut through the sky. Countless people saw these two streaks of domineering aura that came out of nowhere. One was lonely and the other was cold-blooded killing. The two streaks of sword energy only had one thing in common, and that was, cold and merciless, using the heavens as a chopping board and viewing all living beings as meat. For a moment, everyone who knew about what happened back then felt an indescribable shock, because these two streaks of sword energy explained two things: the birth of the Absolute Heaven Sword technique, the birth of the Cloudy Heaven Sword technique. The Absolute Heaven Sword and the Cloudy Heaven Sword were originally the inheritances of two peerless swordsmen from 2 million years ago. The two sword techniques contained all of these two swordsmen, and even a part of their cultivation. In other words, as long as one was fated to understand the mystery of the sword techniques, he would be able to transform into a peerless expert like a Buddha. It was truly a step to the heavens. 2 million years ago, two peerless swordsmen appeared out of nowhere. Both of their fathers were extremely outstanding martial artists, but in a battle, they met on a narrow path. After a tragic battle, both of them perished together. Thus, these two became mortal enemies from their youth. As they continued to rise, no matter how much one of them encountered, or how hard he worked, the other would always be able to catch up in a very short period of time. The two of them fought for hundreds of thousands of years, but in the end, they became two swordsmen. It would be fine if the two of them were just fighting out of appreciation for each other. However, the core of the problem was that the hatred between the two of them could not be resolved. Even if the two of them wanted to, there was no leeway. Because the swords of the two of them were stained with the blood of countless loved ones of the other party. This was the result that would only end when at least one of them fell for eternity. Finally, that day came, and the two of them agreed to fight. After fighting for a day and a night, they began to fight with their lives on the line. In the end, like their fathers, they died under each other's swords at the same time. When the tip of one of their swords pierced the other's heart, the sword energy destroyed the other's soul and body, and his own heart was also pierced by the other's sword at the same time. That cause really led to the result of the two of them walking together in the spring. However, before they died, the two of them had a great enlightenment at the same time, using their dissipating souls as the pen, their bones as the paper, and their blood as the ink. They created each other's life experience. The Cloudy Heaven Sword technique. Absolute Heaven Sword technique. It was said that before the two of them died, they swore that they would never be enemies in the next life. The moment the sword technique was completed, the swords of the two of them turned into two majestic sword energy and entered the two sword techniques. From then on, the two shocking books turned into two ordinary sword techniques that looked nothing special. The two sword techniques disappeared without a trace. And today, after a gap of 2 million years, these two sword techniques actually appeared on the same day again. Another storm. Who knew which two lucky ones would be able to obtain the inheritance of these two saints after a gap of 2 million years? For a moment, the entire heaven palace was shaking. The attraction of these two sword techniques was too great, enough to tempt and shake the will of any expert below the level of a saint. In the second half of the night, the wind and clouds suddenly surged again. Just when the shock caused by the two sword techniques had not dissipated, another strange phenomenon appeared in the north and south. This time, it was a golden dragon and a golden phoenix that appeared in the sky, illuminating the sky and giving color to the universe. The golden dragon soared through the sky, its entire body emitting a golden light. Everyone within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles could see it. The phoenix soared into the sky, spreading its wings to a distance of thousands of miles. Its whole body was burning with brilliant flames, dazzling and majestic. All living things in the world were intimidated. At night, Chu Yang, Tan Tan, Chu Lu and Yao Ningning stood on the roof, watching the strange phenomenon tonight. Looking at the two majestic sword energy that came from afar, everyone was lost in thought. The golden dragon and golden phoenix that came later made Chu Yang, Chu Lu and Tan Tan's eyes brighten. Yao Ningning clearly saw that in the eyes of these three people, there was uncontrollable joy. That was clearly a kind of pride that came from the bottom of their hearts. Tan Tan looked at the strange phenomenon in the distance, as if he had understood something, but also as if he was a little anxious. Suddenly, with a ting sound, his whole body emitted a dense devil energy that hadn't been seen in a long time. He immediately withdrew it. However, Tan Tan's pupils suddenly turned black. In fact, it was a color that was even darker than the dark night. The three people beside him noticed Tan Tan's abnormality at the same time. Chu Yang's complexion changed instantly, and he grabbed Tan Tan's pulse to confirm his condition. Tan Tan didn't resist, and let Chu Yang grab his pulse, and infuse his primary energy to check. He only smiled, and said, "I'm fine." Only after Chu Yang confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Tan Tan, did he take a deep breath, and said, "I haven't asked you, you're awakening, how is it?" Tan Tan smiled strangely, and said, "Tan Tan is Tan Tan no matter what. I won't disappear." Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief again. The worry that had been buried in the bottom of his heart for a long time finally disappeared at this moment. Tan Tan's words explained a lot of things, and Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Tan Tan wouldn't disappear, and this was enough. "We have to hurry," Chu Yang smiled, and said something that didn't make any sense. Yao Ningning clearly saw a dazzling light in Chu Yang's eyes at this moment. His condition was very bad these 2 days, and he was inexplicably lazy, and inexplicably depressed. He had worked hard for several years, and he suddenly felt at a loss when he suddenly relaxed. Tan Tan's words explained a lot of things, and Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised for a moment. For Chu Yang, the Demon King's soul was also an existence that was hard to shake, especially when it was inseparable from Tan Tan's body. Now that he got Tan Tan's personal guarantee that it would not disappear, it was enough for him. The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. There are only things that you can't think of, but nothing is impossible. We also have to make the best use of our time. Chu Yang smiled and said something that didn't make any sense. Yao Ningning clearly saw the dazzling light in Chu Yang's eyes at this moment. This sudden sentence must have some meaning, but she didn't understand it. "Yes." Tan Tan smiled. "In the past, I always heard that there were people who got lucky, and I used to think that my luck was already too much. Now that I've seen what kind of luck is like, I know the gap. If I'm really inferior to him, I'll be too ashamed." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Lu, come with me." Yao Ningning looked at Chu Yang and Chu Lu walking in, and couldn't help but be confused. She said, "Brother Tan, what's wrong today? I heard everything you said to Big Brother very clearly. Every single word. But why can't I understand a single word?" Tan Tan squinted and said, "This is the so-called Jianghu experience. The Jianghu needs you to have a higher comprehension ability. In some words, every word often contains 7 or 8 meanings. If you can't understand, you'll be beaten, or even killed." Tan Tan walked away. "My words are profound, and you'll probably need a few days to comprehend them. I won't stop you from comprehending, and I'll go back to sleep." Yao Ningning stood in the wind in a daze, and carefully considered Tan Tan's words. Suddenly, she felt a lingering fragrance in her mouth. "So, this is the so-called Jianghu experience. I want to comprehend, and comprehend." So, she began to study Chu Yang's words. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was unfathomable, and the more she understood, the more she felt that its meaning was extraordinary. "I haven't asked you, you're awakening, how is it? The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. There are only things that you can't think of, and nothing is impossible. We have to hurry up." Haha. And just these 3 sentences, encompassing everything, including everything under the heavens and earth, these 3 sentences were like a grain of sand between heaven and earth. Yao Ningning racked her brains to carefully comprehend. "I haven't asked you?" Why didn't he ask? There was definitely a profound mystery behind this. Awakening, what awakening? Awaken what? There were definitely many stories, past events, memories, and anecdotes. After saying that he had awakened, he even paused for a moment and asked why. "Even though I've reached a new realm, I haven't forgotten what I've learned. It's truly profound and endless. The world is so big and full of wonders. As long as you can think of something, nothing is impossible. We have to hurry up too." The first part of this sentence is easier to understand. Brother Tan has already told me this many times before. It's just that I don't have enough experience in Jianghu, so it's hard for me to fully grasp it. Given time, I'll do my best to accumulate more experience in Jianghu, and I'll get used to it. That's right, there's a deeper meaning to it, which is to be calm and steady. You won't lose your sense of propriety because of any unforeseen circumstances. As for the second half of the sentence, we have to hurry up. Why did he have to hurry? Why did he have to hurry up now? And that word also, it really reveals too much, and it also hides too much. There must be too many secrets in here. Just a short chuckle, and it conveys so many layers of meaning. He's really experienced in Jianghu. He's really an expert in this field. He's really an expert. I really don't know how many tens of thousands of years I'll have to accumulate before I can truly understand its profoundness. Yao Ningning thought in a daze. She had a look of I won't go to sleep if I can't figure it out. However, although Chu Yang's words did indeed have other meanings, although each word did indeed have several meanings, it really differed from person to person. Probably only the group of brothers who came up with Chu Yang could understand it. As for the others, especially outsiders, even if De and Empress were to gather, they would definitely not be able to decipher the meaning. This was a fundamental problem, not a matter of cultivation level. As for Yao Ningning, who seemed to have fallen into a trance at this moment, she took Tan Tan's twisted logic as the truth. She lost herself because she wanted to understand. Chu Yang called Chu Lu'er in. Big brother, what do you want me to do? Chu Lu'er was a little excited and curious. She knew that her big brother usually wouldn't be so serious. But once he was like this, it must be something good, and something big. I previously obtained the inheritance of the Poison King by chance. Chu Yang said, take a look and see if there's any conflict with your original inheritance of the poison technique. If it's feasible, cultivate with this technique. If there's any conflict, don't force yourself to try. Chu Lu'er immediately became excited when she heard that. Since Chu Yang said so, it definitely wouldn't be an inheritance in the ordinary sense. Then, Chu Yang stretched out a finger, condensed all his mental energy, and gently tapped on Chu Lu'er's bright and clean forehead. Then, Chu Lu'er suddenly felt a huge amount of information suddenly pouring into her mind without any warning. The amount of information was so huge that Chu Lu'er couldn't help but feel dizzy for a moment. Fortunately, she recovered in a moment. The inheritance of the Poison King, Chu Lu'er's mind was completely immersed in it in an instant. After a long, long time, Chu Lu'er suddenly stood up and said in surprise and joy, Big brother. Pfft. But because her mind was too agitated, her blood and chi went against the flow for a moment. Suddenly, she was forcefully pulled away from her cultivation, and immediately showed signs of the technique backfiring. As a result, her mind was shaken, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Yang was shocked. He hurriedly pressed his hand against her back and channeled his pure energy to help her calm down her blood and chi. He grumbled, You're going to vomit. You're already so old, why are you still so impatient? No matter when or what situation it is, can't you talk about it after you've finished cultivating? Although Chu Lu'er still felt her blood and chi surging and her insides burning, she was still extremely excited. Finally, with Chu Yang's help, her blood and chi calmed down. She opened her mouth and said excitedly, Big brother. Where did you get this from? Chu Yang asked, Why? Is it useful? If there's any conflict, don't force yourself to cultivate it. Is it useful? Chu Lu'er rolled her eyes. It's not just useful, it's really useful. Although I've only seen less than half of the contents, just half of what I know is already enough for me to cultivate for a long time. Do you know? This inheritance is actually the sky poison sex inheritance that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, it's far more complete than the ones I've learned before. If I'm not wrong, this inheritance should be the handwritten copy of the sky poison sex founder. Furthermore, it's very possible that someone obtained a portion of the inheritance and established the sky poison sect. The things in here are simply, too useful. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Since it's useful, I'm relieved. Seeing Chu Yang so relaxed, Chu Lu'er said discontentedly, Big brother, how can you be so casual about everything? For such a big matter, you should at least open your eyes wide and mouth wide, right? This is a poison inheritance that's much better than the sky poison sect's highest inheritance. I'm afraid it's hard to find an existence that can be on par with it in the Tao of poison. Chu Yang laughed and rubbed Lu'er's hair vigorously. he said, "Little girl, you're so smart." In just a few strokes, the hairstyle that Chu Lu-er had painstakingly styled looked like a chicken's nest. Amidst Chu Lu-er's discontented grumbling, Chu Yang walked out of the door in a relaxed manner. Only Chu Lu-er was left alone, diligently studying the Poison King's inheritance. The little girl was obviously in high spirits and inexplicably excited. She actually didn't sleep the whole night and devoted herself to studying. Early morning. Under the calm gazes of Elder Hu and Elder Ma, there was something that needed to be explained here. These two great experts looked extremely calm on the surface, but in their hearts, huge waves were surging and rolling, because the freshly baked demon race eldest princess suddenly had a large group of followers, as if she was born out of thin air. And none of them were mediocre. They all had the unique aura of the demon race's royal family. But the problem was that the two great experts who were most familiar with the demon race's royal family actually didn't recognize any of these people. The only thing that was certain was that this group of people was the same as the so-called demon race eldest princess. They were definitely fake goods. The princess's guards, which were all made up of imposters, walked out in an orderly manner. The demon race's only princess, Chu Lu-er, was sitting in an extremely luxurious carriage of extremely high quality. She still looked weak and lovable, and was still dressed in white clothes that were purer than snow. But this time, not a single person dared to come and check. To still come and check, were they courting death? Even if they were courting death, they wouldn't come and go like this. All the Mo Yuntian soldiers who saw this scene deeply understood this point, so they all forced themselves to turn their faces to the side. They really couldn't afford to offend them. Yao Ningning was leading the way at the front, walking together with Tan Tan and Chu Yang. As they walked, they talked, and from time to time, they would let out bursts of laughter. It was obvious that they were in a very good mood. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were behind them, and they walked together. Their expressions were calm, and there was no expression on their faces, as if there were no ripples in an ancient well. Just like that, the group of people walked out of the south gate of Lone Bamboo City without any danger or disturbance. The reason for the princess and the empress departure was too simple: the demon empress' birthday was coming. The princess and the empress had to rush back to celebrate their mother's birthday. Everyone in the Heaven Tower had a long lifespan. Even an ordinary person could have a lifespan of 100 to 200 years. The lifespan of martial artists was even longer, especially those who had reached the level of the demon empress, who were almost immortal. The so-called birthday had already lost its meaning. If one really had to celebrate a birthday every year, then, a conservative estimate would be millions of birthdays. Therefore, the birthday of super experts had changed the rules according to the circumstances. For example, the demon empress only celebrated her birthday once, and it was called her birthday. In other words, on average, she would only celebrate her birthday once every 100 years. As for other times, she would at most gather a few close friends for a meal, or she might as well just do it. A martial artist's life seemed to be spent in seclusion for a long period of time. Usually, one's seclusion would last for decades. How could one celebrate a birthday? Celebrating a birthday was simply a waste of time. After all, people like Chu Yang, Tan Tan, Chu Le-er and the rest of the brothers, who were only in their 20s and had reached a level that ordinary people couldn't reach in their lifetime, were really too rare. However, the special birthday that super experts chose themselves, such as the Demon Empress birthday, was different from ordinary birthdays. Speaking of the Demon Empress birthday this time, they had already started preparing a few years in advance. It was definitely the grandest festival in the Demon Emperor heaven in recent times. It was incomparable. As a son and a daughter, they definitely had to rush back to celebrate their mother's birthday. There was nothing wrong with that. This year was indeed the year of the Demon Empress birthday celebration. This was not a lie. However, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma's hearts were very clear. The birthday celebration was still at least 2 months away from now. It had to be during the coldest time of the year. Lone Bamboo City was very close to the Demon Empress Palace where the Demon Empress resided. It was at most a 7 to 8 days journey. If they wanted to hurry, they could return in 4 to 5 days. Why were they going back so early? However, both of them were experienced people. They naturally knew that the reason why their master did so was to help Chu Yang and the rest escape. As for those attendants of eldest Princess Chu Le-er, It could be imagined that they were those who had escaped with Chu Yang all the way here. Anyway, these two people had long been displeased with Chu Yang's various actions. So, they felt that it was no big deal for them to help Chu Yang. It's true that the Demon Empress gave Yuan Tian face and allowed the people of Moyun Heaven to move about in the Demon Emperor Heaven. However, the Demon Empress had never explicitly forbade us from helping Chu Yang. You guys look for yourselves, we'll leave by ourselves. We'll mind our own business. Therefore, this group of people swaggered out of the southern city gate under the eyes of Mo Yuntian's tens of thousands of soldiers. Even Chu Yang didn't expect it to be so easy. Previously, they were at their wits' end and were simply waiting for death. At most, they would risk their lives and kill one to break even, and kill two to make a profit. However, in just half a day's time, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. They had turned from passive to active. They had found a way to survive in the face of death and swaggered away safely. The affairs of the world were unpredictable, and there was no place to reason with. The commander of Mo Yuntian, Yu Qi, was standing high up in the sky at this moment. His face was unusually dark as he looked at Chu Yang's group walking out of the city gate. His eyes seemed to be burning with a dense ghost fire. Commander Yu, this group of people are all unfamiliar faces. Even though they are the followers of the Demon Princess, and have some style, but there is something strange and suspicious about them. We have to guard against them. One person said. Yu Jiao snorted and said, "What do you mean by strange? What do you mean by suspicious? What do you mean by a demonic princess attendant? It's clearly those people." All the deputy generals had this guess in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. At this moment, seeing the commander say it himself, Tong Yi's face darkened. If that's the case, then we can't do it now. Time is not on our side. Yu Qi's face darkened. The demon princess entered the city alone? Those who entered the city a while ago had already been marked with divine sense marks. But these people didn't have any divine sense marks at all. How did these followers suddenly appear? All this proves that this is Chu Yang's group. In other words, the Yao are helping Chu Yang's group. Yu Qi's face became even darker. However, through this matter, we can confirm one thing. This is the intention of that Yao Empress, Yao Ningning, or this so-called princess, and not the decision of the Yao Emperor, Tian Yao Empress. Fortunately, this is the case. Yes. The generals nodded. Yu Qi's conclusion was very reasonable. Right now, in Lone Bamboo City, we cannot act. If we act, even if Chu Yang's group is completely destroyed by us, we will become enemies with the Yao Empress. Yu Qi chuckled and said with great relish, "Yao Empress. Empress, ha ha ha." Everyone could hear the hidden anger in Commander Yu's voice. Who dared to speak at this time? They all kept their mouths shut. When had Commander Yu ever endured such humiliation in his lifetime of battle? Only this time, in Yao Emperor's heaven, he was scolded by the Yao Empress like never before, and the scolding was the worst kind. Everyone could guess the anger Commander Yu felt right now. Has the news come back? Yu Qi asked in a low voice. Not yet. It seems that Yao Emperor's heaven is very wary of this. A vice commander at the side answered. We most likely have to go to other places to investigate. We won't be able to get anything from Lone Bamboo City. The people we sent out will only come back in the afternoon at the earliest. The news from Tian Yao's heaven has not come back, another person answered. Yu Qi's brow furrowed. Hurry. Yes. Have you scouted the terrain ahead? Has everything been arranged? Yu Qi's expression became even darker. It has been arranged. However, if we were to guess, then wouldn't we? The deputy general said hesitantly. We can't care so much now. Murderousness flashed through Yu Qi's eyes. If that is the case, as long as we do it cleanly, there won't be any problems. At least, it is not something we need to worry about. The generals at the side all had heavy expressions. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. The movements of Yao Empress and the others had gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Yu Qi's expression became even more gloomy. After a long while, she said in a low voice, "Send orders to Meng Wuya. Tell him and Zhang Meng to prepare. Once there is news, Zhang Meng and Meng Wuya will be in charge of the first wave of action." Yes. After Chu Yang and the others left the city, they did not dare to move rashly in order to avoid being tracked by the enemy's saint-level divine sense. They continued to move forward slowly, as if they were on a scenic tour. This was often the most critical moment. Once there was any movement, it was possible that it would be noticed by someone with ulterior motives. Then, the current advantageous situation would be broken in an instant. Although everyone was burning with anxiety, they could only act leisurely on the surface. Big brother, it is very likely that the enemy has already discovered some clues. It is impossible that they are not suspicious at all, Chu Luer said. It is definitely not that they are not suspicious. However, even if they are suspicious, it does not matter for the time being. The situation now is very delicate. As long as we do not reveal any obvious flaws, the enemy will not act rashly. However, once we show any signs of panic, they will be sure. As long as they are sure, they will immediately take action. Chu Yang said softly, so what we need to do is to remain calm. Even if they are suspicious now, as long as they do not have concrete evidence, they will definitely not dare to act rashly. And during this period of time when they do not dare to act rashly, it is our operating space. Chu Luer said, but this is ultimately not a long-term plan. As long as they are sure, they will immediately catch up. Under the feet of experts, this distance is nothing at all. In fact, it is not even considered a distance. Chu Yang nodded. Yes. However, as we get further away from the city, there will be relatively more forests around us. This will increase our chances and safety. Chu Luer said, but it is ultimately still very dangerous. There is no more complete way. It is impossible that there is no danger, and it is also impossible that we will not be discovered. It is already very commendable that we can achieve the current situation. If it were not for your unexpected arrival, perhaps my subordinates and I would have already been finished. Chu Yang's expression was solemn. So we can only plan for the worst, and then strive for the best and do our best. As for the rest. Chu Yang looked up at the sky and said heavily, we can only leave it to fate. Chu Luer and Tan Tan were silent and did not say a word. Yao Ningning laughed and said, Big brother, don't worry. This is the Demon Emperor heaven. With me in charge, who would dare to act rashly? Could it be that Yu Qi would dare to kill me as well? You can rest assured that he would have the guts to do so. Hearing this, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma at the side were also in agreement with Yao Ningning's words. Killing a demon in the Demon Emperor heaven, unless Yu Qi had gone crazy. Not to mention the Demon Emperor heaven, no matter where it was, even if the other party was a celestial emperor himself, as long as it was not a last resort, he would definitely not make a move on a demon from another world. Especially a demon like Yao Ningning, who was the only surviving celestial emperor. Chu Yang laughed and did not speak anymore. Tan Tan rolled his eyes and did not speak either. Because at this moment, the two of them had the same thought. So what if I kill a demon in the Demon Emperor heaven? As long as I do it secretly and without leaving any traces, so what if the Demon Empress is furious? As long as the real culprit is not found, what does the life and death of others have to do with me? Of course, these words could not be said out loud. Especially in the current situation where these three people from the demon race were so awesome. Perhaps a celestial emperor would have many misgivings and would not make a move on Yao Ningning. But to Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and even Chu Luer, as long as you were a threat to them, they would get rid of you. Perhaps, this was the most fundamental difference between those who were in power and those who were in power. Chu Yang could faintly feel that this journey would not be peaceful. The peace now was probably the precursor to thunder. Heaven has posted a picture of Miao Qingqing that the game company made. Everyone, go take a look and see if it looks like him. Those who are not following my Weibo, please search Wind Rides the World in the public Weibo and you will see it. Thank you, everyone. In the afternoon, the sky was getting dark, and they had already traveled more than 10 miles. Helpers naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary people. No matter how idle they were, they still managed to complete the journey. Luohua City is about 3,500 miles ahead, less than 4,000 miles away. Yao Ningning's spirits were suddenly lifted. She felt like she was in a dream. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Luohua City? He suddenly remembered a saying that he had not heard for a long time. if we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. He couldn't help but feel excited. Could this Luohua city be the place where his lover was now? Between Lone Bamboo City and Luohua City, there are no signs of human habitation. Uncle Hu looked a little worried. At this speed, we may be fast or slow, but I'm afraid we will have to spend the night in Yama Gorge. Uncle Ma's eyebrows suddenly furrowed tightly on his long horse face. You mean, Uncle Hu said, I hope I'm wrong. Chu Yang, however, felt a burst of horror in his heart. He hurriedly asked, what is Yama's Gorge? Yama Gorge is an extremely mysterious place in the Demon Emperor Heaven. A long time ago, there was an extremely fierce battle in Yama Gorge. At that time, there were 5 high-level sages, more than 10 low-level sages, and more than 30 low-level sages. In addition to these sages, there were also thousands of experts led by each of them. It was a chaotic battle in Yama Gorge. It's funny. The reason for this chaotic battle is the biggest mystery for more than 1,000,000 years. Until now, no one knows the reason. However, in that battle, none of the tens of thousands of top experts, including the 5 high-level sages, came out alive. They all died in there. Even with Chu Yang's composure, his face still couldn't help but twitch. Saints are close to being immortal and indestructible. Even a primary saint is the same. So many saints who had participated in the battle had actually all died there? Why? It was also because of that battle that the number of sages in the Heaven Imperial Court was reduced by half. Uncle Hu sighed. Originally, although a battle between saints is not common, it still happens from time to time. However, ever since that battle, the remaining saints among the experts are basically in the great heavens and earth's government. The saints in the Jianghu who participated in the battle have also become the ancestors of their sections. They can't easily show themselves. After more than 1,000,000 years of recuperation, it has recovered to its current state. However, there is still a gap between its strength and its heyday. Especially in Jianghu. Even after tens of thousands of years, we might not even see a saint. Uncle Ma laughed bitterly. Oh, Chu Yang replied. So that was the case. When he rushed up to the Heavenly Imperial Court, he had heard a sentence, how many sages are there in the entire Jianghu? The reason was actually this, the experts of the government were all of high status and power. They didn't need to make a move themselves, and there weren't many of them in Jianghu. Why is this Yama Gorge so mysterious? Chu Yang said as he walked, could it be that there's some great danger in this Yama Gorge that can actually bury a saint? This? I don't know. Uncle Hu smiled bitterly. Since ancient times, Yama Gorge has always been like this. Even a stone has never been changed. Nor has it been destroyed. Because it can't be destroyed at all. Uncle Hu said softly, as long as one enters the Yama Gorge, it's like entering the limitless hell. Such a road is a full 300 miles. Even birds can't cross it. Actually, it's not just birds. In the sky above Yama Gorge, even saints can't cross it. This is one of the 3 unsolved mysteries of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Uncle Ma's face was gloomy. It's also one of the few mysterious places in this world that can't be seen through by others. Even saints will perish in there. Those who can't resist will perish. It's like the Yama of the underworld controlling life and death. Therefore, after that battle, this place was named Yama Gorge. Chu Yang smiled, is the Yama of the underworld so terrifying? Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma smiled bitterly at the same time. The Yama of the underworld, to be honest, his cultivation is about the same level as Di Ho. Of course, he can't control the life and death of so many saints at the same time. The Yama Gorge is just a symbolic name. I see. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. If Yuchichi set up an ambush there. The two frowned at the same time and thought of a possibility that didn't exist at all. Chu Yang also frowned. In that case, this Yama Gorge really was an extremely dangerous place. At the same time, in the sky above Lone Bamboo City. Marshal Yu, there's news from that side. Speak. We have reliable news. Yao Emperor Tian Yao Tainingning is the only son of the Yao Empress. There are no brothers or sisters. Therefore, that so-called princess of the Yao race definitely doesn't exist. Send people to report, the Yao Empress only has one son, and no daughter. News came from both sides at the same time. The news that Yu Qiqi had been waiting for. After hearing the news, Yu Qi's expression grew uglier. It wasn't just him. In reality, everyone in Mo Yuntian was furious. As expected, they had been tricked. He had been completely fooled by the group of people led by the demon clan's supreme demon Ningning. Yu Qiqi took a deep breath and said, "First, send orders to Meng Wuya. Have him and his people immediately move. Then order the Imperial Guard to mobilize 2,000 people. Other than that, order the 10,000 blood fiends lying in ambush at Yama Gorge to wait for the signal and move at any time. 10 great generals. Present. All of you, follow this marshal and move out together. We have to use a thunderous momentum to capture all of these traitors. Cut the weeds at the roots and leave nothing behind." "Yes." "Have the people left behind raise the flag of this marshal. Arrange for the shadow troop to disguise as you and me. We have to create the illusion that we are still in Lone Bamboo City." "Yes." "Move out." "Marshal Yu, how should we deal with Yao Tai Yaoning?" someone asked. A thread of hatred and murderous intent flashed through Yu Qi's eyes. He frowned and hesitated for a while before saying, "Let's be lenient. If we cannot kill, then try not to kill. First, use experts to control him. When the mission is completed, then release him. Even though he has offended me before, but the fury of the Demon Empress is not something that can be easily endured. There is no need to complicate matters and create an unparalleled enmity for no reason. If Tai Yao really dies, the Demon Empress will be furious. I fear that the entire Demon Emperor Heaven and Mo Yuntian will sink into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. It doesn't matter if there is a foundation or not. As long as it is someone related to Tai Yao, they will not be spared. I will not be an exception. I, Yu Qiqi, cannot bear such consequences." Yu Qiqi hesitated for a long time before finally making such a decision. It was not that they could not kill, it was that they did not dare to kill. This was a sincere statement, just like what Jiao Ning once said, "Your Heaven Emperor Mo Yuntian has so many sons. Even if one dies, it is still so shocking. That is our demon clan's only princess." Right now, the only princess naturally did not exist. However, Tai Yao was indeed the only one. If the Demon Empress' only son was killed, the Demon Empress' reaction would definitely be much greater than Yuan Tianji's death. Even Yuan Tianji himself did not dare to do such a thing, let alone Yu Qiqi. Dusk fell as scheduled. The thin mist first enveloped the entire land. Chu Yang and the others, just as the two elders predicted, came to a mountain within the time limit. Looking around, as far as the eye could see, there was black gas everywhere, connecting the sky and the earth. Just by taking a step forward, one could not see the fingers on one's hand. Taking a step back, it was still dusk, blurring one's vision. Seeing such a strange place for the first time made everyone click their tongues in wonder. However, as gusts of chilly wind blew out from the canyon, everyone could not help but feel a kind of eerie and terrifying feeling. The timid ones even felt their hair stand on end. That feeling was as if all the wronged souls in the land of hell had nowhere to redress their grievances since ancient times. Over the years, the boundless grievances accumulated were all stored here, thus forming this indescribable monstrous grievances in front of them. It was truly killing gods and Buddhas when they saw them, no matter if it was humans, gods, ghosts, demons, or monsters, as long as they entered, they would be affected and eroded. This place is indeed an unusually dangerous place. Seeing it in person is even better than hearing about it. Chu Yang's gaze was very serious at this moment. Since ancient times, there has only been one path forward in Yama's Gorge. As long as you charge past it, you can see the light again. Yao Ning introduced excitedly, although there is a crisis in front, it can also be said to be a great spectacle. Chu Yang sighed. Such a dangerous place actually became a great spectacle in the words of this great grandpa. To be so heartless, he was truly one of a kind. Not to mention Tan Tan, even if GMO and Luo Kadi were here, they would also have to admit defeat and be ashamed of their inferiority. May I ask the two elders, is there really no other way? Chu Yang asked. There is indeed no other way. Otherwise, how could there be only one way forward since ancient times? In that case, if we are ambushed by the enemy here, there are only two ways to deal with it, to charge forward or to retreat. There are no other ways at all? Chu Yang asked again. That's it. Didn't I just say that there is only one way forward in Yama's Gorge since ancient times? Yao Ning was a little surprised. Why is Big Boss confusing things this time? I have already said it so clearly. Why is he still asking so many questions? Chu Yang sighed deeply. For a moment, he felt his intestines were tangled up. This time, they were really screwed by this fool. We have a total of more than 30 people. Bai Yuchen and the others have 32 people. Including himself, Tan Tan, and Lu there are 35 people. Including Yao Ning and the other two, there are only 38 people. At the very most, there are not even 40 people. But there are 70 to 80,000 people on Yu Ning's side. Yu Qi and the others didn't need to come out. They had set up an ambush of 10,000 people here to intercept the two ends of Yama's Gorge. This group of idiots didn't say anything earlier or later. They only started to explain when they were in front of Yama's Gorge. If this wasn't a trap, then what was it? But now that things had come to a head, there was nothing they could do. Because they couldn't change their direction at this time. If the enemy had made a move, then they would have already locked onto their movements. If they forcibly changed their direction now, they would only be more passive and have no way to go. They believed that the enemy would never allow them to change their direction again. Even if they forcibly changed their direction, they would probably return to this one-way road because of the enemy's blockade. This was the only road that the enemy would allow them to take. However, on the other hand, this road in front of them might be the only way for Chu Yang's group to survive. The Yama's Gorge in front of them was certainly a road of death that the enemy had set up for Chu Yang's group. But, it didn't mean that there was no way to survive. It didn't mean that there was no way to turn things around. As long as they could safely cross the Yellow Spring, the road of survival would be behind them. The only choice was to seek the road of survival in the face of death. There was only one choice. The road of survival was in front of them. But, this road of survival had to be taken in the face of death. Was it possible? Chu Yang wasn't sure. He wasn't sure at all. Tan Tan just stared at the black energy of Yama's Gorge in front of him. He didn't speak. He remained silent. The blackness in his eyes that was darker than the night became more and more intense. The Devil King's side of his body was awakening at this time. Chu Yang, I can feel it. I can clearly feel it. The things inside are very useful to me. It may have a huge effect that can turn the world upside down. The Devil King's soul in Tan Tan's body would never call Chu Yang senior brother when it was awakening. Although it adhered to the habitual respect of the body and soul consciousness to speak, it would never admit that it was younger than Chu Yang. However, this sudden sentence made Chu Yang's eyes light up. He was in a dilemma, really? In fact, Tan Tan wasn't the only one who felt this. Chu Yang also felt it. Chu Yang even faintly felt that this Yama's Gorge was a huge opportunity for him to take a step forward. Otherwise, why would he have the feeling that the path ahead was the only path to survival? Based on the current situation, regardless of whether he advanced or retreated, it was a path of death. Suddenly, a thought popped up in Chu Yang's mind without any reason or warning. Perhaps, this is my chance to escape. But what is it to get rid of? Chu Yang didn't know anything about this. Anyway, it couldn't have been for the sake of getting rid of the pursuers. Compared to his desire to get rid of them, the pursuers were insignificant. Therefore, Chu Yang was also flabbergasted. What's so strange about this? Chu Yang became certain when he heard Tan Tan say the same thing. Tan Tan nodded in a profound manner. There is no doubt about it. I even have a feeling that I might be able to achieve great success in the Devil's Soul if I can seize this opportunity. I will completely break the shackles of my previous life and find the path to the supreme level. Chu Yang immediately made up his mind. Fight, it was worth it, so Tan Tan could advance to the supreme level without any hindrance. And, it was also for the sake of that indescribable escape from the bottom of his heart, it was worth it to take this risk. Moreover, there was no other path to take at the moment. Chu Yang and Tan Tan looked at each other. The next moment, they stepped out of the crowd and entered the Yama Gorge at the same time. The two great experts and Yao Ningning only thought that the two didn't believe in heresy and wanted to try it personally. So, they didn't stop them. They just waited quietly. Chu Yang and Tan Tan walked less than 100 feet into the darkness in front of them. Then, they stopped moving forward. Then, they slowly walked back. If it wasn't for the dense fog lingering around them and blurring their vision, they could see the faint excitement on the faces of these two people. Tan Tan was still fine. But, even with Chu Yang's calmness, his face was also showing. It could be seen that the unknown things here had greatly affected him. There was an extremely dangerous aura in the gorge. There was no need to doubt that there was an ambush here. However, Chu Yang and Tan Tan had clearly sensed something else at the same time that they had sensed the danger. They didn't know what this something else was, but they could be sure of one thing: this something had an irresistible temptation for the two of them. "There is an ambush here," Chu Yang said calmly. He informed everyone of this shocking news. When things came to a head, being afraid was useless. The more afraid one was, the sooner one would die. Only by facing it with tenacity could one have a chance to escape. Chu Le, Bai Yu Chen, and the others were calm when they heard this sudden news. Everyone was already mentally prepared for an ambush. So, they weren't surprised. At most, it would be a fight between life and death. When people could ignore death, they could face it calmly in most situations. However, Uncle Hu, Uncle Ma, and Yao Ningxin's complexion changed greatly when they heard this news. They became extremely ugly. Their complexions were ashen and somewhat ferocious. Mo Yintian's people had indeed set up an ambush here. This reality caused an indescribable anger to surge in the hearts of these three people. "You clearly knew that our great master was traveling with you, but you still set up an ambush here? Your Mo Yintian's military is really daring. Wasn't this a little too disrespectful? Right now, there is no way to advance or retreat. The aura behind us is strangely oppressive. This shows that our path of retreat has been completely sealed. It is absolutely impossible to retreat," Chu Yang said calmly. Hearing this, Uncle Hu and Ma's complexion became even more gloomy. Since they couldn't retreat, they could only advance. Just based on the cultivation of the two people at the initial level of saint, even if they weren't experts of the royal family of Demon Emperor Heaven and didn't have such a noble background, they were still confident that they could deliberately break out of the encirclement. However, the problem they had to face now was whether to charge forward or backward. This was related to an issue of attitude and a question of integrity. "Let's do it." Yao Ningning was so angry that her face was red with excitement. Finally, they were going to witness the legendary ambush of the pugilistic world, a battle of flesh and blood. "Oh, pugilistic world, I'm coming." Uncle Hu and Ma looked at each other and smiled wryly. Their great master obviously hadn't realized how bad the situation was and was still excited about the upcoming changes. However, the two of them couldn't not deal with it with all their strength. If their great master was the slightest bit injured, the two of them wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Right now, no matter how easy the situation is, there may be accidents at any time. After entering Yama Gorge, you two just need to focus on the safety of Great Master Yao Ningning. You don't need to care about anything else. Chu Yang said lightly, "I'll be in charge of opening the path. Tan Tan will be at the back. Lu, you follow behind me. When I open the path, immediately use poison to seal off the back, left, and right." "Understood. Don't forget to give everyone the antidote in advance to avoid accidental injuries." "Understood. Elder Bai, you and the rest must follow closely behind me. No matter what happens on the left and right, don't pay attention to it. Protect yourselves with all your strength. Right now, we only have a chance of survival if we rush out in one go." "Understood." Bai Yu Chen laughed. "I have to say that this old man has also gained some enlightenment in this series of battles. Even if life and death are at stake, I can still deal with it calmly. If I don't die this time, I believe that breaking through to the Saint Realm is just around the corner." "Oh, congratulations." Chu Yang's eyes focused. Because of Bai Yu Chen's words, Chu Yang subconsciously looked at them one by one. He discovered that the cultivation of each of the 32 people who had survived had advanced by a large margin. After fleeing for hundreds of thousands of miles, these people's nerves had become cast in copper and iron. The earth-shaking change in their identities had also made the most fundamental change in their mentality. As long as they could safely get through this crisis, Chu Yang absolutely believed that this was already an ironclad army that couldn't be defeated. It had already taken shape. "We will all survive. we definitely will. Xianxia smiled full of confidence. Although everyone looked indifferent on the surface, it was inevitable that they were still a little nervous in their hearts. It was just that they suddenly relaxed inexplicably. It was as if Xianxia's gentle smile and confident words had dispelled all the shadows of death. Elder Hu looked at Xianxia's smile and saw the negative emotions hidden in the 32 people change in an instant. He couldn't help but sigh with infinite admiration. It's not difficult to become a leader. As long as the luck changes, everyone has hope and opportunities. But it's really too difficult to become a spiritual leader. Xianxia's words and smile at this moment can already subtly influence the minds of his own people. This kind of control of the spiritual domain is the aura of a mighty leader. If Xianxia still doesn't die this time, the strong forces brought by a strong leader in the future. In this Heaven Imperial Palace, there will be another person besides De Empress. Or perhaps, he will replace someone. Elder Ma said softly. The two elders had an inexplicable sense of awe in their hearts. Such an outstanding person hadn't appeared in the history of Heaven Imperial Palace for millions of years. After millions of years, would the legend of De Empress be rewritten because of this young man in his early 20s? At this moment, a voice came from afar, "Why don't you let me go over?" Why? Why? This voice was soft and weak, pitiful and lovable. It was like the most innocent little girl who had been bullied and was about to cry but hadn't cried yet. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. It seemed that this sudden change was completely incompatible with the environment in front of them. Why would a little girl suddenly come at this moment? Suddenly, a strange fragrance assailed their nostrils. A white figure flew over like lightning from the direction where the crowd had come from. Behind it, there were a few figures chasing after it. But after a few hundred feet, they stopped. There was no other reason. That white figure was flying over from afar, in the direction where the crowd was. Everyone was indifferently watching this unforeseen event. The strength of these people was not ordinary, and their eyesight was also extraordinary. Although they could not see very clearly because of the surrounding environment, but as the distance got closer, they could see that the one who came was a little girl. She was extremely beautiful. And had a gentle aura. Looking at this little girl was like seeing a small bridge and flowing water in Jiangnan, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was really lovable. But this young lady was a little unfamiliar. None of them had seen her before. At such a crucial moment, no one was willing to complicate things. Since the young lady was already out of danger, then let her go by herself. There were so many people in the darkness here. The young lady probably wouldn't come over rashly. Sure enough, when the young lady in white saw Xianxia's group from afar, she was instantly shocked and revealed a panicked expression. She turned a corner and wanted to escape again. But after turning a corner, she looked back worriedly, as if she was afraid that the crowd would chase after her. But after this glance, her slender body suddenly froze. Her beautiful and gentle eyes seemed to have discovered something. They actually emitted infinite excitement and joy. Then, with a twist of her slender waist, she ran happily towards Xianxia's side. She was completely unprepared. And with a body full of surprise, she sped over like a swallow returning to its nest. Yao Ningning's mouth was wide open. She muttered, Jianghu, there are really all kinds of strange things. It's actually another top-grade beauty. She's really too beautiful. This young lady was full of gentleness from head to toe. It made people want to hold her in their arms and take care of her carefully. Yao Ningning's desire to protect her was instantly aroused. A certain lady was indeed top grade, such a young lady was so likable. It made people want to love her. It was simply irresistible, Yao Ningning thought so. Once this thought was born, she couldn't suppress it anymore. That young lady ran straight towards Xianxia's side. Everyone was confused. Who exactly was she looking for? What was going on? How could such a strange thing happen? The girl ran towards Xianxia with joy. She looked at him carefully for a while. Then, she suddenly cheered, jumped up and hugged Xianxia's neck. She laughed and jumped. She was so excited that she couldn't be any more excited. So you're here. I finally found you. This is great, this is great, this is great. Everyone stared at Xianxia, especially Tan Tan and Chu Lu'er. The others naturally thought that this was an old acquaintance of Chu Yang's. After all, it was inevitable that one would meet an old acquaintance in a foreign land. This kind of situation was very common, and couldn't be considered strange. Yao Ningning's eyes instantly turned red. I'm jealous and envious. Why is it that every beautiful girl I meet dauntlessly takes the lead, and digs into Chu Yang's arms without any hesitation? Why don't you come into my arms, no matter how wise and mighty he is, how handsome he is, how outstanding he is, how chivalrous he is, how courageous he is, and how romantic he is. But this grand prince is not bad either. When everyone was thinking about the whole story logically, only Tan Tan and Chu Le were greatly surprised by the scene in front of them. These two were naturally familiar with Chu Yang. It could be said that they knew almost all the people Chu Yang knew, and could be said to be the two people who had interacted with Chu Yang the longest. However, they had never seen this young lady in white who suddenly appeared, not even once. Who is she? Just by looking at that affectionate expression, it doesn't seem fake at all. Could it be that she's acting familiar? Even if she's acting familiar, she shouldn't be so affectionate, right? It wasn't just the two of them who were puzzled. At this moment, it seemed that Chu Yang himself was also confused. Because this young lady, he probably didn't know her. Young lady, may I ask who you are? Chu Yang asked doubtfully, do you know me? Do you know who I am? This sudden and completely unexpected sentence almost caused Yao Ningning to vomit blood on the spot. What the hell, don't know? You actually don't know me? A beauty who doesn't know is desperately trying to come into your arms. Then how handsome must you be? Although I admit that I'm not as handsome as you, I'm not ugly either. Yao Ningning thought to herself in agony. The young lady in white blinked her eyes and said weakly, Big brother, you don't know me at this moment? Chu Yang scratched his head, only feeling confused. After a long while, he said, this. You are. Minister Chu had always been proud of his superb memory, but this time, he really couldn't remember. At the side, Chu Le pursed her lips and said with a sour expression, Big brother, is it because you're so romantic and fickle that you've left too much? In the end, you've left so much that you've forgotten all about it? I don't think she's randomly bumping into you. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. Little girl, get lost. He turned his head and asked, exclamation point. What I mean is, I'm not talking about you. You're talking about that. I really can't remember. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? The young lady in white ignored Chu Yang and turned to look at Chu Le. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, long time no see, Miss Heavenly Poison is still so valiant. It's really easy to change one's nature. Chu Le was instantly stunned. She actually still recognized her and even saw through her special skills? But why did that tone sound so unpleasant to the ears? One must know that Miss Lure's popularity was absolutely good. At least 10% of the people who knew her would say that she was good. The last one, wasn't it still that person? But it wasn't this young lady in front of her. Then, the young lady in white bowed slightly to Tan Tan and said with some respect, I didn't expect Lord Tan to be here too. Congratulations to Lord Tan for making great progress in your demonic arts. Tan Tan's eyes widened instantly. What the hell, why does she even know me? From what she said, she seems to know me very well. What's going on? This little girl was able to recognize Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and Chu Le at the same time. Her familiarity with this lineup wasn't something that could be done just by being familiar with it. Who exactly is this person? For a moment, the three of them were stunned. They were completely clueless about what was going on. This was definitely not a random recognition. She clearly knew the three of them very well. In fact, the three of them also vaguely felt a sense of familiarity with this young lady. But the three of them couldn't connect their past acquaintances with this young lady in front of them. This situation was really too strange. Seeing the three of them dumbstruck, the young lady in white smiled a little proudly and said, You still can't remember? I'm Little White. Little White? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Who is Little White? Who is Little White? Yao Ningning and the others at the side were all in a mess. What's going on with these people? The young lady in white giggled happily and said, So stupid, I'm Little White, by Miss Mo Qingwu's side. Little White by Mo Qingwu's side? Where did Little White come from? By Mo Qingwu's side, Tan Tan and Chu Lu'er were still very confused by this beginning and end but still couldn't make head or tail of it. But they saw Chu Yang let out a long "oh" and said, You're Little White? Yes, I'm that Little White. So you're Little White. How can I recognize you like this? Chu Yang laughed. Why are you here? Where's Qingwu? This sentence made everyone collectively feel like they were about to explode. I'm Little White. So you're Little White, what kind of bullsh*t conversation is this? Yao Ningning sighed. Why didn't I think of that when boss Chu struck up a conversation with a girl? Well, if it weren't for these two brushes, would there be so many girls throwing themselves at him? She's still in seclusion now to break through the bottleneck and prepare to break through to the saint level. Little White said, there's no use for me to stay there. Besides, my own cultivation has also reached a bottleneck. But there's no follow-up content to my legacy, so I came out to try my luck. I see. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. His gaze toward Little White involuntarily became more affectionate. As for the lack of follow-up content to the legacy, with the sword spirit as an example, Chu Yang also expressed his understanding. Presumably, the path of cultivation had already reached the current peak of the clan, and there was no longer any path forward that the predecessors had taken before. Under such circumstances, one could only go out to look for opportunities. Building a cart behind closed doors definitely wouldn't work. Little White was originally a member of the demon race. Now that she came to the Demon Emperor Heaven to look for opportunities, she had come to the right place. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't right. Coming to the right place at the wrong time was equivalent to falling into a trap with Chu Yang. You are Feng. Feng. Chu Lu'er asked uncertainly. She had guessed it in her heart, but she still didn't dare to believe it. Little White nodded happily. That's me. Heavenly Poison eldest miss is so stupid. How can she be as smart as my master? Chu Lu'er was really a little dizzy. The wind fox could actually transform into a human form? And even come here. At this point, Chu Lu'er finally understood why Little White had such an attitude toward her. Indeed, the successful ones among the 10,000 people were all good to her. The last remaining person was indeed not Little White, but that person was Little White's master. No wonder she had such an attitude toward her. Yao Ningning walked over. Little sister, what's your name? Little White was stunned. She said, I don't have a name yet. As she spoke, she seemed a little sad. Sigh, I've lived for so long, but I don't even have a name. How pitiful. When Yao Ningning heard this, she was instantly elated. Then I'll give you a name, okay? Little White didn't answer. She only turned to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He said, don't be fooled by the fact that this brother doesn't look like much. He is a big shot with a noble status and a rich family background. The things you are looking for, it is definitely right to look for him. It is even better that he is willing to give you a name. Indeed, other people might not be able to get the inheritance of the demon race, but Yao Ningning definitely could. If even Yao Ningning couldn't get it, it could only be said that there was no such inheritance in this world. If Yao Ningning wanted to give someone a name, it had to be bestowing a name. Yao Ningning looked at Chu Yang with a tragic expression. He really didn't know what to say. What did Big Brother say just now? Although it seemed to have helped him, what did that sentence, although this brother doesn't look like much, what did it mean? Am I not that good looking? Hey, then what name are you going to give me? I won't do it if it doesn't sound good. Little White raised her head and looked at Yao Ningning. There was a lot of expectation in her big eyes. Yao Ningning suddenly felt that at this moment, his heart was suddenly hit hard. For a moment, there was a kind of poetic feeling in his heart. It was as if such a day was like a poem or a painting. The girl in front of him was fair and beautiful. Even the faint freckles on the bridge of her nose were so charming. Yao Ningning said dizzily, your name is? Bai Shi. Xian, okay? He wanted to give her the name Bai Shi, but he was really a little dizzy. He actually said Xian out of nowhere. That meant that he was already dizzy and was about to start spinning. Bai Shi Xian? Little White's eyes lit up. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Then, she raised her head again. Her eyes flashed with surprise and she looked at Yao Ningning with some admiration. She said, "Big brother, you are really good. You are really good. Okay. I will be called by Xian from now on. Thank you for giving me such a nice name." Yao Ningning was overjoyed when he heard that. To be praised by a little beauty like this so suddenly, he suddenly felt as if he was floating on the clouds. He shook his head and smiled reservedly. "You flatter me, you flatter me. Little brother has only studied a few more years. Although you are also very knowledgeable, and know everything about heaven, earth, and the three sects, what I know is still limited. I only know a little, a little. You are really amazing." Bai Shishuan's eyes were wide open and her face was full of worship. "You flatter me, you flatter me. Wahahaha." Yao Ningning wanted to be humble at first, but she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, the two great saints, could not bear to watch and turned their heads away again. "Our family's Grand Master is really incurable. It's too weird." "No, it's simply godly, sigh, no matter what, he was still the only one in this world. How could he be so stupid? He didn't have a bit of stability. He was usually stronger, but once he saw a beautiful girl, why would he suddenly be at a loss? In our Demon Emperor Heaven's palace, there are really many beautiful girls. We have all kinds of girls. Why did he look so steady at that time? Why can't he be steady now?" Little White, henceforth officially changed her name to Bai Shixian. She was beating the snake with the stick, following by Yao Ningning's side, asking questions here and there. Unexpectedly, she knew nothing about this world, she was even more ignorant than a certain madam. Actually, it was no wonder. A certain Little White had been following Mo Qinggu since it was very young. All the resources it got were the best. Mo Qinggu even treated it like a precious treasure. How could it know about the hardships of the world? It just had to have a pure and innocent personality, asking about everything it got. It was simply possessed by 100,000 whys. It was rare for Yao Ningning to have such a chance to show off his profound knowledge. He introduced it without stopping. Every time after a long speech, he would always attract Bai Shixian's admiring gaze. This result made Yao Ningning feel even more dizzy and disoriented. It's rare to have such a beautiful woman who admires me so much. At this point in life, what else can I ask for? Yao Ningning's mood became even better when she thought of the difficulties she faced in pursuing a woman and the awkwardness of not being able to say a single word despite all the hardships she went through. Bai Shixian was also a little embarrassed. After the initial surprise, she felt a little uncomfortable. Well, rather than saying that she was uncomfortable, it was better to say that she felt out of place. Because she always felt that there was a clear gap between her identity and Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang was Mo Qingwu's lover, and she was Mo Qingwu's pet. This just didn't feel right. She always felt that she was inferior to others. Although there were things that she needed to do, she was duty-bound to do it. But usually, she didn't want to get so close. And she really didn't know much about these matters of the world. If she asked others, they would probably be impatient after a few words. But now, she met Yao Ningning who liked to teach others. This was really a perfect pair, and they complemented each other. Yao Ningning didn't stop showing off his profound knowledge to win the adoring gaze of the beauty. He was getting more and more carried away, and the more he talked, the more he talked. From time to time, he even threw a smug look at Chu Yang and Tan Tan. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Look, you don't know these things, right? But I know. Chu Yang and Tan Tan were completely speechless. Especially Chu Lu who teased him from time to time. Really? So it's like this? There's actually such a thing? Oh my god. So Yao Ningning became even more smug, complacent, and high-spirited. In any case, he just started to show off. However, letting Bai Shixian stay with Yao Ningning, when passing through the Xianxia gorge, their safety was undoubtedly greatly increased. Chu Yang felt that he had one less worry. Looking at it this way, this arrangement wasn't bad. It was very ideal. Thus, the group of people entered Xianxia's gorge with ease and ease. This kind of special atmosphere was something that no one had expected before this. Others could relax a little, but Chu Yang couldn't. With a wave of his hand, the tribulation divine soul that had recovered 80% of its strength flew out silently, and took the lead to enter the Xianxia gorge. Then, Chu Yang took the lead and walked in. As soon as he entered, the tribulation sword appeared in his hand with a clang. As he walked in, Chu Yang actually couldn't see the sword light of the tribulation sword in his hand after a distance of less than 100 feet. This thick darkness had actually reached such a level. It was truly frightening. Someone tried to light a torch with the intention of illuminating the heavenly road. However, the torch was clearly burning, but no light appeared in this dark place. Could this place be the legendary dark shadow of the primordial world? It doesn't exist in all the light of the world? Tan Tan said doubtfully. Tan Tan said this in a very low voice. But when it fell into the ears of Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma at the back of the group, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, and the two couldn't help but sway a few times. Since ancient times, there was a divine being who created the world, and turned the eternal darkness into two parts, heaven and earth, clear and turbid. From then on, there were mountains and rivers, sun, moon and stars, and there were birds and flowers. However, the most primitive and fundamental darkness couldn't be completely removed. They could only use absolute power to gather the darkness of the world into one place, and become the land of eternal night. No light could be seen in that place, no matter what it was, no matter how big it was. Whether it was the three lights of the sun, moon and stars shining, or the monstrous fire, it was difficult to shine in the slightest, because that place was chaos, the darkest darkness. In other words, it was the most mysterious place in the world. The place where the universe's main body was. There had always been such a guess, but no one had ever confirmed it. Over time, the world had only regarded it as a mysterious place, and had become indifferent to the original guess. But today, Tan Tan's sudden words had brought up this old matter again. This made people ponder deeply. The universe's main body was immortal and indestructible, and it existed eternally. How could a small king of hell compare to it? If it was really the shadow of the primordial world, then naming it King of Hell's Gorge was really blasphemous. The group walked into the legendary King of Hell's Gorge in such a strange place of darkness, at the same time, in the depths of King of Hell's Gorge. The Mo Yuntian soldiers who had been lying in ambush here before were also dissatisfied. How are we going to fight an ambush here? We can't see anything, what's there to fight? That's right, we're so close to each other. I can feel the smoothness of your thighs, but I can't see your body, let alone fight with the enemy. Screw your mother's thighs. Can your words not be so erotic and ambiguous? But you're right, there's no way to fight this battle. We can't distinguish between the enemy and our own people. We have at least a few hundred times more people than the enemy. Once the battle starts, the chances of us killing more people than the enemy will increase by tens or even hundreds of times. Sigh. I think Marshal Yu has never been here before. If he had, I believe he wouldn't have given such an order. That's right, but this kind of ambush is really too *ket up. How can there be such a strange place in Demon Emperor Heaven? It's one thing for Saint-level and Heaven-level cultivators to not be able to see anything here, but even Heaven-level cultivators become blind here. What the *ck is this? What should we do? How would I know what to do? The Mo Yuntian army had really invested a lot this time. Close to 20,000 people had already entered here to lie in ambush, waiting for the arrival of Chu Yang's group. But facing such a situation, everyone was helpless. For a moment, complaints were everywhere. General Meng's order. A low voice transmitted the order. But it caused everyone to quieten down. In a while, when the operation starts, everyone is to attack with all your strength towards the target position. Unleash his strongest attack. Then listen to the wind to determine the position. Wherever you hear a strange sound, attack that place. Yes. It had to be said that Meng Wuye's command was the only way to fight in such a bad geographical situation. Even if Mo Tianji was here, he would not have a better idea. They could only use this kind of method that couldn't be considered a method. There was only endless darkness in this place. Consciousness could not penetrate, could not communicate, could not see, could not see, could not see, could not see. Other than this, there really was no other way to attack. After 3 attacks, immediately charge in echelon formation. Line up in the gorge, charge forward in a long line. No matter what you encounter, kill them all. After charging through, immediately return to the entrance of the gorge to meet with the main group. After charging 10 times like this, the remaining troops go to the other side of Yama Gorge and wait. Wait for the survivors of the enemy. Meng Wuya finished speaking, but everyone quieted down in shock. Everyone thought of one thing. If they used such a method to attack, they believed that none of Chu Yang and the others would survive. It was extremely vicious. But the problem was that there was still a Yao Tai inside. Marshal Yu had ordered them not to act rashly. Then what should they do? They believed that the Yao Tai would not be able to survive such a terrifying attack. Especially in such a special geographical environment. Even if they wanted to hold back, they did not have the power. Did they really have to kill the Yao Tai as well? Did General Meng's order mean something like this? Chu Yang and the others lined up in a long snake formation and gradually entered the legendary Yama's Gorge. At this time, they did not know what was in front of them, or where the enemy was lying in ambush. All of their consciousness was useless here. Once they were more than a foot away, they could not detect anything. It was the first time they had encountered such a strange place in their lives. Even saint-level experts like Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were the same. The consciousness that they had once thought could reach anywhere was useless now. Chu Yang was at the front, the calamity sword in his hand. He carefully felt for any movement in front of him. If the tip of his sword encountered any obstruction, Chu Yang would immediately change the direction of his advance. He paid more attention to his feet to ensure that each step was firm and did not make a mistake. Just like that, they advanced about 300 meters without any danger. Everything was calm like an ancient well without ripples. In this place of extreme darkness, Chu Yang was completely focused. He did not dare to be careless for a moment. The enemy definitely had an ambush here. Once they came into contact, the next attack would be a killing blow. If I was lying in ambush in such a special geographical environment, what method would I use to kill the enemy? Chu Yang asked himself as he put himself in his shoes. The next moment, he looked at the endless darkness around him and sneered. That's right. Under such circumstances, only a large-scale, indiscriminate carpet attack would be relatively effective. In the current situation, this was the only way to attack. Everyone, pay attention to the movements on both sides. Be on guard against any possible enemy attack, Chu Yang said in a low voice. Behind him, Bai Yuchan and the others passed on the message one by one. Tan Tan was behind Chu Yang. Speaking of which, this was the first time that these two martial brothers had joined hands to fight in the heavenly imperial court. Tan Tan Xian's fighting spirit was already burning fiercely, and had climbed to the peak. The divine soul of calamity was also at a loss, because most of the divine soul of calamity relied on its divine sense to fight. Once it entered this place, it only had the most basic sense of hearing, smell, and touch left. The divine soul of calamity wasn't used to this situation. But fortunately, its other unique method hadn't lost its effect yet. It instantly scattered thousands of soul bodies, and looked for the enemy in all directions. But, it hadn't found them yet. Under normal circumstances, the divine soul of calamity would be able to feel it as long as the scattered soul bodies touched something, because it was a part of its body. But in this place, as long as the scattered soul bodies were more than 3 feet away, it wouldn't be able to feel anything even if it touched something. Without feeling, it couldn't command the soul bodies to fight as it wished. It could only use the scattered soul body's first command to operate, and its consciousness would instinctively return after the command ended. This made the divine soul of calamity very embarrassed, and also caused its movement speed to be extremely slow. It was so slow that even it couldn't bear it. But, the divine soul of calamity didn't know that its current movement speed was faster than that of an ordinary person. In other words, it was faster than everyone in the canyon, at least twice as fast. This was an extremely huge advantage. Chu Yang held the calamity sword, and moved forward steadily. Puff. The tip of the sword suddenly came into contact with a hard object. Based on the feeling of contact, the hard object should be a rock. Chu Yang slightly turned his direction, and the tip of the sword in his left hand came into contact with another rock at the same time. Chu Yang roughly estimated that the passage between Yama's gorge was only about 10 feet wide. This width should already be the narrowest part of the gorge. It seemed that the narrowest part they were talking about should be this section. In other words, the enemy's ambush should be nearby, and the battle was about to begin. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Behind him, everyone heard him take a deep breath. This was a signal, the battle was about to begin, and the mad dash for life was about to begin. From here, there was an open space. Only here, they needed to run with all their might. With their fastest speed, in the shortest amount of time. Xianxia stomped his foot and sent out a signal. The Calamity Sword suddenly burst out with extremely strong sword energy, and his body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Behind him, there was a whooshing sound of something breaking through the air. Behind him, Tan Tan did not hesitate, and quickly followed like a shadow. Then, Bai Yuchen and the others entered one by one. As long as they followed the sound of something breaking through the air, and as long as Chu Yang, who was at the front, did not encounter any obstruction, there was no problem in moving forward. Suddenly, there was a loud shout in the air, "Attack!" Then, countless unusually fierce gusts of wind whistled down. Chu Yang could imagine that there would be danger in this narrow place, and that there would be an ambush by the enemy. Then, how could the ambushers who were also experienced in the martial world not think of this point? They naturally chose to set up an ambush in the place where it was easiest to cause harm. Countless gusts of wind, attacks, and hidden weapons all fell like a storm at the first moment. Every attack in this wave of attack was a fatal blow from an expert with all his strength. It was so much so that the majority of them actually collapsed after unleashing that attack. For a saint-level expert to collapse from a single blow, one could only imagine the power of this attack, and now, at this moment, there were thousands of such fatal attacks coming at the same time. Everything was filled with the intent of death. "No life, no life, no life," Chu Yang roared, and the Calamity Sword in his hand danced fiercely. Two majestic sword lights, one on the left and one on the right, actually emitted a faint light even in this pitch-black universe. Calamity Sword. Clouds and clouds gather, as long as I'm alive, there will be no worries. Two majestic sword lights rushed back from the left and right, protecting everyone on his side under the sword lights. At the same time, Chu Yang rushed out. Calamity Sword, a brand new move of the soul, once again the ultimate move of the enemy. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? His body was like a ray of light as he rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, and Bai Yuchen and the others behind him completely carried out Chu Yang's words, "Protect yourself, and rush forward with all your strength." They did not care about the two waves of fatal attacks at all, and only rushed toward Chu Yang's body with all their might. They trusted him without reservation, and used their lives to try. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely strong impact sound was heard in the canyon. Then, a series of pa-pa-pa sounds resounded. It was the sound of Chu Yang's sword light and the enemy's attack intertwining with each other. Puff-puff Bai Yuchen and the others spat out a mouthful of blood in unison. The two weaker cultivators finally couldn't hold on any longer. In an instant, their bones and tendons broke, and their bodies fell to the ground like mud. Crack! Che Shuchu's right arm was fractured and bent at a strange angle. However, he still gritted his teeth and rushed over without saying a word. He didn't hesitate at all. He only had one thought in his mind. He rushed over according to Chu Yang's instructions. Chu Yang's 2 layers of protection were already at the pinnacle of protection. He believed that even a saint-level expert might not be able to break through them easily. However, because they were too scattered, they still had to face the terrifying power of the joint attack of hundreds of experts. It was inevitable that there would be casualties among the troops. There was a limit to a person's strength. Even the most powerful Calamity Sword technique had its limits. Even if they used all their strength to protect themselves, less than 10% of them would be able to escape this fatal attack. Fortunately, Chu Yang's side did not only have Chu Yang, but also had 2 beginner saint-level experts. Almost at the moment when the 2 layers of protection were about to collapse, the protection released by the 2 saint-level experts showed great effect. It actually protected the remaining people and allowed them to safely rush over. At the same time, there were continuous screams coming from above. The Calamity Spirit finally found its target. Under the natural cover of darkness, it started a massacre, in such a unique environment, as long as the Calamity Spirit locked onto its target, it would be in a completely invincible state. No one could kill the Calamity Spirit in such an environment. Even its original body could not be found. However, it could launch a fatal attack on anyone. The Calamity Spirit gradually became familiar with this environment. It was confident that in this environment, it no longer had to fear any expert in the world. Although there was a change in the battle situation, Mo Yuntian's soldiers were indeed well trained in battle. Although the enemy's counterattack was unexpected, they still followed the initial strategic arrangement and attacked indiscriminately, continuing to vent their attacks on the ground below. In that extremely dark place, a sword light flew forward like a shooting star. It was the only light in this dark world. Chu Yang's calamity sword, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, the two saints, did their best to protect the entire team, trying their best to resist wave after wave of attacks. Both of them felt as if they were being smashed by thousands of mountain-splitting hammers without any break. Although their cultivations were already at the level of beginner saints, and although the enemy's strongest attack was only at the peak of celestial being, both of them still felt that it was difficult to move forward. They were only passively protecting so many people. As the saying goes, even ants can bite an elephant to death. What's more, they were facing thousands of people who were attacking with all their might against two saints who couldn't fight back for the time being. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach their limits. But they still didn't dare to slack off and supported with all their might. Chu Yang took the lead and rushed forward. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? His sharp sword energy instantly tore apart all the attacks that were affected by the sword light. He cleaved open a path in front of the densely packed attacks, and led everyone to fight bravely. Thick devil energy enveloped Tan Tan's body as he followed closely behind Chu Lu'er. Then, Chu Lu'er grabbed Tan Tan's clothes from the back with one hand, while her other hand released poison energy with all her might. The complete version of the ultimate heavenly poison divine technique was continuously released from Chu Lu'er's hand, forming a zone of death in this dark place. Bai Yuchan and the rest followed behind Chu Lu'er and rushed past. In this way, they left the poisonous fog behind them. They had all been given the antidote by Chu Lu'er beforehand, so they didn't have to worry about it. But if there were pursuers behind them, they wouldn't be so lucky. After 2 waves of attacks, even though Chu Yang's side tried their best to protect, they still couldn't avoid losing 4 people. Out of the 32 people, only 28 were left, and the two saints' protection was also a little exhausted and couldn't hold on much longer. If not for the fact that the Calamity Divine Spirit was on a killing spree and attacking with all its might, the number of casualties might have doubled. Or even more. Chu Yang was already putting his life on the line. His Dantian was releasing his essence energy at the same time. His Calamity Sword was still a move of what harm is there in slaughtering the world. His speed was indescribably fast. Right now, offense is the best defense. From above, Meng Wuya suddenly shouted, "Attack that light. Try your best to get rid of that light." Everyone who heard the order changed their target one after another, and attacked Chu Yang's location with all their might. However, Chu Yang was already in an explosive state. Even though the sword light was facing countless attacks, it was still not extinguished. It continued to advance forward at the highest speed. No matter how many attacks fell on his body like a waterfall, his sword did not stop, not even for a moment. After enduring 2 waves of attacks, Meng Wuya's people were stunned. Was this person made of iron? Pui, definitely not made of iron. No matter what kind of iron it was, under such a chain attack, it would have long turned into iron slag, iron dust, or even iron dust. However, Chu Yang was still standing. In everyone's eyes, this was an out-and-out miracle. Above, the Calamity Spirit once again let out a sharp whistle. Invisible and formless attacks, one after another, without any warning, inexplicably had their necks broken, their heads smashed, and their hearts dug out. However, they did not even see the shadow of the enemy who attacked them. It's the Calamity Spirit. Meng Wuya's pupils shrank. In the darkness, he shouted, "Execute the second plan." If they still fought according to the first plan, even if it was effective, more than half of their people would be killed by the Calamity Spirit. They could only force their way down and face it head-on. As long as they were mixed with the enemy, the Calamity Spirit would not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. They could only passively stop. This was the safest way. Although in this way, it was inevitable that they would not be able to distinguish between friend and foe, and the possibility of being killed by mistake would be infinitely greater. However, it was still better than being a target and being slaughtered. In just a few breaths' time, the enemy had already rushed over 2,000 feet. And in this 2,000 feet, the Calamity Spirit had killed more than 1,500 people. Even though the majority of the troops Meng Wuyu was leading were not his own troops, they still could not bear such a huge number of casualties. After the first team heard the order, they did not hesitate to soar up and descend into the narrow passage below. Qu Yang let out a long whistle. No one could guess the use of this whistle. Only the Calamity Spirit understood tacitly. It rushed down like a whirlwind and stood beside Qu Yang. "You help me open up a path in front." Qu Yang's voice sounded very weak. The continuous attacks just now had made him look like he was still standing. In fact, Qu Yang had already suffered extremely heavy injuries. However, Qu Yang could not fall down. He deeply knew that if once he fell, it would be a blow to his troops, whether it was physical or mental. Furthermore, it would be a fatal blow to his psyche. It would inevitably lead to a moment of panic and even collapse. Even if they did not collapse, the people he had led would be annihilated in less than a quarter of an hour as long as that kind of panic took shape. There was no such thing as a fluke, therefore, Qu Yang could only hold on with great difficulty. Now, the enemy had finally taken the initiative to change their tactics. Has the turnaround come? Qu Yang let out a muffled groan. He then pulled out the two throwing knives from his body. On the other side, Tan Tan helped him in a casual manner. The hidden weapons on Qu Yang's back, legs, and shoulders were all silently pulled out by Tan Tan. Then, all of them disappeared with a flick of his wrist. These two martial brothers did not speak. It seemed as if they were equally calm. However, Tan Tan's heart tightened. He knew how deep these hidden weapons had been embedded in Qu Yang's muscles when he pulled them out with his own hands. These things could take a person's life. Just one of them was enough to make a first-rate expert lose his life. However, Qu Yang's body had been pierced by so many of them. There were no less than dozens of them. In addition, Qu Yang had also endured the sharp palm energy and the sharp sword energy. It was as if a huge axe had been used to split a mountain. Needless to say, Qu Yang's injuries were very serious. Tan Tan said to himself in his heart. "I will stand in front of Qu Yang if there's another attack. He won't be able to hold on. He will only be sending Qu Yang to his death if he continues to hold on. Moreover, the enemy is very strong. I'm afraid that I have to be prepared. I might even be prepared to die. Let me die in front of my brothers if I have to die." Tan Tan Xian re-evaluated these enemies, and made this decision. Qu Yang forced a smile. He raised his hand, and put the last super heavy pill into his mouth. This was the last life-saving trump card that Qu Yang had left after the tribulation space was sealed. There was only one left. He could only rely on his own strength to support himself if he encountered another crisis like the previous one, and the tribulation space still couldn't be opened. He wouldn't have another heavy pill to save his life. However, looking at the current situation, Qu Yang couldn't help but sigh. The road ahead is boundless. I don't know where it ends. Since I still have the strength, I will endure it one more time. It's impossible to not get injured in such a situation. For my brothers, for my little sister, for my comrades who have accompanied me through life and death, I will endure until the last moment. A strong wind suddenly rose in front of him. A terrifying and oppressive aura that was even stronger than before suddenly rushed over from the front. It was obvious that the enemy had launched an attack again. Moreover, they were launching an attack with a new attack mode. The tribulation's divine soul screamed. It instantly turned into a massive gray fog, and rushed forward. Qu Yang was about to follow it. However, he saw Tan Tan, who had been following behind him, suddenly pull him to the back. Tan Tan was now in front of him. A hoarse laughter echoed. "Senior brother, it's my turn this time." Qu Yang was startled when he heard this. It wasn't that he was surprised by Tan Tan's action. In fact, Tan Tan's action wasn't surprising at all. In fact, Tan Tan's action was within Qu Yang's expectations. What really surprised Qu Yang was that voice. Tan Tan's voice was low and hoarse. It clearly wasn't Tan Tan's original voice. It was the voice of the Devil King. However, it was this Devil King's voice that called out the two words "senior brother" for the first time. How could Qu Yang not be surprised? To Qu Yang's surprise, Tan Tan let out a long roar, and rushed up behind the tribulation's divine soul. Chu Lu'er became the person who grabbed Xu Yang's clothes. Relying on Xu Yang's momentum to move her body forward, she didn't have any distractions, and used all her strength to poison. Although Xu Yang's team didn't have any enemies behind them for the time being, which meant that Chu Lu'er had spent a lot of energy only to create an empty passage filled with poison. It was almost meaningless. However, Chu Lu'er knew that Chu Yang must have his reasons for doing so. Therefore, even though she was constantly releasing her poison into the air, Chu Lu'er still strictly carried out Chu Yang's orders. In the darkness ahead, sounds of fierce collisions, screams, and muffled groans could be heard one after another. Chu Yang followed closely behind Tan Tan, burying his head as he rushed forward. He constantly felt that there were people passing by him, and as those people passed by him, they would definitely attack him. In addition to protecting Tan Tan's back and himself, Chu Yang also had to protect Chu Lu'er. He didn't even hesitate to launch the sharpest counterattack to everyone who passed by him. The tribulation sword silently swallowed and spat at an extremely fast speed. There was constantly a slight feeling of the sword cutting into a person's body coming from his palm. Behind him, Bai Yuqian and the rest formed a long line and rushed forward from the center. Even if the enemies on both sides managed to escape from Chu Yang's sword, they would still be attacked by their combined forces. Those who were lucky managed to make it a few hundred feet to the end of the group. However, the poison that Chu Lu'er had been continuously laying down previously took effect, and they fell to the ground without a sound. After Chu Lu'er obtained the Poison King's inheritance, her poison techniques improved immediately. Many areas that were difficult to break through previously were solved easily. In the past, the targets that her poison techniques could target stopped at the beginner level of celestial being. Now, although she had only obtained the Poison King's inheritance for a short time, this limit had been broken. Now, even second-level celestial being experts would be restrained as long as they came into contact with Lu'er's sky poison. If they came into contact with it for too long, they would still be in danger of dying. If they wanted to stay within the range of Lu'er's poison for a long time, they would have to be at least high-level or even peak celestial being to survive. Of course, saint-level experts could still be immune to Lu'er's poison. However, among the enemies in front of them, only Meng Wuya had this ability. The divine spirit fought with all its might while absorbing the death energy from the enemy. The cultivation of the enemies here was not weak. After they died, the nourishment provided by their souls was naturally more abundant. This made the divine spirit feel an indescribable excitement. The line of people continued to move forward like this. The situation was actually much more stable than before. There were no casualties for the time being. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were at the back of the group, also took the opportunity to adjust their breathing. As a saint-level expert, as long as they were not severely injured, their recovery speed was extremely fast. In just a short moment, their elemental energy, which was almost completely depleted, had actually recovered by more than 70 to 80%. As the passage was really too narrow, the enemies on the other side could not charge over in a large area. At most, only 5 people could pass through each wave. However, those who were lucky enough not to die in the hands of the divine spirit still had to face the attacks from behind. Their only choice was to hide again. However, they could only avoid the center and go to the sides. However, even if they went to the sides, they still had to endure another form of attrition warfare. One person after another attacked. Before the person who attacked could go far, the next wave of attacks had already arrived. Casualties were everywhere for a while. Not a single person was able to rush to the back of Chu Yang's team. So, they died in this long passage. Everyone was silent, feeling the warmth of the blood that splashed on their faces. The Calamity Soul unleashed its might at this moment. It gave full play to its characteristics of being invisible, unafraid of attacks, and unafraid of injuries. In this special environment that seemed to be a natural fit for it, it was invincible. He took the lead and slaughtered his way through the surging crowd, leaving a bloody path behind. He absorbed the aura of death as he walked, and in an instant, he had already rushed out about 1,000 feet. Dense devil fog was rising from Tan Tan's body. He was unceasingly attacking. His attacks were even heavier, more ruthless, and more overbearing. Other than that, he was also very greedy. As long as the person died, the storage ring would be in his hands in a flash. Chu Yang, who was standing behind him, even had a certain king of hell's personality of taking advantage of every opportunity, yet he still didn't manage to get anything out of it. From this, it could be seen how meticulous this fellow was in plundering everything. Later, the Calamity Soul and Tan Tan formed a kind of tacit understanding. As long as a person died, the aura of death would naturally be absorbed by it, and the storage ring would be given to Tan Tan. One demon and one soul started a massacre, bravely charging in front. The Calamity Soul continuously used the aura of death to strengthen itself. Tan Tan fought and swallowed the inner cores of spirit beasts along the way. The two of them were like two fighting machines that never stopped. They continued to push forward in the mode of a meat grinder. Moreover, their speed was astonishingly fast. Chu Le, who wasn't far away from Tan Tan, didn't know about all this. Only Chu Yang saw it clearly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. These two bastards didn't forget to make money from the war even when they were facing death like this. That Calamity Soul. Does it still remember who your master is? It's still trying to help others? Don't you know that your master is very weak now? Don't you know how to take care of your master first? However, the Calamity Soul and Tan Tan's good days soon came to an end. That was because the more they went forward, the more they could feel that the terrain ahead was getting wider and wider. In this way, more and more enemies were rushing over this time. Gradually, the Calamity Soul felt that it was stretched to the extent of being stretched. There were so many opponents. It was impossible to kill them all in one move and then face the next wave of enemies. Change the mode of attack. Change to a pointed cone and rush out. You don't need to kill a lot of enemies anymore. Your only task is to rush out with all your strength. Chu Yang's order sounded in a timely manner. The Calamity Soul let out a shrill cry. In people's ears, it was as if the gates of hell had suddenly opened, and thousands of malicious ghosts had rushed out at the same time. Bang 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 puff puff puff, the demon fog on Tan Tan's body was getting thicker and thicker. His cultivation was much stronger than when he had entered the canyon. He suddenly shouted, and took a step forward. He and the Calamity Soul were rushing forward side by side. The two of them hesitated for a moment, and then rushed forward. After this wave, the number of people who died in Tan Tan's hands was almost less than the number of people who died in the Calamity Soul's hands. This result greatly shocked the divine soul of the Calamity. How can such a freak appear? He was clearly only a saint-level expert before the battle. But now, he has soared to the primary level of the heavenly man realm in such a short time. What kind of progress is this? Isn't it too fast? It seems that I have never seen such a fast progress. However, he didn't know that this wasn't the manifestation of Tan Tan's real strength. Instead, it was because the Demon King's soul had awakened. The Demon King's soul was several grades higher than Tan Tan's body. Tan Tan had been constantly improving recently because he had obtained a large number of spirit beast cores. So, the Demon King's soul had also improved along with him. The degree of improvement wasn't inferior to Tan Tan's. Moreover, the most intense battle was the best way to digest the spirit beast cores. Therefore, the Demon King was able to control Tan Tan's body more smoothly and incisively. In addition, the Calamity Soul was able to adapt very well to the special geographical environment in front of him. But, the Demon King/Tan Tan seemed to be able to operate more smoothly in such an environment. In fact, the Demon King's strength hadn't been fully displayed yet. It was limited by the endurance limit of Tan Tan's body. So, he would have been able to display an even more terrifying power if he hadn't had any misgivings about this. However, Tan Tan's body was in a cycle of gradual improvement and strengthening in this specific environment. His body wouldn't be consumed with every enemy he killed. Instead, it would become stronger. So, he could further display the true power of the Demon King. Chu Yang was following behind these two people. However, the pressure he felt wasn't as big as he had imagined. In fact, he felt that the pressure hadn't increased but had instead decreased after a while. In fact, it had decreased by a lot. Neither side shouted. They were only fighting in silence. This could be considered as a tacit understanding between the two sides. The reason for this was very simple. They would know where they were if they spoke. However, the enemy would also know where they were. So, such a move was tantamount to courting death in such a battle. No one knew how many people had died on the other side. They also didn't know how many of their comrades were left. At most, they could only tell from the screams of those who died. Well, if so and so died, then so and so died. As for those who died silently, the others didn't know at all. Meng Wuya stood on top of the battle. His field of vision seemed to be vast. However, he couldn't see anything in this special environment. He couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. Now, it was impossible for him to launch an indiscriminate attack from the sky. It would definitely cause casualties on his side. Moreover, it would be a large number of casualties. Other than the fact that he had more people on his side, the other side had 2 saints to protect them. On his side, none of the people that Yu Lai had sent had high-end strength. His only advantage now was that he had more people on his side. At least, he could still afford to consume them. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth. He just kept urging and adding fuel to the fire. Blood Demon Squad, Imperial Guards, follow the established strategy. Go up one by one. Those at the front, rush over directly. Don't worry about anything else. Go all out and rush to the front. Those at the back, continue to rush. However, in this process, Meng Wuya didn't use his Dream Slayer army. Previously, he did not complete the mission. Together with the Dream Slayer army, he was already a scapegoat. Moreover, this time, delayed rain had brought people here. No matter what, even if they completed the mission, it was delayed rain's credit that would be redeemed. Since that was the case, why should he let his men suffer meaningless casualties? Meng Wuya really didn't want to experience Chu Yang's terrifying potential for a counterattack a second time. Under Meng Wuya's command, team after team entered the passage in a single file. They jumped out from their hiding places and joined the extremely dark chaotic battle, adding fuel to the fire. Yes, it was adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, it was adding fuel to the fire continuously. They didn't know whether it was their own fire that burned the enemy to death, or the enemy's fire that burned them to death. Divine Spirit of Calamity. Damn Divine Spirit of Calamity. Meng Wuya sighed deeply. It was the damn Divine Spirit of Calamity that had completely overturned the comparison of strength between the 2 sides. It had completely broken the deadlock of the other side. In such a specific environment, the Divine Spirit of Calamity had an overwhelming advantage. Meng Wuya asked himself. Even if he were to fight the Divine Spirit of Calamity head-on in such an environment, he would definitely die. Meng Wuya clearly misunderstood the strength of the Calamity Spirit. As long as the Calamity Spirit was constantly nourished by the Qi of Death, its strength had reached the level of a sage, and no one could pose a threat to the Calamity Spirit. Under such circumstances, the Calamity Spirit was a perpetual fighter. Moreover, it was the kind of fighter that would become stronger the longer the battle lasted. This was definitely not a myth, but a reality. The Tribulation Spirit seemed to be fighting tirelessly. Chu Yang was next to it. Tan Tan's body had been strengthened unceasingly. But, it still had its limits. So, Tan Tan eventually got tired. So, Chu Yang naturally took his place after Tan Tan withdrew. And, Chu Yang waited until Chu Yang couldn't bear it anymore. However, Tan Tan had recovered a little, and had taken his place again. The 2 of them took turns to fight. So far, they had already fought 3 or 4 times. Now, they didn't even know the cultivation level of the person who had died in their hands. They only knew how to fight, and fight, and fight without stopping. Fighting had become an instinct at this moment. Meng Chaoran would have been relieved if he had seen Chu Yang and Tan Tan's performance. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his 2 younger brothers had actually grown to such an extent. Along the way, the number of saint-level experts who died at the hands of these 2 was no less than 1,000. As for the super-experts of the celestial realm, there were also 7 or 8 who had fallen. The Tribulation Sword Master and the Devil King had joined hands to display such a shocking power. However, Chu Yang and Tan Tan also understood that it was thanks to the divine soul of the tribulation that they had won this battle. After all, Chu Yang and Tan Tan would have died countless times by now if it hadn't been for the divine soul of the tribulation. The Tribulation Spirit's current achievements were much worse than the sum of Chu Yang and Tan Tan's. Chu Yang and Tan Tan's fighting prowess wasn't bad. However, they couldn't pose too much of a threat to celestial-level experts. However, celestial-level experts and sage-level experts were almost the same for the tribulation spirit. They could be finished off in one move. Therefore, the casualties it had caused were at least several times more than the sum of Xianxia and Tan. The opponent's attacks were still like the rising tide of the sea. One wave after another, and each wave was higher than the previous one. It seemed as if there was no end to it. Xianxia and Tan still remembered how many people they had killed in the beginning. However, they didn't even count later. The entire canyon was now filled with the smell of blood because the bloody light was also covered by the endless darkness. There seemed to be a cool breeze blowing from the front. The spirits of Xianxia and Tan were shaken. However, their complexions became even more serious. This cool breeze woke up the two of them from their intense battle. At the same time, it also brought about another fact: the terrain in front of them was completely open. In such a completely open terrain, it was bound to be even more disadvantageous for them to continue fighting. Moreover, there was the danger of falling into enemy encirclement. In front of them, a whistling sound could be heard. Clearly, a new wave of enemies was about to arrive. No, this isn't a simple open land. It's the kind of terrain that has obstructions. It can even be regarded as a relatively complex terrain. Xianxia's mind stirred. He carefully felt the wind blowing on his body, and suddenly became startled. Tan had already taken 3 steps forward. But, he turned around as soon as he heard these words. What? What did you say? I'm saying that there should be a place for us to hide. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Then, he made a big decision. So far, the battle had lasted for half a night. He didn't carefully count how many enemies he had dealt with. However, Xianxia was sure of one thing: the enemies he had fought with definitely didn't exceed 5,000 people. This number wasn't negligible compared to the total strength of the enemy. But, it was still within the range that the enemy could bear. If the battle continued like this, the terrain would become more and more open according to the route forward. So, they would have to endure at least 1,000 more waves of battles if 50 people were to come at once. In that case, the divine soul of the calamity wouldn't be able to destroy the enemies. However, the other people on his side would still fall into a situation where they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, he could only take a risk. Divine soul! Xianxia shouted. Here. The divine soul of the calamity floated back. Scatter your soul body immediately and look for a place to hide. Xianxia hurriedly said. Yes. The divine soul of the calamity immediately turned around, and scattered his own divine soul. He used all his strength to search for the place that Xianxia needed. Not far ahead on the right. There's a mountain wall there. There's another open land behind the mountain wall. However, there are a lot of miscellaneous rocks there. If you're not careful, you'll bump into them. The divine soul of the calamity quickly searched and immediately reported the information that he had gathered. At this time, the whistling sound in front of them had arrived. The enemies had come again. Everyone, stop moving forward for the time being. After we've dealt with this batch of enemies, we'll immediately go in and hide there. Xianxia hurriedly said, Divine soul, you must hold on. I'll need you to lead the way later. Don't worry, I'll be fine. As long as you're fine, I'll definitely be fine. Huh. The divine soul of the calamity laughed proudly. He had killed to his heart's content this time. If it weren't for Xianxia and the others, he really wanted to just jump into the sea of enemies. Only hurting people, not fearing being hurt, and continuing to fight endlessly. This feeling was really wonderful. Feeling the last enemy pass by, Xianxia didn't hesitate. When there were still sounds of fighting behind them, he hurriedly shouted, Everyone, let's start. The divine soul of the calamity took the lead and rushed to the right. Xianxia hurriedly gave instructions on the way forward. Everyone followed in a line. After fighting for such a long time, although there were 3 experts at the front, the number of enemies that managed to slip through still accounted for more than a third of the total number of people. Although most of these people were injured, and everyone had joined forces to attack, after fighting for such a long time, everyone was basically covered in cuts and bruises, and it was difficult for them to continue. They were already exhausted. They were just barely holding on with one breath. Even the two saints Hu and Ma were panting and almost collapsed, not to mention Bai Yuchen and the others. Everyone carefully followed Xu Yang, and Xu Yang followed the divine tribulation spirit, a new and experienced horse that knew the way. They walked forward about 7 feet to the right, and found a relatively narrow, cave-like place. Everyone carefully squeezed in, and sure enough, there was an open space behind. Although there were a lot of stone-like things lying around, there was finally a temporary place to rest. Because right in front, there was a stone wall that looked like a screen. An ordinary person's search would definitely not lead them to this place. If they could see it, hiding here would only be a joke. They would be able to see it at a glance. However, in this special place where there was no light at all, nothing could be seen. Even the detection of spiritual sense could not be used. This hiding place became an excellent place to take refuge. Now that they could finally rest, everyone heaved a huge sigh of relief, both physically and mentally. They used the little bit of cultivation they had left to cover the smell of blood on their bodies. Only then did they have time to treat their wounds. When Yao Ningning and Bai Shixian, who were the last to come in, were treating their wounds, they heard a noise outside. A large group of people came from afar and rushed over like a gust of wind. Someone said, "Eh? Why is there no movement?" Another person said, "Are they all dead?" That's not very likely. Even if the other party doesn't count as a soul calamity, there are still 2 other saint-level powerhouses. Even if they're not strong enough, they still have the ability to break through, someone else said. Everyone, search ahead. Be careful. If it doesn't work, we will directly leave the valley. In such an environment, searching is meaningless, a calm voice said. Okay. A group of people whizzed away. They entered the path that Chu Yang and the others came from. It was the area where Chu Le had used a strong poison. Chu Yang couldn't help but say, "Have a safe journey." The others also sighed. Everyone had seen the poison on that path. It was because of Chu Le's poison that the enemies were poisoned when they rushed past Chu Yang and the others. Those below the heavenly human level would directly fall to the ground. Those above the heavenly human level would also have their fighting power continuously reduced. It was difficult for them to do anything. That was why they could survive until now. A poison that could be fatal in the blink of an eye was truly frightening to the extreme. How domineering was such a poison, and now, this group of people actually wanted to take the initiative to rush over. Wanting to reach the other end safely was simply a joke. Everyone knew that within a few breaths' time, this group of people who had just entered would all fall to the ground and slowly turn into corpses. There was no way they could pass through this valley. However, a few breaths' time was enough for them to run a long distance. To the people hiding here, it posed no threat at all. Everyone was still treating their wounds gently. Healing their injuries and recovering their fighting power were the most important things now. Then, they heard teams of experts whizzing past outside one after another. In less than half an hour, 2 teams had already passed by, and the 3rd team was approaching. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Slowly, an entire 2 hours passed. In the first hour, they heard whizzing sounds coming and going almost continuously. They didn't know how many people had passed by. Just like that, they bumped into the ambush of Chu Le's poison. It was only after an hour that it gradually quieted down. They didn't see any more groups of people coming over. Today was Thanksgiving Day. I didn't know it at first, but when I saw the discussion in the group and saw the word gratitude, I was touched. Or perhaps, I was the one who should be grateful. I used to be a lowly person. Back then, I was as poor as a church mouse. But, my brothers and sisters saved me from hardship and gave me a piece of blue sky. You allowed me to realize my value and earn a living. I wanted a scoop of water, but you gave me a spring. Thank you. I couldn't forget the time when Ling Tian Legend had just started. I stared at the bookstore and the comments section. At that time, the comments section was barren. Later on, I begged in my book, "Everyone, please comment. Let me know if I wrote well or not." I was at my wit's end. At that time, there were a few people who made me feel warm when I thought of them. One was called Aren. I didn't know if he was a man or a woman. I didn't have any contact with him, but he was the first person to appear in the group. There was another, Chan Lin Whispers. We discussed it many times in the comments section. There was another, called Blazing Ice Love. When the comments section was empty, he left a comment and pointed out the shortcomings. Yes, there was also Southwest 1 star. His post is still pinned at the top of the comments section. Later on, there were more and more readers and there was a group. At that time, there were dozens of people chatting in the group. In terms of age, I was ranked second, so they all called me second brother. That was an unforgettable time. First Court King Qingguang had been with me since Ling Tian Legend. When old friends were together, they chatted casually. If they wanted to say something, they would say it. If they didn't write well, they would say it in person. That was the beginning of Ling Tian. When it came to Evil Monarch, there were more people. Unforgettable ones were Imprint, Polar Light, Summer, Arrogant Killer, Wui, Meng Yi, Qianshuan, Meng Rua. Standing under a tree as a punishment. Demon Blade, 14th brother, you don't understand, those were a bunch of old friends who helped me without any complaints. It could be said that the current Soaring Wind, our group, had so many good brothers and sisters silently contributing. Most of the brothers and sisters just quietly read, voted, and subscribed. There were so many that I didn't even know their names. But I will always remember you and be grateful to you. Without you guys, how could there be wind dominating the world? There was once a brother who came to drink with me. He was on a business trip and was passing by Lai Wu. He thought of me and came over. While drinking, he asked me, "Second brother, it's been so many years, but you still remember the words I scolded you. Your memory is too good." I smiled. He could still remember many of the chat records from back then. How could he not remember? And now, our proud world brothers and sisters, it was you who stood by our side through the wind and rain. It was you who silently contributed. It was you who created Wind Dominates the World. Created the world-defying stage. Also, all these years, my brothers and sisters in Tieba had been working hard to maintain my popularity and protect me. Every little bit of it had been witnessed by me. Back then, Goldie, Nangong, Yu Luo, Big Fei, and now, Little Black, Little Yi, and the others, everyone had paid a great price. To be honest, there were times when I really regretted it. For the sake of subscriptions, I had quarreled and fought. I also hurt feelings. Please forgive me, I was still a small author at that time. It's the pressure of life. I don't want to be poor anymore. And one more subscription means one more income. Sigh. My temper is too straightforward. If there's anything uncomfortable, I want to say it. I don't think about the consequences. Of course, this bad temper made me offend many people, but I also made some friends because of it. Brothers and sisters, I just want to say, without you guys, there would be no Wind Dominating the World. Without you guys, there would be no Legend of Ling Tian. Without you guys, there would be no Evil Monarch. Without you guys, there would be no world-defying stage. Thanksgiving Day, today I am deeply grateful. I am grateful to the heavens for letting me have your support. I am grateful to all of you for letting me have so much. Thank you, my dear brothers and sisters. The past will be the past. But I hope that on the road in the future, there will be me and you. No matter where we are. No matter how I offended you in the past, please forgive me. I hope that on the road in the future, we will not have any more disputes and hurt each other. The book I wrote is not the best. There are all kinds of flaws. I am trying my best to correct them. Here, I also thank all of you for tolerating me for so many years. Thank you so much. I remember that when I finished writing a book, I still didn't know how to use the ellipsis. Until now, the ellipsis in the first 10 chapters of Ling Tian Legend and Evil Monarch this was taught to me by a book friend. He was very sensitive. After reading 2 books, he felt that this author doesn't even know how to use the ellipsis, right? It was a brother called I Am a Madman from Tieba. It should be this name. I can't remember it clearly after 3 years. Don't take offense if I remember wrongly. For this matter, he specially entered the group and told me how to type the ellipsis. Then, he floated away. The problem with the idiom, I remember that I never knew how to use the idiom recklessly wasting natural resources. In the past, it was always recklessly wasting natural resources. It was also because the modest brother couldn't stand it anymore and entered the group to guide me. I remember the first sentence very clearly. You don't even know how to use the idiom, yet you still want to write a book. Cough. Okay, I changed it. But brother, where are you? Don't say any more. It's already over 1,000 words. Really, if I really talk about these things, 10,000 words won't be enough. I just want to say, thank you all. Life is about gratitude. Thank you everyone. I will work even harder to give you a better story. Perhaps this is the only way I can repay you all. I wish you all happiness, no matter when. Please remember that here, there is a friend, a brother. His name is Wind Conquers the World. No matter where you are, he will sincerely bless you, a life of peace and happiness. Furthermore, although Lu had recently obtained the Poison King's legacy and her poison skills had improved greatly, it was still a short time ago. There was still an upper limit to the absolute level of poison. As long as it reached the level of a heavenly being or above, although it could still cause gradual weakening and even eventual death, as long as the other party was not stupid, they would still be able to escape after being poisoned and weakened. At least in Chu Yang's heart, although he also believed that Lu'er's poison array could cause considerable damage, it should not have such exaggerated effects. Lu'er, what kind of poison did you use? Chu Yang asked Chu Lu'er, very puzzled. Chu Lu'er leaned weakly on his shoulder and said, I used a chain of 3 poisons this time, including the innate poison, the origin poison, and the heavenly softening poison. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. So that was it. He was also very familiar with the poison scripture. The Poison King's legacy was first placed in his mind before being passed to Lu'er. When he heard Chu Lu'er mention these 3 poisons, he immediately understood why no one had warned them. This girl was really too crafty. Her scheming in using poison was really at an unimaginable level. Of course, this also explained why Chu Lu'er was so weak now. The innate poison was the poison that Chu Lu'er used the most frequently. It could be considered a type of poison in the world. As for the origin poison, it was a step further than the innate poison that Chu Lu'er originally used. It was the most powerful poison derived from the cultivation of a complete poison technique. There was a clear explanation in the Poison King's legacy. No one below the saint level could cure this poison. In other words, if one did not have the cultivation of a saint, one could only wait for death. Even if one was at the peak of a heavenly being and could rely on one's own cultivation to survive, there was no cure for this poison. It would gradually deplete one's energy, and one would still die in the end. As for the heavenly softening poison, in terms of its poison power, it was not considered top-notch. In fact, it was not even fatal. However, it had an extremely special characteristic. Even if a saint was poisoned by this poison, his mouth and tongue would be paralyzed for a certain period of time. He would not be able to say a single word or even make a single sound. This was the heavenly softening poison. Even the heavens would go limp after being poisoned by this poison, let alone humans. This was the best explanation for the heavenly softening poison. Unfortunately, this kind of poison can't stay for long. After a period of time, it will automatically decompose and return to the world. Chu Lu'er stuck out her tongue. Otherwise, it might not be difficult to create a real Yama's gorge here. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, Little girl, do you still think that your abilities are too small? So many of us have been bathed in blood, and our bodies are covered with cuts and bruises. We can't even compare to the number of people you've killed with your poison alone, and you're still not satisfied? Triple poison chain. What a good move. What a scheme. What a good move. Chu Lu'er's pretty face stiffened. Brother, are you praising me or scolding me? Chu Yang's heart ached as he hugged the weak Lu'er tightly. It's definitely a compliment, the most sincere compliment. I'm afraid that more than a third of the enemies we have to face will be buried by your young lady's hands. Although it was just as Chu Yang had said, the continuous use of so many innate poisons and natal poisons was a huge burden to Chu Lu'er, and it was a great loss. Chu Lu'er didn't participate in any battles, but she was so weak now precisely because of this. With this buffer, everyone's injuries slowly recovered. The land of extreme darkness was completely silent. However, in this land of extreme tranquility, Chu Yang's heart was inexplicably moved, and the desire from before became even stronger at this moment. Tan Tan, who was beside Chu Yang, also seemed to be somewhat impatient. How is it? Chu Yang asked quietly. It feels very close, and it's getting more and more real. Tan Tan took a breath, and there was a yearning in his voice. I want to go over and take a look. Yes, the situation is temporarily stable now. You can go and take a look. Chu Yang suppressed the yearning in his heart. If the two of them only sensed the same opportunity, Chu Yang didn't want to interfere, and would rather help Tan Tan. Compared to brothers, what was a mere opportunity? Yes, where's your sense? Tan Tan said, mine is in the southwest. Chu Yang was startled. He said, mine is in the southeast. Tan Tan was also startled. Then, he said, what did you sense? Chu Yang didn't want to monopolize it, and neither did Tan Tan. When he heard Chu Yang say that it was in the southeast, Tan Tan felt as if Chu Yang was helping him. However, he was clearly prepared to give it to Chu Yang in his heart. Just as Chu Yang had thought, a mere opportunity was nothing compared to a brother. This was also what Tan Tan was thinking. To be honest, what I sensed is very strange, very strange. Chu Yang sensed Tan Tan's thoughts as soon as he heard this. He couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. He said, I sensed that I was getting rid of something, but I don't know what it is that I'm getting rid of. As you said just now, that feeling is getting more and more real, but it can't be described in words. Tan Tan sighed and said, it's not the same. I can conclude that what we sensed is absolutely not the same thing. What I sensed is a kind of powerful reality. It seems to be telling me that I can become unprecedentedly powerful as long as I can find him. Chu Yang also felt relieved. So, that's the best. Why don't you go quickly? I go? Why don't you go? Tan Tan rolled his eyes. Chu Yang smiled warmly. He stretched out his hand in the darkness, and rubbed Tan Tan's head. I also sensed it. It's indeed not the same. I assure you. Tan Tan suspiciously said, then, let's go together? You go to the east, and I go to the west? Chu Yang thought for a moment. Tan Tan won't feel relieved if I don't go. Moreover, Chu Yang also sensed that these two brothers have encountered two different opportunities. So, why shouldn't I take the heaven's gift? All right. Chu Yang readily agreed. These two martial brothers were in an extremely dark place. They clearly knew that the other party couldn't see them. However, they still looked at each other and smiled. Who would give up the opportunity to reach the peak for me? But, there are only two of us now. I can do it for my brother. I can also do it for my brother. Chu Yang solemnly instructed everyone not to act rashly. The current situation was very clear. So, it was better to stay still than to act. Then, both of them got up at the same time, and rushed towards some kind of power that was calling them. Chu Yang had left the Tribulation Divine Spirit behind to guard everyone. It was certain that there wasn't any danger for the time being. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. The ones who could stabilize the morale of the troops were him, Tan Tan, and the Tribulation Divine Spirit. Moreover, the Tribulation Divine Spirit was the strongest among them. If the Tribulation Divine Spirit wasn't there when the two of them left, and a new enemy suddenly appeared, it would be extremely bad. The relaxed smiles on Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma's faces turned grave when they learned that Chu Yang and Tan Tan had left for some reason. The two of them supported Yao Ningning, who was on the verge of collapse because of severe physical exhaustion. Then, they said in an extremely solemn tone, Your Highness, your humble subordinates have two words of advice. They are also words from the bottom of my heart. I want to report them to Your Highness. I hope that Your Highness can remember them, and don't neglect them. Yao Ningning said weakly, You can speak. I'm listening. Uncle Ma took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, no matter when, where, or under any circumstances, you must never become enemies with these two people. Yao Ningning grunted and said, You're talking nonsense. We're brothers. How can we be enemies? I'm about to die from exhaustion. You still have the time and mood to talk nonsense with me. Uncle Hu smiled somewhat speechlessly and said, Your Highness is right. Your subordinate is indeed talking nonsense. He thought that perhaps this was His Highness the Great Master's fortune. With his stupidity, he had made friends with these two powerful brothers for no reason. Moreover, he had also made friends with these two people. In the future, even if the demon empress was no longer here and the great master was in charge of the demon emperor heaven, Yao Ningning's position would be as stable as a mountain and unshakable as long as these two people were still here. The affairs of the world were unpredictable and hard to describe. If the great master had a little bit of the aura of a royal family, or if he had a little bit of arrogance due to his status, and if he hadn't been so submissive, he probably wouldn't have been recognized by these two people. In that case, the great master wasn't completely useless. Humans were indeed simple and naive. This was the best, luck and destiny were indeed innate. It was difficult for ordinary people to obtain, possess, and enjoy. It was just that, at the current stage, was it really good to be brothers with these two people? If he wasn't careful, he would be dragged into a bottomless abyss and endless trouble. Yao Ningning asked excitedly, "What you're saying isn't all nonsense?" "According to what you're saying, it can at least prove that these two brothers of mine are very powerful, right? Isn't it?" His eyes were already shining. "It's not just very powerful." Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma looked at each other and smiled bitterly. These two men, one seems steady and calm, the other absurd, but they both have the air of a leader and a leader. They're definitely not simple people. Uncle Hu sighed a little. "It's a pity that such talents aren't from our demon race." This time, it was Yao Ningning's turn to be a little dumbfounded. "Why don't I see any bearing of a leader? I only feel that they're very impressive," she thought. "Aren't the two uncles' evaluation of Chu Yang and Tan Tan a little too high? Successful superiors were all amazing, but amazing people were not necessarily qualified to be superiors. I'm afraid that even the two of us might not be able to make it through that stretch of road just now." However, even though the two of them were at the front of the most dangerous part of the road and the pressure was heavier than ours, they still managed to make it through. Their cultivation is far inferior to ours, but they managed to do what we couldn't. From the series of subtle sounds just now, we judged that they were treating the wounds on their bodies. It's just that we heard different places. There are at least a dozen wounds on Chu Yang's body. There are about 80 wounds on Tan Tan's body. As for the other people, there are no more than 30 wounds at most. Not to mention that these wounds were made by experts. Even if they were ordinary flesh wounds, it's definitely not something that an ordinary expert can bear. The so-called wounds all over the body are easy to say, but how many people have really experienced such wounds all over their bodies? However, they can do this for their subordinates. This is the bearing of a leader. It's definitely not something that an ordinary leader can do. Uncle Ma concluded, "Who wouldn't do their best to work under such a boss? This is the most frightening thing. Yes, there's also their development potential." Uncle Hu smiled bitterly. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Rapid progress. Given time, Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and their subordinates will definitely become a new force that will shake the entire Heaven Imperial Court." Uncle Ma gave a shocking conclusion. Uncle Hu nodded in agreement. The two youngsters, who seemed to be less than 20 years old, were already comparable to senior experts who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Under such circumstances, they were still able to maintain an astonishing advancement of 1,000 miles a day. This could no longer be described as frightening. It was terrifying. Using these two as opponents was simply a nightmare. Once these two people become powerful, Mo Yun Tian, Yuan Tianji, this time, I'm afraid that he has really poked a hornet's nest. Moreover, it's the kind of super poisonous hornet that can poison people and saints to death. Uncle Hu said with emotion. Yao Ningning raised her eyebrows and said, "Isn't it a little early to be emotional now?" According to them, there are also brothers who are not inferior to them in terms of progress. There are as many as 5 of them. Why do all the brothers have to be like this? Uncle Ma smiled bitterly. Just these two are enough to make Yuan Tianjia unable to eat or sleep in peace. Tan Tan had been relying on his intuition the whole way forward. The sword in his hand had become a blind bamboo in his blind hand, a tool that guided him in the right direction. Relying on his heart's unusually solid senses, he brazenly advanced towards the place of infinite temptation. His heart slowly began to stir. This was definitely a great opportunity for him, he could clearly feel this. In his consciousness, the two source souls were talking like old friends. This kind of conversation had already been carried out countless times. After countless conversations, the two source souls had already gotten used to this kind of situation. If there really came a day where one of them was no longer around, then the other one would feel very uncomfortable. There was a man standing upright in Tantan's sea of consciousness. He was dressed in black clothes. His long hair hung down from his shoulders. His hands were clasped behind his back. He looked like a monarch who was overlooking the world. He had a graceful bearing. It seemed as if he was the only person in the world. In front of him was Tan Tan and Chu Yang's clown junior brother. He was sitting there cross-legged. He had an indifferent look on his face as he giggled. I was born, and I was destroyed. I was destroyed, and I was born. But in the end, two source souls were born. One body accommodates two source souls. And, I can talk to my own self after tens of thousands of years. This kind of opportunity can be regarded as unique and unprecedented, the Devil King Source Soul softly sighed. Tan Tan indifferently smiled and said, yes, yes. Not bad, not bad. I also feel very strange. You are me, and I am you. But, we are clearly two different people. Ha ha ha, this kind of situation is really interesting. The Devil King Source Soul also chuckled when he heard this. Tan Tan solemnly said, but, I still want to thank you. My progress wouldn't have been so fast if you hadn't taught me wholeheartedly during this time. The Devil King Source Soul faintly smiled and shook his head, you are me, and I am you. Helping others is helping oneself. There's no need to be polite. Tan Tan laughed. This conversation is very likely to be the last one between you and me. The Devil King Source Soul was somewhat disappointed. He crossed his hands behind his back and looked at Tan Tan. His eyes emitted a strong emotion. Why? Tan Tan was somewhat reluctant, we can continue like this. I don't want to disappear, and you don't have to disappear. We can still talk to each other when we are lonely. Isn't this beautiful? The Devil King Source Soul stagnated, your thinking is really different from others. Ha ha ha. At this time, you are actually thinking about the problem of whether you are willing to part or not. You are not worried about your own safety, Tan Tan blankly said, worried? Why should I worry? What is there to worry about? The Devil King Source Soul warmly smiled. There was a bit of envy in his smile as he said, perhaps, this pure sincerity is what you can rely on in the future. Tan Tan, the current you is something that the previous me would never have been able to have. Pure sincerity was something that I had pursued for a long time, but could never obtain. Now, the other me has obtained it. I have it, but... The Devil King Source Soul looked up to the sky and sighed. Tan Tan blankly looked at him. He suddenly felt that the Devil King Source Soul's desire to leave was very strong. He couldn't help but beg, I say, don't disappear, okay? Get rid of this thought of yours. I really don't want you to leave. You also said that you are me, and I am you. What's wrong with having two souls in one body? I think it's very good. The Devil King Source Soul looked at him with interest and said, you don't want me to leave? It's not impossible for me to not disappear. If I don't disappear, you must disappear. If you don't mind, I will be very grateful to you. No, 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 I mind very much. I mind very much. I say, isn't there a way to kill two birds with one stone and get the best of both worlds? Isn't it good for us to exist together? Tan Tan pulled his hair in distress, why must one of us disappear? I don't know if you will miss me if I disappear. In any case, I will be very unhappy if I can't see you in the future. Silly child. The Devil King Source Soul sighed, this body can only be controlled by one soul. If two souls exist in one body, no matter how their minds merge, they will always restrict each other. This will cause the body to be unable to increase its power to the limit. Then, it will forever be unable to peek into the great Tao, and will forever be unable to set foot on the peak. This is a choice. Right now, I can already feel that the great Tao imprint is somewhere in front of us. If you and I coexist in one body, the moment we face the great Tao imprint, both of us will be destroyed. It will never obey two masters to obtain it at the same time. The great Tao is ruthless. It will only belong to one soul. The Devil King Source Soul faintly smiled, this is the selfishness of the heart. But sometimes, selfishness isn't necessarily a bad thing. Especially selfishness towards oneself. Only selfishness can lead one to bravely move forward. Tan Tan was at a loss. He truly didn't understand what the Devil King Source Soul was saying. This body has always been controlled by you. You have always been in control of it for so many years. Don't think that I haven't thought of snatching it away in such a long time. The fact is that I can't snatch it away. Don't think that I'm so kind. Perhaps your soul would have dispersed long ago if I could have done it. And you would have been annihilated countless times already. The Devil King Source Soul forced a smile. Tan Tan opened his eyes wide. He hadn't expected that this other self would have wanted to seize the complete control of this body. In fact, he had wanted to annihilate himself for eternity. He had been completely unprepared. Tan Tan, I want you to promise me 3 things. The Devil King Source Soul stood tall and straight. His black robe suddenly fluttered. His face that had never been revealed had become even more blurred at this moment. Why do you need to do this? Can't we just not take that great Tao imprint? You and I can still coexist like this. Tan Tan suddenly said. What? What did you say? The Devil King Source Soul was genuinely shocked by this statement. What kind of person is this? This is obviously a matter of great benefit to him. So, how can he change his mind in such an impossible direction? I have to sacrifice you if I want to obtain that great Tao imprint. I don't think it's worth it. Tan Tan said. Do you know what great Tao imprint is? Do you know how difficult it is to obtain such an opportunity? You're giving up just like that. You don't have the heart of a child. You're simply stupid. The Devil King Source Soul couldn't bear it any longer. He roared. I really don't know what great Tao imprint is. But, I don't care what it is. In any case, I don't think it's worth it to sacrifice you for it. It's not worth it. Tan Tan said. I'm telling the truth. We're getting along well. You don't have the strength to take away the control of this body. I don't mind your existence. In fact, I like you. So, why should I make you disappear for some great Tao imprint? It's better to give up and go back. Tan Tan said indifferently. No. You have to listen to me on this matter. Do you hear me? The Devil King Source Soul shouted himself hoarse. Why are you so stubborn? I'm willing to give up that great Tao imprint. So, why don't you understand? You will disappear. Tan Tan was extremely distressed. The Devil King Source Soul was speechless for a long time. He firmly stared at Tan Tan. His eyes were filled with boundless excitement. The great Tao imprint. How many people had dreamt of it since ancient times? How many people had wished for it? How many people would kill each other if they had this opportunity? They wouldn't even frown. No one had ever given up such an opportunity for someone else. But, Tan Tan had given it up for him today, with an indescribable excitement. The Demon King Source Soul couldn't help feeling a surge of emotions. It's too late. Now that we're here, we can't go back. The Demon King Source Soul chuckled. Tan Tan, being able to help you is the greatest fortune of my life. Tan Tan tried to turn around and walk back. He found that he couldn't take a single step. He could only walk forward. He couldn't move in any other direction. Tan Tan struggled with all his might. But, he still couldn't move. He suddenly felt disappointed and frustrated. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. What should I do? The Demon King Source Soul smiled warmly. The opportunity has arrived. What's yours is yours. You can't refuse it. Tan Tan, don't forget my request. I want you to promise me 3 things. What things? Tan Tan instinctively felt sad. So, he asked. The first thing is that you must reach the peak. This peak is something that our divine race, or rather, the devil race has never reached. It's the ultimate domain that no one has ever reached before. The second thing is, you must always maintain this pure and innocent heart. For the rest of my life, this is what I wish for. I hope that my other self can maintain this state of mind forever. The third thing is my unreasonable request. The Demon King Source Soul faintly smiled. He hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, you and Xia Dan Feng will get married in the future. And, your first child will be called Tan Xiao. Tan Tan said somewhat anxiously, there's no problem with these. The first thing is a bit difficult. I will try my best to achieve it. But, I can't do anything if I can't. The Demon King Source Soul chuckled, it's no matter. Besides, you have your brother by your side. He will do his best to help you. Why do you need me? He reluctantly looked at Tan Tan and said, Tan Tan, goodbye to my other self. I can feel that this place isn't far from the end. Go and collect the biggest opportunity of your life. Tan Tan felt dizzy. Then, his consciousness returned to his body. He was surprised to find that his body had already arrived in a place that was even darker than before. In fact, it was so dark that there wasn't even any air in this place. When he was talking to the Demon King Source Soul, his body followed the voice in his heart, but he didn't realize that he had unknowingly arrived in this strange place. Right in front of him, there was a black bead that was constantly emitting circles of dark ripples. The Demon King Source Spirit's voice sounded in the darkness again. This is the origin bead formed by the universe's origin, controlling all darkness. Tan Tan stepped forward and received him. This is a special thing that can only be formed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one, no matter how high their cultivation is, can create such a strange thing. This is the true creation of heaven and earth. It's a truly unparalleled opportunity. The Demon King Source Spirit gave a soft laugh, but this laugh was filled with an indescribable bitterness. Only Tan Tan can obtain that essence bead. I absolutely can't obtain it. Bare sincerity, Tan Tan's gaze was instantly attracted by the dark bead. He couldn't help but walk over step by step. If there were outsiders here, they would only see darkness in front of them. They wouldn't be able to see the bead. However, Tan Tan clearly saw it. Moreover, it was so clear. After taking 7 steps, the bead was already within his reach. From afar, it looked like a goose egg-sized bead. However, when he got closer, the bead was only the size of a rice grain. It was surrounded by a dense black gas. Tan Tan Zhong reached out, but then retracted his hand. He understood that if he took it, the Demon King Source Spirit would probably disappear. Unwilling. Extremely unwilling, the Demon King Source Spirit roared in his consciousness, take it. Tan Tan felt his head explode with a burst of dizziness. He couldn't help reaching out to grab it. The next moment, a wisp of black gas spread out from the bead, and quickly climbed up Tan Tan's palm. Then, it followed the meridians in his arm, and quickly entered his body. It went deep into Tan Tan's consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the Demon King Source Spirit calmly watched the black gas enter. Its eyes were shining with a blazing light. This is my dream. This is the ultimate Leduo that I once dreamed of, but never had the chance to see. After the black gas entered, it seemed to sense the existence of the Demon King Source Spirit. Suddenly, it turned into a sharp blade. Dense murderous aura. The Demon King Source Spirit bitterly smiled. Sure enough, I'm destined to disappear. That black gas turned into a blade and chopped down. The blade cut through all illusions in the world. It cut through all illusions. The Demon King Source Spirit chuckled and said, although I'm destined to disappear, I won't be killed. I won't be killed by the blade of the great Tao. That would be harmful to my present life. His body floated, and he dodged the blade. Then, he silently said, my present life, my past life, I'll say goodbye forever. He closed his eyes. Then, his 2 legs suddenly dissipated, and turned into black gas. They entered the black gas that he had just entered, and were quickly assimilated. Then, it was his body, arms, and hair. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed as if he was completely indifferent to his body dissipating, and no longer existed. The assimilation speed of the black gas became faster and faster. Gradually, his face was revealed. It was a handsome face. It was so dignified that it could make people suffocate. But this face only appeared for a moment. Then, it turned into black gas. Perhaps, the word Tan in Tan Tan's name meant this, the Demon King Source Spirit finally disappeared. It disappeared from the 3 realms and the 5 elements. It didn't matter how world-shaking he was when he was alive, or how unhindered he was in the world. But, when he died, he was filled with peace and serenity. His life's cultivation had turned into the purest devil energy. It hovered in Tan-Tan's sea of consciousness, and then embedded itself in Tan-Tan's flesh, blood, bones, and meridians. He had found his rightful place. Tan-Tan suddenly felt a tearing pain in his heart. His consciousness immediately entered his sea of consciousness. But he only saw two eyes looking at him. They were filled with hope and calmness. It seemed as if they were saying to him, "Goodbye, Tan-Tan, my life." Tan-Tan suddenly burst into tears. He then shouted, "So, it's you. So, it's because you're so handsome, bastard. That's why I'm so narcissistic. Don't go, ah. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo." The demon Kingsor's spirit had already disappeared. So, it naturally wouldn't answer him. Tan-Tan was grief-stricken. He bawled. The black gas of that bead was unceasingly pouring into his body. He seemed to have completely forgotten about it. He was immersed in his infinite grief for a long time. The tears that flowed out were black. In fact, they were even darker than the dark night. They were just like that ink-colored bead. It seemed as if the endless black gas was pouring into his body like a great river. The black gas around the bead slowly began to thin. Finally, the black bead entered Tan-Tan's body with a whoosh sound. Then, Tan-Tan felt an explosion in his mind. Countless pieces of information exploded in his mind. Then, the meridians of his entire body swelled up. It seemed as if his bones were about to burst out of his body. Then, endless energy crazily gushed into his dantian from the heaven and earth. Extreme pain invaded his body and mind at this moment. His consciousness, his soul, and his primordial spirit were all affected. Then, Tan-Tan suddenly fainted. 2 drops of ink-colored tears fell on the ground. They gradually turned from black to clear. Then, they evaporated. "I will definitely fulfill your 3 conditions. You and I will walk the path of the Great Tao together." There seemed to be a voice sighing in the dark. "Everlasting, the origin of the stars. Born from the heavens and earth, the supreme devil soul." On the other side, Chu-Yang went all the way to the southeast. Not long after, he felt that the call not only existed, but it was also getting stronger. The Sword of Swords Calamity Sword inevitably became a tool to explore the way. Chu-Yang slowly searched for it. Along the way, Chu-Yang felt that some inexplicable grass and moss were getting thicker and thicker in the places he walked. The Calamity Sword's ability to absorb elixirs wasn't blocked. However, it didn't detect any effect of these grasses. They seemed to be completely useless weeds. But Chu-Yang clearly realized that if the plants here were really just useless weeds, they wouldn't be able to survive in such an environment. As long as they were plants, they would always need sunlight. There must be something special about these plants, so, every time he walked a certain distance, he would carefully bend down and pull up a stalk of grass by the roots. Then, he put it into his storage ring. He was going to take it out to see what kind of plants they were. However, when he tried to pull up the first stalk of grass, Chu-Yang was shocked to find that he couldn't pull it out. The grass was unexpectedly tough, and the roots were also abnormally tenacious. Chu-Yang's mind turned. He immediately used his divine technique and pulled hard with his right hand. Only then did he feel that the stalk of grass was slowly moving from the ground. Then, it was slowly pulled out. Although Chu-Yang couldn't see the specific situation, he could clearly feel the wonderful feeling of each strand of grass being pulled out from the ground. When he pulled out the grass, he found that it was really a stalk of grass. Even the roots were pulled out together. Not a single strand of grass was missing. It didn't even break. However, there was another strange thing. The soil on the ground wasn't pulled up at all. After Chu-Yang pulled out the grass, he vaguely found that there was actually a round ball-like thing under the grass. He didn't pay much attention to it and put it into his storage ring. Then, he carefully identified the appearance of each stalk of grass nearby. Following the principle of it's a waste not to take advantage of it. He pulled out 10 stalks of grass at once before changing to the next type. Walking like this, Chu-Yang felt that he had walked at least 4,000 to 5,000 feet. However, he had already pulled out hundreds of different types of weeds. Recommend a book, Introduction, A Young Man Who Walked Out of the Wilderness. His body is full of strange poisons, and he has 3 calamities. However, he has a life of 18 years. Immortality is ethereal, and fate is illusory. Divination doesn't change fate, and humans can go against the heavens. Everyone, go and see if it's to your liking. If you can, please add it to your collection. Although he couldn't see what they looked like, he could only rely on his sense of touch. There were 3. Some of the horns were oval, some were round, some were zigzag, and some were simply irregular. There were no more, only stalks of grass. There were also some that didn't have any special features on the surface, but the things that grew underneath were all kinds of strange things. There were calabashes, cannonballs, bamboo shoots, bowls, and even peaches. Ugh! This wasn't a very long journey, but there were no less than hundreds of densely packed plants. Weeds. Moreover, as long as there was something in front, there was absolutely nothing in the back. And what was in the back, there was nothing in the front. There are at least 300 types of plants here. Xianxia identified along the way, and finally, he found that there were no more plants in front. If he could confirm that there were no mistakes, then there were as many as 300 types of plants here. In front, there was still darkness as far as the eye could see. However, in this dark place, there was a strange feeling of infinite light. Yes, although his eyes still couldn't see any light, this was what Xianxia felt. Between them, there was light. There was infinite light. Speaking of which, this was a problem that couldn't be explained at all. Even Xianxia himself thought that he might have an illusion. He couldn't even see himself, so how could he feel the infinite light of the world? Wasn't this bullshit? But this feeling was real. Before he took a step, the place he was standing on was a grassland, but after he took a step, the place he was standing on became a desert. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly walked forward. After only 3 steps, he felt that the light in front of him was becoming more and more dazzling. He even felt some pain in his eyes. But when he opened his eyes and looked out, it was still darkness. The pain caused by the dazzling light was immediately eliminated by the endless darkness. Xianxia clearly felt that the feeling was in front of him. He made up his mind and stretched out his hand to grab it. Then, Xianxia's hand suddenly stopped in midair, and he didn't move anymore. Xianxia clearly felt a wisp of white light, from his fingertips, suddenly enter his body. The next moment, something rushed straight to his brain. Then, there was an endless stream of white light coming in. Xianxia opened his eyes wide. All he felt was the constant dazzling white light. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, all he could see was darkness. The contrast of light and darkness was extreme. His vision was filled with endless darkness. However, in his consciousness, there was clearly a blazing sun in the sky. His dantian suddenly felt bloated. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used his inner vision to observe, only to see that the amount of primordial real silk in his dantian was increasing rapidly. All of a sudden, there was a loud bang. Xianxia felt that his consciousness had instantly turned into countless fragments, wandering wantonly in the entire universe. He clearly felt a shining pearl with the light of the sun rushing into his body. As for Xianxia's body, he lost all control in an instant. His blood vessels and meridians swelled at the same time. It was a subtle feeling of "I've really become fat with just one bite." Xianxia swayed a few times as if he was dizzy. He thought, "What the hell is that thing?" The next moment, he lost all consciousness. He staggered and fell to the ground with a thud. A gust of dark wind blew past, and there seemed to be a voice saying softly, "Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, black and white complement each other, all techniques return to one, the universe unifies, the great Tao is boundless, the laws are formless, the firmament is supreme, the true spirit is supreme." The moment Xianxia fainted was also the moment Tan Tan fell to the ground like a wooden stake. The two of them lost consciousness at the same time, as if they had returned to chaos. This was indeed where the origin of the universe was. It was the part left behind after the creation of the universe that couldn't be eliminated. After hundreds of millions of years of precipitation and accumulation, it finally formed 2 diametrically opposed parts. Light and darkness. If this place was allowed to continue to exist and transform, perhaps after a very, very long time, it would form a new world of chaos, breaking away from this world and forming a world of its own. And such a formation of the heavenly Tao, without any external force, could be called heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. If one wanted to obtain such a fate, the conditions were extremely harsh. First, two people who had experienced life and death had to enter this place at the same time. Both of them needed to have memories of their past and present lives, and they needed to have a personal understanding of life and death. Second, these two people had to be of the same heart and mind, and they had to be of the same origin. Third, these two people's martial techniques had to be completely opposite, and they had to be righteous and evil. Fourth, the cultivation of these two people had to reach a certain level. They had to be roughly on par, and they had to be equally matched. None of these four conditions could be missing. If any one of them was missing, it wouldn't arouse the Great Tao's response. To satisfy these four conditions at the same time was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Or, it could be said that it was simply impossible. Who could know about their past and future lives? Since they were of the same origin, how could they be righteous and evil? Since they were of the same origin, how could they be of the same heart and mind? This was simply a completely contradictory and awkward condition. However, it was also a reasonable and necessary condition. When the universe was created, it would inevitably be accompanied by mutual opposition. Heaven and earth, black and white, righteous and evil, good and evil. They were mutually opposed, but in fact, they were essentially the same, therefore, none of these conditions could be missing. This mysterious place had existed for so many years, and these two imprints of the Great Tao had always existed. They had never been abandoned. This was the reason why they had discovered it. And Xianxia and Tan just happened to meet these conditions. These four conditions were almost impossible to meet. Xianxia had been reborn. He had lived 2 lives. And Tan had the soul of a demon king in his previous life. This was the most difficult first condition to achieve. And they had already met it. Next, these two people were martial brothers. They had the same teacher. So, they were of the same origin. However, Xianxia also had the identity of the Sword Master of Calamity. And Tan also happened to have the identity of a peerless demon king. They were completely opposite, and righteous and evil didn't mix. Moreover, these two people had deep feelings for each other. They could give up everything for each other. This imperceptibly met the requirement of being of the same heart and mind. As for the last condition, the cultivation of these two people was more or less equal. So, it became secondary. But, this was also quite coincidental. Xianxia's cultivation was slightly higher. But, it was the Demon King who had led the battle after entering this place. So, Tan's cultivation had increased to about the same level as Xianxia's. So far, these 4 harsh conditions that were almost impossible to meet had been completely met, therefore, these two people could feel the existence of the imprints of the Great Tao. Xianxia was in a deep coma. He could only feel that someone was constantly talking to him. But, he couldn't hear what the other party was saying. Only a few words were very clear. Get rid of them. Your way, the way of heaven, somewhere far away. There was a blue planet here. A white-clothed youth was lying on a soft bag between 2 trees. He was swaying back and forth. He looked very comfortable. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. Then, he snapped his fingers. Old Black, where are you? After he snapped his fingers, a dense space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. A voice came from afar, I'm in the middle of a battle. The white-clothed youth laughed. Then, a black-clothed youth silently came out of a space crack. He had his hands behind his back. He looked extremely arrogant. However, there were a few bruises at the corners of his eyes. The corners of his mouth were also a little red and swollen. It seemed that he had just been beaten up by someone. You said you're fighting? I think you're getting beaten up, right? The white-clothed youth shook his feet. You still have the nerve to mock me? Those few senior brothers of yours are too inhumane. They couldn't take me down one-on-one, so they actually joined forces to besiege me. Damn it. The black-clothed youth cursed angrily, each one of them is a big shot on par with me, and the 5 of them actually ganged up on me. Aren't they embarrassed? Their skin is almost as thick as yours. The white-clothed youth laughed, that's why I never go to that place. Unless I'm sure there's only one person there. The black-clothed youth snorted and suddenly flew into a rage. You told me this time that there was only one person. But when I got old, everyone was gathered there for a meeting. Damn it, this beating was really solid. You bastard, are you trying to harm me? The white-clothed youth revealed a pure expression and said, if I don't harm you, who would I harm? Didn't you say that I'm thick-skinned? If I don't do something thick-skinned, how can I be worthy of you? The black-clothed youth was furious when he heard this. He was about to fly into a rage and start a fight. But, he didn't know why, but his expression suddenly eased down. Then, he burst into laughter, but, this fight was really enjoyable. I haven't had such a good time in a long time. Tell me, what do you want from me this time? The person we chose before, seems to have an accident now. The white-clothed youth's face had a gentle smile like a spring breeze, a big accident. I hate this kind of behavior of yours the most. The black-clothed youth said disdainfully, you're clearly a murderous bastard who would destroy an entire world if you don't like it. But, you pretend to be gentle and warm every day. You're just fooling yourself. Bah, then, he said, you mean that little guy had an accident? What accident? You don't understand. This is called demeanor. Only real experts have this kind of demeanor. The white-clothed youth smiled politely and evilly, you're from the underworld. You know nothing. The black-clothed youth slanted his mouth and eyes, do you want to fight? If you do, just say it. The white-clothed youth laughed, look at you today. How can I have the nerve to bully you? It's just that this matter is really interesting. The black-clothed youth said, how is it interesting? Tell me. The little guy now has the chance to get rid of the path we set for him and walk on his own path. The white-clothed youth smiled faintly. I wish everyone a happy life, I hope everyone can enjoy it. Thank you again. My brothers and sisters, I hope that our lives will be filled with gratitude. There will be many more beautiful things. I also encourage myself to not forget to be grateful to everyone. I always remind myself that without you, I am nothing. Eh? There's such a thing? That's impossible, right? The young man in black was surprised. He couldn't help but be surprised. With their abilities, they had set up the path. Now, there was actually someone who could jump out of it. This was really an anomaly. This is a good thing. The young man in white smiled gently. Old Black, perhaps you will have a new opponent soon, and not just one. The young man in black laughed. I hope so. Since there's already an anomaly, we might as well wait and see. This will save us a lot of trouble. Whether there's an anomaly or not, it doesn't matter. However, wasn't the path of the Great Tao already full before? I've never heard of this thing having the possibility of increasing. The young man in black frowned. Why would there suddenly be an anomaly? This is against destiny. The young man in white smiled faintly. Bah, destiny? You're lying to yourself. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? With an anomaly like you and me, the destiny has long changed. Just like the current situation, either you or I can erase this anomaly or even seal the imprint of the Great Tao forever. Is it that difficult? Why do you have to lie to yourself and others? Let me ask you, if there are only a few of us at our level, wouldn't it be too boring? His eyes flashed with an inexplicable color. He said softly, only when there are more people will there be more exciting things. Who knows if there's no higher level than you and me? If we can reach a higher level, what will it be like? The black-clothed youth shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't think there will be any more. At our level, we can already destroy the galaxy with a wave of our hand, and change the world with a snap of our fingers. If there is a higher level, it is really hard to imagine. Hard to imagine doesn't necessarily mean there won't be any. The young man in white said seriously. If you already believe there won't be any, then it'll be hard to improve. It might not even be hard to imagine. At least now, to destroy the galaxy and change the world, you still need to raise your hand and flick your finger. It's not something that can be done with just a thought. The black-cloaked youth frowned and nodded. That makes sense. Then, he said, since there's an anomaly, there's always an anomaly. I'll go take a look at that little one. That little one actually managed to break through the path we set for him. That little one is truly beyond our expectations. What he has now is no longer the opportunity and luck that we gave him. Instead, it's his own great opportunity and great luck. The white-clothed young man lazily laid down on the soft bag and began to sway. He said lazily, "Remember to tell me that you've been too lazy to move recently." The black-clothed young man was infuriated when he saw this. He strode forward and said angrily, "Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm a servant that you can order around as you please?" The young man in white closed his eyes and said lazily, "Wives, someone is causing trouble. Beat him up." As soon as he heard this, the black-clothed youth disappeared with a whoosh. He only left behind one word, "Bah." He had no choice but to run in this situation. This bastard's wives were also experts. The main reason was that he couldn't fight back at all. If he stayed, he would be looking for trouble. How could a wise man be so unwise? On the other side, the people who were waiting for the return of the two people in the endless darkness slowly began to feel strange. Rather than saying that it was strange, it would be more appropriate to say that it was unsettling. Chuyang and Tan Tan had been away from the crowd for quite some time. Half a day had already passed. Why hadn't they returned yet? Could it be that something unexpected had happened? This Yama Gorge had once buried many saint-level experts. "Everyone, don't worry. My brother will definitely return." Chulu comforted them confidently. "Let me tell you, you've only been with my brother for a short period of time. Ever since my brother made his debut, he single-handedly overturned the entire dynasty. At that time, he was only a martial arts great master. He was still far from the lowest Xian level in the Heaven Imperial Court. Even if the gap wasn't 10,000 times, it was at least 1,000 times. Later on, he also used his own strength to regulate the martial world in our world. He even led his brothers to purge the evil forces in the entire world. Only then did he ascend to the Heaven Imperial Court. Although my brother was young, he had already experienced hundreds and thousands of battles in his life. Almost every time, he won from the weak against the strong and escaped from death. He never did things that he wasn't confident in. Everyone, just relax. Since he hasn't returned after such a long time, there must be a reason for him not to return. There's no need to worry." Chulu's words, which were full of confidence, shook the crowd violently. Was this little girl speaking the truth? Overturning a dynasty with a strength that wasn't much stronger than an ant's? Regulating the martial world? Purging the entire world, this. Did Chuyang do all of this alone? Actually, there's actually no difference between our original hometown and the current Heaven Imperial Court. In our hometown, he dared to challenge the strongest clan in the Heaven Imperial Court with just a few people. Here, he similarly killed the Heavenly Emperor and offended the entire Black Cloud Heaven. He ignored the dignity of a Heavenly Emperor. When everyone thought that he definitely wouldn't survive, didn't he still lead everyone all the way till now? Chulu took a breath and said, "There's something that's hard to say. Perhaps everyone doesn't believe it. Actually, in my brother's heart, killing a so-called Heavenly Emperor really isn't a big deal. If he killed him, then so be it." Chulu smiled proudly. "My brother has done many similar things in the past." Everyone fainted. Done many similar things in the past? Yao Ningning also grinned. No wonder those two big bosses didn't seem to care about my identity at all. It turns out that in their eyes, I'm just a piece of trash that can be killed anytime. Since there's nothing else, why don't Miss Chu tell us about the village lord's past? The matter of challenging the strongest clan in the village lord's old home that you mentioned just now really fascinates us. Bai Yuchen acutely sensed that this might be a great opportunity to raise morale. Sure. Chulu hesitated for a while before she agreed. I'll tell you all as you recuperate and cultivate. I reckon that my brother and brother Tan will probably take a very long time before they return. Everyone has plenty of time. My older brother was separated from his parents when he was young. This is what happened. Thus, with Chulu's vivid narration, everyone felt like they were listening to a heavenly book, and they entered a mysterious and unfathomable story. Every step that Chuyang took was filled with hardships, and he had experienced many dangers. Every goal was like that. Everyone didn't think highly of him. Everyone thought that Chuyang would definitely fail and die, but this person managed to break through every obstacle and succeed every time. Things that were completely impossible, he succeeded in the end. Chu Le recounted everything one by one. Even these martial saints, heavenly humans, and even martial saints felt incredulous. Was this really something that a person could do? Chu Yang's life was colorful and full of stories. There were too many things that were worth telling. Gradually, everyone was drawn into this mysterious story. Their emotions fluctuated along with the story. For a moment, they completely forgot about the passage of time. When Chu Yang woke up again, he didn't know how much time had passed. He tried to curl his fingers and realized that he could move them freely. Then, he tried to circulate the internal energy in his body, but was instantly shocked. It was just a slight thought, but the heaven-level divine technique in his body suddenly flowed rapidly like a river. There was a light feeling all over his body. Chu Yang suspected that if a gust of wind happened to blow over, it might blow him away. In a moment, he had already changed from lying down to standing up. He circulated his internal energy all over his body. He didn't find any abnormalities in his body, but there was a big abnormality on the surface of his body. His entire body was covered in a sticky substance. When he touched it with his hand, he realized that it was a layer of mucus that was still emitting a foul smell. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy to gather the moisture and washed his body a few times. Only then did he get rid of this disgusting smell. Then, he circulated his internal energy to examine his body carefully. However, he found an even bigger abnormality. His dantian was completely different from before. At this moment, every dantian was filled with dazzling golden silk balls. In addition, there were some white granules of unknown origin in his body. They almost filled every part of his muscles and meridians. Chu Yang could clearly feel that every particle was filled with an indescribable and astonishing power. Obviously, his dantian had reached a point where it couldn't contain any more. That was why these purest aggregations of power were temporarily dispersed in his body. These changes were still within Chu Yang's understanding. However, there was another change that made Chu Yang really shocked. That's right, not shocked, but shocked. In each of his dantians, there was actually a tiny human the size of a soybean faintly existing. His entire body was emitting a golden glow. He was meditating with his eyes closed, looking very solemn. What the F***ck? Chu Yang's hair all stood on end. This, could it be that I'm pregnant? And it's triplets at once. This thought that made one's hair stand on end. He really didn't dare to continue thinking about it. This kind of strange situation was really unheard of. Even the legends didn't spread like this. Previously, he had only heard Shui Leihan say that at Shui Leihan's level, the dantian was probably just the purple or a golden liquid, but he had never heard of someone being able to cultivate a tiny human in his dantian through cultivation. Chu Yang was extremely conflicted. What exactly was going on? These tiny humans were extremely inconspicuous. Each of them was only the size of a soybean. However, each of them had arms, legs, noses and eyes. Their facial features were all present. It seemed that their figures were also divided according to the golden ratio. In terms of figures, they were probably better than Chu Yang himself. On that blue planet, a young man in white who was watching the waves turned his head thoughtfully, looked at the void, and murmured with a smile, "Right now, I am also very happy, because I am also very much looking forward to the day when I will fight with you." An extraordinarily beautiful woman turned her head and smiled gently. "Who are you looking forward to fighting with? There is actually such a wonderful person in the universe?" The young man in white smiled evilly, stretched out his hand, and pulled the beauty into his arms. "The person I am looking forward to the most is to fight with you, don't you think so, Qing Han?" The beautiful woman's face suddenly turned red, and she struggled hard. "Go and fight with Big Sister Mei, why are you looking for me?" When Elder Sister Mei was mentioned, the young man's face immediately turned bitter and bitter. He sighed and said, "When it comes to her, I really don't know what to do. Qing Han, you have to be the judge. What kind of life have I been living? I'm in an abyss of suffering, bitter and bitter hatred. It's hard to explain." The beautiful woman was surprised. "What's wrong with Big Sister Mei? Why do you say that?" The young man in white sighed helplessly. "You judge for me, I just want her to return to her original form, and then let me pinch her little butt to play with. I really miss the feeling of that time. Sigh, it's such a simple request, but it hasn't been fulfilled even once after so many years, and every time I ask for it, I will be met with cold violence. This, I really can't live anymore. Pfft. The beautiful woman laughed on the spot. This is purely you looking for trouble. You actually want Big Sister May to return to her original form and let you do that. What the hell are you thinking? Did you eat the wrong medicine? You want me to judge for you? As she spoke, her face suddenly turned red. The young man in white laughed, and said with a salivating face, Sigh, I really ate the wrong medicine. I instantly felt cold. I am freezing to death. Quickly help me warm up. Come on. The woman in white immediately pouted, but the young man in white held her in an overbearing manner, and didn't let her leave. Then, the young man in white snapped his fingers, and the two immediately disappeared from the place. Vaguely, the young man in white said, Come. I'll fight with you first, and then I'll seek revenge from your big sister. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief as he regained clarity of mind. At this moment, he really felt like he had gained something. New life, the subtle feeling. He was about to go back when he heard Tan Tan's panic-stricken and bewildered voice, Senior Marshal Brother. Chu Yang, where are you? Chu Yang was overjoyed. Being able to speak is a good thing. Tan Tan has also completed it? He hurriedly said, I'm here. His voice hadn't faded away when Tan Tan stumbled over and hugged him, Senior Marshal Brother, boo-hoo boo-hoo. She actually burst into tears. Chu Yang was startled when he saw this. What's wrong? Tan Tan was such an idiot who would be covered if the sky fell down. But, he actually had a time when he would cry bitterly. How could this be? As far as Chu Yang knew, it would only be possible if one of the three people had died to make Tan Tan cry like this. The first was that Tan Tan's teacher, Meng Chao Ran, had immortalized. This option didn't seem very likely. The second was that Tan Tan's other half, Xia Dan Feng, had ascended to immortality. This option was also impossible. She was clearly still in the tribulation space. As for the third person, it was even more impossible. After all, the third person was Chu Yang himself, but, what was the reason for Tan Tan to act like this? He heard Tan Tan say while crying, the two things that happened just now made me extremely sad. I'm in so much pain that I don't want to live. I'd rather die than live. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chu Yang tensed up. Two such serious things happened? He disappeared. Tan Tan opened his mouth, and his hoarse throat broke into bitter sobs. His momentum was earth-shattering. He disappeared? Who is he? Who disappeared? Chu Yang scratched his head. He couldn't understand what was going on. Tan Tan's words weren't clear. No one could understand him. He disappeared. He's the one inside my body. Tan Tan was endlessly grieving. The Devil King's soul has disappeared forever. It's him. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. An inexplicable feeling of relief emerged in his heart. That Devil King's soul had been inside Tan Tan's body. So, Chu Yang had always felt uneasy. Now that it had disappeared, he could heave a big sigh of relief. But, Tan Tan was suffering right now. So, Chu Yang certainly couldn't say what he was thinking. He could only comfort him. There's no such thing as an eternal banquet in this world. Tan Tan, you have to understand that he's a special existence that doesn't belong to this world. He's just a passerby for you. His disappearance is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. It's good that he's gone now. Tan Tan sobbed and nodded, but, I can't bear to part with him. I really can't bear to part with him. I'd rather not have that great Tao imprint. I'd rather have him exist. Why did he choose to disappear? I really don't want him to help me. I'd rather have everyone exist, Chu Yang sighed. He secretly thought that Tan Tan could only slowly recover by himself in this matter. The effect of his persuasion was very limited. In fact, it was basically equivalent to being useless. So, he hastily changed the topic, and said, What's the other matter? Tan Tan burst into tears. I don't want to live. I can't live. I'm so ashamed. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Chu Yang was startled. So serious? Could it be that Tan Tan has encountered another unforeseen event? How is it so shameful? What happened? What happened to him? What's the matter? what's the matter? Aren't you afraid to tell me? Xianxia anxiously asked. I, 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 I am pregnant. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched, and twitched again, and twitched again, so it turned out that after this opportunity, this fellow was similar to himself. Inside his body, there was also that little person. Chu Yang had already figured out what was going on after many explorations. He didn't know the specific situation, but he was certain that it wasn't a pregnancy. Rather, it was a kind of mystical martial technique. The heavenly imperial palace martial technique has never been seen before. Chu Yang's playful heart flourished when he saw Tan Tan's pitiful state. He couldn't help but raise his brows. You're pregnant? Who did it? Do you know who it is? Tan Tan cried until he was hovering between life and death. I also don't know who did it. How did I get pregnant in such an inexplicable manner? A small person has appeared in my body. A small person has clearly appeared in my body. I don't want to live anymore. Chu Yang almost spurted out his tears. These words were too ambiguous and awkward. It was as if he had been gang raped. He didn't even know whose child it was. Tan Tan's face was full of panic. He grabbed Chu Yang. Senior Marshal Brother, my dear Senior Marshal Brother, I don't dare to let Dan Feng know about this. By the way, you're a divine doctor. You have to think of a way to help me. Save me. See if you can remove this vile spawn from my body. Vile spawn? Remove it? Remove it. Chu Yang's complexion was extremely strange. He thought, you're only pregnant with one, and you're already shouting so loudly. You're full of twins. Wouldn't you cry to death if you had the same thought? Although he didn't know the specifics, Chu Yang was very sure of one thing: if we really come up with a way to get rid of those villains, I'm afraid that both of us will become crippled in an instant. Cough cough. I say, Tan Tan, you don't actually have one, Chu Yang said. It was really too awkward. A certain king of hell didn't know how to express himself clearly for a moment. How can I not? I saw it. I really have one. For some reason, Tan Tan, who usually didn't understand Chu Yang's words, actually understood at once. He even continued. You're really not pregnant. Chu Yang said with a headache. Senior Marshal Brother, you don't need to comfort me. I saw it clearly. I'm really pregnant. I really don't need to comfort you. Quickly think of a way to get rid of it. Tan Tan urged anxiously. What the hell? You still don't want to listen? Listen to me clearly. I'm a divine doctor. I'm seriously telling you that you're not pregnant. Chu Yang was at his wit's end. He could only use the expert's means to forcefully explain. Isn't this pregnancy? Really not? Tan Tan raised his head with tears in his eyes. Yes, definitely not. Do you only have one of those small people? Chu Yang asked. Yes, one is already amazing. Could it be that there's three? Then I don't know what to do. Tan Tan said very discontentedly. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's ignorance. Cough, you only have one and you don't know what to do? The old one has one. Even if you really have three, the old one has 3 times more than you. Chu Yang's face was distorted. What? Tan Tan looked at him with a face full of shock. He suddenly jumped up. You got pregnant in one go? Senior Marshal Brother, you're too strong. Although I've heard of multiple births, I've never heard of so many. Can you give birth in the future? Chu Yang was furious. What do you mean by pregnant in one go? Give birth to what? Do you want to give birth? Tan Tan suddenly stopped crying. Then, he actually took pleasure in Chu Yang's misfortune. Waha. So you're also pregnant. Then I'm relieved. Moreover, you're actually a ha ha ha. Then I'll just follow your pace and see how you adapt. I'll just follow and learn. Anyway, if I lose face, it won't just be me. The risk on your side is at least twice as high as mine. As he spoke, he actually became complacent. I find that I'm becoming more and more brilliant. It turns out that I'm even stronger than senior martial brother. Chu Yang was speechless. He couldn't help but kick him. In the sky, a black-clothed man listened to the conversation between the two of them. His whole body was twitching with laughter. He almost went crazy. The old one hasn't been so happy in so many years. The black-clothed man laughed so hard that his entire body was cramping. I never thought that I would discover such a strange thing as soon as I came here to take a look. These two idiots walked on the right path with great difficulty, and gave birth to nascent souls. But, they thought that they were pregnant, and their nascent souls had turned into vile spawns. And, they wanted to get rid of them. People who can be so stupid in this world are really rare. This old man has really broadened his horizons this time. This guy seemed to have lost his sense of measure due to his complacency. So much so that he had laughed out loud later on. Chu Yang and Tan Tan discovered it at the same time. So, they shouted, "Who? Who is it?" The black-cloaked man flashed, and disappeared without a trace. He flew for thousands or tens of thousands of miles before he finally stopped. Then, he clutched his stomach, and started to laugh crazily again. He laughed so hard that tears and snot were flowing down his face. It had to be said that today's matter had extremely serious consequences. So much so that it had become the lifelong shame of Minister Chu Yang and Lord Demon Emperor. These two bad guys would then use this conversation to threaten the two of them. And this would often lead to a heaven-shaking battle. Do you want to fight with me? If you don't fight me, I'll announce it to the world. Come. Do you want to fight or not? Could it be that you are pregnant again? Chu Yang and Tan Tan would often bristle with anger after hearing these two sentences. And they would have no choice but to fight. The two of them walked back as light as a feather. Tan Tan had also finally accepted the explanation of this as the result of a high-level cultivation. So, he slowly felt relieved. However, this time, they walked back. And, it was different. The two of them flew back as light as a feather. They didn't need to use their swords to explore the way. It seemed that they already knew where the obstacles ahead were. And, everything was going according to their wishes. It seems that my cultivation has advanced a lot. Tan Tan was somewhat proud of himself. It seems that handsome people have some benefits. Chu Yang sighed. My junior martial brother is still my junior martial brother. This person is still the same person no matter what kind of opportunity he has. In fact, it wasn't just a huge improvement in cultivation. The extent of his improvement this time was so great that even Chu Yang himself felt that it was somewhat unimaginable. It was a little too astonishing. Chu Yang estimated that he had most likely already reached the peak of the celestial being level. The so-called limit of the celestial being level, the door to the saint level, was just a step away. He could become a saint at any time. Even though Chu Yang often made leaps and bounds like this, he still felt a little unaccustomed to the progress this time. After all, no matter how much heaven and earth Yuan Qi was raised in the past, even leaping over 20 realms in one go, the amount of heaven and earth Yuan Qi required to raise half a realm was not as much as the amount required now. The amount of energy required to advance from the elementary level to the advanced level of celestial being was roughly equivalent to the sum of first-grade supreme martial artist to second-grade supreme martial artist, and 10 times more, and the amount of Yuan Qi required to advance from the first level to the higher level was several times more than the initial level. Under such circumstances, he had leaped from the peak of the beginner level of the celestial being realm to the peak of the celestial being realm, and could even reach the legendary sage realm at any time. This was a special situation that was close to becoming a Buddha on the spot. Peak of the celestial being realm. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. And although he had not really verified it at this moment, he vaguely felt that his peak of the celestial being realm was probably different from other people's peak of the celestial being realm. And it was not only because of the difference in the number of dantians, because this difference alone was not enough to prove his suspicions. Chu Yang felt that he was really full of confidence now. It was a kind of strong confidence that he would dare to face any enemy with his sword and be able to win. It was not conceit, not arrogance, but confidence. Genuine confidence, unparalleled confidence. This unprecedented confidence came from the fact that they were twins. Chu Yang even vaguely felt that as long as he wanted to use power, that little one would immediately provide him with inexhaustible power. This feeling was very subtle. Chu Yang did not know where it came from, but it was so real that he could not doubt it. I am now one step away from the peak of the celestial being realm. Sigh. Tan Tan felt that his strength had improved greatly. He was excited but also a little depressed. Why was he always one step weaker than Chu Yang? In order to help him, even the Demon King's soul was sacrificed. Why was he still one step weaker than Chu Yang? If someone else had heard these words from his heart, perhaps even Di Ho would have caught Tan Tan and swallowed him alive before speaking again. King improved from saint level to high level celestial being realm in an instant, and you are still not satisfied? And you still feel sad? Even this King say is not as sad as you. The two of them, one in front and one behind, floated back, a little dizzy. A big pie fell from the sky. I ate it, I swallowed it, I caught it. But I was also knocked out at the same time. I was really knocked out. The two of them had the same feeling. It was real. At this moment, Chu Lu-er had already drunk water 13 times. She was still spitting saliva everywhere as she talked about Chu Yang's legendary stories. Chu Lu-er had heard these stories countless times from Gu Duxing, Luo Kadi, GMO, Zi Xiecheng and Rui Budong. Especially many stories in the upper three heavens, Chu Lu-er had personally participated in them. Based on her endless admiration for her big brother, Chu Lu-er had been racking her brains to find out everything about her big brother's past. This also added a lot of credibility to today's narration. Everyone, including Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, listened attentively without any distractions. It was as if they were intoxicated and couldn't extricate themselves. They were completely drawn into Chu Yang's legendary story from head to toe. As an orphan, he grew up painstakingly. When he was in his 20s, his strength was weak. He entered the empire alone. In just a few days, he became a popular and powerful figure. With a wave of his butcher's knife, blood flowed like a river. In a month's time, the image of the bloody and mysterious king of Helchu was molded. He dug out all the spies one by one, toyed with all the enemies in the palm of his hand, strategized, and easily became a saint. He entered Great Zhao alone, entered the heart of the enemy, and stirred up the flames of war. After that, he was chased for 8,000 miles. Tens of thousands of people chased after one person. After surviving 100 deaths, he decided the outcome of the battle on the battlefield and made the biggest empire in the lower three heavens suffer under his hands. He entered the upper three heavens alone. In a short period of time, he battled with all the big clans in a battle of wits and strength. Along the way, he struggled between life and death. In the end, he turned the entire upper three heavens into the backyard of Chu Yang and his brothers. He entered the upper three heavens alone and shook the world with the title of a divine doctor. He disrupted the medicine banquet, resisted the law enforcement officers, battled the Dharma Supreme, befriended the Moon Breeze Pavilion, ascended to immortality with a sword, settled the chaos in the world of ice and snow with a sword, and walked proudly in the martial world, unrivaled in the world. It seemed that there wasn't a single one of Chu Yang's deeds that didn't involve him going through extremely dangerous situations. He was always walking on a tightrope. Even though it was narrated by Chu Lu-er, everyone felt that their chests were heavy and they felt a little breathless. It was really hard to imagine that there was actually someone who had gone through so many life and death situations all the way until now and still hadn't fallen. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma sighed deeply in their hearts. The two of them recalled all the famous people that they had met and heard of. There was really no one who could be mentioned in the same breath as Chu Yang's experience. Compared to Chu Yang, they instantly felt that all the dangers that they had encountered previously and the so-called life and death battles were really not worth mentioning. Because Chu Yang had always spent his days in ambush from all sides. This kind of person, unless he is willing, otherwise, he will definitely not fall. Uncle Hu let out a long sigh. Yao Ningning was extremely agitated when she heard that. Her face flushed red, and her admiration for Chu Yang instantly rose to a level that no one in the past or in the future could ever surpass. Boss is actually such an awesome existence? Every single one of the things mentioned here was an immortal legend, even if they were picked out individually. With so many legends linked together, that was a legend, that was a myth, that was a miracle, and this legend was still going on. The most fortunate thing was that he was by this legend's side. What was even more fortunate was that he had become his brother. He didn't know how many incense sticks he had burned in his previous 3, 5, or 7 generations to be able to receive such a blessing. Thank the heavens, thank the earth, thank the gods and Buddhas, and thank Big Brother Tan the most. If not for him, I wouldn't have met Big Brother Chu. Chu Lu'er's saliva flew everywhere as she spoke for a long time. She had just reached the time when Chu Yang had gone up to the upper 3 heavens. Right at this moment, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma's expressions suddenly turned cold and their hair stood on end. The reason was very simple. These two people with the highest cultivation levels felt at the same time that there were 2 huge waves of pressure coming towards them. If the owners of these 2 waves of pressure were enemies, then it would be too scary. There were 2 reasons why it was scary. Firstly, in such a special geographical environment, the fewer people there were on the opposing side, the easier it would be to control the battle situation. Previously, they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and only needed to fight back with all their strength. Almost all they could see were enemies. But now, once the battle started, at least 30% of their attention had to be focused on their own people. If they were not careful, they might hit their own people. The previous disadvantage was only the environmental factor. Although it would greatly reduce their battle power, they might still have a chance of winning. But the second scary factor was hard to eliminate. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma had only slightly sensed this faint aura, but they immediately knew that the 2 of them were definitely not a match for these 2 people. Their hearts beat like drums at the same time. When did the enemy have 2 peerless experts of this level? They looked at each other and felt that their palms were already full of sweat. The rest of the people were all top-notch experts. Soon after, everyone fell into a frenzy. Sensing that something was wrong, Chu Lu'er stopped talking. Everyone's eyes looked towards the southeast. Although they couldn't see anything, the strong pressure that seemed like the sky was about to collapse was clearly discernible. Everyone stood up at the same time, waiting for the battle to begin. At this moment, a very annoying voice said, "I remember that it's here. Why is there no sound at all? Have they all been abducted by that idiot Yao Ningning?" Another voice said, "You idiot, what are you blindly thinking about? They're clearly all in front. What nonsense are you talking about? Although Yao Ningning is indeed an idiot, you can't say that in front of him. How hurtful would that be? What a waste of that little guy calling you big brother. Aren't you ashamed?" The first voice then laughed embarrassedly. Yes, I can't say that in front of him." Yao Ningning's face was full of black lines. He was even more aggrieved in his heart. He questioned loudly, "How am I an idiot? When am I an idiot? Don't slander me like this." The 2 people opposite him laughed together. "How are you an idiot? Since when are you an idiot? Everyone knows that you're an idiot. Do you think that you're an idiot just because you don't admit it? Justice is in everyone's heart." Everyone burst into an uproar. To be able to make such a sound and say such things, there was no one else but Chu Yang and Tan Tan. It was actually the 2 of them who came. The 2 sources of unprecedented pressure were actually these 2. Wasn't this too fantastical? Man or lord? You're back? Even Bai Yuchen felt that there was a little excitement in his voice. Chu Lu'er's brainwashing just now was obviously very successful. Although she had only told them about Chu Yang's great achievements, which were absolutely not made up, it had already made this group of people, who were originally full of admiration for Chu Yang, worship him to the point of being brain-dead. Chu Yang's position in their hearts was already infinitely close to that of a god. It was already faith. It was worship. Among these people, Yao Ningning was even included. The current Yao Ningning was undoubtedly Chu Yang's die-hard fan. At this moment, he was laughing foolishly and muttering to himself, "Did Boss Chu say that just now? Boss Chu's words can't be wrong. Since Boss Chu said that I'm a bit stupid, then it seems that I really am a bit stupid." Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were speechless as tears streamed down their cheeks. In the past, if anyone had dared to say such a thing about him, their entire family would have been executed. But now, he admitted it himself. Even though that sentence was the truth, everyone couldn't see the obvious changes in Chu Yang and Tan Tan. However, they could clearly feel it. So, everyone kept silent without prior consultation. Don't ask. How are everyone's injuries now? Xianxia asked. Everyone's wounds have been properly bandaged. We are ready to fight at any time, Xianxia replied with his chest puffed out. In the past, everyone would have mechanically answered the same question. But now that Xianxia had asked it, everyone felt inexplicably moved in their hearts. It was an indescribable encouragement. It seemed as if this sentence was very ordinary, but when it came out of Xianxia's mouth, it became very unusual. This subtle change made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. However, he didn't say it out loud. He just smiled and said, since everyone has almost recovered, then we have to continue on our journey. If I'm not wrong, our enemies are probably waiting for us at the exit of the canyon. He smiled gently and said, we can't let them wait too long. If they leave, where will we go to look for them? They want to get rid of us, but we also want to get rid of them. Everyone roared with laughter, one after another. They said, yes, if they leave, even if we want to, where will we have the time to look for them? Xianxia's words revealed a strong self-confidence and monstrous killing intent. Everyone's spirit immediately rose 100 times. Even Saint Hu and Saint Ma felt their blood boiling from the bottom of their hearts. Let's go. Let's go and kill them. Tan Tan waved his hand and led the way in high spirits. Everyone rushed forward. They once again walked in that boundless land of darkness. However, they didn't have the same uneasiness as before. Even their trembling mentality seemed to have disappeared. Xianxia and Tan Tan walked in the front. They were like two lofty mountains that stood tall and lofty. They withstood all the wind and rain, and shouldered all the dangers. Everyone's heart was full of relaxation. They were like mountains. The last part of the journey was very peaceful. It was unprecedentedly peaceful. It was so peaceful that everyone couldn't believe it. Along the way, everyone could clearly feel that there were traces of the enemy's ambush in some of the dark corners. But now, all of the enemies were gone. Xianxia proudly walked forward. His clothes fluttered all the way. He was obviously walking in the endless darkness, but it seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. His speed was astonishingly fast. Tan Tan walked side by side with him from beginning to end. They weren't in front, but they weren't behind either. These two martial brothers didn't speak in the endless darkness. But, they had the same feeling. I'm stepping on this land. A long-lost light faintly appeared in front of them after an hour. Bai Yu Chen and the others were experienced people. So, they closed their eyes. Their eyes would be damaged if they suddenly came in contact with light in this boundless land of darkness. So, they wouldn't be able to react for a moment. So, closing their eyes for a moment was the best choice in this situation. However, Xianxia and Tan Tan didn't choose to close their eyes. Instead, the two of them calmly walked out. They faced that ray of light. A somber and desolate aura came from outside. There was a large army stationed in front of them. Obviously, it was Mo Yuntian's soldiers. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He smiled and said softly, we were chased by you for so long. Today, we can finally get some interest back. Tan Tan didn't say anything. Instead, he laughed heartily. They didn't know if there were thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers lying in ambush outside. However, these two martial brothers didn't even check the enemy's situation. They were ready to fight. They took a step out of the canyon. The dawn arrived. The front was bright and clear. If they took a step back, it would be dark. If they took a step forward, it would be clear sky for thousands of miles. The wonders of this place could be seen. The sun was setting in the west, and it was already afternoon. Although the sun was setting in the west, it still shone brightly. The autumn wind was bleak, bringing with it a hint of warmth. The autumn wind whistled and swept across the sky. Countless drifting yellow leaves spun around and covered the ground. This place was an empty land. 1,000 feet away, it was Mo Yuntian's army. The other party's head was black. There were at least 10,000 people. The person at the front had his hands behind his back. He was standing proudly. However, his face was full of worry. His brows were tightly knitted. It was Meng Wuya. Behind him was his personal deputy. In front of the large army, there was one person standing in front of each army. They were the 10 generals under Yu Qi. There were a total of 13,000 people here. They were waiting for Chu Yang and the others to come. The black fog in front of them was dense. It was as if a demon had opened its big mouth. After everyone came out of this place of eternal darkness, they didn't want to go back in again. At this moment, the black fog seemed to have become denser for some reason. Then, 2 people walked out of it leisurely. It looked like they were on an outing, and their bodies were full of ease. Seeing so many soldiers on the other side, the 2 of them were actually able to maintain their composure. They slowly walked over with unusual calmness. Behind the 2 people, one figure after another appeared from the darkness. In this kind of broad daylight, they were like a team of demons. They appeared from the boundless darkness. Meng Wuya's pupils contracted. He counted carefully one by one. 10, 20, 28, apart from Chu Yang and Tan Tan who walked out first, the 2 little girls, the demon clan's grand master and his 2 bodyguards. There were still 28 people left. The corner of Meng Wuya's mouth could not help but twitch. In this Yama gorge, such a sophisticated ambush, no less than 10,000 people were used to set up the ambush. With such great fanfare, with such a big fuss, only a few people were killed. Meng Wuya clearly remembered that when these people stepped into the mist river, there were no more than 30 people. After that, a few more died, and now there were 28 people left. In other words, there were no more than 5 people who died in Yama Gorge. This kind of inference made Meng Wuya's heart twitch. Meng Wuya was not unfamiliar with the person in front. It was Chu Yang. With a wave of Chu Yang's hand, the people behind him, including Yao Tai, all stopped in their tracks and quickly stood in a row. Then, the 2 young men in the front still maintained a calm and leisurely manner as they walked forward. Meng Wuya stared at Chu Yang cautiously. He could clearly feel that the current Chu Yang was very different from the previous Chu Yang. This kind of thought made him instantly increase his vigilance. The other Mo Yuntian soldiers looked at the 2 people who walked forward step by step. Under the setting sun, their shadows were elongated. At this moment, they actually had a feeling, if these 2 people walked into our troop like this, would the shadows behind them cover all of us? Meng Wuya said indifferently, Chu Yang, your luck is really good. You were able to escape all the way until now. But today, at this moment, I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He raised his head slightly. Tan Tan was standing behind him at this moment. He could clearly feel that his senior brother's body was slowly condensing a murderous aura that was about to take shape. The setting sun shone on Chu Yang's face. It actually gave birth to a kind of mottled and blurred feeling out of nowhere. It made some parts of his face bright and some parts dark. General Meng, to be honest, I admire you for being a good man. You can clearly distinguish between right and wrong. You have your own principles and do not go against your heart. Chu Yang raised his face and said to himself, just based on my heart, I really don't want to be your enemy. When we make our move later, I will try my best to keep you alive. In return for your kindness in protecting my sister at the Lone Bamboo City Gate. Good people always have good karma, isn't it? Chu Yang took in a deep breath. His gaze gradually shifted downwards. Looking at the Mo Yuntian army that was as vast as the sea of smoke, it was as if he was looking at a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. His gaze was filled with disdain, but, all these people shall stay here. The feng shui here is not bad. Maybe it can benefit the future generations. Tan Tan laughed strangely, senior brother's words are right. The feng shui here is really good. I can see that. Not to mention other things, the place is spacious enough. There is more than enough space to bury these people. Isn't it because their ancestral graves are emitting green smoke that it can benefit the future generations? Even if Meng Wuya had good self-restraint, he couldn't help but get angry at this moment. He shouted, Chu Yang, you should have heard of this saying, don't be arrogant. Jiang who doesn't recognize arrogance. Do you think that under such circumstances, you still have any chance to get lucky? Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. He stood up straight and said, back then, Mo Yuntian snatched my wife. Everyone saw that I was powerless. Not only did Mo Yuntian not admit his wrongs, he became angry out of humiliation and became even worse. Mo Yuntian, a heavenly emperor, Yuan Tianji, confused right and wrong, inverted black and white, and brazenly sent out troops for his own selfish desires for revenge. Ignores justice, ignores morality, and acts willfully. I've fought back with all my might, and I've fled 137,800 li. The ink cloud heavenly army does not differentiate between right and wrong, does not care about reason, and pursues for thousands of miles, oppresses the good, oppresses women and children, and treats human lives like grass. From top to bottom, they are all thieves and corrupt officials. Today, I believe that there is no need for Imo Yuntian's official forces to exist anymore. In my lifetime, I will exterminate all of Imo Yuntian's official forces to uphold justice and justice in the world. Chu Yang's gaze turned cold as he shouted, "If there's no justice in heaven, then I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven." His words were filled with righteousness, grief, and grievance. Beside him, Tan Tan sighed in amazement. "Senior Marshal Brother, you've finally understood. Anyone who placed themselves on the moral high ground in advance and placed themselves on the side that was being bullied, no matter whether it was speaking or doing things, they were indeed righteous and bold." Meng Wuya's eyes stared deeply at Chu Yang. He only felt that his heart was in a trance, and he was speechless for a long time. The person who knew the most about the whole story of Chu Yang's pursuit was none other than Meng Wuya. In the journey of 137,800 li of death, Chu Yang was powerless to fight back at the beginning, and only fled. Later on, he fought and fled. Later on, he took the initiative to attack and stir up trouble. Later on, he lived in seclusion in Lone Bamboo City. Now, facing thousands of soldiers and horses, he no longer had any fear. In fact, for the first time in his life, he said such bold words, "In my lifetime, I will exterminate all of Imo Yuntian's official forces." These words made Meng Wuya's heart tremble. Except for Meng Wuya, all of Imo Yuntian's soldiers thought that Chu Yang's words were just a last-ditch struggle before death. However, Meng Wuya clearly knew that Chu Yang was not a person who spoke empty words. He never said things that he couldn't do, and he disdained to say them. Since he said it now, he must have considerable confidence in being able to do it, but now, Chu Yang, whose forces were still weak, actually said such words like exterminating Imo Yuntian. At this moment, Meng Wuya was even in a trance. It was as if he saw the whole of Imo Yuntian with smoke everywhere and corpses piling up like mountains. In a trance, he actually forgot to reply for a moment. Behind him, a general flew into a rage. "What an arrogant and ignorant junior. Seeing that my heavenly soldiers have arrived, he immediately flew into a rage. Why don't you surrender and kowtow and beg for mercy? You actually dare to talk nonsense here and bewitch people's hearts. Men! Take down that insolent person for me." With a whoosh, behind him, 100-man team led by a small captain took the lead and rushed out. The voice of this general sounded loudly. "General Meng, since you are so afraid of this Chu Yang, please step down. This time, let's see my iron guards succeed. Actually, there's nothing much to say. General Meng is after all a general of a defeated army under Chu Yang's hands. Not everyone has the courage to continue fighting despite repeated defeats. Don't embarrass me, Imo Yuntian." Between his words, he did not hide his sarcasm towards Meng Wuya. The general behind Meng Wuya showed anger on his face and was about to explode. But Meng Wuya sighed deeply and waved his hand to stop his men. He said indifferently, "If that's the case, then it's up to General Qin. We will wait and see. General, just do your best." With a wave of his hand, all the Dream Slayer army members floated away like a cloud, revealing a large open space. Obviously, Meng Wuya was determined to watch coldly from the sidelines this time. All along, Meng Wuya had some psychological barriers towards the matter of besieging Chu Yang. Because the root cause of this matter was all Imo Yuntian's fault. Now, since he was not allowed to take action, it was exactly what he wanted. The 100-man iron. Guards fiercely rushed towards Chu Yang and Tan Tan. Chu Yang was still smiling. He was as calm as ever. With his hands behind his back, he did not move at all. Tan Tan issued a loud and insolent laughter. He jumped out from Chu Yang's side, and stood in front of Chu Yang. Then, he opened his hands in order to prevent Chu Yang from attacking. He then shouted, "These are mine. Don't snatch them." Then, he couldn't wait to pounce forward. While in midair, he roared, "Waha! You guys actually have the luck to die in the hands of such a handsome man like me." Your ancestors' graves are really emitting green smoke. Ah. At the end of his words, he suddenly shouted violently. This shout was like an earth-shattering thunderclap that suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It directly exploded above the heads of these 100-man people. These 100-man people were all stunned without exception. Some of them even lost their footing and staggered. Tan Tan had already flown and landed in the middle of this 100-man team. He was like a bomb exploding. He shouted, "Howl, howl, howl!" Suddenly, he lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His two hands spread outwards. His whole body instantly emitted extremely dense black energy. He shouted, "Open!" Boom! Thousands of black energy suddenly shot out from his body in all directions like sharp swords. It was an indiscriminate wide-range attack. Whoosh, 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 puff, puff, puff. The 100-man team had been fiercely rushing forward a moment ago. But they were suddenly attacked by thousands of black energy. It was as if thousands of arrows had been shot at the same time. Everyone had been shot into hedgehogs made of black energy. The black energy didn't dissipate after it had pierced through a person's body. It also didn't pass through the body. Instead, it condensed and remained motionless. The screams and howls of pain seemed to be continuous for a moment. Tan Tan jumped up. He made a circle with his right hand and said, "Come back." Thousands of black energy suddenly came out from the bodies of the enemies under this command. It seemed as if they had a life of their own. Then, they returned to Tan Tan's hand. More than 100 people slowly fell down without exception. Dozens of arrows of blood suddenly spurted out from each of their bodies. It seemed that none of them would be able to survive. Everyone didn't have enough time to be surprised when Tan Tan's side made a move. He took the lead and rushed 30 feet in front of General Qin. Then, he suddenly stopped. He changed from a swift and violent forward charge to a leisurely stroll. He clasped his hands behind his back, and leisurely paced 3 or 4 steps in front of General Qin. He then asked in a carefree manner. It seemed as if this trivial matter wasn't worth mentioning, "Hey, am I handsome or not?" General Qin was dumbstruck. He looked in front of him in disbelief. His 100-man team had slowly fallen down. Their bodies were shrinking at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. They fell down one by one with a plop sound, and turned into corpses. How could he respond to Tan Tan's "Am I handsome or not" under such a great change? He felt as if all the blood in his body had rushed to the top of his head. He glared at Tan Tan in a split second. It seemed as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Ugly bastard, you're so ruthless. You're so vicious." Tan Tan flew into a rage. He couldn't maintain his carefree demeanor anymore. He was flustered and exasperated as he cursed, "Fu *ku. I asked you a question with such a good attitude. Are you Fu *King deaf? I asked you, am I handsome or not? Don't Fu *King stare at me and don't speak. You Fu *King aren't mute. I heard you speak a moment ago." General Qin almost fainted from anger when he heard this. This ugly bastard is clearly someone who would make me want to vomit if I look at him. And I would get nightmares if I look at him twice. But he has killed my 100-man team without any mercy. And he still has the nerve to ask me this question in front of me, "Am I handsome or not?" What kind of person is this? Does he have any sense of shame? You're F *King handsome. General Qin's nose became crooked from anger. He roared like thunder, "You rotten bastard. You're a heavenly damned scoundrel. You don't have the face to ask me if I'm handsome or not. Do you have any sense of shame?" He then roared again after he was done speaking, "You're a heaven-struck executioner. This old man is going to swallow you alive." Tan Tan's nose became crooked from anger when he heard this. "Don't you think I'm handsome?" "I think I'm quite handsome, Everyone says I'm quite handsome, especially my sisters. Everyone says I'm very handsome, My nose is my nose and my eyes are my eyes, but this month's Pride's monthly votes don't seem to be handsome, How pitiful, brothers and sisters. Although we're no longer fighting for first place, we can't be so ugly, don't you think so too, everyone? So, if you still have monthly votes, hurry up and vote for us. Pride, to be handsome, of course, make me more handsome. Too handsome, too cool. If anyone pukes at this point, they'll be fined 10 monthly votes." Tan Tan roared loudly. His eyes seemed as if they were about to split open. "What did you say? Who are you calling ugly?" General Qin was seething with anger. I said that you're a rotten melon and cracked date. Even a rotten melon and cracked date that isn't rotten is better looking than you. Tan Tan's voice changed. You're talking nonsense. You're distorting black and white. You're confusing right and wrong. You're pointing at a deer as a horse. You're talking nonsense. Suddenly, he jumped up. He was extremely furious. In fact, it seemed as if his heart was on fire. General Qin sneered, you're courting death. He pulled out his sword. At the same time, he was also burning with rage. Ugly bastard. Son of a bitch. I won't be a man if I don't kill you today. I swear that I won't be a man if I don't kill you. Tan Tan was extremely angry. You're a bastard who distorts the truth. You dare to call me ugly? He steeled his heart and rushed towards the sword. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of his opponent's sword. General Qin wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted. He was experienced in battle. He wanted to twist the blade of his sword and cut this audacious guy's hand into dumplings. However, he was horrified to find that his opponent's hand hadn't touched his sword yet. But, his sword had already turned into a fried dough twist. Tan Tan's angry face enlarged infinitely in front of him the next moment. Tan Tan's white teeth were almost close to his eyes. General Qin couldn't help but scream in fear. And, the next moment, slap 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 slap, General Qin's face had been violently slapped several hundred times by Tan Tan in the blink of an eye. Then, Tan Tan swung his entire body with one hand, and crazily threw him to the ground, bang. You called me ugly bastard. You called me ugly bastard. I asked you if you were handsome or not. But, you called me ugly. You distorted the truth. You lied with your eyes wide open. Again and again, Tan Tan threw this pitiful General Qin's body onto the ground like a sandbag. After he was thrown down once, he would swing him up again, and then throw him down again and again, bang. Bang. This pitiful General Qin had already been thrown down by Tan Tan 100 or 200 times in the blink of an eye. Those soldiers who had rushed over to rescue General Qin were lifted up by Tan Tan. Then, Tan Tan repeatedly used total annihilation of 1,000 armies. One by one, they were smashed to the point where their heads were bleeding. At first, they did not come forward. They thought that with General Qin's abilities, it would be easy for him to deal with this ugly ghost. Who would have thought that General Qin, who they thought was invincible, would be swung around like a rag or a sack in front of this ugly ghost before he could even get close to her? By the time they arrived, everything would have been settled. Speaking of which, this General Qin was also a first-rate expert and had the cultivation of the heaven level. In the Moyuntian army in front of him, even if he couldn't be considered as outstanding, he could at least be considered as one of the top 20. However, he was like a 3-year-old child in front of Tan Tan, whose cultivation had skyrocketed. Moreover, he was absolutely invincible at the same cultivation level as him. Bang! Bang! General Qin's body was smashed to the ground almost continuously under Tan Tan's extremely fast swings. Traces of cracks had already appeared on the hard ground. It was a hideous sight. Finally, after a few hundred smashes, General Qin's head could not hold on any longer. Suddenly, it left his neck and rolled out of the room. His head was separated from his body. He was dead. A heaven-level expert had been smashed to death by Tan Tan in such an extreme and unreasonable way. He had relied on the strength of his body to smash him to death. Thousands of soldiers who were about to rush over to rescue General Qin suddenly stopped in their tracks. They looked at Tan Tan as if they were looking at a devil. Tan Tan's ferocious eyes swept across the faces of thousands of people. The evil aura lingering around his body had not dissipated. He looked straight at them. Many people immediately shivered. Am I handsome? Tell me, am I handsome? Tan Tan casually grabbed another enemy soldier and asked with a fiendish look. You're handsome, my ass. This squad leader scolded loudly. Mother asterisk cur. You still dare to echo the crowd? You don't know what you're talking about. Tan Tan punched the squad leader into the sky. That person's body was still in midair when it suddenly split into pieces. Tan Tan then grabbed another one. Am I handsome? He grabbed another one. Am I handsome? Am I handsome? Bang. 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 Dozens of people were thrown into midair by Tan Tan. Their dantian had been sealed the moment they were thrown. When they fell, even if their bodies were still intact, they would be smashed into meat patties because of the free fall. Bright pools of blood blossomed on the ground. No one was lucky enough to escape. Everyone, let's get rid of this crazy ugly bastard. It was unknown who took the lead to shout. Then, more than 1,000 people under General Qin's command rushed forward with a rumbling sound. Chu Yang saw this and was about to help when he heard Tan Tan shout, "No one over there is allowed to come over. I must King ask today and see if there's anyone in this group who can't lie with their eyes wide open. I don't believe that these people can collectively go against their conscience and not tell the truth in front of the handsome and elegant me." As he said this, he rushed towards the thousands of people alone. With a loud shout, thousands of demon energy surged out like a tide of spears and sharp swords. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Sigh. My silly brother, I am afraid that you will be disappointed. When will you change this bad habit of yours? In addition, General Qin and Meng Wuya's army still remained motionless. They looked at more than 1,000 people ganging up on one person. Their faces were indifferent and expressionless. In fact, no one even uttered a cry of alarm. Yu Qi's army had always been like this. Unless there was an order from the commander, they would attack together. General Qin's headquarters had already accepted his order. Since this was the case, it had nothing to do with the other troops. Unless all the people in this troop died, no other troop would intervene in this battle, one person against 1,000 soldiers. But the tragic momentum of this battle seemed like two elite troops fighting with their lives on the line. Shouts and screams reverberated like thunder. Screams rose and fell one after another. In addition, there was a loud and clear voice constantly shouting, "Am I handsome? Am I handsome? Am I handsome? Can you King speak the truth? You bastards are lying with your eyes wide open. All of you deserve to die. Go to hell." Tan Tan's voice was filled with grief and indignation. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Chu Yang had been worried about his brother ever since he had come to know about the Devil King's special existence. So, he had naturally done a lot of research on the Devil King and Tan Tan in case of emergencies. Chu Yang had long suspected that Tan Tan would ask everyone he met if he was handsome or not. And, Tan Tan would be unhappy if others said that he wasn't handsome. In fact, Tan Tan would force others to say how handsome he was. This wasn't a kind of hobby. And, it wasn't because he wasn't handsome at all. Instead, it was because Tan Tan subconsciously knew that he was very handsome. So much so that Tan Tan's heart and soul believed that his essence was extremely outstanding and handsome. This was the affirmation and recognition of his heart. So, it wouldn't be swayed by any external force. And, it would lead to such a special result. Moreover, Tan Tan had received 2 souls in one body. So, Chu Yang suspected that the Devil King was outrageously handsome. And, the Devil King was equivalent to Tan Tan. Tan Tan felt that there was no difference between his appearance and the Devil King's. In fact, they were exactly the same. And, they were exactly the same as each other. So, the unexpected disappearance of the Devil King's soul had undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to Tan Tan. He was fighting like a madman. Moreover, he was constantly asking that question. It seemed that he was extremely narcissistic. And, it was extremely funny. However, he was actually filled with an indescribable bitterness. Tan Tan's murderous nature was unprecedentedly big in this battle. In fact, it was somewhat unpleasant. Perhaps, Tan Tan was using this battle to bid farewell to the Devil King. He was using this distant road of blood to send off the Devil King who had already been annihilated. Chu Yang's guess was undoubtedly very close to the truth. He was the person who understood Tan Tan the most. So, his guess was the closest to the truth. Tan Tan looked up to the sky and shouted without any warning on the battlefield. The clothes on his body suddenly bulged up. And, the long hair on his head exploded with a bang. Then, the flamboyant long hair fluttered in the air. Countless black devil energies suddenly flooded the entire battlefield. That was, the Devil King's battle technique. Chu Yang's heart suddenly shook. He recalled the few battles where the Devil King's soul had fought. And it had been like this every time. And it had always been based on this sign. 1,000 devils descend. Tantan looked up to the sky and roared. Then, his body started to spin at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, a whistling wind arose. And the shadows of people started to fly while he was spinning. In fact, they were densely packed with Tantan's shadows in the blink of an eye. None of these shadows were virtual shadows. In fact, they were mixed with dense black energy. And they attacked together. Countless enemies screamed as they were sent flying with a bang sound. Who can't be killed in this world under the eyes of the devil? Kill 100 people with a single step. Vanquish all illusions with a single sword. Tantan roared wildly. The sword in his hand soared into the sky. And the sword energy soared into the sky. Then, dozens of enemies in front of him were pierced through like candied haws. Bang! 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 His left hand was like a mountain-splitting axe. It ruthlessly whipped the bodies of the enemies. Their swords, sabers, and all other weapons were used. However, he didn't evade them in the slightest. The enemies were sent flying along with their weapons one after another. Then, they were turned into fine powder along with their weapons. Chaotic world of demons. Tantan roared wildly. Countless black energies once again shot out like spirit snakes. And they killed all the enemies within a radius of several hundred feet around him. Then, he issued another loud roar. Then, he rushed into the 10,000-men army without any hesitation. Venerable Devil King returns to heaven. Tens of thousands of souls will be buried with him. Devil soul lives forever in the heavens and the earth. Countless devil energies suddenly emerged and swept across the entire battlefield. End of chapter 2143. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.